On a tranquil evening Qingyun sect, Thester shimmered like a woven tapestry, illuminating both Thean Aran Duder realms of T sect. In Ader Miterini are the peach blossom grove, on Samyumi Almaname Jaywan. Kladinko arsa garments, wash fervent lie writing Gathis desk, illuminated be flickering candlelight. The air ways infused with Thesson Tofinka Zhoyuan lifted his brush and delicate line scribed on theblank pages steamed Miss Shangqing Shu. I hopeth this letter finds Saya well. He continued, since I've held do run paralleled be utyathi sects, first conference, your visage has been etched in memory. Every gesture, every word you uterisona in my mind. I immaculately aware a thought this sentiment this angle fed malikeater ronchal flood perhaps this siswat, they kolovi at first sight. I understand the disparity for stations, akin tochism thatlius between us. I'll sorcognize a thought these a clumsy expression sof affection may fail to touch our heart. Yet, on this night, adorned with blooming peach blossoms, I can not restrain mijal from pouring my long and gonto aspidge. You need not respond to me feelings, nor should I you feel longer or discomfortati baldness. I am butin unremarkable sulin thisvist world, unable to conceal my own affection show than dare to hope before reply from you. Recently, whenever thoughts so few crossed my mind, I find myself inspired. On that sunny day, it created a painting, which he now present Toiris atok nof my apology for encroaching upon your time. A the conclusion of the letter, hainscribed the name Huagwa Shan Zhou Pao. Zhou Yuan set down his brush and meticulously reviewed the letter, confirming its accuracy forcefully retrieving gay piece of scrap a pair from the basket. With a fuzz with strokes, has sketched a simply out liney and pinned a few lines, then placid the drawing alongside the letter with an envelope. Has softly called out, letter to the sky. Immediately, a purely white spirit Dover responded, alighting at this window. Zhou Yuan placid the letter into the small box on the dove's back, gently stroking it shed. Andy earnestly instructed. Do not hurry back after deliver ingetling a raw hileto si I fair plies forthcoming. The dove seemed to comprehend, taking flight and vanishing into Thepiach Blossom Grove. Zhou Yuan watched as Tadava disappeared from sight, nodding slightly, quite swift indeed. Suddenly, Agent Le voice chimed in from beside him. Indeed, it is remarkably fast. Zhou Yuan turned in surprise to find a girl in a pink dress standing beside him, having appeared without this notice. Xiaohong? When did you arrive? Zhou Yuan regarded her with caution, pondering her intentions. After all, a girl visiting Glade at night could nother borperly innocent motives. Don't calm Xiaohong. Im wearing a pink dress to dakel mazamathin gels. They girl pout in dissatisfaction. Recalling the day she had stolen peaches while a recedin red, a rismala crept across Owen's face. Since a theta pilfered me peaches, that me has been firmly established in my mind. Her expression shifted slight lias herded. It was just a few piacas musty you hold on to thought memory for so long? Those were no mera peaches, Zhou Yuan raised his voice. They were remeticulous lie selected for the steama due to the steward. Mentioning Thiz reminded Zhou Yuan oft hat sunny day the thad broken ishiart. Hehate approached the peach tree with the agile anticipation. Only to find nothing but discarded peach patan bear brinks. Where are me peaches? Pistola me peaches? Zhou Yuan cried out in despair. At that moment, aired figure a tumble to the ground. A peach still clutched in her mouth. It was the girl in the pink dress. Don't shout like thoughty you start led me, she exclaimed, rising to her feet in annoyance. Zhou Yuan reclaimed his speech and took a decisive bite. Now tell me, why did he steal me peaches? Her cheeks flushed as have fled in haste. As memories faded, Zhou Yuan felt a gentle pokey at thigh's waist. Im hungry, cometh a soft voicey off Lushuao. In a thoth this, Zhou Yuan swatted her hand away. Luo Shuye brandished a golden carp before him, swayingly tintisingly. Im hungry McMefish. Ignoring her, Zhou Yuan turned toward the small wooden cabin. After a few steps, Hinota said that Luoshu remained bane behind, gazing at them with look of pitiful longing. Xiaohong, Donio want fish no more? Zhou Yuan inquired, puzzled. Luoshia lifted hairhead, hairiest glistening, and pouted. Himph, I don't want it no more. Zhou Yuan regarded her helplessly, until Sheffina limered, Iphias sweetle little, might reluctant. Not wishing to prolong the standoff, Zhou Yuan stepped closer, took the carp from her, and affectionate Lyra fled her hair. Very well, to Dave want make me favorite dishwell prepare some in Jolva instead, shall we? With a blush, Luo Shuya clutched Zhou's sleeve tightly. In that case, it shall reluctant ligrin to me forgiveness. Smoke wafted from the chimney of Tuden cabinas, Zhou and tossada couple of peach wood piece into the stove. Luo Shueyao, meanwhile, tugged at the sleeve, Hirias fixate donthid a matofish fillet simmerin the pot, a bliss fool smile turning her face. Zhou Yuan, you're so wonderful. Eudora thiz de shit ems like it will be delicious, she exclaimed, wiping her non-existent drillan drubbing against this clothing. Zhou Yuan glanced at this no soiled sleeve, relieved of fin no actual drool, inside. So, do I think the made a scrambled edge ser tastier, or this tomato fish fillet? If think both are delicious, Luo Shui replied without hesitation. Note an option you must choose on, Zhou Yuan insisted. Luo Shui opened her for armament before looking up. Zhou Yuan, willy you make messervin goff de made a scrambled eggs? He haven't that it in day sandem nearly forgetin jits dast. Ash spoke, retrieved twas spirit stones from her storage airing and doffered them to. Zhou Yuan chuckled and word lieth aside off her spirit stones how old Hava thought this girl would be a literic lady? Yethid and a gentle smile. Of course, how cold a refuse a request from Xiaohong. Hey thin affectionate Lyra Fuldoshi a share before turning to fetch to Midois and Deeks. Meanwhile, Luo Shui revealed in her cleverness I am truly brilliant. With just a little a tactic, behave Zhou Yuan eating out of me hand. Shido waka spoonful of fish soup, only tor coil in surprise from the heat. Ouch, that shot, woo. Zhou Yuan, I've been burned, she cried, scampering Govertone to complain. Chapter 2. What a realistic world it is at the dining table. Zhou Yuan served a bowl of rice to Luo Shueyao. Eat slowly, don't choke, he couldn't help but remind her, given her usual eating habits. Okay? Luo Shueyao chirped, using her chopsticks to pick up a slice of tomato fish and savoring it with a blissful expression. Zhou Yuan opened the window, revealing the sprawling peach blossoms outside. A gentle fragrance of peach blossoms wafted in, soothing the soul and washing away fatigue. Zhou Yuan served himself a bowl of rice and sat beside Luo Shueyao, both gazing at the resplendent peach blossoms while beginning their meal. Luo Shueyao glanced at Zhou Yuan, picked up another vegetable dish with her chopsticks, chewed, and swallowed. She looked at Zhou Yuan again, then reached for more food. Zhou Yuan found her gaze a bit overwhelming, so he turned his attention from the blossoms to her. Would you like me to serve you more dishes? He inquired. Yes, please, Luo Shueyao nodded, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Next time I forget. You can remind me. Zhou Yuan, infected by her smile, returned the grin and served her a portion of tomato scrambled eggs. After tasting Zhou Yuan's dish, Luo Shueyao extended her chopsticks and offered him a slice of tomato fish. Eat this, it's delicious, she insisted earnestly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Zhou Yuan took a bite, the fish melting in his mouth without the need for excessive chewing. The fish transformed into a pure essence, flowing into Zhou Yuan's body, gradually nourishing his internal organs in an instant. His cultivation level surged from the 5th to the 6th level of qi training. Xiaohong, where did this fish come from? Zhou Yuan, usually slow on the uptake, sensed the extraordinary nature of the fish and looked curiously at Luo Shueyao. I caught it. What's the matter? Luo Shueyao replied, her mouth full of food, her words mumbled. Really? Zhou Yuan scrutinized her expression, attempting to discern if she was lying. I put in a lot of effort to catch it, as expected, she choked, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan quickly reached for the peach juice beside her. Luo Shueyao took it and sipped a few mouthfuls, her complexion gradually returning to normal. I really did put in a lot of effort, she insisted, eager to continue narrating her heroic tale. Yes, I know you're amazing. Just eat now, don't choke again. Zhou Yuan patted his head, feeling apologetic for doubting Xiaohong. As the moonlight bathed the room, the candle flickered, and the two quietly enjoyed their meal, occasionally serving each other. They resembled a loving couple, sweet yet not overly sentimental. I'm full. When you finish, wash the dishes. Okay. Zhou Yuan set down his bowl and looked at the still-eating Luo Shueyao, gently reminding her. All right, I'll wash them once I'm full, Luo Shueyao assured him after swallowing her rice. Good child. Zhou Yuan moved to his desk, beginning to grind ink. His cultivation level had risen from the 5th to the 7th level of qi training, and it continued to grow steadily. However, continuous breakthroughs could lead to instability, so Zhou Yuan resorted to grinding ink to stabilize his mind, striving to temper the speed of his cultivation advancement. The cool moonlight illuminated Zhou Yuan as he ground the ink, enveloping him in a veil of silvery light. Luo Shuiyao held her bowl, admiring Zhou Yuan's refined profile. For a moment, her eating paused. Zhou Yuan is so handsome, resembling the kind of charming young man my mother once spoke of. Luo Shuiyao thought to herself, unable to resist stealing glances at Zhou Yuan, her cheeks flushing slightly. Could he truly be that charming young man? Otherwise, why did he eat the peach I had bitten into when we first met? Her mind began to wander, and her gaze towards Zhou Yuan grew bolder. At the desk, Zhou Yuan finished grinding the ink, thought for a moment, then took a piece of letter paper and picked up a brush. I can't waste this ink I've labored to prepare. To the lovely Shuiyao, greetings from afar. Your adorable and charming visage is my constant longing. From the moment I first beheld you, my heart was set aflame. My life has been rather ordinary, yet my affection for you surges like a tide. I like you, desperately. I've heard you enjoy mundane plays and scripts, so I've prepared some writings of my own, hoping you will appreciate them. Signed, Huaguashan Zhou de Peo. After finishing the letter, Zhou Yuan set down the brush, wanting to stretch a bit, but upon turning, he spotted the blushing Luo Shuiyao standing beside him, her eyes furtively glancing at him and the letter on the desk, which was, in essence, a love letter. I never expected Zhou Yuan to be such a charming young man. Is he about to confess his feelings to me? Luo Shuiyao grasped the hem of her skirt, her heart a tumult of emotions, conflicted yet joyous. Xiao Hong, you've come at the perfect time. Help me see how well I've written this love letter. Zhou Yuan beckoned her closer. Why like this? Luo Shuiyao looked at him, puzzled. Charming young man, shouldn't you first express your feelings for me, then respectfully present the letter with soft words, and finally step back? Anxiously awaiting my reaction, Luo Shuiyao internally critiqued but still took a step forward, accepting the love letter. She glanced at Zhou Yuan, ignoring his proud gaze, and began to read intently. Love is like a gentle breeze, unassuming yet impossible to ignore. When the wind blows, I wish to bring you warmth. Regardless of how the world may change, my deep affection for you remains unchanged, akin to an eternal love song. Ceaseless until death, fate has brought us together. Love at first sight. I am entranced by your gaze. I wish to accompany you through life's storms. I believe that every day with you is filled with joyful memories. As Luo Shuiyao softly read the letter, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Mother, I'm so sorry. Your daughter seems to be swept away by this charming young man. Unbeknownst to her, she finished reading, her gaze towards Zhou Yuan now imbued with deep affection. Zhou Yuan, did you really prepare those writings I like for me? She shyly inquired. Zhou Yuan tilted his head, looking at her with mild confusion. I must say, Xiao Hong, why are you inserting yourself into this love letter? Those writings are for Luo Shuiyao, not for you. Zhou Yuan swiftly took the love letter from Luo Shuiyao, who stood there, stunned and speechless. Luo Shuiyao? Me? She was left bewildered, her mind in disarray. But my name is Luo Shuiyao. Logically, this letter should be for me. By the way, Xiao Hong, you've been at Qingyun's sect for so long. Have you ever seen Luo Shuiyao? Zhou Yuan asked curiously while packing the letter and two thin booklets into an envelope. So after all this time together, you don't even know my real name? Even more frightening is that you've never seen my face and yet dared to write me a love letter. Luo Shuiyao's heart was a whirlwind. In that moment, she felt she had quietly matured. Of course I have seen you, but how could you write a love letter to someone you've never met? Luo Shuiyao pouted, looking at Zhou Yuan with disdain. Luo Shuiyao was the daughter of the sect leader. He had seen the sect leader at the disciples' gathering, a beauty beyond compare. Surely, her daughter inherited those genes and must be extraordinarily beautiful as well. Zhou Yuan placed the envelope on the table. Speaking with longing, Luo Shuiyao, gazing at this unfamiliar Zhou Yuan, couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing her small tiger teeth. Luo Shuiyao is our most beautiful and adorable junior sister at Qingyun sect. Countless inner disciples and true disciples secretly pursue her. Do you think you, a mere outer sect fringe disciple, stand a chance? And even if there were a chance, do you think the sect leader would allow an outer sect fringe disciple to court his most beloved daughter? Luo Shuiyao spoke rapidly, her cheeks flushed, her gaze at Zhou Yuan fierce. Zhou Yuan was momentarily bewildered by her words, noticing a change in the way Luo Shuiyao looked at him. Xiao Hong, you've changed. The current you feels unfamiliar. Luo Shuiyao waved her hand, still glaring at Zhou Yuan. Just moments ago, For reasons she couldn't comprehend, she felt a twinge of envy at Zhou Yuan's words about herself. It's clearly me who arrived first. Luo Shueyao felt a bit wronged. Hemph, you chose this. What a scoundrel. After saying this, Luo Shueyao walked over to the table and took away the remaining tomato scrambled eggs. Bang! The sound of the wooden door slamming shut. Xiao Hong, come back. You haven't washed your bowl yet. Zhou Yuan, perplexed, realized that he would have to wash the dishes today. Chapter 3. A child's silence on the joy of fish on a bright day. The clouds surged, revealing a myriad of pavilions and towers in the ethereal mist. Within a pavilion constructed of countless green bamboos, a serene-looking fairy in white walked slowly along the corridor, her brow slightly furrowed. As if contemplating a pressing matter, a series of clear pigeon calls caught Shang Qingshu's attention. She turned her head slightly to observe a pigeon that had followed her for some distance. Is it a carrier pigeon? Such an ancient method of communication? Shang Qingshu murmured, extending her hand towards the bird. The pigeon paused briefly on Shang Qingshu's hand, tilting its head as if assessing her. Does it recognize me? Unbeknownst to him, as he faced the penetrating gaze of Xintianyu, Shang Qingshu felt as though she were being scrutinized and appraised. Is this a letter for me? In a moment of serendipity, Shang Qingshu softly inquired of Xintianyu. Gugu under her gaze, Xintianyu instinctively nodded and gently pecked at Shang Qingshu's fingertip, as if urging her to hasten and retrieve the letter. Thank you. Shang Qingshu expressed her gratitude as she turned her attention to Xintianyu's claws. Seeking the letter, strangely, they were empty. Not there? Shang Qingshu began to inspect other areas of Xintianyu. Ultimately, nestled within the pristine feathers on Xintianyu's back, she discovered a small white box, elegantly inscribed with the words, "Gift to Shang Qingshu" in a graceful, flowing script. What a remarkably creative design. Shang Qingshu tenderly stroked Xintianyu's head and gently lifted the small box from its back. Gugu Xintianyu fluttered its wings, stirring a fragrant breeze reminiscent of peach blossoms. Until we meet again. Assuming that Xintianyu was preparing to depart, Shang Qingshu took the initiative to bid it farewell. Xintianyu, hovering in the air, gazed at her with a perplexed expression. Is this woman out of her mind? Xintianyu circled gracefully in the sky, relaxing its muscles before landing steadily on Shang Qingshu's shoulder. Shang Qingshu glanced at Xintianyu perched upon her shoulder, feeling a mix of confusion and intrigue. Nearly losing her composed demeanor, Gugu 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 in the melodic chorus of Xintianyu's song, Shang Qingshu took measured steps, light-heartedly making her way to her chambers, in a room imbued with ancient charm. Xintianyu pecked at the fruits laid upon the table in a leisurely manner. Such soft fruits will only erode my iron-like beak. They cannot compare to the peach pit that Zhou Yuan gifted me, perfectly hard and beneficial for digestion. Xintianyu mused, casting a glance at Shang Qingshu, who was engrossed in reading the letter. Why hasn't she finished yet? At this rate, I won't be able to return today, Xintianyu grumbled, hopping down from the table to seek out more appealing food. What an intriguing individual, though I wonder why she chose such an odd pseudonym as Zhou Depeo. Shang Qingshu observed the letter, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, clearly not disliking the contents penned by Zhou Yuan. Well then, let us take a look at the painting by my friend Zhou Depeo. Shang Qingshu set the letter aside and picked up the partially open artwork nearby. Slowly, she unfolded Zhou Yuan's painting. Within it, a man of indistinct features and a woman, somewhat resembling her, stood upon a small bridge. The man gazed down at the swimming fish below, while the woman looked at him, her lips slightly parted. As if speaking to him, as Shang Qingshu beheld this painting, she felt a subtle flow of Taoist essence coursing through it that moment. A few lines of small text in the blank spaces of the painting caught her attention. The scene flickered, and Shang Qingshu felt as though she were immersed within the painting, gazing at the ethereal-faced man before her, inexplicably stirred within her heart. Are you Zhou Depeo, my Taoist friend? Shang Qingshu inquired politely. The man turned to glance at her before returning his gaze to the fish below. The fish swam joyfully, occasionally leaping from the water, sending up tiny splashes. Zhou Depeo. The fish in the water swim freely and blissfully. This is the joy of the fish, Shang Qingshu. You are not a fish. How can you know the happiness of the fish in the water? Though she could not fathom why she felt compelled to retort. She found herself unable to resist the urge. Zhou Depeo, you are not me. How can you assert that I do not know the joy of the fish? Shang Qing. I am not you. Thus I cannot comprehend you, and therefore cannot speak on your behalf. Thus, by this logic, you are not the fish and cannot replace the fish. It is entirely reasonable to conclude that you do not know the happiness of the fish. Joe de Peo, please trace back to the essence of the topic. You said, how could you possibly know the joy of the fish? Which implies that you are already aware of my understanding of the fish's joy when it leaps from the water. This is knowledge I possess on this bridge. A thunderous boom reverberated through the sky, jolting Shang Qing awake. Her understanding of the Tao had significantly deepened through her dialogue with the figure in the painting. Joe de Peo, truly a remarkable individual. An aura of Taoist essence shimmered around Shang Qing as a verdant seed of the Tao gently rotated at her brow, greedily absorbing the surrounding Taoist essence. I wonder if Joe de Peo would be willing to sit with me and discuss the Tao? Shang Qing murmured, her eyes filled with yearning for the wisdom of a transcendent being. Ah, the pigeon I sent with a letter to Joe de Peo seems to have not yet departed. Could it be waiting for my reply? Shang Qing pondered, gazing at the spot where she had placed the fruits. To her surprise, the table was empty. The pigeon that had been feasting on fruits had vanished without a trace. Alas, Shang Qing sighed, contemplating whether she could infer Joe de Peo's location from the clues within the letter, hoping to forge a friendship with him. Surely, Joe de Peo would not take a liking to me. A person of such profound understanding of the Tao must view beauty as mere bones, would he not? Shang Qing mused, pacing around the room in hopes of finding Xintianyu to send a letter back to Zhou Yuan. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Upon reaching the door to the terrace, Shang Qing was drawn by a faint sound. As she opened the terrace door, she locked eyes with Xintianyu, who was busily pecking at pebbles amidst the flowers. And a radiant smile slowly illuminated her previously tranquil face. Found you. Shang Qing approached and gently scooped up Xintianyu, hastening toward her bedroom. My pebbles. Xintianyu gazed longingly at the stones hidden among the flowers until they disappeared from her view. At her desk, Shang Qing unfurled a sheet of letter paper and began to write earnestly. Dear Joe de Peo, it is a pleasure to correspond with you, and I am delighted to receive your heartfelt letter and gift. Regarding your confession, I must humbly apologize for my rudeness in declining. Perhaps you have only seen my spirited side, my remarkable beauty and ethereal charm. Yet, these are but facets of me. You do not truly know the essence of who I am. Do you? As you have eloquently stated, you are not me. How can you understand me? This encapsulates our current situation. You admire me, and I admire you. However, our interactions have been scant, and our understanding of one another remains limited. Joe de Peo, if possible, might we meet? I wish to savor tea and discuss the Tao. Exchanging our insights, I eagerly await your reply. Cui Zhuju, Shang Qing. After completing her letter, Shang Qing glanced at the treasured painting with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Xintianyu, having grown a bit weary from boredom, perked up upon seeing that Shang Qing had finished writing, rushing to her side, eager for her to deliver the letter. Gugu. Xintianyu called out a couple of times, nudging its head against Shang Qing's hand. Shang Qing placed the letter into the creamy white box, contemplating for a moment before removing a hairpin from her hair and solemnly placing it inside. Done. Shang Qing gently closed the box, looking at the pigeon that was still nuzzling her hand, and offered a soft reminder. Gugu? Xintianyu approached, and as Shang Qing attempted to place the box on its back, Xintianyu, unwilling to indulge her, flapped its wings and swiftly darted past her, its hard beak lightly pecking at her wrist. Hiss! Shang Qing instinctively loosened her grip on the box, and Xintianyu tilted its body slightly. Allowing the box to settle perfectly onto its back, Gugu. Xintianyu soared out of the window, ascending into the sky with the swiftness of a thunderclap, leaving a bewildered Shang Qing in its wake. Chapter 4. The tumultuous winds of today. I shall remain indoors. Dingling dingling, awakened by the system's alarm, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling of the wooden cabin for a moment. Finding it far less appealing than the cybernetic electronic pig from his dreams, and drowsily drifted back to sleep. A new day, a new life. Your interdimensional romantic system is currently settling your affairs. Ding! Settlement successful. Just yesterday, you successfully embarked on your first online romance, capturing Shang Qing's attention, who has willingly established a romantic connection with you. You may now view her profile and her level of affection towards you. Note: the higher the affection, the more valuable the daily rewards. Shang Qingshu's affection for you stands at 68, somewhat infatuated, granting you 2 low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers and 10 romantic points. What the heck? Zhou Yuan jolted upright, ignoring the drool at the corner of his mouth, a silly grin spreading across his face. She actually replied. The aloof fairy has indeed responded. Zhou Yuan sprang up, filled with joy, and rushed to the window, shirtless. Xinianyu, have you returned? Xinianyu, are you there? After several inquiries, Xinianyu did not appear at the window as she usually would. Alas, she must be off secretly flirting with other little pigeons. Zhou Yuan peered outside, where the hillside was adorned with swaying peach trees, petals dancing in the air, painting the azure sky with a delicate blush. The wind is quite strong today. Perhaps I shall refrain from business. Zhou Yuan resolved to take a day off, closing the window as he dressed. This low-grade cultivation enhancement voucher seems quite decent, very suitable for me. While brushing his teeth, Zhou Yuan read the description of the low-grade cultivation enhancement voucher on the panel. Low-grade cultivation enhancement voucher. Upon use, it can elevate one small realm without side effects. Note: effective only for Qi refinement stage practitioners. Zhou Yuan is currently at the 7th level of Qi refinement, on the verge of reaching the 8th level. If he were to utilize these 2 low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers, he could ascend to the 9th level of Qi refinement, almost achieving the Foundation Establishment realm. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment, he would be able to autonomously absorb external spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual liquid within his body, granting him the ability to wield various treasures that require spiritual power to activate. Furthermore, he would no longer need to consume the essential grains, thereby reducing the accumulation of impurities in his body. System, please use both of these low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers. Ding. Consuming low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers X2. Cultivation enhancement successful. Your current cultivation level is now Qi refinement 9th level. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flooding into his body, his mental and physical strength stabilizing and rapidly enhancing. Phew, this is splendid. Zhou Yuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling rejuvenated by the transformation in his realm, without the slightest sensation of instability. By the way, what is the purpose of this online dating points? Zhou Yuan glanced at the system page and casually fiddled with it, quickly grasping the function of the online dating points. This thing is essentially a form of system currency. Zhou Yuan mused. As he opened the system's lottery page, what the hell? Zhou Yuan instinctively covered his eyes as a virtual roulette appeared before him, with each item on the wheel glowing with golden light, igniting Zhou Yuan's desire. Let's do this, brothers. Zhou Yuan boldly clicked on the Draw Once button beneath the roulette. Ding, your online dating points are insufficient. You currently possess 10 online dating points, lacking 90 points to draw once. Would you like to expend 90 years of lifespan to supplement? Isn't the exchange rate ridiculously steep? Zhou Yuan grumbled, reluctantly gazing at the dazzling treasures, ultimately opting to decline. At this point, I must find a way to cultivate more online romantic connections with the fairies. Zhou Yuan rinsed his mouth, preparing to cook. Unfortunately, the body at the Qi refinement stage cannot actively absorb external spiritual energy for nourishment. So to avoid hunger, he must cook for himself daily. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knocking sounded at the wooden door. Master Zhou, why aren't you setting up your stall today? A robust voice called from outside. Creak. Zhou Yuan opened the wooden door, letting the burly man enter. Master, your house is truly impressive. It's quite elegant, to say the least, the strong man said, inspecting the simply decorated interior with flattery. Yes, I think so too. Now, let's get down to business. Let me see how I can assist you, Zhou Yuan replied, picking a peach from the table, wiping it with his sleeve, and starting to munch on it. The burly man took a deep breath. What I have to say, you must not fear. Rest assured, I am a seasoned adult. I will not be afraid. Go ahead. I just was provoked by my arch-nemesis. May I inquire who your arch-nemesis is? It's my childhood friend, Su Fawn. Just her? Not just her, but she indeed provoked me. Please continue. Zhou Yuan finished the peach and placed the pit on the table, intending to give it to the returning Xintianyu later. Su Fawn is crazily flirting with the girl I like and even openly praises her beauty. Of course, the girl I like is beautiful. Who doesn't know that? They even held hands at the sect's debate conference. The debate conference. There were throngs of people, and Su Fawn simply reached out, directly and gently grasping the delicate hand of the girl I like. I was right there watching, feeling utterly embarrassed. Master Zhou, what are you laughing at? No, nothing, I just recalled something joyful. What joyful thing? This Zhou Yuan displayed a contemplative expression. The pigeons I've raised have given birth. Ha, coughed. Let's get back on track. Is your arch-nemesis, Su Fon. A lady? Yes, she is my childhood friend. We grew up together. The burly man scratched his head, somewhat skeptical. Then let me ask, is she formidable when flirting with the girl you like? It's not about whether she's formidable. It's about her rare, unconventional approach. She doesn't play by the rules, directly getting close to the girl I like. The key is that the girl I like hasn't shown any aversion to her. It's like an innate advantage, gradually breaking down your psychological defenses, little by little diminishing your presence, unknowingly turning you into a defeated dog. Master Zhou, you are being too unreasonable. I've endured you for a long time. Well, my pigeons have just had babies. You were clearly laughing at me. You haven't stopped, brother. You must believe me. I am definitely on your side. I would never mock you for being overshadowed by a woman. You are my esteemed guest. How could I bear to watch you become a defeated dog and then seize the chance to hear about your feelings of defeat? So, what should I do now? The burly man looked at Zhou Yuan, anxious and expectant. You have no idea of the situation. Su Fon dared to hold the hand of the girl I like in front of so many people. I couldn't dare show too much expression. I feared that if Su Fon noticed my reaction, she would become even more aggressive, potentially even kissing the girl I like in public. As he spoke, the burly man's face flushed, reminiscent of a husband returning home late from work in a movie Zhou Yuan watched before his transmigration. Ahem. I believe you have two choices now. Zhou Yuan suppressed a laugh, seriously analyzing for the burly man. Please guide me, master. The burly man bowed respectfully. The first choice is to confront your childhood friend directly. Arrange a meeting with her, straightforwardly inquire about her intentions and sexual orientation. Explain your situation to her and observe her reaction. The burly man nodded, pondering. The second choice is far more romantic, my young friend. Find an opportunity to confess your feelings to the girl you like. Zhou Yuan spoke cheerfully, uplifting the burly man's spirits. Confess. But what if she has such a good relationship with Su Fon? What if my confession fails? It matters not. Homosexuality is still not widely accepted in the cultivation world. If she is willing to stand up against the norms of the entire cultivation community for your childhood friend, whether you confess or not, your feelings may not matter anymore. Ending this relationship sooner would be beneficial for both you and her. The burly man, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. But a confession should still consider the timing, place, and atmosphere, right? What auspicious day do you plan to choose? How about the Qixi festival? I can invite her out at night to watch fireworks and confess amidst the brilliant display. She will surely understand my intentions, the burly man exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha, what a laughable cowardly mindset. Zhou Yuan scoffed. It is precisely because of your repeated hesitations that the girl you like may fall prey to others. What do you mean? It is still only March. The Qixi festival is far off. Are you so certain that the girl you like won't be snatched away by someone else? I should be safe. The burly man's voice grew fainter, and by the end, he didn't even know what he was saying. I advise you to plan early, Zhou Yuan said, standing up to prepare breakfast, feeling a bit hungry after all the talk. Thank you, Master Zhou. I will consider this seriously. The burly man placed 2 spirit stones on the table and turned to leave. Wait. Zhou Yuan glanced at the 2 spirit stones on the table, a smile appearing on his face. What is your name? My name is Li Dazhuang. The burly man turned to Zhou Yuan, asking if he had any further advice. Isn't Li Dazhuang the son of the outer sect steward? Li Ding Tian? A common person could not produce spirit stones for payment. Li Dazhuang, I wish you good fortune. Zhou Yuan said lightly. Thank you, master. Thank you. Li Dazhuang beamed as he walked out the door, his figure gradually disappearing. After Li Dazhuang left, Zhou Yuan swiftly approached his desk, picked up a brush, dipped it in the ink left over from last night, and swiftly wrote on a piece of paper. Today, the wind roars, I shall stay indoors. Time for a good long sleep, snoring loudly. Zhou Yuan took the paper outside, smeared some dew on the outer side, and affixed it in place. Hopefully, this will allow me some peace and quiet. After posting it, Zhou Yuan yawned and went back inside to cook. Chapter 5. Little Zhou Yuan is the most obedient. The wind swept through, and the sky brightened. The debate conference was in full swing. The atmosphere palpable on the debate stage. Shang Qingshu slowly rose, the true disciple before him displaying a look of shame, bowing in respect. I apologize. It seems my understanding of the Tao is still too shallow to satisfy my junior sister. The true disciple appeared forlorn, his expression bewildered. No worries. Senior brother has already done his best. Shang Qingshu stepped down from the stage. Observing the bustling crowd, he couldn't help but think of the friend who had greatly benefited him, Zhou Daoyu. At this moment, would he be quietly watching me from the spectator seats? Shang Qingshu mused, tidying his wind-blown hair, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Wow, Shang Fairy must be smiling. She surely is smiling. On the viewing platform, a female monk seated somewhat towards the front blushed deeply, murmuring to herself, "Hiss." The celestial maiden smiled at me. Could it be that she has fallen for me at first sight? A rather scruffy-looking male monk narcissistically proclaimed, "Slap, are you pretending to be someone you're not? Even Tsuehua from our peak avoids you like the plague." A monk beside the self-absorbed one retorted disdainfully, "What do you know? Tsuehua simply adores me too much to meet my unmatched handsome visage directly." The narcissistic monk protested, clutching his head in indignation. Noticing something amiss among the audience, Shang Qingshu furrowed her brows slightly and, with a gentle wave of her hand, summoned a pale blue flying sword that appeared beneath her feet before vanishing from view in an instant. I wonder if my friend, Zhou, received my letter. Will he respond? Shang Qingshu mused as she soared through the air atop her sword, increasingly yearning for Zhou Yuan's reply. At the Zhongzhou Peak, Luo Shuiyao was engaged in morning exercises with an exquisitely beautiful noblewoman. "Yao Yao, one of my dragon fish went missing yesterday. Was it you?" The noblewoman halted her exercises, approached the window, and gazed out at the stunning scenery. "I would never touch your dragon fish. It must have been your cat that stole it." Luo Shuiyao replied with a perfectly composed demeanor, adeptly weaving a lie. Nearby, a small orange cat, having been napping, suddenly shivered as if sensing danger and cautiously raised its adorable little head. "Okay then, could you teach that little orange one a lesson and prevent it from stealing my dragonfish again?" The noblewoman said nonchalantly as she walked towards the door. "Mother, wait." Luo Shuiyao rose, staring intently at her mother's retreating figure. "The tomato scrambled eggs I intended to eat this morning are completely gone. Did you sneak some?" The noblewoman paused, slowly turning around with a sheepish smile gracing her exquisite face. "Yao Yao, I am your mother. How could I possibly steal my daughter's food? Surely it must have been that little orange cat. It adores such sweet and sour delicacies," she replied, taking a couple of quick steps away from the door. "Yao Yao, I must attend to some matters now. You should go teach that little orange one a lesson." The noblewoman's voice drifted back from a distance. The little orange cat exchanged glances with Luo Shuiyao. "Meow, meow, meow." "It wasn't me," the cat earnestly explained. "I know," Luo Shuiyao said as she lunged at the cat, vigorously petting it. "Meow, meow." "No, no," the orange cat mewed pitifully, its cries lingering in the air. Returning to Zhou Yuan's little wooden cottage, he had already finished his meal and lay soundly asleep in bed. Outside, petals danced in the air, their fragrance wafting everywhere, and the little cottage nestled among the peach trees was adorned with a delicate pink hue. "Knock, knock, knock, little Zhou Yuan. I'm here." A light-hearted voice rang from outside as the noblewoman gently tapped on the wooden door. Inside, Zhou Yuan was lost in a deep slumber akin to that of an infant. After waiting for a moment without receiving a response from Zhou Yuan, the noblewoman, slightly displeased, pushed the door gently. The door creaked open, and a piece of paper inscribed with words fluttered down to the petal-strewn floor. The noblewoman picked up the paper, her face revealing a curious smile. She then collected a pigeon feather from the entrance and stealthily entered the room. As Zhou Yuan slept, his nose twitched, tickled by an unseen irritant. Achoo! Zhou Yuan sneezed, groggily sitting up. "Good morning, little Zhou Yuan," the noblewoman exclaimed, discarding the pristine feather as she quietly gazed at him, a smile gracing her face. Zhou Yuan looked forlornly at the white pigeon feather drifting down, momentarily lost in thought. "Why do you look so dazed? Are you still waking up?" The noblewoman stepped closer, wrapping her arms around him. Zhou Yuan found himself slightly breathless, the softness of her embrace overwhelming him. After a moment, sensing the time had come, the noblewoman gently released her hold. Zhou Yuan poked his head out, gasping for air. "How do you feel? Are you awake now?" The noblewoman, her cheeks flushed, asked softly. "Master, please refrain from such behavior next time." Zhou Yuan, somewhat shy, avoided her gaze, fearing the beast within him might awaken, leading to an awkward situation for both. "Do not call me master. It sounds so rigid, making me feel aged. Just call me by my name." Luo Wanshi chided him, her face stern as she lightly tapped his forehead. "All right, Sister Wanshi." Zhou Yuan complied, lazily rising from the bed and heading towards the kitchen. "What would you like to eat today?" Luo Wanshi's lips curled into a slight smile as she followed him. "I want sweet and sour pork," she declared, picking up the pigeon feather from the floor, gently shaking it as they entered the kitchen. "Not having tomato scrambled eggs today?" Zhou Yuan inquired while preparing the ingredients. Glancing at Luo Wanshi, who was playing with the feather. "I'd prefer to have sweet and sour pork first," she hesitated, recalling the deliciousness of the previous day's dish. "All right, I'll make it for you shortly." Zhou Yuan smiled warmly, a hint of affection in his expression. Why does this young man seem increasingly handsome? He has changed so much. He was so small and unattractive when I first brought him back. Luo Wanshi observed Zhou Yuan bustling about, her heart racing inexplicably, recalling the scene of him struggling in her embrace earlier. Sister Wanshi, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought." Zhou Yuan waved his hand in front of her, concern evident in his voice. "What?" Luo Wanshi blinked, suddenly recalling their previous moment, her cheeks flushing a deep red. "The food is ready. Let us eat." Zhou Yuan, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, took her hand and led her to the dining table. Luo Wanshi gazed at the sweet and sour pork and tomato scrambled eggs on the table, then back at Zhou Yuan, her heart fluttering. "Oh, how I wish such an admirable man would choose me as his partner," she thought, placing a piece of sweet and sour pork on Zhou Yuan's plate. "Little Zhou Yuan, I'll ask you one more time. You haven't started dating anyone while I've been away, right? You haven't found a partner, have you?" Luo Wanshi questioned, her tone wary. "No, not at all," Zhou Yuan replied, his words slightly hesitant as he chewed the sweet and sour pork she had served him. That is best. Little Zhou Yuan is still my little Zhou Yuan." "Always so obedient," Luo Wanshi murmured, a smile playing at her lips. Chapter 6. A dilemma of choices. As Zhou Yuan and Luo Wanshi dined, they engaged in light conversation. Luo Wanshi sought to uncover Zhou Yuan's circumstances and social connections, persistently questioning him about the girls in his life. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, merely rambled on, subtly extracting basic information about Luo Wanshi's precious daughter, her interests and hobbies. "Little Zhou Yuan, tell me honestly, have you taken a liking to my daughter?" Luo Wanshi furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glance at him. "Of course not. I was merely considering that if I visit you in the future, I wouldn't want to upset your daughter," Zhou Yuan hastily explained. "Oh, come on. Clearly, you, too, are a naturally beautiful maiden yet to be courted. Why is it that little Zhou Yuan shows no interest in me?" Luo Wanshi said, her voice tinged with a playful pout, appearing both pitiful and captivating. "Sister Wanshi, don't you already have a daughter?" Zhou Yuan remarked, perceiving her feigned innocence as somewhat contrived. "Huh? Are you referring to Yao Yao? She is actually my friend's child. She encountered some issues, so I took her in," Luo Wanshi said, her gaze eagerly fixed on Zhou Yuan's reaction. "Ah, I see." Zhou Yuan nodded, his expression unfazed. "Little Zhou Yuan, are you happy? You might have the chance to become my partner," Luo Wanshi added, observing Zhou Yuan, who was finishing his meal and munching on a peach. "Oh." Zhou Yuan continued nibbling on his peach, seemingly unaffected by her words. Luo Wanshi leaned in closer, her face mere inches from his. "What I meant was, I'm single, do you understand?" Her tone carried a hint of irritation, and she couldn't fathom why Zhou Yuan, still enjoying his peach, seemed oblivious to her meaning. "Have I made myself unclear? He must be pretending, surely. Stop eating and give me a serious answer." "You scoundrel!" Luo Wanshi snatched the half-eaten peach from Zhou Yuan's hand and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Zhou Yuan glanced at the dusty peach in the bin, then at Luo Wanshi, who was pouting in dissatisfaction. "Well, I'm quite happy," Zhou Yuan stammered, sensing her expression growing colder, realizing he was in a precarious situation. If I don't act soon, I might be in trouble. Taking her hand gently, he began to toy with it. Sister Wan, sure. I was just too thrilled earlier to react properly. In truth, I've always liked you the most. Zhou Yuan smiled, his voice tender and his handsome face radiating warmth, causing Luo Wanshi, who was contemplating how to handle him, to momentarily freeze, her icy demeanor melting away, a soft smile gracing her lips. I have always liked you too, little Zhou Yuan. Luo Wanshi gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with affection. As the gaze of Luo Wanshi met Zhou Yuan's, an atmosphere of ambiguous allure enveloped the two. You go ahead, they both uttered in unison. How about we say it together? Zhou Yuan glanced at Luo Wanshi, who was gazing at him with warmth, and felt a sense of foreboding. Little Zhou Yuan, would you be my Dao partner? Sister Wanshi, could you be my sworn sister? I wish to become family with you. Oh no, this is bad. A sudden sense of dread washed over Zhou Yuan as he took a step back, looking at Luo Wanshi, who was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting erratically. Zhou Yuan, you scoundrel. Think carefully. Either be my Dao partner, or I shall never speak to you again, Luo Wanshi declared, her indignation palpable. For so many years, she had cared for him, cherished him, and yet now she found herself relegated to the status of a sworn sister. I want to be family with you, but not as a sworn sister. Luo Wanshi departed from the wooden cabin, leaving Zhou Yuan in a state of despondency. I've ruined everything. I shouldn't have been so kind to Sister Wanshi, leading her to harbor such inappropriate thoughts about me. Zhou Yuan was engulfed in sorrow, realizing that the very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. If I become Sister Wanshi's Dao partner, how can I pursue online romance? How can I exploit the system's benefits? It's also my fault for lacking talent in cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be yearning for the system's rewards every day. Zhou Yuan reflected on his fleeting lifespan during the qi refining stage and recalled the gruesome scene of being dismembered by a woodcutter's axe. Perceiving this to be a dilemma of monumental proportions, "Goo goo goo goo, Zhou Yuan, open the door." The voice of Xintian Yu called from outside, abruptly interrupting Zhou Yuan's contemplation. Well, one step at a time, Zhou Yuan muttered, moving to open the window. As soon as the window was ajar, Xintian Yu squeezed through, gliding gracefully before landing on the dining table. Thud, a small box was tossed onto the table by Xintian Yu, who then took flight, clutching a peach pit. Don't forget to come collect more after you're done, Zhou Yuan shouted to the white silhouette soaring in the air. Goo goo, you got it, bro? Xintian Yu responded with a couple of calls, which Zhou Yuan barely understood. Zhou Yuan opened the small box on the dining table, revealing a letter and a hairpin. He picked up the hairpin, exquisitely crafted, resembling a slender bamboo stick of pale blue that emitted a faint glow. Sniff, sniff, why does it have a subtle fragrance? Zhou Yuan examined the hairpin closely, leaning in to inhale its scent. Indeed, a peculiar and refreshing aroma wafted from it, reminiscent of perfume. It's quite pleasant. Zhou Yuan mused as he removed the peach branch he had been using to tie back his hair and inserted the new hairpin. How dapper I look! Zhou Yuan admired himself in the mirror, noting how he appeared as a refined gentleman, with a fair and smooth complexion, chiseled features exuding cold handsomeness, deep, dark eyes glimmering with an enchanting hue, thick brows, a prominent nose, and exquisitely shaped lips, all proclaiming the essence of charm and elegance. To put it grandly, he now stood equal to the readers before their screens. It was surprising to discover that Shang Qingshu was, after all, a pragmatist. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but praise. Yes, he gazed at the letter. A sudden warmth enveloped him. Upon opening it, he read with utmost seriousness, scrutinizing each word carefully. Dear Dao friend, in this fleeting and finite life, I initially sought only companionship with the Dao until the end. However, I now wish to share my time and energy with you, to discuss the insights of life, to savor the truths of the Dao, and to progress together during this precious time. Upon reading this, Zhou Yuan thought to himself that Shang Qingshu seemed to be a bit peculiar. If she coveted his knowledge, she should simply state so. Why dance around the subject? Why not just express her singular devotion to the Dao? After a while, Zhou Yuan set the letter down, exhaling deeply. How should I put this? It was to be expected. However, the notion of wanting to meet is rather unwelcome. I must dissuade her from such thoughts in my response. While contemplating, Zhou Yuan prepared ink for his impending letter. Chapter 7. The request of the tea-flavored maiden. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking interrupted Zhou Yuan's inking. The door's not closed. Come in, he called out loudly. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a girl dressed in a green gauzy dress peeking in. She was quite the enchanting sight, her delicate features and well-proportioned visage complemented by skin as white as snow and lustrous. Dark hair, making her irresistibly delightful. Brother Zhou, have you been thinking about Yuanshi lately? The girl greeted with a smile. Zhou Yuan, seeing Yuanshi's little head peeking in, felt an immediate headache. You either come in to speak or go outside. But please don't linger there, Zhou Yuan said helplessly. Why? Yuanshi stuck out her tongue, still peering in from behind the door. I won't go in. If I do, Brother Zhou will surely do this and that to me. She looked at him with a disdainful gaze, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. You better come in quickly or step outside. Otherwise, if my door gets broken, you'll have to fix it. Zhou Yuan was well aware of the state of his door. Battle-worn and on the verge of collapse. Before he could finish, Yuanshi tumbled in along with the door. Heh? Zhou Yuan smirked disdainfully, turning away to continue his inking. Brother. Yuanshi's voice, tinged with feigned innocence, drifted from behind Zhou Yuan. Don't say anything else. Just fix it. If you can't, you won't be leaving today. Zhou Yuan remained focused on his ink, not even glancing at her. Humph. Yuanshi glared at Zhou Yuan, glancing at the broken door, then back at him, pondering something. By the way, you'd better not call your sycophants to fix it. If they cause a ruckus in my wooden house, I can't guarantee they'll leave this peach blossom mountain unscathed. Zhou Yuan suddenly had a thought and turned to issue a warning. At that moment, Yuanshi, who was attempting to reattach the door, caught his gaze. Brother Zhou, are you jealous? She asked, her smile widening, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Heh, stop messing around. You don't deserve it. Zhou Yuan scoffed, uninterested in her antics, and turned back to reply to Shang Qingshu. This girl is as infuriating as ever. Yuanshi glared at Zhou Yuan's back, grinding her little tiger teeth, her expression fierce. Dear Miss Shang Qingshu, I write to you as if we were face to face, and I am delighted to receive your letter, truly taken aback. My hand trembles slightly as I pen this response. Although you have declined my request, my love for you shall never wane. Your beautiful visage has long entered my very being. Your slender figure has consumed my soul. Each day, I find myself yearning for nothing but to quietly contemplate you. Reflecting on your beauty, your virtues, it feels akin to savoring a potent wine, seeping into my heart and lingering long after. It is a wondrous sensation that stirs the tumult within me. I do not wish to implore you to reconsider. There is an old saying in my hometown, a good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it has already passed. I believe you might think similarly. As for your suggestion to meet and discuss the Tao, I must candidly decline, for upon seeing you, I lose control of my thoughts and spirit, envisioning our beautiful moments together, growing old hand in hand from youthful days to gray. Why, apologies for rambling. I never intended to divulge my feelings. Nevertheless, I cannot acquiesce to your request for a meeting. However, I am still able to communicate with you through this letter, and I shall share my understanding of the Tao with you bit by bit. When words fail to convey my meaning, I will depict it upon a scroll, hoping to evoke your insights, which brings me great joy. Yours sincerely, Zhou Depeo of Waguishan. After finishing, Zhou Yuan retrieved a painting from beneath the table. Intended to boost Shang Qingshu's favorability. Brother Zhou, I've made the repairs. You should praise me. Yuanshi approached Zhou Yuan, proudly seeking recognition. Repairs? Good. Then you may leave. Zhou Yuan waved dismissively. Why? Yuanshi instinctively took a couple of steps back, keeping her distance. All right. Suddenly, she remembered she had come to find Zhou Yuan for a reason. Brother Zhou, Yuanshi has encountered some troubles recently, and they are quite bothersome, leaving me distressed, she said softly, her demeanor one of feigned vulnerability as she approached Zhou Yuan. Come now. You wouldn't remain indifferent to such a charming girl in trouble, would you? Come, step into my trap, and obediently become my loyal follower. Yuanshi's thoughts were a whirlwind of excitement. Eagerly looking at Zhou Yuan, waiting for his response. Hiss, what are you playing at? Zhou Yuan looked at Yuanshi in astonishment, taken aback by her words. Don't you have a whole horde of sycophants? Why seek me out in your time of trouble instead of them? Or perhaps... Zhou Yuan's tone shifted playfully as he regarded Yuanshi with a teasing smile. are you no longer a green tea princess, but rather a welfare princess now? Yuan Yuan wore a perplexed expression, questioning, what is a welfare sister? Zhou Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It's the, you know the Yihong courtyard outside our Qingyan sect? The women there engage in that sort of thing, apparently using their bodies to please men, I suppose. Zhou Yuan felt slightly uncertain. After all, he had never visited the Yihong courtyard himself. Senior brother Zhou? How disgusting, Yuan Yuan exclaimed, stepping back in shock. Clang! A flying sword hovered ominously before Zhou Yuan, as Yuan Yuan glared at him with a fierce expression. Zhou Yuan, noticing the sword poised dangerously at his throat, swallowed hard. Junior sister, let us set the sword aside and discuss this calmly. No need for weapons, he said weakly, his tone dripping with innocence. Scoundrel, disgusting, lecherous fiend. Yuan Yuan muttered, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Yuan. The sword before him quivered slightly but ultimately returned to Yuan Yuan's side. Well, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I haven't yet begun my business for the day, Zhou Yuan said, inching towards the door, eager to escape the uncomfortable situation. You dare? You think you can leave after your lewd behavior? Yuan Yuan's sword flickered back into position before Zhou Yuan once more. Junior sister, I admit my fault. How would you like to deal with me? I'll leave it up to your mood, Zhou Yuan said. Realizing escape was futile, and he resigned himself to sitting down, fixated on the sword before him. Want you to accompany me down the mountain for training, Yuan Yuan asserted, her tone forthright and self-assured. But don't you have your admirers? Why not take them along for the journey? Zhou Yuan replied dismissively, assuming Yuan Yuan was merely jesting. What do you truly desire? Constantly mentioning your admirers as if it's their fault. They insist on being around me. I never stopped them, Yuan Yuan said, her patience wearing thin. You didn't refuse them, did you? Zhou Yuan retorted with a smile, utterly unbothered by the hovering sword. Fine. If you don't want to accompany me, just say so. Why all this fuss? Yuan Yuan huffed, retracting her sword and standing sulkily beside Zhou Yuan, her gaze filled with unvoiced grievances. Zhou Yuan felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutinizing stare, sensing a chill creeping over him. There's something on your mind? He ventured cautiously. Nothing. What could I possibly have to say? I'm perfectly fine, Yuan Yuan replied, pouting. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yuan could no longer bear it and spoke up. How about I accompany you for training then? No, I can tell you're not sincere. I refuse to accept your pity. Yuan Yuan shook her head resolutely. Then how about giving me 5 spirit stones? Zhou Yuan suggested after a moment's thought. What do you need spirit stones for? Yuan Yuan asked, puzzled. Yet she still retrieved 5 spirit stones from her Qinkuan ring, placing them on the table. Now I'm truly sincere, Zhou Yuan grinned as he collected the stones. Turning to Yuan Yuan, he added, with these 5 spirit stones, you can secure my services for 3 days. If the training isn't concluded by then, I will require additional compensation. Seems quite reasonable, Yuan Yuan mused, calculating whether her spirit stones could afford Zhou Yuan's company for the foreseeable future. After a moment, she lowered her head, realizing it fell short. What's wrong? Is it too expensive? I recall you being quite wealthy, Zhou Yuan remarked, bemused by her sudden silence. Forget it. I'll offer you a discount. 5 spirit stones for 4 days of my service. Zhou Yuan declared, waving his hand grandly. You better keep your word, Yuan Yuan replied, lifting her head, a smile gracing her lips. Of course, little sister. Zhou Yuan patted his chest, assuring her. Then come find me at Yuqin Peak tomorrow. We shall commence our training, Yuan Yuan exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight, as her goal for visiting Zhou Yuan was achieved. All right, I shall see you tomorrow. You may leave now, Zhou Yuan yawned, indicating it was time for her to depart. Yuan Yuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but was ultimately ushered out by Zhou Yuan's gentle nudges. Bang! The wooden door closed firmly before Yuan Yuan, whose previously bright expression gradually hardened. Senior brother Zhou, if you fail to appear tomorrow, you shall face dire consequences, Yuan Yuan shouted fiercely, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she stormed away. Chapter 8. The Scoundrel Reform Plan in the Tranquil Night, under a starry sky and a luminous moon. Within a quaintly adorned room atop the sect master peak, Luo Shuiyao held a beautiful balsam flower, plucking its petals one by one while murmuring to herself, Go find Zhou Yuan. Don't go find Zhou Yuan. Go find Zhou Yuan. The petals fluttered to the floor, caught by the breeze wafting in from the balcony, scattering about. Not going to find Zhou Yuan. Luo Shuiyao stared at the now bare stem in contemplation. That doesn't count. I'll start over. She discarded the stem and ventured outside to the flower bed, where she plucked another balsam flower. This time, it must lead to going to find Zhou Yuan, she thought, ascending to the balcony while silently counting the petals of the flower. All right, a total of 37 petals. As long as I declare I'm going to find Zhou Yuan first, the outcome will surely be to find Zhou Yuan. How clever I am! Luo Shuiyao beamed with pride as she reached the balcony to commence her probabilistic divination. Coo, coo! The melodious cooing of doves echoed from the heavens, prompting Luo Shuiyao to instinctively glance upwards. Isn't that Zhou Yuan's messenger pigeon? What was it called again? Zinianyu. Yes, Zinianyu, she murmured, rising to her feet and calling out to the circling dove. Zinianyu, over here, over here. Coo, who is calling me? Zintianyu tilted slightly in the air, eyeing Luo Shuiyao below. Coo, 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 coo. Oh heavens, isn't that little red? Zhou Yuan sees her every day. Why would he send me with a message? What a waste of my time. Zintianyu grumbled, albeit still approaching Luo Shuiyao. Is Zhou Yuan the one who sent you? Luo Shuiyao asked, gently patting Zinianyu's fluffy head with curiosity. Coo, check your message. I have no idea what Zhou Yuan wrote this time. It's quite annoying. Zintianyu shook itself, dropping a white box at Luo Shuiyao's feet. This must be the letter Zhou Yuan wrote last night, she surmised, opening the box to find a letter and a booklet inside, the cover inscribed with the characters, Grimm S. Fairy Tales, by Zhou Depeo. Luo Shuiyao read each word carefully. Zhou Depeo? Ah, that's Zhou Yuan's pen name. She slapped her forehead, recalling Zhou Yuan had signed his letter with that very name. Since it's been delivered, I might as well read it again as Luo Shuiyao, she thought, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks as she trembled while holding the letter Zhou Yuan had penned for her. After a while, Luo Shuiyao finished reading the letter and slowly closed it. What should I do? I really want to accept Zhou Yuan's request, to bask in the sweetness of our togetherness and live a blissful life together. A sweet smile graced her lips, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Coo, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and read the letter. Coo, hey, have you finished? I see you folded the letter. Zintianyu hopped impatiently, chiding her. Why apologies? Luo Shuiyao replied, gently covering her flushed face with her hands. Indeed, Zhou Yuan has never truly seen me or understood me, yet he writes me a love letter. He must be a scoundrel, without a doubt. With that thought, she couldn't help but feel wronged regarding her other identity. So, you overlook such a beautiful girl like Little Red who has accompanied you all this time, only to yearn for someone you know nothing about, not even her appearance or character? No, I must find a way to reform Zhou Yuan. He cannot continue down the path of a scoundrel. Zinianyu, do not rush. I will write a reply to that scoundrel Zhou Yuan. Luo Shuiyao's expression shifted rapidly from bashfulness to determination, causing Zinianyu to quiet down. Coo, all right, you're right. I'm not in a hurry. Zinianyu quickly yielded, finding a comfortable spot to settle down. Zhou Depeo, it's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your gift. However, regarding your confession, I must respectfully decline. I cannot accept the affections of a stranger. Such a relationship is too sudden and unstable. I seek a partner with whom I can build mutual understanding, one that is filled with love and support, a companion for life. A fleeting romance is far too hasty. Unreciprocated love seldom bears fruit. Without the gradual building of mutual feelings, please refrain from intruding on others' lives. Perhaps while you boldly love someone else, there is someone silently loving you in return. Mr. Zhou Depeo, please be mindful of those around you. Perhaps someone nearby cherishes you even more than you cherish me. I hope you find your true love. Until then, please keep in touch with me. Zhengzhu Peak. Luo Shuiyao Zintianyu. I have completed the letter. Would you kindly deliver it to Zhou Yuan? Luo Shuiyao meticulously folded the letter and placed it in the box, casually adding the untouched balsam flower she had yet to ruin. Goo goo, you truly have a way with words. Your writing nearly lulled me to sleep. Zintianyu secured the box to his back and set off under the moonlight. Thank you, Luo Shuiyao called out to Zinianyu's retreating figure. Hearing her voice, Zinianyu paused momentarily. This fellow is quite courteous, it's rather disconcerting. He flapped his wings and soared faster. The first step of the redemption plan for the scoundrel was officially underway. Luo Shuiyao pumped her small fists, rallying herself for encouragement. Yao Yao, A familiar voice rang out from behind. Luo Shuai turned to see the oddly expressioned Luo Wanshi, sheepishly lowering her hands. Mother, I mentioned I just dealt with a scoundrel. That's why I'm so excited. Do you believe me? Luo Wanshi approached Luo Shuai and gently embraced her. Of course I believe you. For I too loathe scoundrels. As Luo Wanshi pondered Zhou Yuan's behavior from earlier that day, she vigorously ruffled Luo Shuai's hair, turning her once smooth locks into a chaotic mess reminiscent of a little hedgehog. Ugh, mother, please don't. Luo Shuai, enjoying the affectionate gesture, squinted her eyes in delight, wrapping her arms around Luo Wanshi's waist and burying her face in her embrace. Yao, I faced some grievances today, so you must accompany me to sleep. All right, mother. Luo Shuai wriggled in Luo Wanshi's arms, peeking out and obediently replying. Chapter 9. The Journey to Peach Blossom Mountain of the Three Little Ones. A new day, a new life. Your interdimensional heartfelt online romance system is calculating your rewards. Zhou Yuan rolled over, cocooning himself under the blanket. Ding, calculation successful. Just yesterday, you successfully embarked on your second online romance, attracting Luo Shuai's attention, who proactively established an online romantic connection with you. You may now view her profile and your affection level. Note: the higher the affection level, the more precious the daily rewards. Shang Qingshu's affection level for you is 70, slightly infatuated. Rewarded with 3 low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers, 10 online romance points. Luo Shuai's affection level for you is 75, secretly enamored. Rewarded with 5 low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers, 3 medium-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers, 50 online romance points. Below is a summary of your total assets. Save your time. You may choose to skip this. Skip, I want to skip. Zhou Yuan hastily selected to skip. After all, no one wishes to be incessantly interrupted. All right, a new day, wishing the host a pleasant life. Reluctantly, Zhou Yuan rolled over in bed, peeking out from under the covers. Just the thought of having to meet that uniquely charactered green tea girl, Yuan, dampens my spirits. Zhou Yuan got out of bed, washed up, and prepared breakfast. Yuchen Peak is so far away, I really don't wish to go. As Zhou Yuan gazed at the low-grade and medium-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers in his system backpack, a notion began to form in his mind. System, I wish to use 1 low-grade cultivation enhancement voucher. Understood. The low-grade cultivation enhancement voucher has been used. Your current cultivation level has reached the perfection of the Qi refining 10th layer. Zhou Yuan flexed his body, savoring the sensation of his body being saturated with spiritual energy. Why is there no foundation establishment? Do I need to keep using it? System, use all the remaining low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers for me. Zhou Yuan gestured grandly. Understood. You have used 1 low-grade cultivation enhancement voucher, and your cultivation level has reached the Qi refining 11th layer. Ding. The host is targeted by the world's will. The system is currently conducting interference elimination. Ding. Interference elimination successful. Continuing to use low-grade cultivation enhancement vouchers, your cultivation level has reached the Qi refining 12th layer. Continuing. Your cultivation level has reached the Qi refining 13th layer. Ding. The host has reached the perfection of Qi refining. Would you like to consume 1 medium-grade cultivation enhancement voucher to establish your foundation? Zhou Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Isn't it that reaching the 10th layer signifies perfection? Why do I reach perfection at the 13th layer? And what does it mean to be targeted by the world's will? As if sensing Zhou Yuan's confusion, the system thoughtfully displayed a pop-up window, elucidating his queries. Zhou Yuan studied it earnestly, his expression growing increasingly grave. The terms: the path to immortality severed, innate spiritual energy leaking, celestial realm fallen, end of the law era, human lives lacking, awakened Zhou Yuan to the grim reality of the world he inhabited. Longevity is hopeless, and becoming an immortal is unattainable. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sigh, simultaneously feeling grateful that the system had forcibly elevated his cultivation to the 13th layer, granting him the potential for ascension. System, I wish to consume 1 medium-grade cultivation enhancement voucher to elevate my cultivation to foundation establishment. Ding, you have consumed 1 medium-grade cultivation enhancement voucher. Your cultivation has risen from the perfection of Qi refining 13th layer to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Zhou Yuan felt the transformation within his body as the spiritual energy transformed into a liquid state, gradually purging the impurities from his body, the foul, viscous substance enveloping him. I need to take a shower. If I use the cleansing technique, this little wooden house might be rendered unusable. Zhou Yuan gathered a few articles of clothing with his spiritual power and flew toward the waterfall at the foot of the mountain. Splash, the water cascaded down, accompanied by the sweet fragrance of peach blossoms. Zhou Yuan dove in, akin to a nimble black fish. At the mountain's base, three little girls clad in Gothic Lolita attire sauntered towards Zhou Yuan's wooden house. Chatting merrily. The store manager didn't come yesterday. I had no motivation to work at all, a petite girl remarked, holding a peach branch adorned with blossoms. Yunyue, did you write your work report as required yesterday? If you didn't, you won't receive the store manager's little gift, will you? The slightly taller girl, Yunling, inquired curiously. Yunling, you should call me sister. Yunyue retorted, poking Yunling lightly with her peach branch. You're only a year older than me. And you're not even taller, not worthy of being my sister. Yunling proudly lifted her chin, casually ruffling Yunyue's hair. Humph, I won't hold it against you this time. I need to think about what I did yesterday and finish the report today. Yunyue swatted away Yunling's soft hand, a contemplative expression crossing her face. How should I write it? Today, even though Zhou Yuan, the store manager, was absent, we continued to work diligently as usual. In summary, everything was normal. Aside from missing the manager a little, there was nothing else. I must work hard for the store manager's little gift. Cheers, everyone. I plan to write this much. What do you all think? Yunyue pondered aloud, glancing at Yunling and Huiming, eager for their feedback. Yuming quietly covered her forehead, unable to suppress a smile. Sister, if you write it this way, Zhou Yuan will surely say you're slacking off and that your writing is too informal. Beside her, Yunling nodded in agreement, teasing, not only that, if the manager is unhappy, he might spank you. A spanking. Yunyue instinctively covered her bottom, her face flushing as she pondered something. Let us not count that, let us not. She quickly shook her head, forcing herself to forget her earlier whimsical thoughts. I'll start over, so listen closely. All right, X2 Yunling and Yuming nodded, continuing to walk and listen intently to Yunyue's report. Though Zhou Yuan, the store manager, was absent today, we rolled up our sleeves and worked hard, fostering a new atmosphere, unafraid of hardship, selflessly contributing in front of everyone. We seriously completed our tasks in the course of our work. I accurately, precisely, and incisively pointed out our shortcomings. I believe work cannot be merely superficial. We must be pragmatic and grounded, avoiding detachment from reality. We must come from the masses, avoiding any lofty ideas. In response, Yuming and Yunling expressed their agreement, reflecting deeply on their shortcomings and preparing to amend them in their future work. We positively spent the day, all good comrades. How was that? Was it much better? Yunyue halted, hands on her hips, proudly gazing at Yunling and Yuming behind her. It's a bit impressive. I'll let you pass this time. Yunling remarked. Yuming nodded as well. Next time, please use a more standard writing style. This one feels a bit too serious for us. Let us write it this way for now, and next time we can try a different style. Yunyue proudly lifted her chin, pleased with her first attempt at this style. Feeling she had captured everyone's attention, boom ouch, the sound of the waterfall crashing down mingled with Zhou Yuan's yelp echoed in the ears of the three sisters. Is that the manager's voice? Yunling said uncertainly. Zhou Yuan might be in trouble. Let us check it out. Yuming swiftly headed toward the source of the sound, clearly worried for Zhou Yuan's safety. At that moment, Zhou Yuan, having been unexpectedly thrust into the air by the force of the waterfall, slowly surfaced from the water. The force of this waterfall is tremendous. I nearly lost my skin. Zhou Yuan emerged from the water, gradually making his way towards the shore. Zhou Yuan gidge. Zhou Yuan and the hurriedly arriving Yun Ming locked eyes. One suspended in the sky, the other in the water. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Yun Ming exclaimed, as her companions, Yun Yu and Yun Ling, hurriedly approached. The three young ladies covered their eyes, peeking at Zhou Yuan through the gaps between their fingers. Why aren't you all focusing on your work? What brings you here? Is there something amiss at the shop? Zhou Yuan inquired as he continued his walk towards the creek. Shopkeeper, we missed you so much since you didn't come to the store yesterday. Yun Ling shyly confessed, stealing glances at Zhou Yuan while her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer, you pervert who fancies young girls, Yun Yu exclaimed, releasing her hands from her eyes, summoning the courage to take a good look at Zhou Yuan. before pulling her two younger sisters back a few steps. "Ah, no. I came out to get dressed," Zhou Yuan replied, feeling somewhat perplexed as he continued his approach to the shore. "You all should head back. I have some matters to attend to in the coming days and want to be able to accompany you to the shop," Zhou Yuan stated while putting on his clothes. As he finished dressing, the three young ladies gathered before him, gazing at him with reluctant expressions, their faces adorably flushed. "Zhou Yuan Gij, could you take us with you on your journey? We wish to accompany you," Yun Ming implored, her eyes brimming with tears, reminiscent of a wife abandoned by her husband. "Zhou Yuan, remember to bring me a gift when you return," Yun Yu said, appearing unchanged but inching closer to Zhou Yuan. "Shopkeeper, Yun Ling took a couple of steps forward, wrapping her arms around Zhou Yuan's arm. "Shopkeeper, I don't want you to go." Zhou Yuan looked at the trio of sisters, suddenly engulfed by a wave of guilt. His initial reluctance to seek out Yuan now stirring within him. "Don't worry, I will be back soon, and I'll bring you gifts, all right?" The three sisters remained silent, yet they surrounded Zhou Yuan, nestling into his embrace. "Next time, I'll take you all out to play. We shall visit the greatest dynasty in the mortal realm." Zhou Yuan gently ruffled their hair, conversing softly with them. Soon, the peach grove and the waterfall echoed with their melodious laughter, resonating far and wide. Chapter 10. What to do if the green tea junior sister is no longer a green tea under a clear sky? Zhou Yuan wobbled through the air on a peachwood sword, akin to a novice driver embarking on their first journey. "Wow, this sword flight is indeed faster than walking," Zhou Yuan remarked as he gazed at the gradually emerging Yuchen Peak in the distance. Unable to suppress a sigh of admiration, Zhou Yuan swiftly arrived at Yuchen Peak, where he found Yuan waiting for him, though it appeared there were quite a few people present. Understanding the situation, Zhou Yuan dismounted from his flying sword and stood aside to observe. At Yuchen Peak, numerous senior brothers surrounded Yuan, akin to stars encircling the moon. "Junior sister Yu, during this descent for training, please ensure your safety. I have a defensive magical treasure, the bright jade shield. Although it is merely a yellow-grade superior treasure, it can withstand attacks from ordinary core formation practitioners for a time. I present it to you. Remember to activate it in times of danger. Junior sister, having only defensive treasures is insufficient. Here, take these thunder talismans. No need to be polite with your senior brother. Junior sister, look what I found for you. A wood spirit pill. It can instantly heal any injuries sustained by practitioners in the foundation establishment and core formation stages. Dio, you want it? It's a gift from me." Amidst the adoration of her senior brothers, Yuan wore a gentle smile, maintaining a safe distance from each one, her eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings, seemingly waiting for someone. As Zhou Yuan noticed her gaze nearly landing on him, he had no choice but to step forward into her line of sight. "Esteemed senior brothers, is this Yuchen Peak?" "I'm here to find someone," Zhou Yuan greeted amiably. Several senior brothers surrounding Yuan turned with unkind expressions, regarding Zhou Yuan with suspicion. "Who are you? What is your purpose here at Yuchen Peak?" One senior brother with a pallid complexion inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "I am an outer sect disciple, Zhou Yuan. I have come to seek Yuan for training purposes," Zhou Yuan stated, meeting the gaze of the pallid senior brother with neither humility nor arrogance. As his words fell, the senior brother's expression shifted from irritation at the disturbance to a complex mix of emotions, 3 parts jealousy, 3 parts animosity, 3 parts envy, and 100 parts displeasure. At that moment, Yuan seized the opportunity to step away from her senior's encirclement and approached Zhou Yuan. "Zhou Gij, why did you take so long to arrive?" "I've been waiting for you," she said, her face radiant with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Ah, you really didn't have to wait for me," Zhou Yuan replied, glancing at the increasingly irate senior brothers, his tone losing some of its previous vigor. "Zhou Yuan, why are you only arriving now? Do you not regard my junior sister?" One senior brother retorted angrily. "Senior brother Ma, please refrain from speaking recklessly," Yuan interjected, attempting to defend Zhou Yuan's reputation. "Junior sister Yu, please don't speak for him yet," another senior brother chimed in, casting Zhou Yuan a hostile glance. "I see that your cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage. How can you be confident in protecting my junior sister? If you are wise, you will leave now. If you do not take heed, I shall make you aware." Yet another senior brother joined in, stretching his limbs as if preparing for a physical confrontation. And if I choose not to heed your warning? Zhou Yuan, feeling his rapid breakthroughs had led to a distorted perception of his own strength, saw this as an opportunity to test himself. Very well, let us find a place to spar, the senior brother with a muscular build grinned, inviting Zhou Yuan with a gesture. All right, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Enough. What are you all doing? He is the one I called here. I invited him to accompany me for training, so what is it to you? Yuan exclaimed, visibly irritated as she shouted at the senior brothers before her. Junior sister, please don't be upset, one senior brother said, attempting to placate her. Yes, we merely have concerns for your safety and wish to test this fellow, another senior brother added, wearing a forced smile in hopes of winning Yuan's favor. As Zhou Yuan was pulled along by Yuan, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and attempted to pull away. Stop it. I'll comfort you later. All right. Yuan turned back, addressing the restless Zhou Yuan. Please let go. We should maintain some distance to avoid misunderstandings with your senior brothers, Zhou Yuan said, trying to free himself from her grasp. To his surprise, her delicate, seemingly porcelain-like hand was surprisingly firm. And despite his efforts, he could not break free. The senior brothers watched Zhou Yuan's struggle, their teeth gritting audibly in frustration. Damn it, we've never held junior sister's hand in all these years. Yet he gets to do so, and it was initiated by her. How infuriating. Clang Yuan summoned her flying sword, her late-stage core formation prowess evident. Esteemed senior brothers, if you still have issues with Zhou Yuan, feel free to come at me. I can take on all 5 of you at once. The sword hovered in the air as Yuan calmly regarded the senior brothers, her eyes glinting with a hint of threat. Oh no, this little lady has already reached core formation. Even if all 5 senior brothers attacked together, they would likely be at her mercy. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard, hesitating to move. Junior sister, how did you reach late-stage core formation? I thought you were still in foundation establishment, one senior brother said, his expression one of astonishment as he instinctively took a step back. Junior sister, we have no ill intentions toward Zhou Yuan. None at all, the senior brothers hastily assured, lowering their heads in submission, wary of inciting Yuan's ire or provoking Zhou Yuan to conspire against them. Why Yuan looked at the heads bowed before her. A smirk of disdain crossing her face before turning her gaze to the quiet Zhou Yuan. What is this? Feeling obedient now, she teased, her fingers brushing against Zhou Yuan's face, her smile growing bolder. Let us not jest. When are we going to train? Zhou Yuan gently removed her hand, attempting to withdraw his own. We can leave right now. Yuan exclaimed, pulling Zhou Yuan closer with a sudden force, scrutinizing him from such proximity that he could feel her breath. Why must you struggle? Does my holding your hand trouble you? I thought you wouldn't mind. Why Yuan whispered in Zhou Yuan's ear. This feels somewhat perilous. Zhou Yuan regarded Yuan, sensing a hint of unfamiliarity in her demeanor. As if her character had shifted considerably. Why didn't you showcase your strength sooner? Why reveal it now? Do you enjoy putting on airs? He queried, glancing at the senior brothers who were quietly retreating. You don't understand. My mother says that girls shouldn't show too much fierceness or strength in public, as no boy would fancy such a girl. Yuan confided softly. Then why are you fierce around me? You're different. You surely like me, don't you, Zhou Gij? She said, gently tugging at his ear with her other hand. And don't change the subject. Why can't I hold your hand? Speak up, of course. It's just that I want to hold your hand, for your hand is small, making it inconvenient for me to hold. Zhou Yuan spoke softly, gently withdrawing his hand, which came free with ease this time. He approached and embraced me. Why Yuan commanded Zhou Yuan with authority. Why? He inquired. I will take you for training. You have just reached the foundation establishment stage, and your sword flight is too slow. Yuan explained, extending her hand toward Zhou Yuan while standing on the flying sword. As the sword hovered, Zhou Yuan stood behind her, lightly wrapping his arms around her waist. Yuan's body shivered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Chapter 11. The young lady returns. The flying sword shimmered in the air, and Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that he seemed unaware of the location of Yuan's trial. He gently poked the soft flesh at her waist with his finger. The sword swayed slightly, causing both of them to cling tightly together. Stop fooling around. Now is not the time for your antics. Yuan said, quickly stabilizing the flying sword and casting Zhou Yuan a disapproving glance. Apologies, I was wronged. I merely intended to ask where we are going. Zhou Yuan hastily apologized, his demeanor sincere. I asked that your excuse for taking advantage of me? Ah, right, it certainly isn't that I was in the wrong. Zhou Yuan responded, his body still pressed closely against Yuan Wan's, not daring to move even an inch. He feared that any action on his part might cause Yuan Wan to lose control of the flying sword, resulting in both of them plummeting. I forgive you, my senior brother Zhou Yuan. Yuan Wan smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she pointed toward a small town shrouded in fog ahead. That is Yunlin Town, the entrance to the Cloud Dream Illusion. Is the training site here? Zhou Yuan inquired softly, gazing at the quaint town that gradually came into view. Yes, more or less. I need to retrieve something from the Cloud Dream Illusion. However, if I cannot obtain it, we will have to go to another place, Yuan Wan explained, as the flying sword approached the vicinity of Yunlin Town and began to descend slowly from the heights. Let us stop here. Flying swords are prohibited within Yunlin Town. Why Yuan Wan and Zhou Yuan dismounted the sword, and Zhou Yuan instinctively walked toward the town. Junior sister Yu, why is Yunlin Town called Yunlin Town? Is it because the entire city is enveloped in clouds and mist? Zhou Yuan asked as he reached the city gate, observing the bustling crowd of cultivators and the white mist clinging to the gate. After a long pause without a response, Zhou Yuan turned around, only to find that Yuan Wan, who should have been behind him, had vanished. How strange. Where did she go? Zhou Yuan scanned the surroundings but could not locate her familiar figure. Could it be that she didn't come with me? That shouldn't be the case. There's nothing valuable around here. What could she possibly be doing there? Despite his thoughts, Zhou Yuan made his way back to where the flying sword had landed. After walking for a while, he spotted her familiar silhouette standing still in the distance. Junior sister Yu, what are you doing over there? Why aren't you entering the town? Zhou Yuan called out from afar. Yuan Wan turned her head to glance at him and then quickly looked away, clearly unwilling to engage with Zhou Yuan. What is going on with Yuan Wan? Did I upset her in some way? Zhou Yuan pondered, hastening his steps until he stood beside her. What is the matter? Why aren't you entering the town? Is there some danger inside? Zhou Yuan asked gently as he looked at Yuan Wan, who wore a sulky expression and seemed to be in a mood. Why Yuan Wan pouted and extended her small hand toward Zhou Yuan. If you hold my hand, I will go into the town. Wait, I remember this is your trial. Why should I care whether you enter the town or not? Zhou Yuan's expression twitched, feeling a mix of emotions as he was taken aback by Yuan Wan's childish behavior, almost laughing at the absurdity of it. You promised me. Why Yuan Wan glanced at Zhou Yuan's bewildered expression and said, sounding quite aggrieved, what is this situation? When did I ever promise her something? Oh, I suppose I did agree to something. Zhou Yuan, how could you have forgotten that Yuan Wan is already a late-stage core formation cultivator? No, it's that you forgot your earlier promise, you treacherous person. Zhou Yuan chastised himself deeply in his mind. Next time, just tell me directly as long as I have promised, or even if I haven't, if it is within my ability, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Zhou Yuan took Yuan Wan's soft little hand and walked toward the entrance of Yunlin Town together. May I see your invitation to Yunlin Town, please? The guard at the gate politely stopped Zhou Yuan and Yuan Wan while inquiring. Is an invitation still necessary? Zhou Yuan asked in confusion, and the guard tilted his head, momentarily taken aback by the question. Yes, there are some. Why Yuan Wan produced 2 golden invitation cards and handed them to the guard. The guard took a glance at them, returned the invitations to Yuan Wan, and sheathed his weapon, respectfully bowing as he cleared the way for the pair. Upon entering Yunlin Town, they were greeted by a bustling street filled with people, brimming with the essence of a thriving marketplace. Observing the scene before him, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but poke Yuan Wan's shoulder. Junior sister Yu, this Yunlin Town, which requires an invitation to enter, isn't anything spectacular. It looks just like an ordinary town. That's because Yunlin Town is specifically established for ordinary people. The city lord, Yun Mengze, implemented the invitation system to ensure the safety of the citizens. Anyone who obtains an invitation is of pure and righteous character, effectively preventing evil forces from entering and causing harm, thus allowing the citizens to live in peace and the town to develop steadily, Yuan Wan explained earnestly, showing her approval of the city lord's policies. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, observing the smiling faces of the townsfolk and momentarily feeling that living as an honest mortal was not such a bad idea, spending a lifetime in peace and prosperity, with every effort yielding rewards and a guarantee of life and safety, was far better than toiling away as he had before his reincarnation. Senior brother Zhou Yuan, accompany me as I explore. Yuan slipped her small hand free and hugged Zhou Yuan's arm, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the lively crowd on the street. Sure, I haven't visited a place like this in ages. Zhou Yuan replied and began to stroll with Yuan. Junior sister Yu, look over there. That seems delicious. Do you want to try it? After a few steps, Zhou Yuan pointed towards a snack stall. Yuan glanced over. The vendor was an elderly man with a head full of white hair, selling fruit coated in sugar, such as candied hawthorn and candied apples. The man wore a kind smile, skillfully crafting the candied apples, his hands dancing over the fruit as he carved exquisite patterns. Then, he poured hot syrup over the apples, creating beautiful images that sparkled in the sunlight. Watching the elderly man meticulously at work, Yuan appeared somewhat entranced, as if sensing her gaze. The old man looked up and his body trembled slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon seeing Yuan. Let us go buy some. Yuan nodded and approached the stall with Zhou Yuan, ordering 1 candied hawthorn and 1 candied apple. Young man, here you go. Enjoy while it's hot. The old man smiled as he handed the candied apple and hawthorn to Zhou Yuan, who accepted them with delight. How much do I owe you, sir? Zhou Yuan asked. Not much, just 2 spirit stones, the old man replied, holding up 2 fingers with a warm smile. My goodness, even a golden apple shouldn't tea cost this much. Zhou Yuan reluctantly produced 2 spirit stones and handed them over. The old man naturally reached to accept them, but after a moment of waiting without feeling the stones in his hand, he took the initiative to grab them from Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan hesitated to part with his spirit stones, but after a brief standoff, he finally relented, realizing the old man was surprisingly strong. Sir, is it customary to only accept spirit stones for business in Yunlin Town? Zhou Yuan asked casually, hoping to understand the local customs. Pretty much. Some can also be traded for goods, the old man replied casually, continuing to carve the next candied apple. Zhou Yuan wanted to ask more, but he suddenly felt a tickling sensation at his waist. Turning to look, he found Yuan poking him with her finger. Which one do you want? Zhou Yuan remembered that he hadn't yet bought her a treat and asked. The candied apple, Yuan replied with a smile. Zhou Yuan handed her the candied apple, and they continued to eat and stroll, no longer inquiring further from the old man. Once they had walked some distance away, the old man pulled out a small mirror, seemingly a communication artifact. Has anything unusual entered the city? The artifact glowed faintly, and a robust voice came through. The old man's face lit up with excitement as he replied to the mirror, Lord, I just saw the young lady. What? You mean Wan has returned? A commotion could be heard on the other end, likely caused by someone hastily standing up and knocking something over. Excellent, you've done well. When you return, you'll have a year off. No, make it 10 years. Plus, you can select 1 item from the Yunlin treasury as your reward. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The old man expressed his gratitude repeatedly, barely able to contain his excitement, his tone slightly trembling. Ah, I must inform you, my lord, that the young lady brought a man back with her. When they arrived, she was holding his arm, looking quite intimate, the old man reported truthfully. All right, return first, I will investigate that young man. Came the response. Understood, thank you, my lord. The old man straightened up, took a bite of the candied apple he had just made, and slowly faded from view. Chapter 12. Call me Wan as they walked side by side along the street. Zhou Yuan and Yuan appeared to be a pair of affectionate young couples, their hands clasped together. Why Yuan held a candied apple in her hand, admiring the intricate sugar artwork atop it, seemingly lost in thought rather than indulging in it, her eyes glimmering with a hint of nostalgia. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, bit into a tangy sugar-coated hawthorn, chewing with a crunch, only to grimace as the sourness made his face contort. His teeth clenched tightly. Ugh, this hawthorn is unbearably sour. And this fellow dares to extort me for 2 spirit stones. It's simply outrageous, as if they believe they can demand any price they wish. Zhou Yuan grumbled, casting a longing glance at the sugary treat in his hand, a strong desire to discard it bubbling within him. No, I must restrain myself. I purchased this with spirit stones, even if it's bitter. I must finish it. As he felt a surge of sourness rise in his mouth, Zhou Yuan opened wide to take another bite of the hawthorn. Is it really that sour? Yuan asked. Shaking her arm playfully, her gentle and pure smile directed at Zhou Yuan. Idea so sour that I feel like I'm about to convulse. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, turning his head, his entire face scrunching up in a comical expression. Yuan couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of Zhou Yuan's face. Senior brother Zhou, are you really crying from the sourness? She teased, reaching out her petite hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. No more tears, big sister will give you an apple. It's sweet. Yuan handed Zhou Yuan the nearly new candied apple she held, lifting her foot slightly to allow her other hand to gently ruffle his hair. Ah! Zhou Yuan instinctively accepted the candied apple from Yuan, basking in her affectionate gesture. Your candied apple is indeed sweet. It truly lives up to its name. As he took a bite, the refreshing sweetness flooded his mouth, awakening his taste buds, and his expression softened. Yes, sweetness is all that matters. Why Yuan ceased her playful ruffling of his hair and took the candied hawthorn from Zhou Yu's other hand, pulling him along. Come on, little friend Zhou. Big sister will take you home. As they strolled down the street, passers-by occasionally cast envious glances at the pair, their eyes shimmering with jealousy and admiration. Why you shimmy? Could you please keep my candied hawthorn? After all, it was purchased with spirit stones, and I'd like to finish it. Zhou Yuan said, munching on the candied apple, his gaze fixated on the hawthorn in Yuan's hand. Appearing somewhat dazed, you've already eaten my candied apple, so you belong to me now. Why do you still call me you shimmy? What else should I call you? Zhou Yuan asked, somewhat perplexed, as he continued to savor his candied apple. Think for yourself. If you can't come up with something, I'll just throw away your hawthorn. Why Yuan waved the candied hawthorn in front of Zhou Yuan, her tone laced with an implied threat. No, please don't. How about I simply call you Yuan? It's straightforward and clear. Zhou Yuan suggested after some contemplation. Absolutely not. Yuan shook her head, clearly disapproving of Zhou Yuan's suggestion. Then how about calling you little you? It's subtle and youthful. Zhou Yuan casually proposed another name. Dame, you mischievous senior brother. Are you implying that I am old? Yuan's expression darkened, her tone icy. Oh no, indeed. A woman's age is her greatest adversary. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Just kidding, just kidding. Since both you shimmy and little you are off the table, it seems we have only one designation left. Zhou Yuan declared solemnly, completely oblivious to the remnants of apple on the corner of his mouth. Why Yuan playfully flicked the residue away with her finger, a smile lighting up her face, her lips curving upwards. Then tell me, what is it? She eagerly awaited Zhou Yuan's response. Wan or little Wan? Which do you think is better? Let us go with Wan. From now on, you can only call me Wan and not you shimmy anymore. Yuan said, her expression brimming with joy as she earnestly instructed Zhou Yuan. All right, I promise to do so next time. Zhou Yuan replied nonchalantly, still enjoying his candied apple, and oh next time. You must call me Wan right now. Yuan looked up, clearly detecting the nonchalant tone in Zhou Yuan's voice. Very well then. Zhou Yuan swallowed the last bite of the candied apple, cleared his throat, and gazed tenderly at Yuan. Wan, you've become increasingly audacious lately. However, considering you've given me your candied apple, I shall graciously forgive you. Zhou Shixiang, what kind of person are you? How annoying. Yuan playfully chided, gently punching Zhou Yuan's arm with her delicate hand, resembling a playful reprimand rather than an actual scolding. The two strolled leisurely down the street, hand in hand, occasionally whispering sweet nothings to one another, akin to a pair of enamored lovers, yet unseen by them. A middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire meticulously observed their interactions, his expressions shifting in a fascinating manner. That moment, Yuan pulled Zhou Yuan into a nearby jewelry shop, prompting the middle-aged man to ponder briefly before waving his hand across his face. Transforming his mature visage into that of a youthful countenance, he then loosened his sleeves and confidently entered the jewelry store. Wan, are you looking to buy some accessories? Zhou Yuan had finished his candied apple and now held the candied hawthorn. Hesitating, yes, I am buying accessories, but not for myself. It's for you. Why Yuan replied, pointing at the hairpin atop Zhou Yuan's head. Are you wanting my hairpin? Zhou Yuan asked, scratching his head in confusion. Be honest with me. Which woman gifted you that hairpin? Yuan scrutinized the bamboo-styled hairpin, her expression souring as if her prized cabbage had been nibbled by a wild boar, leaving her quite displeased. Ah, could it not be one I bought for myself? Zhou Yuan attempted to feebly defend himself. I know you too well. With your stingy demeanor, you would never splurge on a hairpin. After all, you've been wearing that wooden hairpin you made yourself since I met you. Yu Wanwan retorted, you're absolutely right. You've indeed got me figured out. Zhou Yuan sighed in resignation, deftly removing the bamboo hairpin and twirling it in his hand. However, I can assure you that this hairpin was merely a token of gratitude from a girl who admired me for assisting her. As Zhou Yuan twirled the hairpin, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, one could easily mistake him for a celestial being if one overlooked his attire and the candied hawthorn in his other hand. He admired you. Perhaps she harbored deeper feelings, Yu Wanwan remarked, removing her own hairpin, which was a white dragon-shaped ornament adorned with flowing tassels, exuding a sense of elegance and splendor. You should wear this one instead. Put yours away for now, as it makes me uncomfortable. Why? Yu Wanwan extended her hand, offering Zhou Yuan her exquisite hairpin, her eyes filled with anticipation and hope as she awaited his response. Chapter 13. Young man. Go after the wealthy woman. Of course, it's just a hairpin. Does it hold any special significance? Zhou Yuan swiftly tucked away the bamboo hairpin and accepted Yu Wanwan's offering, examining it closely. This hairpin is stunning. I truly like it. Zhou Yuan smiled, arranging his hair and securing it with the new ornament. Zhou Shixiang. Yu Wanwan gazed at Zhou Yuan, her throat tightening as her face flushed crimson. What's wrong? Do you need me to accompany you to select another hairpin? Zhou Yuan asked gently, holding Yu Wanwan's hand and looking into her eyes. Yu Wanwan nodded eagerly, leading the way to the counter displaying hairpins. Zhou Shixiang, do you think this hairpin is pretty? She inquired, holding up a silver kingfisher hairpin for Zhou Yuan's approval. Yes, it's lovely, very innovative, Zhou Yuan praised enthusiastically. And what about this one? Yu Wanwan asked, picking up a milky white, diamond-shaped hollow hairpin. It's a bit gaudy, but still quite striking, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, giving it a thumbs up. You don't understand anything, Zhou Shixiang. Why? Yu Wanwan pouted, lightly tapping Zhou Yuan's shoulder before releasing his hand. Zhou Shixiang, have a look around while I consult the sales assistant for recommendations, she smiled, dashing towards the counter, leaving Zhou Yuan in a state of confusion. Friend? Is that your partner? Yun Mengzi, sporting a youthful visage, approached Zhou Yuan, seeking to strike up a conversation. Zhou Yuan glanced at the mature boy beside him, a smile breaking upon his lips. Young man, are you here in the accessory shop hoping to latch onto a wealthy woman? Why would I do that? Yun Mengzi asked, perplexed as he looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan subtly gestured toward a wealthy-looking lady in a fox fur cloak who was browsing peculiar accessories. That lady over there certainly appears affluent. All you need to do is cozy up to her, and you'll secure a life free from worries. But I'm not interested in that. I prefer someone younger, Yun Mengzi chuckled, his laughter taking on a rather lewd tone, which seemed quite unbefitting of his youthful appearance. Little brother, you're still too young. Zhou Yuan patted Yun Mengzi on the head, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment. In your youth, you may not recognize the allure of wealthy women, mistaking young maidens for treasures. When you grow older and come to appreciate this, you'll find that the wealthy women are already scarce. Remember, a relationship between an immature man and an immature woman is destined to be a farce. A partnership between an immature woman and a mature man may lead to a proper drama. A union between a mature woman and a mature man results in a comedy, but an immature man with a mature woman? That's just chasing after a wealthy woman. Zhou Yuan spoke with fervor, his voice brimming with vitality and a compelling charm. Wait, are you saying that she is not your Dao companion? Yun Mengzi pointed towards the not-so-distant figure of Yu Wanwan, who was engrossed in conversation with the young lady at the counter, his tone serious. No, I'm merely accompanying her for some training and to broaden my horizons, Zhou Yuan retorted, pursing his lips as he patted Yun Mengzi on the shoulder. You had better not harbor any designs on my junior sister. Be wary, lest she treats you like a puppy, wasting your time daily, corrupting your will, and ultimately draining you of all your worth before callously discarding you. Ha, by your reasoning, aren't you just her pet then? Yun Mengzi shot back, glancing at Yu Wanwan and then at Zhou Yuan, his mockery unrelenting. Is that so? Zhou Yuan inquired, looking at Yun Mengzi. Why are you asking me? I have no idea, Yun Mengzi replied, observing Zhou Yuan, thinking to himself how this fellow was quite forward, asking everyone everything. Perhaps, I don't know either, Zhou Yuan mused, his gaze drifting to the Tonghulu in his hand. Then to the joyful Yuan in the distance, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. By the way, fellow Taoist, it seems this is your first time in Yunlin City. What do you think? Isn't it rather delightful? Yun Mengzi inquired nonchalantly, pride evident on his face. Yunlin City, how shall I put it? Zhou Yuan bit into a tonghulu, not bothering to chew. It's much like this tonghulu, bright on the outside, but filled with rubbish within. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan offered the tonghulu to Yun Mengzi, suggesting he take a bite. Kid, you? Yun Mengzi's expression soured, and just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Zhou Yuan blocked his mouth with the tonghulu from the side. With no choice, Yun Mengzi bit into it, eager to discover just how terrible this tonghulu could be. Hiss! Both Yun Mengzi and Zhou Yuan grimaced as the sourness made them furrow their brows. Their faces twitching slightly. Is this tonghulu sour? I suspect that old man must have added sulfuric acid to it. Zhou Yuan chuckled, observing Yun Mengzi's reaction. Ha! Yun Mengzi exhaled deeply, attempting to alleviate his current mood. Not that. His voice trailed off as he voluntarily closed his mouth, for he could no longer control the drool caused by the sourness, which would tarnish his image. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Yuan, who was smiling as the female clerk handed her a beautifully packaged box. Miss, here is your hairpin. Thank you. Please convey my regards to the shopkeeper, and thank her for her past kindness, Yuan replied with a smile. Waving goodbye to the clerk, Xiao Yun, next time, do come visit. I'll introduce you to my boyfriend. Boyfriend? You mean your Dao companion? Don't tell anyone. Yuan exclaimed joyfully, skipping over towards Zhou Yuan. Father, what are you doing here? Upon reaching Zhou Yuan's side, Yuan noticed the tense atmosphere between him and Yun Mengzi, both staring at each other in silence. Yun Mengzi was perplexed and cleared any abnormalities from his aura, feigning ignorance as he looked at Yuan. Esteemed Taoist, you must be mistaken. How could I, being so young, possibly be your father? Hee. Yuan's face lit up with laughter, as if she had heard a delightful joke. She glanced at Yun Mengzi's attire, feigning surprised. Oh my. I truly cannot fathom who, aside from the aesthetics-challenged Lord Yun Mengzi, would dare don such extravagant yellow robes in all of Yunlin City. And you still have that city lord token dangling from your garment. Do you think I cannot see it? Ha, my dear daughter, you have recognized your father's disguise so swiftly. Yun Mengzi chuckled awkwardly, removing his facade. Brother Zhou, this fellow is my father. He's a bit unorthodox, so pay him no mind. Yuan whispered to Zhou Yuan, tugging at his sleeve. Zhou Yuan nodded, swallowing hard, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. This is bad. I just patted his head and called Yunlin City garbage. He might just kill me. Greetings, esteemed sir. Please pardon my rudeness. I did not mean to speak ill of Yunlin City, merely lamenting the sourness of this tonghulu, Zhou Yuan said, bowing slightly in a sincere apology. It's all right. You are still young. Such words are mere venting. I understand, Yun Mengzi responded, adopting a magnanimous demeanor, appearing quite generous. Uncle, such a broad-minded person you are. No wonder you are the lord of Yunlin City. Truly, your greatness will surely lead to extraordinary achievements in the future. Zhou Yuan remarked, secretly patting Yuan's hand to avoid any misunderstandings from Yun Mengzi. Yun Mengzi's smile widened, evidently pleased with Zhou Yuan's flattery. Humble. You possess discerning eyes and exceptional wisdom. Otherwise, how could you have captured my daughter's attention? Yun Mengzi sighed lightly, glancing at Yuan, who was playfully nudging Zhou Yuan. By the way, young friend, after our lengthy conversation, I still do not know your name. Might I inquire what it is, dear uncle? I am Zhou Yuan, hailing from Qingyun sect, of modest strength and lacking any fame. Zhou Yuan replied promptly, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Why is this old fellow asking for my name? Does he not slay nameless individuals? Zhou Yuan? What a fine name. Simple and unpretentious, imbued with optimism and care, Yun Mengzi praised, patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder repeatedly. Father, do you have something to discuss? If not, please return quickly. I still wish to explore Yunlin City with Brother Zhou. Yuan pouted, casting a displeased glance at her approaching father. Zhou Yuan looked at Yuan in surprise, then at the momentarily frozen Yun Mengzi, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Ugh, why must you drag me into your family discord? I've just established my foundation. I can't afford to offend either side. Wan, how could you speak so? Lord Yun is quite busy. He has taken time out of his schedule just to check on your recent developments. Can you truly bear to speak harshly to your father? Zhou Yuan grasped Yuan Wan's delicate hand, preventing her from making any rash moves. Feeling Zhou Yuan's warm grip on her soft hand, Yuan Wan blushed slightly, stammering, I doubt I did not speak harshly. Seeing his daughter blush in embarrassment at Zhou Yuan's words, Yun Mengze was inwardly delighted, his gaze towards Zhou Yuan now tinged with admiration. This youth will surely stand out among men in the future. Yun Mengze could not help but silently praised its nothing. I had merely intended to catch a glance at Wan Wan and leave, but I happened to meet this young friend Zhou Yuan and found our conversation quite enjoyable. I shall host a banquet at the city lord's mansion today. Would you join me for some wine and discourse on the matters of the people? Kid, agree to this. The connection between Wan Wan and me will rely on you. Yun Mengze communicated to Zhou Yuan telepathically. Do not accept his invitation. I will take you to see the enchanting scenery of Yunlin tonight. Yuan Wan whispered in Zhou Yuan's ear, shaking his arm. Ugh, don't put me in a difficult position. If it comes to it, I may just have to flip the table. Ahem, uncle, you see, Wan Wan wishes to explore Yunlin with me, so we might arrive at your place a bit later. I sincerely apologize, Zhou Yuan said earnestly, casting a discreet glance at Yun Mengze. Understanding, Yun Mengze smiled, waved his hand, and turned to leave. I shall await you at the city lord's mansion, no matter how late it may be. Outside, the fog rolled like waves, and Yun Mengze's figure appeared intermittently in the mist, resembling a solitary hero or an unwavering knight. Zhou Yuan watched Yun Mengze's resolute back with some curiosity, wondering why he was exuding such a melancholic air as if it were a parting of life and death. Is your father always like this? Yuan Wan had opened the box containing the hairpin, raising her head to show Zhou Yuan the one she had selected, only to find him staring intently at the direction in which Yun Mengze had departed. Huh? Are you interested in my father? Yuan Wan pouted, lightly punching his arm. No, I'm not interested. Zhou Yuan snapped back to his senses, instinctively ruffling Yuan Wan's hair before grasping her hand again to prevent any further outbursts. Yuan Wan quietly savored Zhou Yuan's affectionate gesture, her eyes narrowing in delight. After a moment, she finally recalled her original intent, looking at Zhou Yuan with soft eyes. Brother Zhou, I have chosen another hairpin, and it perfectly matches the one I gave you. Why Yuan Wan produced a black phoenix hairpin from the box for Zhou Yuan to see. Taking it in his hands, Zhou Yuan examined it closely, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship and the palpable flow of pure spiritual energy emanating from it. Could this be a spiritual artifact? Zhou Yuan asked, astonished as he sensed the profound aura and spiritual energy radiating from the hairpin. Sort of. It's not quite a spiritual artifact yet, as it lacks a suitable spirit, Yuan Wan explained. This hairpin is part of a set with the one I gave you. If we seek a spirit, it should be a pair, preferably those that share mutual affection, so that both hairpins can grow together. Why Yuan Wan's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Zhou Yuan, eagerly awaiting his response. Well then, I suppose it will be impossible to find one in this lifetime. Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, disregarding the enchanting atmosphere surrounding them. Why Yuan Wan felt a sudden pang in her heart, unsure of what to say. Zhou Yuan gazed at Yuan Wan, who appeared dazed, a hint of a pout forming at the corners of his mouth, and he thought to himself that this was not good. Gently gathering Yuan Wan's flowing hair, he began to style it while softly whispering into her ear, But you still look beautiful, Wan Wan. You will look stunning wearing this. Why Yuan Wan remained quiet, allowing Zhou Yuan to arrange her hair and place the hairpin. Zhou Yuan, you scoundrel, how are you so adept at this? Have you styled hair for other women as well? Yuan Wan continued to pout, though it appeared more like a playful sulk than actual anger. No, my first time was for you. You should feel proud of that, Zhou Yuan skillfully lied, pinching Yuan Wan's soft lips as he spoke. All right, don't linger here any longer. Didn't you want to take me to explore Yunlin City? Yes, I do. I want to show you around Yunlin City, Yuan Wan replied, no longer nestled in Zhou Yuan's embrace, but instead tugging at the hem of his garment as they walked outside. The sky was a swirling sea of clouds, and the ethereal aura enveloped them. Zhou Yuan was uncertain where Yuan Wan was leading him, only feeling that the mists around them seemed to thicken. Here we are. This is my former home, Yuan Wan said, poking Zhou Yuan in the side and pointing at the aged-looking courtyard gate before them. Senior brother Zhou, would you accompany me inside to take a look? Yuan Wan looked up at Zhou Yuan. Her gaze filled with anticipation, her voice trembling slightly as if she had made a significant decision. Of course, I would like to see what your life was like before, Zhou Yuan replied as they approached the door. Attempting to push it open, the door remained firmly shut, unyielding, and only then did they notice the lock securing it tightly from both inside and out. "It's locked. Quickly, get the key." Zhou Yuan stepped back, releasing Yuanwan's hand and gesturing for her to take action. "I don't have the key," Yuanwan said, feeling the cold, black lock with her hand, a peculiar expression crossing her face. "Why is there a lock? I remember there wasn't one the last time I came. Could it be that my father locked it? How infuriating." Yuanwan pouted, delivering a small punch to the heavy lock. "Ouch. Woo-woo," she whimpered, cradling her hand in pain, tears glimmering in her eyes, glaring fiercely at the lock that barred her path home. High above, amidst pavilions and towers, Yuan Mengzi was leisurely enjoying a skewer of candied hawthorn, a look of relaxation and joy on his face. Beside him, the elderly vendor of candied fruit sat nervously, his face adorned with a forced smile as he watched Yuan Mengzi. "Uncle Qin, your candied hawthorn is quite good, sweet, and delightful. Why did you sell that sour one to that Zhou Yuan brat?" Uncle Qin looked up in confusion. "Who is Zhou Yuan?" he asked. "The pesky kid who's been trailing my daughter, trying to win her over." "Oh," Uncle Qin nodded in understanding, a cunning smile of satisfaction spreading across his lips. "So, he is the one who dares to harbor inappropriate thoughts about our young lady. I remember not liking him at all. He seemed so stingy, probably wouldn't he pay me. So I boldly tried a new method for the candied hawthorn to teach that ignorant little brat a lesson." Uncle Qin grew increasingly animated as he spoke, holding his head high as if he had accomplished something grand. "A new method? How did you make it?" Yuan Mengzi recalled the terror he felt from that outrageous candied hawthorn, thinking how he, a cultivator at the transformation stage, couldn't he even handle one, a him. "While preparing the ingredients, I removed most of the astringency and sourness from the hawthorn, wrapping it in spiritual energy for preservation, but I retained a portion of it. Some of the hawthorn still had its natural sourness intact, and I infused the extracted sour energy from the remaining hawthorn using an exquisite technique, ensuring the sourness was astonishing and the astringency was world-shattering." Uncle Chun continued to elaborate on his method for the candied hawthorn he had given to Zhou Yuan, completely oblivious to the darkening expression of Yuan Mengzi beside him. Sigh. Yuan Mengzi opened his mouth, unable to utter a word, silently rubbing his forehead, reflecting his complex feelings at that moment. "Sir, why do you look so troubled? Are you anxious about the young lady?" Uncle Chun paused his narrative, cautiously inquiring. Yuan Mengzi remained motionless, feeling a bit overwhelmed, as if his taste buds had developed a mind of their own, refusing to let him forget the excruciating sourness of that universe-defying treat. "Why isn't the master responding? It seems he tacitly agrees, wanting me to voice his thoughts." Uncle Chun pondered for a moment, racking his brain for every possible method and strategy. "By the way, sir, every time the young lady returns, she goes straight to the old residence. This time, she brought someone back with her. I wonder if she has gone there." Uncle Chin's voice was low, almost as if he were talking to himself, yet loud enough for Yuan Mengzi to hear, clearly implying something. "The old residence, yes. Wanwan has always believed that it is her true home." Yuan Mengzi murmured as if a switch had been flipped in his memory. He envisioned the figure of his beloved leaving him, carrying Wanwan in his arms, staring vacantly without daring to utter a word. "I'm so sorry. We didn't make it to the end." Yuan Mengzi coughed a couple of times, taking a deep breath. He touched a small key hanging around his neck, a symbol of his sorrowful and cowardly past, a nightmare he could hardly face. Sigh. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Mengzi regained his senses, realizing he seemed to have forgotten something important. Recalling Uncle Chun's earlier words, he slapped his forehead. "Oh no, Wanwan has returned, and I didn't unlock the old residence door right away. If Wanwan can't get in, she will surely dislike me even more. I must avoid the spotlight. I'll wait until tonight when Wanwan has calmed down to speak." Yuan Mengzi decided to hand the key to Uncle Chun. "Please unlock the old residence for me. Remember, if Wanwan is waiting there, say it was your delay, don't mention me, or it will be troublesome." Uncle Chin took the key, nodding. "Rest assured, sir, you can trust me to handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Chin vanished in a puff of smoke, taking with him the unfinished cup of tea from the table. Ha Yuan placed one hand on her hip and gripped her sword with the other, tightening her waist and channeling force through her wrist as she aimed to strike at the mysterious black lock. Zhou Yuan nodded repeatedly. This strike is powerful and forceful. Surely, this black lock will have no way to withstand it. Clang, the sword shot forth, embedding itself in the stone path just inches away from Zhou Yuan. Yikes, I'm a bit scared now. That sword didn't land on me, did it? It should have landed in front of me, right? Zhou Yuan swallowed nervously, involuntarily quivering at the sound of the humming sword before him. Zhou Yuan, are you all right? Yuan rushed over, kicking the flying sword away, her hands anxiously checking him for any injuries. Stop touching me. I'm fine. Zhou Yuan felt a ticklish sensation from Yuan's touch, and she was too close for comfort, her soft and delicate form pressing against him, stirring a sense of excitement within Zhou Yuan. Senior brother Zhou, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. After inspecting Zhou Yuan's body, Yuan reluctantly stepped back a couple of paces and bowed apologetically. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile at Yuan's earnest apology. Thinking, in my hometown, one must reveal their belly when apologizing. Ugh, why can't I say what I just mentioned? Am I being censored? He attempted to repeat it, only to be met with censorship again. Senior brother Zhou, what did you mean by revealing what? Yuan asked curiously, lifting her head. Cough, the belly. In my hometown, one must reveal their belly when apologizing. Zhou Yuan decided not to mention the censored term again to avoid being locked away. So, do you want me to show you my belly? Yuan's cheeks flushed as she clutched the hem of her skirt, appearing shy and bashful. No need. No need. In my hometown, it's no longer acceptable to look at someone else's belly. Otherwise, one might get hit. After pondering, Zhou Yuan stepped closer, gently patting Yuan's head, earnestly advising, if anyone ever tries to make you reveal your body or get too close, you must not agree. Use your flying sword to protect yourself. Don't let those people take advantage of you. Do you understand? Understood. Yuan nodded, gazing at Zhou Yuan with a serious expression, unable to suppress a mischievous smile. Senior brother Zhou, if someone touches my head, should I hit them? Yes, absolutely. How can a girl's head be touched casually by others? Zhou Yuan continued to pat Yuan's head while advising her. But, senior brother Zhou, you're touching my head right now. Yuan said playfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. Well, that doesn't count. I'm your senior brother. Zhou Yuan hastily explained. Senior brother, I haven't let any other senior brothers touch my head. You're the first. Does that mean you want the other senior brothers to touch my head? No, absolutely not. In summary, I can touch your head, but no, I shall not touch your head in the future either. If anyone else carelessly touches your head, you can simply strike them, and that would be the end of it. Zhou Yuan found himself at a loss for words and opted for whimsical banter, as he realized he had no particularly impressive identity to present. After all, Yuan knows, but senior brother Zhou can touch my head, she declared. From now on, I will only allow you to do so. Yuan took Zhou Yuan's hand and placed it on her head, squinting her eyes and gently leaning into his embrace. Chapter 16. The Lockpicking Prodigy. All right, Yuan, you are truly wonderful and quite generous, Zhou Yuan said, stroking Yuan's head, a smile creeping onto his lips as he clearly felt a surge of joy. Phew, that was a bit perilous. I almost thought I had been discovered. Chunbo watched the flying sword that Yuan had kicked away, now embedded in his abdomen, and froze in place, not daring to make a move. I shouldn't have gone out. I definitely shouldn't have. If I upset the young lady, my fate will surely be dire. As Chinbo withdrew the sword, blood began to ooze from his abdomen, a trail of crimson wafting through the air, mingling with the mist. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brows, releasing his hold on Yuan and scanning the surroundings warily, attempting to locate the source of the metallic scent. Senior brother Zhou, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Yuan asked, her gaze sweeping the area, sensing nothing amiss, and cast a puzzled look at Zhou Yuan, awaiting his response. It's nothing, merely a hint of blood. Perhaps there are ferocious beasts hunting nearby, Zhou Yuan replied, shaking his head, yet remaining vigilant as he grasped Yuan's hand and moved towards the door. What about that powerful sword strike from earlier? Has it severed the black lock? Zhou Yuan casually inquired, recalling the earth-shattering blow. I'm uncertain. I was knocked back by the backlash of the black lock and didn't have the chance to check before I noticed the sword flying toward you. I thought you were more important, so I rushed to save you. Am I not impressive? Yuan beamed at Zhou Yuan, her hands animatedly illustrating the moment, while she lifted her pristine chin, resembling a cat seeking praise. Indeed, Wan treats me the best. Unbeknownst to them, the two had arrived before the grand door, gazing upon the unscathed black lock. Oh, senior brother Zhou, I have truly tried my best. Wu. Yuan turned to Zhou Yuan, her eyes shimmering, her lips pouting in an endearingly pitiful manner. It seems brute force won't suffice after all, Zhou Yuan said, hastily ruffling Yuan's hair to soothe her emotions. What should we do now? She asked, retreating into Zhou Yuan's embrace and poking his cheek with her finger. Just watch. Some things cannot be opened with sheer strength. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, producing a peach branch and waving it before Yuan. How beautiful! Is it for me? She exclaimed, taking the branch adorned with peach blossoms, her face lighting up with joy as she hugged Zhou Yuan. No, wait. Zhou Yuan quickly covered his mouth, realizing his mistake. Yes, indeed, it is for you. Thank you, senior brother Zhou. You are my favorite. Why? Yuan shook the peach branch, her laughter ringing with delight. You play with that for now. I'll show you a trick. Zhou Yuan pulled out another peach branch, swinging it to send blossoms fluttering through the mist. He broke off a slender piece from the branch and inserted it into the lock, pressing his ear against it to listen intently for any sounds within. I believe it is my time to shine. That young lad surely cannot unlock it, and my timely appearance will allow me to steal the spotlight and make a grand impression before the young lady. Chen Bo thought, setting aside the flying sword. His abdominal wound had ceased bleeding, and his body's self-healing abilities were commendable. After performing a cleansing ritual, Chen Bo ambled towards Zhou Yuan and Yuan with a steady gait. Wan, do you know? Sometimes, unlocking a door is an art form. One must learn to overcome rigidity with gentleness, allowing the lock to feel our tenderness, so we may explore its inner workings. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he rhythmically maneuvered the delicate peach branch fragment in the keyhole, listening intently to the internal frequencies of the black lock, clearly resembling a seasoned locksmith. Ahem, young lady, I apologize for the delay. I inadvertently wasted your precious time. Chinbo said, handing a key to Yuan with utmost sincerity and respect. It's all right. I shall not hold it against you, Grandfather Chun. But may I ask what caused your delay? Was it that my father forgot to open the door for me and sent you to deliver the key? Yuan asked with a gentle smile, her gaze scrutinizing Chun Bo. Not at all. Young lady M.Y. Candied Hawthorne was in such high demand today that I simply could not break free, Chun Bo replied earnestly. His expression sincere, appearing to be devoid of deceit. I recall that your Candied Hawthorns seldom sells well, Grandfather Chun. Who would indulge in such an expensive treat? She retorted, but her attention was soon captured by the sound of the lock clicking open. She waved Chin Bo away, her eyes sparkling as she dove into Zhou Yuan's embrace. Senior brother, you are amazing. You truly unlocked it, she exclaimed, peering up at Zhou Yuan with awe. Zhou Yuan remained unmoved, casting a fierce glare at Chen Bo. Hey, old man, I heard everything you said, so it seems you are the only one in Yunlin City selling such expensive candied hawthorn? Refund me. Chen Bo waved his hand dismissively. What can I say? You get what you pay for. I use only the finest imported ingredients, thus the higher price. Are you referring to that sour candied hawthorn? Zhou Yuan's expression darkened as he glared at Chen Bo. In that moment, Chen Bo felt Zhou Yuan's resentment intertwine with the surrounding mist, surging towards him with an unstoppable force. This is not good. I must flee. With that, Chen Bo transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished, leaving Zhou Yuan, still in Yuan's embrace, to take a few steps forward before opting to let it go. Forget about him. Let's move on, Yuan said, shaking Zhou Yuan's hand as she stepped forward to open the gate. As the gate swung open, a quaint little courtyard, steeped in antiquity, revealed itself to the two. Upon entering, they found the floor paved with blue stone slabs, devoid of any weeds, save for patches of deep green moss, which together with the stone patterns, evoked a sense of timelessness. Strangely, the courtyard lacked the mist that enveloped the outside world, allowing it to shine like a sanctuary. Zhou Yuan observed the verdant vines climbing the courtyard walls. Realizing that these vines greedily consumed the mist that drifted in from outside, their emerald leaves quivering as if reveling in the refreshing aura. Author's Note Chapter 17. The Scent of Osmanthus and the Swaying Swing Senior Brother. Follow me, Yuanwan said, tugging Zhou Yuan's hand as they dashed towards the corner of the courtyard where a towering osmanthus tree stood. She pointed at the majestic tree, her face illuminating with joy. This osmanthus tree was planted by my mother. When I was young, she would often accompany me beneath its branches to read and play. Sometimes, we even had our meals there, surrounded by the fragrant blossoms that filled the air with a sweet aroma. Zhou Yuan marveled at the grand osmanthus tree, which dominated half the sky above the courtyard. Its golden flowers bloomed abundantly, releasing an enchanting fragrance. Beneath the tree was a stone table and several stone stools. Pristine and adorned with fallen golden petals, the air gently stirring as the breeze caressed them. Zhou Yuan brushed the petals from the stool and patted Yuanwan's head, drying his hands from the dew. What are you doing? Your hands are so wet. Yuanwan wriggled free from Zhou Yuan's affectionate touch and jumped aside, glaring at him with her hands on her chest, adopting a defensive stance. Stop fooling around. Sit down and let me treat you to something delicious, Zhou Yuan urged, gesturing to the clean stone stool. But, no one lives here at the moment. I only come occasionally, and there's nothing to eat? Yuanwan replied, taking a couple of cautious steps towards the stool. Seeing Zhou Yuan had no intention of reaching out to her head again, she finally sat down, her legs together and hands resting calmly on her knees. Gazing at Zhou Yuan like an eager student. No need. I have some, Zhou Yuan said, retrieving a transparent bag from his storage ring, filled with the remnants of his candied hawthorn. He opened the bag, and the sour aroma wafted out, prompting both Zhou Yuan and Yuanwan to instinctively sniff the air. Momentarily taken aback, the candied hawthorn lay quietly within the bag, seemingly transformed. A long stick bore 4 or 5 bright red hawthorns, glistening like Snow White's poison apples, beckoning the unwaried. Go ahead and eat, Zhou Yuan encouraged, pointing to the candied hawthorn on the table with a smile. Zhou Yuan, did I do something wrong to anger you? Is this what you want me to eat? Leftovers? Yuanwan exclaimed, her small hands patting the table in frustration, glaring at Zhou Yuan with indignation. What is the matter? Do you find my previous meal unappealing? If so, I shall fetch you something else. Zhou Yuan pretended to rummage through the Qinkuan ring, casting furtive glances at Yuanwan. Oh dear, it's not that I disdain what you have eaten. It's just that this candied hawthorn is rather sour. Consuming it would surely lead to discomfort. Yuanwan furrowed her brows as she gazed at Zhou Yuan, ultimately hesitating before reaching for the candied hawthorn on the stone table. Closing her eyes, she seemed to believe that by not seeing it, the sourness would vanish, timidly bringing her mouth closer. All right, I was merely teasing you. I would never truly make you eat such a sour treat. I am not a wicked old witch. Zhou Yuan gently patted Yuanwan's head, taking the candied hawthorn from her hand and placing a delicacy he held in his other hand in front of her. Here, indulge in this peach blossom pastry made during this year's peach blossom season. It should not be unpleasant. Zhou Yuan pointed to the rosy pastry on the plate, encouraging Yuanwan to give it a taste. Yuanwan delicately pinched a piece of pastry, placing it in her mouth for a gentle bite. The pastry melted in her mouth, a subtle floral fragrance mingling with a hint of honeyed sweetness. Smooth and delectable, leaving a lingering aroma. This is delicious. I never expected that senior brother Zhou's pastries would be unexpectedly delightful. As she spoke, Yuanwan stuffed the piece of pastry into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, and she reached for another piece from the plate. After swallowing the morsel, she glanced at Zhou Yuan, who was nonchalantly enjoying the candied hawthorn, and silently extended the pastry in her hand towards him. Senior brother Zhou, you should have this. It's sweet. Zhou Yuan wiped the sour juice that had trickled from the corner of his mouth, smiling as he accepted the pastry Yuanwan offered. There are plenty of pastries. If these are insufficient, there are more, so feel free to indulge. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he produced 2 sealed gourds filled with peach juice, placing one beside Yuanwan. This contains peach juice. Take your time drinking it, and be careful not to choke. Thank you, senior brother Zhou. You are the best. Yuanwan lifted the gourd and took a sip, the sweet peach juice bringing a silly grin to her face. Hee, senior brother Zhou's peach juice is truly delightful. I shall have you make it for me every day. Zhou Yuan chewed on the pastry, alleviating the intense sourness, while his eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeking something that could thoroughly counteract the tartness in the center of the small courtyard, there stood a swing. The frame of the swing, crafted from some unknown wood, had withstood the test of time. Standing tall and exuding a faint red glow imbued with an ancient charm. Who made that swing? The craftsmanship is remarkable. Zhou Yuan pointed towards the swing in the courtyard, inquiring of Yuan, who was busily savoring the peach blossom pastry. It was made by my father. What's the matter? Do you wish to swing? I can give you a push. Yuan swallowed the pastry in her mouth. Gazing earnestly at Zhou Yuan, her expression indicating a genuine desire to assist him in pushing the swing. Can we really? Zhou Yuan glanced at the eager Yuan and stood up, walking towards the swing. Of course, but you must push me afterwards. Is that all right? Yuan eagerly approached Zhou Yuan, grasping the hem of his garment to wipe her hands, then looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Rest assured, I am not one to betray my word. I will certainly push you shortly. Zhou Yuan brushed away the pastry crumbs from the corner of Yuan's mouth, and his body instinctively settled onto the swing. The weather was nearing evening, with the faint glow of the setting sun filtering through the mottled leaves, casting patches of golden light upon the stone slabs. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted freely through the courtyard. As Zhou Yuan swung higher, he reveled in the fleeting scent of the blossoms, reaching out to touch the petals drifting around him. The swing soared higher, and Zhou Yuan's laughter grew more joyous. Arms outstretched like a youthful child imitating a bird in flight. Woohoo, we are taking off! With Zhou Yuan's joyful exclamation, the swing ascended to great heights, and Yuan, watching Zhou Yuan exclaiming excitedly in the sky, bore a smile tinged with affection, her gaze filled with tenderness as if watching over her own child. The scene before her seemed to shift. In her memories, there were also petals dancing in the air. And her mother and father had gently pushed her on the swing, every movement imbued with warmth and love. Mother once said that when I find a boy I like, I should bring him to meet her for her approval. Now I have brought back the boy I like, but mother is not here. Why Yuan's thoughts drifted, and she stood frozen, no longer pushing the swing, which gradually came to a halt. Zhou Yuan turned to see Yuan. Silent and sorrowful, and after a moment's contemplation, he carefully descended from the swing and approached her. Yuan, come and swing. I will give you a push. Zhou Yuan took Yuan's hand, guiding her step by step to sit on the swing. The gentle breeze carried the osmanthus blossoms, splattering like ink. The wind seemed to blow endlessly, sweeping from west to east, from south to north, brushing against everything about Yuan, including her senior brother Zhou. The breeze continued to blow, whisking away the sweet dreams of the once happy little girl, taking with it her most cherished person. Why Yuan's body trembled slightly, as though she had suddenly lost her spirit, devoid of any strength to move. A broad, powerful hand gently patted her shoulder, brushing aside her flowing hair. Why Yuan instantly snapped back to reality, a smile slowly blooming on her face, like a spring flower in a gentle rain. Or the bright moon over the sea, radiantly blossoming and illuminating her surroundings. Now, I shall push. You must be ready, lest you fall and hurt yourself, for I shall not take responsibility. Zhou Yuan declared, though he did not push with great force. Allowing the swing to sway at a suitable amplitude, Yuan lifted her head gently atop the swing, smiling as she opened her arms, embracing the flurry of osmanthus blossoms. Chapter 18. Why does senior brother have to give me West dinner? Unbeknownst to them, the two had played until evening. The moonlight cascaded down as Zhou Yuan wove a flower crown, while Yuan dipped her small feet into the pond, watching the fish frolic. Occasionally glancing at Zhou Yuan with a faint smile. Senior brother, who is the flower crown for? Yuan playfully touched Zhou Yuan's face, causing him to feel a slight itch. Naturally, it is for myself. Such a handsome and dashing exterior as mine requires a beautiful flower crown to complement it, though. Yuan's tone carried a hint of disappointment, her little feet ceasing to splash, resting quietly in the pond. Drawing a school of fish to eagerly kiss her smooth, jade-like toes. Zhou Yuan spat out the grass he had been chewing, then carefully placed the completed flower crown atop Yuan's head. It looks decent enough, still quite lovely, but why does it seem a bit silly? Zhou Yuan remarked, appreciating the beauty before him with an objective and fair assessment. Yuan turned her head in disbelief. Touching the flower crown atop her head, then glancing at Zhou Yuan, who wore a scrutinizing expression. Is this flower crown made for me? Or did you merely ask me to try it on? Yuan looked at Zhou Yuan with uncertainty, her small feet feeling slightly ticklish, causing the fish to scatter in fright. Of course it is for you. I was merely joking earlier. What would a man like me do with a flower crown? If I were to wear something, it would be a straw hat. Let us not dwell on that. Tell me how this flower crown looks. Do you think it's nice? I can't shake the feeling that you look a bit silly wearing it. Or perhaps you've become a bit silly since arriving in Yunlin City, losing that sharp intellect characteristic of Qingyun's sect. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he playfully poked Yuan's forehead. Why Yuan smiled at him, unbothered by his teasing. This is specially made for me, just for me. Yuan ceased her excited splashing and observed the girl in the pond adorned with a flower crown, grinning foolishly. How could it look silly? I don't appear silly at all, and the flower crown suits me perfectly, hee. I look truly beautiful. Why Yuan gazed at Zhou Yuan with self-admiration, playfully forming a cute scissor hand gesture. Senior brother. Am I cute? This gesture doesn't convey your cuteness to me at all. Zhou Yuan scoffed, about to say more when his instincts kicked in, and he turned to watch the entrance of the small courtyard warily. Ahem, the young lady is undoubtedly very adorable. Just then, Uncle Chen arrived beside Yuan, beaming as he replied. Why Yuan glanced at Uncle Chen, then at Zhou Yuan. Uncle Chen, what brings you here? Uncle Chen smiled softly before turning to Zhou Yuan. Young friend Zhou, my master has invited you to tonight's banquet. I wonder if you have the time. Your master is the Lord of Yun City? Zhou Yuan rose, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Indeed, my master specifically requested that you attend. He has already declined several other guests for this reason. Uncle Chen stood respectfully behind Yuan, his demeanor reverent, though it was unclear whether it was directed at Zhou Yuan or Yuan. Very well, I shall go with Wan shortly. Please inform the city lord that he must prepare dishes that Wan enjoys. If she finds them unappetizing, I fear I shall not be able to toast with the Lord of Yun City. Certainly, I will convey your message and extend my regards to the city lord. After Uncle Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Zhou Yuan, bowed respectfully to both Zhou Yuan and Yuan, and vanished like smoke. I haven't finished speaking yet. That old man moves quite swiftly. Just you wait, I shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Zhou Shixiang, could we possibly not go? I'm not particularly keen on attending. Yuan looked at Zhou Yuan with a pitiful expression, clearly dissatisfied with Zhou Yuan's earlier remarks to Qin Bohum. Zhou Yuan glanced at Yuan, approached her, and whispered a few words into her ear. Yuan nodded repeatedly, her earlobes slightly flushed, appearing quite adorable. Then it's settled. If I succeed, you shall accompany me to the city lord's mansion for a meal. Without waiting for Yuan's response, Zhou Yuan lifted her small foot from the pond, bent down and gently wiped it with his garment. He then took the Qingyun boots and socks nearby, preparing to put them on her. Zhou Shixiang, I will go. To rosy hue graced Yuan's cheeks as she shrank back, attempting to withdraw her foot from his embrace. However, Zhou Yuan was not inclined to grant her wish. He firmly held onto her escaping foot, thwarting her attempt to flee, while Yuan's face instantly turned crimson, as if Zhou Yuan's large hand had seized her very lifeblood, rendering her entirely weak. In feeling Zhou Yuan's warm hand attending to her small foot in various ways, she couldn't help but emit a soft hum. Zhou Shixiang, please stop rubbing. It tickles so much. Watching Zhou Yuan busily tending to her foot, Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over her, a peculiar sensation of comfort enveloping her, as if her body was gradually becoming lighter and slipping out of her control. Have you been practicing too diligently? It seems you have sustained quite a few hidden injuries. Allow me to help you invigorate your meridians. We can provide further treatment upon returning to the sect. Zhou Yuan spoke while kneading Yuan's small foot, occasionally pressing into her calves, his expression serious and earnest, akin to a devoted physician. Ah, is that so? I was mistaken to harbor ill thoughts about Zhou Shixiang. Why Yuan closed her eyes and felt her previously blocked meridians gradually open under Zhou Yuan's ministrations, allowing for a greater flow of spiritual energy than before. Truly, he is the man I admire. His attentiveness is truly heartwarming. Yuan gazed at Zhou Yuan, who was focused on massaging her foot, and couldn't resist gently caressing his face. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Zhou Yuan lifted his head, looking at her with a hint of confusion. Not at all. I simply think you are quite handsome, and I couldn't help but touch. Zhou Yuan chuckled, a proud smile spreading across his face. Indeed, it must be my charm that has captivated you, and no need to worry. I permit your touch as a reward for your obedience. With a grand gesture, Zhou Yuan waved his hand and returned to massaging Yuanwan's foot. As time passed, Zhou Yuan eventually ceased his actions, picking up the socks that he had previously set aside to attend to Yuanwan's injuries. Pervert, Zhou Shixiang is a great pervert. Yuanwan couldn't help but lightly tap Zhou Yuan on the head. Just moments ago, she had witnessed him, like a lovesick fool, fondling her socks and even bringing them close to his nose to inhale their scent. Cough, cough, it was involuntary, truly involuntary. Zhou Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, savoring the lingering fragrance. Disgusting, pervert, I dislike you the most. Why? Yuanwan pouted and lightly tapped Zhou Yuan's head again, her expression one of clear discontent. All right, enough of this playful banter. We must hurry and not keep City Lord Yun waiting. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he brought the socks closer to Yuanwan's feet. Sniff, sniff, Zhou Yuan ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of Yuanwan's small foot, a peculiar smile gracing his face. No, you can't do this, you pervert who enjoys sniffing girls' feet and socks. Chapter 19. Perhaps we should become brothers. Amidst the swirling clouds, the city lord's mansion appeared like a mirage, the sound of swords being sharpened echoed from a pavilion. A middle-aged man wielding a long sword faced the rolling sea of clouds, diligently honing his blade. Footsteps approached, and Chun Bo slowly arrived beside Yun Mengzi. Sir, the young lady and that boy have arrived downstairs. Clang. Yun Mengzi raised his sword, cleansing it of its impurities in the sea of clouds. Very well, I shall descend shortly. Understood. I will head down to make arrangements. Chun Bo slightly bowed and turned to walk downstairs. Wait, come here and help me see if this sword is sharp enough. Downstairs, Yuanwan leaned against Zhou Yuan, her small fists occasionally pounding against his chest. Perverted Shixiang, let us leave. We waited for so long. And my father doesn't he seem inclined to meet us, clearly showing he doesn't he value us. It matters not. We are merely here to dine. If that fellow dares to show us a scornful face, we can simply turn and leave. Zhou Yuan calmly responded, catching her small fist with one hand. Ouch, does this small fist actually hurt when it strikes my chest? Could it be that I am truly too weak? Perverted Shixiang is at it again, squeezing my hand. His true nature is hard to change. Why? Yuanwan regarded Zhou Yuan with an expression akin to that of viewing a trifling fish, her small hand straining to pull away from his grip. For a moment, the two engaged in a silent tug-of-war, neither yielding. Clang. As Yun Mengzi descended the stairs and observed the intimate scene, he silently drew his sword. Zhou Yuan instinctively released Yuanwan's hand and glanced towards Yun Mengzi, who was gripping a sword that glinted coldly. He couldn't help but swallow hard. That man must harbor some murderous intent towards me. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing on end. Yuanwan, please come down from me. I sense this old fellow may not have good intentions. Zhou Yuan gently patted Yuanwan's shoulder and whispered into her ear. Yuanwan looked at the somewhat grim-faced Yun Mengzi and then at the enigmatic Zhou Yuan, a smile involuntarily appearing on her lips. Shixiang, speaking like that may attract my father's attention. His expression is already dark. Yuanwan kindly cautioned, wary that Zhou Yuan might utter something disrespectful and incite her father's ire, knowing that unless she resorted to extreme measures, Zhou Yuan would surely be in a perilous situation. Cough, cough. Unable to contain himself, Yun Mengzi cleared his throat twice, placing his sword upon the table before sitting down slowly. Uncle, it's good to see you well. Zhou Yuan turned his head, awkwardly waving his hand in greeting. Young friend, all is well? Yun Mengzi smiled as he clapped his hands, and a number of maidens entered, carrying dishes that shimmered with a divine glow, placing them on the table until it was fully laden. You have indeed kept your promise to come. What an honest and trustworthy young man you are. Yun Mengzi raised a cup of wine that a maiden had just poured for him. Nodding slightly at Zhou Yuan. You flatter me, truly you do. Uncle is the real hero, managing the vast Yunlin city with such precision. Under Uncle's governance, Yunlin will surely be filled with countless talents and stand invincible. Zhou Yuan replied while lifting his own cup. Come, Uncle, I toast to the prosperity and well-being of Yunlin city. Young friend Zhou, your praises are excessive. I am genuinely moved by your words. The cups clinked. and the two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere becoming much more amiable. Xixiang, please serve me some dishes. I wish to eat that one. Why Yuan poked Zhou Yuan's side, pointing at a golden steamed carp on the opposite side of the table. Of course, just tell me what you wish to eat, and I will serve you what you cannot reach. Zhou Yuan replied as he picked up a piece of fish and placed it on Yuan's plate. Thank you, Xixiang. You should eat as well, Why Yuan said, offering a piece of meat that was neither too large nor too small to Zhou Yuan's mouth, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, and Yuan placed the meat inside. Watching him enjoy the morsel she had offered, a smile reminiscent of a devoted wife graced Yuan's face as she rested her chin on her hand. Cough Yunmengzi watched Zhou Yuan with a mix of envy and jealousy, his hand involuntarily reaching towards the long sword on the table. Is there something you wish to say? Uncle? Zhou Yuan asked, puzzled, as he glanced at Yunmengzi. You need not concern yourself with our feelings. Feel free to speak your mind. Yunmengzi's mouth twitched slightly, his grip on the chopsticks tightening, causing the sturdy stone chopsticks to develop minor cracks. Hiss, this boy, daring to serve food to my beloved daughter in front of her old father, and brazenly enjoying the food she offers him. Utterly incomprehensible. I must devise a way to sever his inappropriate aspirations towards my daughter. Not much, just curious about your thoughts on my daughter Yuan. Father, why are you asking this? Do you wish to do something to Zhou Xixiang? Yuan shot a discontented glance at Yunmengzi, setting down her chopsticks with an unkind expression. Calm down. I assure you, Uncle and I can engage in an equal exchange. Zhou Yuan smiled at Yunmengzi, who also forced a smile in return. How should I put it? Zhou Yuan gently patted Yuan's small head, encouraging her to lean against his shoulder, urging her not to run off. Miss Yuan is pure and adorable, with a lively spirit and a kind heart. She is truly an exceptional young lady. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. Seeing how fond you are of Yuan reassures me. Young friend Zhou, you must cherish her as if she were your own sister, and never allow her to suffer any grievances. Yunmengzi observed Zhou Yuan with a smile, his hand having unknowingly found its way to the long sword, lightly tapping the blade. Xixiang Yuan clung to Zhou Yuan's arm, inching closer to him, unable to hide the joy radiating from her face. What immense happiness! What brings me joy is that brother Zhou also holds affection for me. Is there anything more delightful than this? I think not. However, there is one thing I find perplexing. Why should brother Zhou treat me as a younger sister? Would it not be more fitting for him to regard me as a companion on the path of cultivation? The hall was illuminated by flickering lights when Uncle Qin unexpectedly appeared beside Yunmengzi. He gestured to the maid standing behind Yunmengzi and took his place behind her. Why, dear nephew? He chuckled. I have always considered Yuan as my own sister. I would never allow her to suffer any grievances that I myself would endure. Zhou Yuan, as he spoke, downed the exquisite wine in his cup, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. This wine has quite a kick, he thought, casting a bewildered glance at the maid, his eyes filled with confusion. This wine is unlike the previous one. The last was sweet. Yet this one has a dizzying effect. Coughing lightly, Uncle Chun cleared his throat. Zhou Yuan ceased his scrutiny of the maid and turned back to face Yunmengzi with utmost respect, casually taking a few bites of the dishes. Excellent, splendid response. Truly a man of responsibility. My admiration for you grows ever deeper. Too much praise, too much. I am simply being myself, carefree and romantic, liberated and indulgent, Zhou Yuan replied, serving several bites of food to Yuan, indulging himself as well. Come, uncle, let us share a toast. Zhou Yuan raised his cup and drank heartily, appearing quite magnanimous. Brother Zhou Yuan, I find myself increasingly fond of your character. I truly believe you possess an exceptional spirit. Destined for greatness, I wish to forge a brotherly bond with you. What say you? Yunmengzi regarded Zhou Yuan earnestly, the crisp sound of swords clashing resonating softly, slightly louder than before. Should I become brothers with this lad Zhou Yuan? Then he would indeed become Yuan's uncle. If worst comes to worst, let Yuan acknowledge him as a godfather. With such ties, how could this young man dare to marry Yuan against her will? Zhou Yuan, upon witnessing the sincerity in Yunmengzi's gaze, felt the previous wine's spiciness intensify. Though uncertain why, he sensed that the rationale for their brotherhood was somewhat hasty. Uncle, you jest. How could I possibly acknowledge you as an elder brother? I would never presume such a thing. What is there to hinder? Our meeting feels as if we have known each other for ages, sharing common aspirations and bonding across generations. 3 vital elements are already in place. Why should it not be so? 1. Do persuade your father. I fear he may be a bit unhinged, perhaps longing for you after these years apart. Zhou Yuan whispered to Yu 1, gesturing helplessly at Yun Mengzi, who awaited Zhou Yuan's response with eager anticipation. Why Yu 1 glanced at her father, who appeared to be calculating something, and for reasons unknown, felt a sudden pang of guilt. Could it be that during my absence, my father has grown so lonely that he seeks to make every acquaintance a brother? Should I perhaps ease our relationship a little, just a tad? Father, do refrain from casually acknowledging juniors as brothers. It complicates matters for me. Allow me to serve you some food. As she spoke, Yu 1 stood and placed a piece of green vegetable onto Yun Mengzi's plate. 1. Yun Mengzi gazed at the vegetable in his plate, momentarily losing all sense of strategy and calculations. Very well, I was indeed hasty. Let us eat. Yun Mengzi chuckled like a child, happily chewing on the tasteless greens. Uncle, let us drink. My young friend, you possess quite the drinking capacity. Allow me to toast you. 1. Pour me some wine. I must engage in a drinking contest with your uncle until dawn. 1. How I have missed you. Why have you not visited me in all these years? Silence, you hypocrite. 1. Reveal your true situation and expose his real nature. Ah, the heavens strive, and a gentleman must persevere. I was born to be of use. The youth possesses remarkable charm, truly, a prodigy of a generation. Father, 1 acknowledges her mistakes. Chapter 20. The literary fortune of the world can be divided into 3 parts. The world gradually transitioned from obscurity to clarity as Zhou Yuan pressed his forehead and slowly opened his eyes. A new day, a new life. Your interdimensional romantic system is currently processing your outcomes. Skip ahead, understood. Rewards have been allocated to the system's inventory. Please collect them in a timely manner. Ugh, my head aches a bit. It seems I might have indulged a tad too much yesterday. Zhou Yuan could still detect the lingering aroma of fine wine in his mouth, which made him feel slightly nauseous. He intended to rise and fetch a glass of water to rinse his mouth. Just as he attempted to sit up, he noticed something amiss. He felt an unusual heaviness upon him, as if someone were lying atop him. Could it be that I am being pressed down by a ghost? Zhou Yuan cautiously lifted the covers and was met with the sight of a disheveled Yu 1 nestled against his chest, rubbing her eyes, clearly just awakening from a deep slumber. Ugh, brother Zhou. What are you doing? I was still asleep, she protested, pulling the covers tighter around her. Something feels off here. Zhou Yuan tried to recall the events of the previous night, but everything remained a hazy blur. He only remembered that Yun Mengzi had proposed a brotherly bond, and the rest was utterly unclear. You pervert, scoundrel. How did you end up in my bed? Did you take advantage of me while I was asleep? Yu 1 suddenly realized, kicking Zhou Yuan off the bed, then cocooning herself in the blankets, resembling a pitiful, helpless little rabbit. Zhou Yuan lay on the wooden floor, feeling the chill, peeking back at Yu 1, who was cautiously peering at him from the covers, while he checked his own disheveled yet intact clothing. I believe there was merely a misunderstanding last night that led us to inadvertently share a bed. I assure you, I have done nothing to tarnish your purity. Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, rising to approach Yu 1's bedside in an attempt to explain. Seeing Zhou Yuan approach, Yu 1 quickly buried her head beneath the blankets. Unable to meet his gaze. Inside the covers, she glanced at her intact protective mark, finally feeling relieved. After all, she desired a love story that blossomed from acquaintance to understanding and ultimately to affection. Not one merely founded on obligation and responsibility. Brother Zhou, when will you recall our childhood promises? When will you remember our vows? I understand now. Wan has wronged her brother. Yet, she remains quite upset and insists that you come to console me shortly. Her muffled voice emerged from the blankets. Zhou Yuan had now reached the edge of her bed and gently poked Yu 1's little foot that peeked out from the covers, unable to restrain himself from asking, "But I am right here. Why not allow me to comfort you now?" Ah, perverted brother. Yu 1 quickly retracted her foot, her voice laced with shyness. No, I have yet to groom myself. I look rather unkempt. You must leave first and return once I am presentable. With that, she opened the covers slightly, peeking through the gap to observe Zhou Yuan. I assure you, I have already seen. Even without preparation, Wan is exceptionally beautiful. I quite like it, Zhou Yuan replied, unconsciously reaching out to pat Wan's head through the covers, his tone imbued with warmth and affection. Though not, brother, quickly leave. The blanket rustled as her small feet lightly kicked at Zhou Yuan, attempting to compel him to depart. Very well, very well. I shall step out for a moment and return with breakfast for you. Zhou Yuan stood and instinctively patted Wan's little foot one last time before reluctantly turning to leave. The sound of the door opening and closing echoed, and only then did Wan dare to fully extend her head from the blankets to assess the situation outside. Confirming that Zhou Yuan had indeed left, she let out a small sigh of relief. Why does it feel like Brother Zhou is becoming increasingly perverted? Wan glanced at her little feet, baffled as to why they seemed to hold such a magnetic allure for Zhou Yuan, prompting him to seize every opportunity to touch them. Well, no more thinking about that. I must prepare myself. Today marks the last day with Brother Zhou in Yunlin City. For tomorrow the Cloud Dream Realm will open, and I may not see him again for a while. With that thought in mind, Wan hurriedly leaped out of bed to wash and groom herself. Indeed, today was the day of the Cloud Ascendance. After the clouds rose, the world would dream, and the Cloud Dream Realm would be unveiled. Within this realm, every individual strength would be restricted to the Qi refining stage, preventing vast disparities in power. Furthermore, all participants would be randomly assigned, and regardless of how many individuals formed a team, they would be dispersed. Encounters would rely solely on chance. According to the tales of those who had ventured in before, the Cloud Dream Realm offered a plethora of experiences and abundant resources, making it the ideal place for training. Yet, over the years, waves of individuals had come and gone, and none had truly glimpsed the entirety of the Cloud Dream Realm. On a pavilion, Zhou Yuan gazed at the rising sun piercing through the clouds, watching the dissipating mists and the towering trees oscillating between light and shadow. He found himself momentarily entranced, feeling an inexplicable shift in his mindset. Is this what it means for the sun to rise and the forest to awaken? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but voice his admiration as he gradually seated himself on the railing of the pavilion, savoring the magnificent scenery before him. Perfectly fitting, indeed. Young man, should you choose to devote yourself to the scholarly life, you could monopolize 1/3 of the world's literary fortune. A familiar voice emanated from beneath Zhou Yuan's feet. He looked down to find Yunmengzi, disheveled and precariously perched on a pine tree at the edge of a cliff, a wine flask beside him, his complexion flushed, clearly still inebriated. Uncle, what exquisite taste you have. To select such a breathtaking vantage point for this splendid view, you truly are a remarkable being. Zhou Yuan could not help but extol his praises. Spare me your flattery. Do you think I wish to come down? I drank too much yesterday and, in a moment of carelessness, fell. Yunmengzi yawned, staggered to his feet, and then unexpectedly slipped from the tree, tumbling down in a dazed, "Oh dear, uncle." Zhou Yuan leaned over to gaze downwards. But the swirling clouds obscured Yunmengzi's figure. Truly, as the lord of Yunlin City, he moves with such grace. I admire him greatly. Zhou Yuan settled himself comfortably, resuming his appreciation of the magnificent scenery before him. Yet, as he gazed, his mind wandered back to Yunmengzi's earlier words. If you were to devote yourself to scholarly pursuits, you could monopolize 1/3 of the world's literary fortune. 1/3? You say? Zhou Yuan murmured to himself, the image of "do not call a scholar timid. Dare to summon the sun and moon into the sea" flashing through his mind. Clearing his throat, he looked toward the resplendent red sun. Bring forth the celestial beings to the 9th heaven, part the clouds and reveal the radiant sky. After a moment of silence, there was no response. Zhou Yuan's initial confidence waned, leading to confusion and finally bewilderment. Before he waved his sleeve in frustration and departed in a huff. Chapter 21. Thunderous fire wheels, charge, charge, charge. At Qingyun Sect, atop Qingzhou Peak, Shang Qingshu sat serenely in the corridor amidst the mountain, feeling the morning breeze. Alongside a woman in white, both gazing at the sun of the day. "Qingshu, did I not instruct you to go to Yunlin City yesterday? Why have you not yet set off, master? I am awaiting a letter from someone. I wish to read it before I depart." Shang Qingshu replied respectfully, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, as if anticipating something. The woman in white turned her head in puzzlement. A letter? Why communicate through letters when there are no messaging tools available? I do not quite understand, nor do I know. Yet, I believe that communication through letters resonates more deeply with the heart. The woman slowly turned, her back illuminated by the rising sun, casting a warm glow over the cool morning. I shall head to Yunlin City now. You must go there today. The Yumeng fantasy will commence tomorrow, and you must not miss it. Should you miss this opportunity, you shall have to wait another 10 years. As her words fell, a flying sword appeared beneath her feet, and with a gentle pat on Shang Qingshu's head, she vanished from sight before Shang Qingshu could react. Shang Qingshu pursed her lips. Gazing at the sky where the messenger pigeon had once flown, her small hand unknowingly clutching her garment. Has Taoist Zhou de Peo not written to me? She mused. Perhaps I am unworthy of such treatment from a friend. With a hint of disappointment in her tone, she continued, if I do not receive a reply today, I shall proceed to Yunlin City. After all, if there is no destiny, there is no need to force it. Her fingers brushed her lips absent-mindedly, her complexion shadowed, lost in thought. Goo 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 goo. Thunderous fire wheels. Charge, charge, charge. A familiar call echoed from afar, prompting Shang Qingshu to instinctively take flight, her eyes drawn to the source of the sound. There, a snow-white dove flew in an unusual manner, curling into a ball and spinning wildly as it approached. Chirp, you wretched dove, if I catch you, I shall surely smack you from left to right with a single wing. Following closely behind was a massive golden eagle. Its anger palpable. Goo 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 goo. Catch me if you can. I need not flaunt my skills. My speed alone is something you shall never match in your lifetime. The dove, now in its normal form, flapped its wings with vigor, generating two small whirlwinds beneath. Goo goo. Thunderous fire wheels. Charge, charge, charge. The dove prepared to morph into a wheel shape to reduce air resistance, but suddenly recognized a familiar figure ahead. Goo, isn't that the recipient of this delivery? Truly, the heavens favor doves. Woohoo. The dove veered slightly, heading straight for Shang Qingshu at that moment. She also confirmed that this oddly flying dove was indeed the messenger sent by Taoist Zhou de Peo. Qingping Shang Qingshu summoned a flying sword from her chi cavity, making a symbolic gesture towards the golden eagle trailing behind the dove. Chirp, this is bad. Retreat, retreat. The golden eagle, recognizing the situation, deftly dodged the incoming sword light and swiftly took flight. The dove turned to glance at the fleeing eagle, ceasing its wing flapping and raising a wing in a most human-like gesture of farewell. Goo goo, dear brother, do come visit often. The dove's triumphant call resonated softly through the air, causing the golden eagle, which had been darting through the clouds like a bolt of lightning, to falter momentarily. Almost tumbling from the sky, Dio, I have a letter. Shang Qingshu beamed as the dove circled around her, its presence hovering gracefully. She extended a delicate hand to stroke the dove's small head. Goo, indeed. Please check your exclusive correspondence. The dove nodded in acknowledgement. It then folded its wings and gradually descended onto Shang Qingshu's shoulder. Goo goo. I never expected a biped could fly so swiftly. This is much faster than the thunderous fire wheels Zhou Yuan taught me. The dove whispered in her ear, marveling at her near-instantaneous speed. With a few quick movements, Shang Qingshu and the dove arrived at her abode. In the elegantly antiquated room, she immersed herself in reading Zhou Yuan's letter, a faint aura of the great Tao emanating around her. Taoist Zhou de Peo remains ever sincere and forthright. Shang Qingshu instinctively covered her mouth. A faint blush gracing her cheeks. Goo goo. The stones here are far harder than those at Peach Blossom Mountain. Pecking at them is quite invigorating. Outside the room, amidst the flower bushes, the dove was energetically pecking at a pebble, creating sparks with each impact, determined to shatter it or perish in the attempt. This very moment, atop the sect leader's peak, Luo Wanshi lay soundly asleep with Luo Shuiyao on a wide bed, blissfully oblivious to the passage of time. Meow, I am starving. Why do these two humans not rise to bring me food? The small orange cat leapt onto the bed, delivering a series of playful punches to Luo Wanshi's ample bosom. Hush, little orange, let me sleep a while longer. Luo Wanshi turned over, evading the cat's playful assault, and nestled closer to Luo Shuiyao, sinking back into slumber. Luo Shuiyao found herself buried deeply in Luo Wanshi's embrace. Struggling to breathe, though still in the realm of dreams, her body began to stir instinctively. What a fright! I dreamt I was being forcefully kissed by that scoundrel Zhou Yuan, unable to catch my breath. I kept tapping his shoulder, but he remained unyielding. Had I not awakened, I surely would have suffocated. Luo Shuiyao gasped, her face flushed. Opening her eyes, she sought to understand the situation, only to find a soft barrier obstructing her view and blocking her mouth and nose. Inhaling a familiar scent, she instantly recognized what lay before her. Mother despises this so much. Why must it be so large? Struggling to free herself from Luo Wancher's grasp, she sat up, gazing at her mother, who lay peacefully like a small pig. Why? Are we not mother and daughter? Why the disparity there? Luo Shuiyao lamented, glancing at Luo Wancher's generous bosom and then at her own meager frame, suddenly feeling the pangs of discontent. Meow, I am hungry. Bring me food, or I shall steal fish to eat. The little orange cat promptly approached Luo Shuiyao, nudging her leg with its body, looking up with pleading eyes. Without food for me. What do you intend to eat? Luo Shuiyao absent-mindedly stroked the cat's soft fur, pushing it aside. I miss Zhou Yuan. I wonder what he made for breakfast today? With such thoughts, Luo Shuiyao hopped out of bed, quickly freshened up, and eagerly flew towards Peach Blossom Mountain. Meow, I am starving. Woe is me. The little orange cat lay pitifully on the floor, resembling a chicken that had been unfairly taken advantage of. Chapter 22. To Yunlin City. Amidst the blossoming peach trees, Luo Shuiyao skipped merrily along the crystal-clear stream towards Zhou Yuan's humble abode. Upon reaching his door, she scratched her head, her hand resting hesitantly on the doorknob. Unsure of what to do there, affixed to the wooden door, was a note that read, "A youth like the wind should venture far, just as spring waters flow eastward." What is this? He goes out to play without taking me along, yet claims I am his dearest? Luo Shuiyao glared at the note, feeling an overwhelming dislike for it, akin to her feelings towards Zhou Yuan. With a swift motion, she tore the note down and tossed it aside, chuckling as she entered the room. Outside, the gentle breeze lifted the note into the sky, swirling amidst the countless petals of peach blossoms. Hee, the scent of Zhou Yuan. Luo Shuiyao leapt onto Zhou Yuan's bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance he had left behind. Zhou Yuan, why did you leave without calling for me? Do you no longer consider me your beloved little red? It is truly infuriating. Luo Shuiyao clutched Zhou Yuan's pillow as if it were him, her small hands unable to resist giving it a couple of gentle punches, as though she were striking at Zhou Yuan himself. Zhou Yuan with the pillow embraced, Luo Shuiyao rolled around on the bed, venting her dissatisfaction. Zhou Yuan, do you think we will be happy in the future? Surely, you wouldn't betray me with infidelity after we become partners in this journey, would you? Unbeknownst to her, Luo Shuiyao had wrapped herself in Zhou Yuan's quilt, setting the pillow aside, as if she were sharing a bed with him. Is he avoiding me to engage in illicit affairs? Luo Shuiyao suddenly recalled something, retrieving a beautiful pink flower from her chinkoan ring, one she had stealthily snipped from her mother's garden. He has other women outside. He is being unfaithful. He is pure and devoted, yet constantly thinks of me. He has other women outside. He is being unfaithful. Sitting on Zhou Yuan's bed, Luo Shuiyao plucked the petals from the flower one by one, the pink petals already scattered profusely, the lonely flower stem seemingly proclaiming the outcome of this foreboding. He has other women outside. Luo Shuiyao sniffled, her expression notably somber, her delicate features unusually stiffening. Smack. Luo Shuiyao gently kissed Zhou Yuan's pillow, declaring, Zhou Yuan, I have kissed you. You are mine now. I will not permit you to indulge in infidelity. As she spoke, Luo Shuiyao struck the pillow again, clearly a bit vexed. In the distance, in Yunlin City, Zhou Yuan, who was competing for the last bun with a woman in white, sneezed, startling the seemingly irate lady before him to take a step back. How strange, who is disturbing me from behind? Zhou Yuan mused, while his hands busily placed the last bun from the steamer into his mouth, relishing the taste. Scoundrel, resorting to such despicable tricks. The woman in white shot Zhou Yuan a disdainful glance, stepping forward to pull out money for another steamer of buns. I'm sorry, dear customer, but we only sell 50 portions a day. The last 2, including the one I reserved for my breakfast, have been devoured by this esteemed customer. The plump lady selling buns pointed at Zhou Yuan, appearing rather embarrassed. That's all right. I'll come back another time. The woman in white pouted in disappointment, turning to leave. Excuse me, miss, do you have an insatiable craving for these buns? Zhou Yuan, observing the forlorn figure of the woman in white, felt a surge of sympathy and empathy. Indeed, if one were unable to enjoy something they yearned for, it would be quite distressing, and if someone else indulged in that which they longed for, it would be unbearable. The woman in white turned back, glaring fiercely at Zhou Yuan, her cool demeanor appearing fierce. Just wait, when we meet again, I will give you a beating. After declaring this, the woman in white turned to leave, prompting Zhou Yuan to hastily step forward, producing an uneaten steamer of buns and offering it to her. Here, I haven't touched this steamer yet. It was meant for my junior sister, but seeing how much you desire it, I shall gift it to you. Observing the woman in white frozen in place, Zhou Yuan took her hand, placing the steamer into her grasp before turning away. The woman in white glanced at the buns in her hand, then at Zhou Yuan's retreating figure. Yuzhou felt momentarily at a loss for words, her expression one of confusion. The scene shifted to Zhou Yuan's small abode atop Peach Blossom Mountain, where he murmured to himself, "Not yet, let me try again." Luo Shuiyao, speaking to herself, retrieved another flower from her ring. Meticulously beginning to divine once more, around her, Zhou Yuan's small bed was unknowingly adorned with numerous pink petals and bare flower stems, creating an enchanting and romantic atmosphere. He is pure and devoted. Luo Shuiyao gazed at the empty flower stem in her hand, her eyes crinkling as she broke into a delightful smile, momentarily rivaling the vibrant blooms outside the window, perhaps even surpassing them. Suddenly, Luo Shuiyao's ring glimmered, and a mirror flew out. "Yao Yao, where are you? Hurry back, I shall take you to the Yiming Dream Realm for some fun." Luo Shuiyao tapped the mirror, and a gentle voice, reminiscent of her mother Luo Wanshi, resonated as if she were speaking face to face. "All right, mother, I will tidy up and return shortly." Luo Shuiyao glanced at the bed strewn with petals and stems, sticking out her tongue playfully as she obediently replied, "Be quick, we are leaving soon." Hearing her daughter's response, Luo Wanshi urged her gently. After closing the communication artifact, Luo Shuiyao diligently began to tidy up her handiwork, mindful not to let Zhou Yuan discover her visit. She was certainly not the kind of woman who casually intrudes into another's room. On Qingzhou Peak, Shang Qingshu meticulously pinned the final stroke. Once the ink dried, she picked up the letter she had written to Zhou Yuan, reading it thoroughly to ensure there were no errors before folding it neatly and placing it along with a gift into a small box. Gu Shang Qingshu attempted to call for her messenger pigeon. The pigeon, currently munching on gravel, lifted its head and hopped over to Shang Qingshu. "Thank you." Shang Qingshu handed the small box to the pigeon, gently patting its head while secretly imbuing it with a strand of spiritual energy, ensuring it would evade any predatory birds during its journey. "Gu, don't touch my head, it'll make me silly." The messenger pigeon secured the box onto its back, glanced at Shang Qingshu waving goodbye, and then flapped its wings in farewell before soaring away like a flash of white lightning. As long as this pigeon returns safely, I shall know Zhou Pao's whereabouts and sneak a glance at him then. With this thought in mind, Shang Qingshu summoned her flying sword and headed towards Yunlin City. Chapter 23. The opening of the Yiming Dream Realm. Wan. While you are in the Yiming Dream Realm, maintain your true self and remain vigilant of everyone you encounter, for no one can guarantee that every righteous cultivator remains virtuous when unobserved. We cannot assure that this time's participants do not include members of the demonic sect. Yumingze cautioned earnestly at the entrance to the Yunming Dream Realm. Cough, cough. Why would there be demonic cultivators? Doesn't Yunlin City only invite righteous ones? Zhou Yuan raised his head, asking earnestly, "Be silent." "I noticed your meddling yesterday," Yumingze said, delivering a firm pat on Zhou Yuan's shoulder, the weight causing Zhou Yuan to grimace. "Anyway, Wan, let me continue. Your senior brother possesses considerable strength. His foundation in qi cultivation is formidable. Once inside, he will thrive and undoubtedly dominate. I have 2 tracking artifacts here. You can seek him out directly once you enter and search for the dream fate together." As Yumingze spoke, he handed a crystal ball containing a fluttering golden butterfly to Yu Wan. "Here, take this. It is yours." He then presented Zhou Yuan with a caterpillar, which yawned atop Zhou Yuan's head before settling down to sleep. "Thank you, Father, that I will surely bring back the dream fate." Yu Wan grasped Zhou Yuan's hand, glancing at Yumingze, who was wielding his sword, and sweetly proclaimed, "Indeed, there are no unresolved grievances between father and daughter. A smile erases enmity. A smile erases enmity. Yes, your safety is paramount. Do not forcefully pursue the dream fate. All right, it is time." You should enter now. I will wait for a few old friends and catch up with them. Yumeng Zhe waved his hand, indicating for the two to step into the ethereal glow before them. Then, Zhou Yuan, let us proceed. Yuan Wan tugged at Zhou Yuan's sleeve, signaling him to prepare. Wait, Wan Wan. Before you go, what does the dream fate look like? Yuan Wan cast him a puzzled glance. Have you forgotten the compulsory education at Qingyan sect? The dream fate is the connection between the heart and the world. When the world dreams, everyone within the dream participates. The heavens will choose the heart that resonates most with it to give birth to the dream fate, which can appear anywhere within the Yumeng dream realm. Whether one can discover it or take it away depends entirely on one's ability to Zhou Yuan felt somewhat lost. Is there any specific form it takes? Yes, before it matures, the dream fate appears as an ethereal flower. Once it matures, it transforms based on the most valuable aspect of the destined person's heart, at which point, it becomes exceedingly challenging to locate. All right, I will do my utmost to assist Wan Wan in searching for it. Zhou Yuan gently patted Yuan Wan's head, his tone earnest. Senior brother is the best. No wonder you are my favorite. Yuan Wan leaned closer, her sparkling eyes locking with Zhou Yuan's, creating an atmosphere that was suddenly tender. With affection permeating the air, Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, wishing to say something. Smack. Yuan Wan planted a fervent kiss on Zhou Yuan's cheek, her face flushing crimson, appearing quite adorable. What's the matter? Are you dazed? Yuan Wan chuckled, playfully touching Zhou Yuan's face, like a love-struck maiden who had received acknowledgement from her beloved, her eyes brimming with blissful affection. Zhou Shixiang, I will come find you. So be sure to wait for me. Before Zhou Yuan could respond, Yuan Wan leapt into the entrance of the Yumeng dream realm, her figure gradually vanishing from his sight. How should I express this? Zhou Yuan gently touched the spot where Yuan Wan had kissed him, and to his surprise, his face turned slightly. It seems that I am yearning for love. Zhou Yuan pursed his lips and glanced at Yun Mengzi, who was glaring at him with anger. What are you staring at? You must treat Wan Wan well from now on. If she suffers any grievances while with you, I will make certain that you experience a fate worse than death. Yun Mengzi waved his fist, his expression dark as he looked at Zhou Yuan. Hiss, if this guy were to become my father-in-law, the martial world would surely be drenched in blood. Sigh, I need to make my escape. Zhou Yuan quickly took a couple of steps back and vanished from Yun Mengzi's sight in the blink of an eye. With a clang, a sharp blade was unsheathed, and Yun Mengzi glanced at the entrance to the dream realm. Finding a spot to sit down slowly in the past, the dream realm often mingled with many demonic and beastly cultivators, a result of years of negotiations among various factions. But today, I, Yun Mengzi, shall not allow it. Not just for my beloved daughter within the dream realm, but also to see if I can create a crack in this long-standing balance through my own strength. Let me witness just how filthy the internal affairs of the righteous path are, and whether this alliance of interest can endure. As he pondered, a fierce wind howled, and a shadowy man radiating overwhelming bloodlust, accompanied by several cultivators, soared towards him. But oh, isn't this the city lord of Yunmeng? Yun Mengzi, what's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be your useless city lord? Why are you here playing the watchdog? The shadowy man chuckled softly as he regarded Yun Mengzi, who held a long sword. Yun Mengzi remained silent, slowly rising to his feet with a single-handed grip on his sword. What's this? Do you, the discarded son-in-law abandoned by your wife, still wish to draw your sword? I doubt you can even wield it. Tiske. Look at how your hands tremble while holding the sword. It's truly laughable that you were once the most outstanding swordsman in Qingping, yet your heart shattered due to a woman's departure. I truly don't understand why they refer to you as the second sword among the 3 swords of Qingping. It's utterly ridiculous. As the shadowy man spoke, a grotesque centipede crawled out from his back, dripping with blood and covered in visible flesh and tissue, clearly needing to be censored. The ground trembled as the centipede rapidly expanded, reaching towards the clouds in an instant. The heart of the Tao constructs a worm. Winding like a dragon. Curse the dragon. Kill. The shadowy man smiled, commanding the centipede to lunge at Yun Mengzi, his expression one of eager anticipation. Cough, cough. Leave the poison behind. You all go in first. The shadowy man's upper body suddenly slumped, and a man standing particularly close to him quickly reached into his back, temporarily acting as his spine to barely maintain his human form. Disciples, Heed the command. Several bloodthirsty demonic cultivators nodded and hastily made their way towards the entrance of the dream realm. Seeking death while Yun Mengzi was engaged in a fierce battle with the centipede, he turned his head and saw a few demonic cultivators trying to sneak towards the entrance amidst the chaos. Instantly filled with rage, "Lioli, go. Although my heart is shattered and I can hardly lift my sword, I still possess a sliver of a guardian spirit. Go, help me, and kill them." Yun Mengzi hurled the long sword towards the dream realm. The sword soared through the air, and a golden-haired young boy emerged from it, slowly wielding the sword to slay the unaware demonic cultivators. "Come back. You cannot defeat it." The shadowy man watched in horror as the boy reduced his disciples to dust. His expression one of sheer terror. Why? Your heart was clearly shattered. How can it still be alive?" The shadowy man screamed in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Poof, in the next moment, blood gushed forth as two heads flew into the sky. The gigantic centipede, which had been grappling with Yun Mengzi, momentarily froze before rapidly shrinking and being cleaved in two by the flying sword. Writhing in agony on the ground, "Lioli, you truly remain. I thought you would leave after my heart was shattered." Yun Mengzi smiled as he looked at the long sword in his hand, which trembled slightly. Lioli had just vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint breath lingering. "I never expected that, even after my wife departed, you would still stay by my side. It's truly hard to believe." Yun Mengzi chuckled, gently caressing the blade as if it were the body of a beloved, and the next moment, a small hand emerged from the sword and fiercely slapped Yun Mengzi's face. "Useless, be quiet, or I won't help you later." A noble voice rang out, sounding like a long-slumbering emperor, slightly annoyed by the nearby eunuchs, almost on the verge of a murderous rampage. "Hiss, Lioli, you truly have me in your heart. I was prepared to risk half my life for this. But unexpectedly, you came. Now they must witness whether I, the useless city lord of Qingping, am truly useless." Yun Mengzi covered his face and happily sat down on the ground, peering up at the sky, eagerly awaiting his next adversary. "Your heart is shattered. I should also not survive, but I used half of your life to mend my own, so it is only right for me to assist you. After all, if you were to lose half your life again, death would be just around the corner." Lioli's voice echoed in Yun Mengzi's heart, and his previously arrogant expression gradually stiffened, unable to smile anymore. "Lioli, according to your words, how long can I still live?" "A little over 500 years, perhaps. If you break through your realm, then I shall say nothing." Yun Mengzi lowered his head, the image of the one who caused him heartache surfacing in his mind. 500 years? That's about right. Even if I cannot stand before her intact, at the very least, I can make an effort to reach her. A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Yun Mengzi's mouth as he tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. "I want her to know, and I only wish for her to know, that I, Yun Mengzi, am not a coward." Chapter 24. The wild world of Snowy White in the Dream Realm. Zhou Yuan walked lightly and aimlessly across the vast grasslands. This dream realm is enormous. Even when climbing the highest tree, he could not see its end. "I'm exhausted. Perhaps I should rest for a day and continue my journey tomorrow." Zhou Yuan lay down on the grass, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, idly gazing at the cerulean sky while contemplating how to face Yuan's affections and what he should do when they meet. He learned from Yun Mengzi yesterday that the dream realm typically lasts for 1 to 2 years, while only 2 to 3 days pass outside, a rather significant discrepancy. Staying here for such an extended period would surely bore him to death. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but howl in frustration, rolling around on the grass. Gurgle to his surprise, the seemingly flat grassland had a slope, causing him to tumble uncontrollably, spinning until he was dizzy. Even the little green caterpillar on his head clung tightly to his hair to avoid being thrown off. Bang! Zhou Yuan crashed into a tree, bringing his rolling adventure to an end. "Ouch, that hurts. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Zhou Yuan rolled a couple more times to ensure his face no longer kissed the dirt but faced the vast sky instead. "Wait a minute. Is there a flying dog in the sky?" Zhou Yuan looked up, puzzled, as the white creature approached him closer and closer. "I knew it. How could there possibly be a flying dog? That simply defies logic." Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Hiss, why do I feel like it's coming towards me? That seems ominous." Zhou Yuan sprang to his feet and ran at full speed, covering several hundred meters in an instant. WOC in the distance, Zhou Yuan was knocked to the ground by the descending white fox, lying motionless. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Oh no, how did I accidentally crash into a human? I'm so sorry. It wasn't intentional. The white fox gently patted Zhou Yuan's face, nudging its nose against his to check if he was still breathing. In the next moment, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes and picked up the white fox. Staring at it, little dog. Wait. No, little fox, tell me. Why did you drop from the sky and hit me? Zhou Yuan rubbed the white fox's head, pretending to glare at it fiercely. Whimper, whimper, whimper. I already apologized. Please forgive me. The white fox widened its eyes, feigning a pitiful look, squeezing out a few tears in an attempt to elicit Zhou Yuan's sympathy. All right. Why are you acting like a little girl? Such a crybaby? I forgive you. Is that enough? Zhou Yuan wiped the fox's tears and placed her on the ground, waving his hand. You can go now. Just don't randomly drop from the sky and hit others next time. Hemph. You dare lecture me, but I already said it wasn't intentional. It's all because my recent cultivation of the spatial teleportation technique went awry. Otherwise, I should have appeared directly on the ground. The white fox looked around to confirm her location, and for a moment, she did not leave. This should be the dream realm. I never expected that my self-created spatial teleportation technique would actually succeed. I truly am a genius. I'm not the clumsy fox my sister called me. Indeed, Bai Shui of the wild world had successfully transported herself to the dream realm of Qingping through her incomplete spatial technique after several attempts. This marked a historic breakthrough in spatial magic, achieving the astonishing feat of single-handedly using spatial magic to traverse dozens of continents and transport herself to another world. Little one, why are you still here? Are you trying to stick to me? Zhou Yuan bent down and gently patted the white fox's little behind. Ouch, what are you doing? You lecher. How could you lay a hand on such a pure fox like me? You're simply a beast. Suddenly, Bai Shui felt a hand graze her backside, causing her to leap aside in a flurry of panic, baring her teeth at Zhou Yuan. If it weren't for the suppression of my cultivation to the qi refinement stage, making it difficult even to transform, I would certainly show you the full extent of the princess from the White Fox Kingdom. At that time, unless you kneel and kiss my toes, I shall undoubtedly leave you with a mouthful of broken teeth. Bai Shui seethed internally, completely oblivious to Zhou Yuan, who seized the opportunity to pat her fluffy little head. Why apologies, he muttered. I shouldn't have touched your rear. Since you refused to leave, I shall take my leave first. Until our paths cross again, little white fox. Zhou Yuan affectionately ruffled Bai Shui's fur, indulging in a moment of delight before continuing on his way. Observing Zhou Yuan's retreating figure, Bai Shui lifted her chin, no longer baring her teeth. What a peculiar person. This time, it was not the sound of a fox, but rather the clear, melodious voice of a young girl. Bai Shui turned to walk in the opposite direction of Zhou Yuan. But after taking a couple of steps, she glanced back towards him. That fellow seems like a good person. He probably wouldn't harm me. Lost in thought, Bai Shui turned back, her soft white tail swaying as she made her way towards Zhou Yuan. As dusk settled, Zhou Yuan kindled a fire beside a small stream, occasionally turning the fish skewered above the flames. A little green caterpillar perched on Zhou Yuan's shoulder appeared quite enamored with the warm flames, munching on a blade of grass while watching the occasional sparks fly. Throughout the day, Zhou Yuan had encountered numerous individuals, gaining insights into the mainstream activities within the dreamland of clouds. Unsurprisingly, many cultivators opted for temporary alliances. Some of these alliances chose to band together to hunt magical beasts, vying for the precious demon cores and other valuable parts. Others formed teams to treasure hunt within the dreamland, a pursuit that attracted the most participants. After all, the dreamland of clouds was indeed a treasure trove, not merely containing the heavenly materials conjured by the world's dreams, but also remnants left by cultivators who had either failed to escape or become lost in the illusion. Over the years, treasures had accumulated, as the limited spoils available to each new entrant dwindled. The dreamland of clouds, being a manifestation of the world's dream, exerted a significant influence on cultivators. Each time the illusion opened, nearly half of the entrants would become lost, serving as sustenance for the dreamland. Of course, aside from treasure-seeking cultivators, there existed a lesser-known yet popular trend of group robbery. As the saying goes, it's easier to take than to search. The rewards from such thefts were immense, leading many righteous cultivators to take the risk, as they were all merely qi refiners. donning a mask rendered them unrecognizable. If one could identify their sect after the fact, that would indeed be impressive. Zhou Yuan understood these robbers, as everyone was merely striving to survive. If everyone became immensely wealthy, who would venture into such illusions or secret realms? Perhaps this reflected the class struggles within the realm of cultivation. However, today, several individuals, lacking common sense, dared to rob Zhou Yuan, a penniless youth. Zhou Yuan chuckled at their audacity, turning the tables on them and removing their masks to reveal their identities, sketching their faces on paper. The robbers, terrified, promised Zhou Yuan a handsome reward if he kept their identities a secret until they escaped. Zhou Yuan graciously offered them a chance for redemption, allowing them to leave with a sense of relief. Today had been quite profitable. He felt that his earnings could sustain Yunyu, Yunling, and Yunming in their cultivation for 2 or 3 months. Truly satisfying. Zhou Yuan excitedly examined the newly acquired spiritual stones and heavenly materials in his storage ring. Unable to suppress a grin. Chapter 25. Have you heard of the farming gameplay? I'm so hungry. Why can't that human be found? After a day of searching, Bai Shui climbed a tall tree, deciding to rest there for the night and resume her search for Zhou Yuan in the morning. Sniff, sniff. What a delightful aroma. It seems to be the scent of grilled fish. Swiftly, Bai Shui descended from the tree and dashed towards the source of the enticing smell. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Indeed. It is that human. The fishy grill smells so good. Bai Shui approached Zhou Yuan, who was grilling fish, pointing with her paw at the fish before gesturing towards herself. Little fox, why have you followed me again? Are you hungry? Bai Shui wagged her tail, happily nodding in response. Well, you've come just in time. My fish is freshly grilled, and you can have it while it's still warm. Zhou Yuan generously handed a grilled fish to Bai Shui, while he took another for himself. Bai Shui accepted the fish with her paws, disregarding the heat, and took a bite. Wow, that is so hot. Bai Shui grimaced as she swallowed the scalding fish, but soon her expression transformed into one of satisfaction. This human's grilled fish is simply exquisite, far surpassing any I have ever tasted. Bai Shui's eyes sparkled as she savored the fish in dainty bites. Zhou Yuan observed Bai Shui's human-like posture and mannerisms while eating the fish, feeling somewhat bewildered. Little fox, is this how your kind eats fish? He inquired, petting her head. Chirp, chirp. Oh no, I forgot to maintain my disguise. What will happen if he discovers my true identity? Surely, he would attempt to possess me. For I am the most beautiful maiden of the White Fox Kingdom, and no man could resist me. Bai Shui paused her meal, attempting to feign innocence with an adorable demeanor. Zhou Yuan could not help but stroke her soft fur, causing Bai Shui to squint her eyes in pleasure, leaning in to nuzzle his hand. I see. A fox of such high intelligence must be a spirit pet. With your cuteness, I could never bear to abandon you if I were your master. You must have become separated from your owner, right? This human is quite adept at concocting justifications for my predicament. Bai Shui thought, as she placed the bones of the fish she had finished in Zhou Yuan's hand. Raising her head to gauge his reaction. Cough, cough, are you rejecting my offer? In truth, I too am alone in this illusion, and you are just a solitary little fox. I seek a companion to share my adventures. And you need someone to take care of you. Honestly, we are a perfect match. Moreover, may I temporarily take on the role of your master? Temporarily, I emphasize, if we happen to encounter your true owner. The decision to stay or leave shall rest with you. I will not interfere, no matter how heartbroken I may feel. Zhou Yuan extended the grilled fish towards Bai Shui, attempting to entice her with the offering. Bai Shui glanced at Zhou Yuan, taking the fish with her small paw, hesitating for a moment before gently placing her other paw in his hand. It felt as though they had reached some mysterious agreement. And Bai Shui sensed a warmth enveloping her, visions of Zhou Yuan smiling and extending his hand to her romantically echoing in her mind. Sister, this is bad. I think I might be taken away by a bad person to do unspeakable things. As she pondered, Bai Shui felt herself being gently lifted into an incredibly warm embrace, followed by a delightful tingling sensation that nearly caused her grilled fish to slip from her grasp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Take it easy. I can't even finish my grilled fish. Bai Shui turned her head, casting Zhou Yuan a reproachful glance, and feeling it insufficient, her soft, white tail lightly swatted him as if to teach him a lesson. Sniff, sniff. Zhou Yuan inhaled the fragrant scent of Bai Shui's tail, momentarily entranced. Little fox, you smell wonderful. I truly adore it. Zhou Yuan leaned his face against her back, indulging in the delightful aroma. Yikes. Please, that tickles. How perverse. I haven't even transformed into human form yet, and you're already so excited. Bai Shui nibbled at the grilled fish, wiping her mouth with her paw before playfully leaping from Zhou Yuan's embrace, delivering several playful kicks to him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Take that, you big jerk. You're ruining my meal. You lecherous fiend. Bai Shui scolded as she smacked Zhou Yuan in front of her, venting her frustrations. After some time, Bai Shui grew tired of her antics. Gazing at the surrounding darkness, she reconsidered and hopped back into Zhou Yuan's embrace. Yawn. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. With that, Bai Shui closed her eyes, settling comfortably in Zhou Yuan's arms as he contentedly drifted off to sleep by the fire, awaiting the dawn of a new day. As the sun gradually ascended, a cacophony of noise permeated the air, prompting Bai Shui to slowly open her eyes. Before her stood Zhou Yuan, who had somehow procured an abundance of wood and thatch, busily hammering away at his makeshift project. Little fox, you're awake. Go wash your face and have some breakfast. Today, I've brought peach blossom pastries for you to try, Zhou Yuan remarked, all the while assembling the yet-to-be-formed wooden hut, glancing back at Bai Shui with a curious gaze. Got it, Bai Shui replied, rising and making her way toward the stream, all the while observing Zhou Yuan's industrious figure, yawning sleepily and pondering his intentions. Could he be planning to build a house? Why would he want to construct a dwelling in the dreamland? Doesn't he wish to seek treasures within the dream or pursue that legendary dream fate? As she mused, Bai Shui carelessly washed her paws and face in the stream before turning towards the peach blossom pastries Zhou Yuan had set aside for her. Oh my, these pastries are delicious. After savoring 2 pieces of the peach blossom treats, Bai Shui couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight, as if she could almost perceive the fragrant peach blossoms blooming all around her. Their aroma intoxicating and the scenery enchanting. Jujujo, human, your peach blossom pastries are delightful. May I have more next time? After a while, Bai Shui, clutching the last piece of pastry she was reluctant to part with, approached Zhou Yuan, her gestures animatedly conveying her thoughts. Is this for me? What a good fox you are. Zhou Yuan chuckled, ruffling Bai Shui's head before plucking the pastry from her mouth and popping it into his own. Bai Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhou Yuan, before scampering away. Hemph, you despicable human. Why did you snatch my last treat, especially one I've already tasted? Do you wish to savor my saliva? Truly shameless. Bai Shui slowly lay down, burying her head in her arms. Alas, how embarrassing for the fox. Chapter 26. Sharp words from the old Taoist outside the dreamland. Yuan Mengzi lay languidly upon a stone, squinting his eyes in rest, surrounded by a multitude of corpses that seemed to narrate the ferocity of the battle. In truth, Yuan Mengzi was unscathed, merely feeling a bit drained mentally. In the realm of Qingping, not many could withstand 3 strikes under Liu Li's command. Yuan Mengzi's only responsibility was to identify the demonic cultivators and the infamous righteous ones, while the task of slaying foes belonged to Liu Li. He merely needed to rest nearby. Although Yuan Mengzi had contemplated offering assistance, his presence had only hindered the battlefield dynamics, causing Liu Li to become restrained, which infuriated her to the point of kicking him out. Instructing him to mind his own business, as the battle in the sky concluded and a torrential blood rain descended, Yuan Mengzi hastily formed a barrier of spiritual energy around himself to avoid soiling his clothes and body. Once the fighting is over, summon me again, he remarked. Liu Li, having appeared behind him with her sword, wiped the blood from its blade against his attire before entering the fray, communicating with Yuan Mengzi through thought. Surely, not many will come now. So many demonic cultivators have perished. Is there truly anyone foolish enough to intrude upon the dreamland? Just as Yuan Mengzi engaged in banter with Liu Li, a figure clad in blood-stained robes approached with great enthusiasm amidst the swirling demonic energy. Oh, how is it that all these fellows have met their demise? Have they been claimed by the heavens for their misdeeds? The old Taoist paid no heed to Yuan Mengzi, perceiving him as a mere waste. Utterly inconsequential, with drool trickling from his mouth, the old Taoist swiftly gathered the remnants of the corpses scattered on the ground, soon arriving at Yun Mengza's side. "Out of the way, you waste of space. You re-obstructing my feast." As he spoke, he reached out to shove Yun Mengza aside, who, repulsed by the old man's stench of blood and his crimson hands, recoiled swiftly, frowning at the old Taoist. "You consume the bodies of demonic cultivators?" The old Taoist turned to Yun Mengza, his blood-soaked visage splitting into a wide grin, revealing his black fangs. "I consume anything. Anything possessing spiritual energy, imbued with life. Anything that can be digested and does not lead to death, I shall feast upon." He produced a piece of a red, viscous substance and began to munch on it, continuing, "In the past, I could only look up to you, fearing for my life and not daring to harbor thoughts of eating you. But now, I would not consume you, for your sword heart is shattered, and doing so would yield me little benefit. Moreover, I fear the trouble. What if Yunlin City acquires a powerful new lord and I can no longer enter the dreamland?" Having finished the chunk of grotesque red matter, the old Taoist swaggered toward the dreamland without sparing Yun Mengza another glance, treating him as if he were mere air. "Hey, old man, don't you want to inquire how these demonic cultivators met their end?" Yun Mengza, unable to contain his curiosity, finally called out. The old Taoist turned back, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. "Why would I concern myself with how they perished? We are of the demonic path, devoid of familial or fraternal ties. Besides, it's just you and me here. You, who cannot even wield a sword, have killed so many notorious demonic sect members in the realm of Qingping. Don't make me laugh. Just be an honest waste lord and protect the citizens of your city, rather than pretending to be a mysterious figure." "What nonsense! To intimidate me? You're far too late for that." The old Taoist spat a mouthful of saliva mixed with flesh remnants at Yun Mengza before turning to continue on his path. Yun Mengza's face darkened, clearly affected by the old Taoist's words. "Liuli, this scoundrel dares to provoke me. Eliminate him." In the next instant, golden light erupted, halting the old Taoist's triumphant demeanor, his expression morphing into one of shock and disbelief. "Damn it, I didn't expect a third person to be here." As the old Taoist's final words faded, his body disintegrated into fragments, a torrent of filthy blood gushing forth. Yet, his head rolled across the ground, dazedly blinking its eyes before springing up and scuttling toward the dreamland. "There is something here." Liuli swiftly dashed and kicked the old Taoist's head toward Yun Mengza. "Good shot." Yun Mengza skillfully halted the head with his foot, glancing down with a grin. "Old man, do you now believe I was the one who dispatched those demonic cultivators? Bullshit. I didn't anticipate a third powerful figure to be present, if it weren't for that strong presence. You wouldn't even be a hair's worth of competition for me." The old Taoist's face was firmly pressed beneath Yun Mengza's foot, his voice hoarse yet filled with indignation. "Still unwilling to concede. Truly stubborn. Liuli is my sword spirit. How can he not be considered a part of my strength? Surely you didn't know I possessed a sword spirit?" Yun Mengza replied, applying more pressure, the sound of cracking bones resonating. "I refuse to accept this. Why is your sword spirit so powerful? Why can't he be my sword spirit?" The old Taoist's head writhed beneath Yun Mengza's foot, desperately attempting to bite at his shoe sole, seemingly intent on gnawing through it to launch a counterattack against his foot, hoping to force Yun Mengza to relinquish his hold on his head. In the distance, amidst the scattered remains of the old Taoist's body, a red severed hand, adorned with a Qinghuan ring, stealthily emerged and cautiously made its way toward the Dreamland's entrance. Yoli, engrossed in the spectacle of the clash between Yun Mengza and the old Taoist's head, momentarily failed to notice the sneaky red hand, which successfully entered the Dreamland, marking it as the first demonic cultivator's remnant to cross the threshold that day. "Why are you silent? Why don't you scream?" Yun Mengza continued to kick the old Taoist's head, shattering his sharp black fangs and marring his grotesque visage, dark blood oozing forth and soaking into the earth below. Gazing down at the old Taoist's head, which had its eyes tightly shut, Yun Mengza found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by Zhou Yuan on that inebriated night. "Brat, if you have the guts, look me in the eye." Yun Mengza grinned arrogantly, though he eased the pressure of his foot slightly. Crack, crack, the old Taoist ground his own teeth, his terrifying, ghastly visage gradually relaxing, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. "Just you wait. I will devour you one day. When that time comes, I will make you repay every slight you've inflicted upon me." The old Taoist's head opened its tightly shut eyes, bellowing with venomous intent. "You're still pretending after all this?" Yun Mengzi, losing interest in toying with him, shook his head in disappointment and kicked the head toward Lioli. The sword light sliced through the air, and the old Taoist's head was reduced to powder mid-flight, returning to the earth that birthed it. Chapter 27. The Little Fox Speaks. As night fell, Bai Shui lay languidly upon the wooden bed Zhou Yuan had crafted, gazing upwards at the hut he had built. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded, "It's quite mediocre, but considering it was completed in a single day by Zhou Yuan, I suppose I can overlook its simplicity." Today marked a significant occasion, as Bai Shui had learned Zhou Yuan's name. She mused, in the future, if I were to transform before him and softly call out Zhou Yuan, would he not be inclined to dedicate his next lifetime to me? Upon reflecting on this, Bai Shui couldn't help but smile, as if recalling the fervent pursuit of Zhou Yuan, where she stood before him like a queen, aloof and proud, relishing every moment. He, Zhou Yuan, just be a good little dog for me, and I shall take splendid care of you." The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became, turning over twice in bed and nearly tumbling off. Creak. Zhou Yuan opened the door, having just dug a small fish pond. Intending to raise some fish, he sat on the bed and instinctively lifted Bai Shui, who was watching him, cradling her gently while stroking her fur, reminiscing about the day's accomplishments. "Today, I constructed a wooden house, tilled a small plot of land, and excavated a small pond, drawing closer to the idyllic pastoral life. However, it is regrettable that Wan did not find me. It seems the distance between us is still too great." Indeed, after a day of aimless travel, Zhou Yuan realized that the little green bug on his head was nothing but a sluggard, incapable of guiding him in any direction. Consequently, he decided to abandon the notion of wandering blindly, for it would only serve to widen the gap between him and Wan, complicating her efforts to locate him. As a considerate senior, he certainly would not do such a thing. Whimper, you rascal." "Zhou Yuan, are you thinking of other women? Do you know your pace of stroking my fur has slowed?" Bai Shui expressed her discontent by scratching Zhou Yuan lightly with her paws, while simultaneously wriggling against him to rouse the dazed. "Wouldn't Zhou Yuan, a little fox, stop it? I'm trying to think." Zhou Yuan gently patted Bai Shui's rear, hoping to quiet her. "Whimper, how dare you touch my rear? You lecher." Bai Shui immediately softened, shyly burying her head in her arms, momentarily too timid to move. "Ha, what's this? Are you shy now?" Zhou Yuan chuckled at her demeanor, tenderly stroking her little head, as if recalling something amusing. "Little fox, you are so perceptive. Can you transform into a particularly beautiful and enchanting young lady, perhaps? If not, why not give it a try?" As Zhou Yuan became increasingly animated, he couldn't resist lifting Bai Shui and gazing eagerly into her lively, adorable eyes, as if anticipating her transformation. Bai Shui looked at him disdainfully, pressing her little paw against his nose and kicking him under the chin. Zhou Yuan winced in pain, releasing his grip as Bai Shui executed a perfect backflip, landing gracefully on the bed. Sai. Zhou Yuan lamented, reaching out to stroke Bai Shui's head, only to be mercilessly swatted away. "Little fox, why won't you learn from Daji, or Ali, or at least Yu Zhao Qian? Sai, why are you so unwilling to transform?" Zhou Yuan attempted once more to touch her head, but this time Bai Shui offered no resistance, allowing him to indulge in his playful fondling. "By the way, I seem to have yet to give you a name. Could that be the reason you cannot become a beautiful lady? How about I name you?" Zhou Yuan mused aloud, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "I have a friend named Xiao Hong. How about you be called Xiao Bai? Chirp, 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 what Xiao Bai? Isn't that a dog's name?" Without hesitation, Bai Shui leaped up and slapped Zhou Yuan's face. "It seems you don't quite like it." Zhou Yuan touched the spot where Bai Shui had struck, beginning to ponder seriously. "What do you think of the name Ergo?" Before he could finish, Bai Shui swiped her tail across his face, clearly unimpressed. "What about that little rascal? Not fond of that either. How about Hu Sandao? Or Ba Tian Hu? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, Bai Shui lunged at Zhou Yuan, attempting to bite him. "Hiss, if you don't like it, just say so. No need to keep grabbing me, that hurts. Please stop. No, let go." After a while, Zhou Yuan exerted considerable effort to peel the exhausted Bai Shui from his face, supporting himself with his hands under her armpits, looking somewhat helplessly at her. What are you staring at? It's all your fault for suggesting such ridiculous names. They sound dreadful. As his words fell, both Zhou Yuan and Bai Shui realized that Bai Shui had inadvertently spoken, causing her to quickly cover her mouth with her paw, casting a guilty glance at Zhou Yuan. Little fox, you just spoke, didn't you? You definitely said something. Zhou Yuan chuckled, evidently delighted at the prospect of Bai Shui's ability to converse. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bai Shui chose to feign ignorance, attempting to deceive Zhou Yuan with her fox-like sounds. Little fox, are you still pretending? Zhou Yuan said, gently tickling her underarm, leaning closer to nuzzle her little forehead. No, stop, it tickles. Let me go, let me go. I admit it, I can indeed speak. Overwhelmed by the sensation of ticklishness and the affectionate nuzzle on her forehead, Bai Shui could no longer contain herself, softly calling out. Haha, I finally have a talking fox, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, joyfully kissing Bai Shui's forehead, brimming with delight. Little fox, tell me, what is your name? Where do you come from? How can you speak? And are there any other talking foxes around you? Zhou Yuan placed Bai Shui on the bed and took out a plate of peach blossom pastries, enticing her. Delicious, Bai Shui grabbed a piece of the pastry and happily chewed, her face lighting up with a distinctly human-like smile. You can only have one, though. For the remaining pastries, you must answer me a question, and then I will let you have another. Zhou Yuan withdrew the plate from Bai Shui's view, grinning as he watched her bounce around due to the sudden disappearance of the pastries. My name is Bai Shui. With no choice, Bai Shui concealed information regarding the wild world, sharing only the unimportant details with Zhou Yuan. All right then, I shall pose one final question, and you must think carefully before answering. Can you transform? Zhou Yuan asked, extending the plate of peach blossom pastries towards her. Transform? I cannot. Bai Shui replied with unwavering certainty. You are not deceiving me? Absolutely not. Bai Shui nodded resolutely. She was not lying to Zhou Yuan, for she was still in the qi refining stage and genuinely unable to transform. Ah. Zhou Yuan shook his head, appearing quite disheartened. What's wrong? You disapprove of my inability to transform? As Bai Shui munched on the pastries, she excitedly wagged her white tail, glancing at the sadly contemplative Zhou Yuan. She extended another peach blossom pastry towards him, eager to comfort him. I am not dissatisfied. It is just that I have never seen a little fox transform, and I wish to witness it, to challenge my own vulnerabilities. Zhou Yuan accepted the pastry Bai Shui offered, placing it in his mouth. Delicious. This peach blossom pastry is truly delightful. Bai Shui handed him another pastry, genuinely wishing to share with him. Of course, when I have time in the future, I will make some for you. Zhou Yuan beamed as he lifted Bai Shui, retrieving some more peach blossom pastries from his storage ring. Placing them on a plate as the long night unfolded, Zhou Yuan and Bai Shui shared the pastries, gazing at the twinkling stars outside the window, occasionally whispering sweet nothings to one another. A tender exchange between a boy and his fox. Chapter 28. The struggle of early rise and late rise. Quietly, the morning had quietly arrived. The little green bug climbed slowly up a tree outside Zhou Yuan's house. Why are you such a lazy bug? Don't you know that the early bird catches the sweetest sprouts? The little bug looked up and saw a large, plump bug greedily munching on the tender green sprouts, calling out in a grumpy tone. I've never heard that before, but my mother told me that bugs shouldn't climb too high. Birds prefer to perch up high, and if you climb too high, you won't live long, the little bug said, making its way to a nearby branch, aiming for a cluster of lush leaves where it could hide and feast. Ha! How laughable! What does a bug know about survival? Enjoying good food and play is what truly matters. The plump bug continued to stuff its face with juicy sprouts, entirely oblivious to the shadow looming behind it. Swish! The plump bug was pecked twice by a sharp beak before being effortlessly snatched up. Ah, it hurts! It hurts! The plump bug spat out the sprouts in its mouth, struggling within the bird's grasp, but the wound piercing through its body gradually drained its vitality, ultimately yielding to a bitter end within the bird's stomach. Chirp, 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 mother was right. Indeed, the early bird has worms to eat. This worm is so big, plump, juicy, and sweet. The large bird surveyed the treetops, finding no more bugs before flapping its wings and flying to another tree. In the distance, the joyous calls of birds echoed, but the little bug remained unperturbed, quietly enjoying its breakfast. Calm and composed it had witnessed the entire process of the yellow bird devouring the plump bug, yet showed no reaction. The free bug is not a madman. We must live for ourselves. Learning to confront the harsh realities and adapt to the ever-changing hardships is the true essence of our existence as bugs. In her heart, the little caterpillar set aside the leaf she had been nibbling on. Though she was not completely satiated, she knew it was time to depart. Her mother had advised her that eating too much would hinder her speed, while eating too little would leave her weak. I must strive to survive, she thought. Clutching a leaf as a disguise, the little caterpillar skillfully descended from the tree and ventured forth. Behind her, countless insects fell prey to the birds, which sang joyfully from the branches, reveling in the lively morning cacophony that belonged solely to dawn. Zhou Yuan, it's time to rise. Prepare my breakfast, Bai Shui exclaimed as she wriggled free from Zhou Yuan's embrace, persistently tapping his forehead with her paw in an attempt to rouse him from slumber. Ugh, Shui, why are you awake so early? It's not yet time to get up. You should sleep a little longer. Zhou Yuan mumbled groggily, opening his eyes just long enough to glimpse Bai Shui perched on his chest before shutting them once more and surrendering to sleep. How ridiculous! For Zhou Yuan, as long as there was a bed, mornings were destined to be spent in slumber, breakfast was merely optional, and lunch depended entirely on when he chose to awaken. Perhaps lunchtime would even morph into dinner time. Humph, no way. I'm hungry. Why won't you make me breakfast? You liar! You promised to treat me well, insisting I would never go hungry. Yet just a few days have passed, and you're already breaking your promises. Just as my sister said, all men are selfish pigs. Bai Shui bounced on Zhou Yuan's chest, occasionally delivering 2 silent slaps to his face with her tail, venting her dissatisfaction. Big brother, stop hitting me. I didn't want to engage in an online romance. I was merely contemplating ways to prosper. Any opportunity is worth pursuing. Zhou Yuan muttered softly, covering his face with his hands, as if adopting a defensive posture. Farewell, big brother, but my methods are far less audacious than yours. Yours is truly reckless. With a sigh, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes and rose, causing Bai Shui to halt her antics, adopting an expression of feigned innocence as she gazed at him. Good morning. Shui, did you sleep well last night? No nightmares, I hope? He inquired, cradling her fluffy fox head in his arms, playfully patting his face with one of her paws, which elicited a curious expression from him. Not at all. I slept quite soundly, Bai Shui replied, though a hint of guilt prompted her to retract her paw from his face. I was having delightful dreams, playing with my sisters, until someone rudely interrupted. Suddenly, I began to have strange dreams, where someone viciously slapped me, threatening, with that appearance, how dare you pursue an online romance? I'll break your legs. Upon hearing that, I could no longer contain myself. I had nothing to defend myself with except my looks. I charged at him, and after countless trials and tribulations, we were evenly matched. Ultimately, I outmaneuvered him, seizing his neck and thoroughly defeating him. Zhou Yuan beamed with pride, casting a triumphant gaze at Bai Shui, as if attempting to reenact his dream's valor. Humph, Bai Shui scoffed, unable to contain her amusement. Had I not just overheard your sleep-talking in its entirety, I might have believed you. What do you mean? Shui, do you not trust me? Zhou Yuan retorted, pulling Bai Shui into his embrace, ruffling her fur affectionately while pressing his forehead against hers. Little Shui, do you not believe in me? Of course I do. Just let me go, you rogue, Bai Shui protested, her strength waning under Zhou Yuan's affectionate ministrations, her voice taking on a melodious tone. Seeing that she was nearly at her limit, Zhou Yuan reluctantly released her. Bai Shui sprawled lazily on the bed, her eyes casting a longing look at him. Zhou Yuan, have you forgotten something? Pausing beside her, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Forgotten what? You promised to take good care of me. Yet here I am, hungry. I want to eat. Bai Shui's voice was irresistibly sweet, stirring a longing within Zhou Yuan, compelling him to wish to hear more. Shui, I adore the way you speak right now. It sends shivers down my spine. Could you say a few more words? Perhaps call me dear brother or master? Zhou Yuan chuckled, his expectations gleaming in his eyes. Stop with the nonsense. Do you not find your thoughts repugnant? Bai Shui rebuffed him, delivering a playful slap to his face before distancing herself from the pervert Zhou Yuan. Rubbing the spot where she had smacked him, Zhou Yuan gazed at by Shui's retreating figure, inexplicably finding her resemblance to an elegant and lovely young lady increasingly captivating. With a gentle slap to his own face, he pondered, am I truly a pervert? Am I a masochist? Pushing open the door, he unexpectedly encountered the returning little caterpillar. Next time, don't rise so early. Don't you know that early rising insects fall prey to birds? Zhou Yuan ushered the caterpillar inside before venturing out to seek ingredients. Chapter 29. You are the bun girl? Zhou Yuan was a sword cultivator, yet he had yet to acquire his own destined flying sword. Typically, a sword cultivator could cultivate their fated sword during the qi refinement stage, and by the foundation establishment stage, it could be refined using their heart's blood. However, Zhou Yuan was different. Despite having spent more time in the qi refinement stage than anyone else, his fated sword had yet to reach the standard for refinement. Surveying the dense and shadowy forest before him, Zhou Yuan quietly drew a peachwood sword, twirling it in a flourish before darting into the depths of the woods, wandering aimlessly through the forest. Zhou Yuan realized it was peculiar that he had not encountered a single magical beast, though the birds in the trees were quite common. The forest's avian inhabitants remained cautious, huddled in their nests, afraid to stir. Have I inadvertently stumbled into a dungeon? Is there a dungeon boss lurking? Zhou Yuan mused, launching a spirit energy projectile to dislodge a cuckoo that was encroaching upon an innocent bird's nest. He retrieved it into his storage ring, preparing to leave. Boom! The sound of numerous trees crashing echoed in the air, prompting Zhou Yuan to instinctively raise his peachwood sword and glance toward the source of the noise. In the next moment, a young woman crashed through several trees, landing heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Phew, Su Jiu leaned on her sword for support, slowly rising to her feet. Are you that resilient? Zhou Yuan stared at Su Jiu, astonished, instinctively checking his own body, feeling a bit out of sorts. Get lost if you're not hurt. Don't disturb me while I hunt magical beasts. Su Jiu hastily shoved several medicinal pills into her mouth, propping herself against a nearby tree as she struggled to aim her sword skyward. Must you be so fierce? You're only at the qi refinement stage. Can you truly solo a foundation establishment stage beast? Zhou Yuan exclaimed, stepping in front of Su Jiu to shield her from the dragoness fiery breath raining down from above. Well, am I handsome or not? Zhou Yuan spun around gracefully, wiping the soot from his face. You? Su Jiu stared at him, somewhat taken aback. Zhou Yuan felt a flicker of recognition. He seemed to have encountered this young woman before. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in realization. You are the bun girl? What is a bun girl? I should have beaten you up long ago. Listen carefully. I am Su Jiu. Su Jiu declared, her expression filled with displeasure as she delivered a punch to Zhou Yuan. Cough cough. The punch was neither light nor heavy, and Zhou Yuan couldn't help but cough twice. Hello, Miss Su Jiu. I am Zhou Yuan. We can settle our grievances later. For now, let us set aside our differences and fight together. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, appearing as a cheerful youth. Su Jiu hadn't managed to respond before Zhou Yuan instinctively jolted, retreating a few steps. Boom! A dragon flame exploded precisely where Zhou Yuan had been standing. Zhou Yuan patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. How dare you ambush me? Do you truly underestimate my strength? As the dragon descended, Zhou Yuan twirled his sword, a triumphant smile gracing his features. My extraordinary sixth sense allows me to constantly perceive danger around me. You know Spider-Man's spider sense? Mine is even sharper. Raising his peachwood sword, a gentle sword aura enveloped him, as if a mysterious spring breeze had stirred. But suddenly, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted as he glanced at Su Jiu's position, his heart racing with alarm as an icy dread washed over him. Zhou Yuan, I will eventually kill you. In the next instant, Su Jiu burst forth from the smoke, directing a fierce glare at Zhou Yuan before striking at the dragon, intent on silencing the beast that dared intrude upon their fight. Apologies, I assure you. It was unintentional. Do you believe me? Zhou Yuan called out, hastening toward the dragon in an attempt to lend his aid and redeem himself. After a while, with a pained roar, the dragon succumbed to its injuries, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With the dragon's demise, it seems our enmity should be addressed, Su Jiu remarked, retracting her sword into her dantian before pivoting to deliver a punch toward Zhou Yuan. Must we resort to violence? Aren't we comrades fighting side by side? It feels a bit distant to engage in such hostility. Ah, do not strike the face. My most valuable asset is my visage. If you damage it, will you take responsibility? Please, stop. If you hit me again, I may retaliate. I assure you, my counterattack is quite fearsome. Even I am afraid. You have gone too far in moments of intense anger. I have found myself consumed by fury. Do not attempt to provoke my wrath, for when it ignites, you shall not be able to bear the consequences. Alas, I concede. It seems I am destined to be defeated by you. Is that acceptable? Zhou Yuan, with no other option, reclined comfortably on the ground, allowing Su Jiao to unleash her pent-up rage upon him. However, Su Jiao, having exhausted much of her strength from prolonged combat, found her punches to be rather feeble and lacking in pain. She thought she might as well endure it. Zhou Yuan, you are insufferable. With a punch that fell softly, Su Jiao gradually collapsed, her body gently resting on Zhou Yuan's. Well, if you insist on striking me, you might as well be the one to fall first. Zhou Yuan unceremoniously deposited Su Jiao onto the ground and eagerly made his way towards the carcass of the dragon. It was no jest. The dragon's body was a treasure trove, and he intended to claim whatever spoils he could, ensuring they did not fall into the hands of others. After a brief while, Zhou Yuan, satisfied with his findings, clapped his hands together and approached Su Jiao, administering a few healing pills before hoisting her over his shoulder, swaying unsteadily as he made his way back to his modest wooden cabin. At that moment, Bai Shui was lazily basking in the sun atop a tree by the pond Zhou Yuan had dug, squinting her eyes and appearing to nibble on something delectable with a sudden sound. Bai Shui spat out a piece of scarlet, gummy-like substance into the pond. She then reached for another piece of candy, popping it into her mouth and savoring the sweet flavor. Gum Zhou Yuan had gifted her the previous night, which she found quite delightful. As Zhou Yuan emerged from the forest, carrying Su Jiao, he noticed the sun had unknowingly dipped towards the west, signifying it was nearly time for dinner. Ahem. Su Jiao coughed a couple of times, her surroundings gradually coming into focus. Zhou Yuan, let me go. I can walk on my own. Su Jiao struggled, thrashing about in Zhou Yuan's embrace. Do not be troublesome. Is this how you address your savior? Zhou Yuan playfully smacked Su Jiao's backside, his tone decidedly unkind. You have struck me for so long without resistance, and after merely a short while of carrying you, you wish to be set down? Zhou Yuan continued, delivering another playful pat, the softness of her form pleasantly surprising him. You I don't care. This is quite uncomfortable. Will you please let me down? Su Jiao's cheeks flushed crimson, tears streaming down her face as her voice softened with a hint of pleading. Uncomfortable, you say? My sincerest apologies for neglecting your feelings. Zhou Yuan promptly shifted to a princess carry, cradling Su Jiao in his arms and striding towards the wooden cabin, woo-woo. With little strength left, Su Jiao could hardly struggle. Leaning against Zhou Yuan, inhaling his scent, and quietly weeping as she discreetly wiped her tears onto his clothing, as night descended. The silhouettes of the three figures danced in the flickering light of the campfire. Zhou Yuan expertly flipped skewers of meat, the unique aroma of dragon flesh wafting through the air. To Zhou Yuan's left, Su Jiao's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Her small hands tightly grasping a deformed peach blossom pastry, seemingly intent on crushing Zhou Yuan's head as well. Sister Jiao, if you do not wish to eat your peach blossom pastry, might you share it with me? Bai Shui, having appeared beside Su Jiao at some point, gazed eagerly at the ravaged pastry in Su Jiao's grasp. Do you want it? Here, Zhou Yuan seems to have given me quite a few. Su Jiao extended her hand, offering the pastry to Bai Shui while producing several more to share. Thank you, Sister Jiao. You are truly kind. Bai Shui leaped into Su Jiao's embrace, happily munching on the pastry, occasionally rubbing her head affectionately against Su Jiao's fair hand. Bai Shui, what is this? How can you betray me before my very eyes? Have you forgotten our friendship? Or do you hold those pastries in higher regard than our bond? Zhou Yuan teased, flipping the skewers as he chuckled. You are the worst. Had you not only given Sister Jiao the pastries and denied me, I would have steadfastly stood by your side. But here you are, refusing to share even a single pastry with me. Clearly, you no longer care for me. I am angry now. I shall befriend Sister Jiao instead, Bai Shui declared, accepting the pastry from Su Jiao, her cheeks puffed as she spoke. Looking exceedingly adorable, You cannot blame me. Sujio was crying just now. I could only offer some pastries to console her. After all, girls do tend to have a sweet tooth, Zhou Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Sujio, who was surreptitiously stuffing pastries into her mouth, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Having eaten my pastries, you are now bound to me. You cannot remain angry with me in your dreams. I shall hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. You shall never find peace, Sujio retorted, her cheeks flushed with a light rosy hue, yet her words remained defiant. All right, the skewers are ready. It's time to eat. Zhou Yuan announced, brushing his special barbecue sauce over the skewers before sprinkling them with cumin and a touch of chili powder. The enticing aroma wafted from the generous pile of skewers, causing both Sujio and Bai Shui to swallow audibly. Zhou Yuan, quickly, give me some skewers. I want to eat. Bai Shui licked her lips, extending her small hand toward Zhou Yuan. What is this? I recall you saying you were no longer on my side. Why do you still wish to feast on my skewers? Zhou Yuan teased, handing Bai Shui several skewers while observing her reaction with amusement. Thank you, Zhou Yuan. We're friends again now. We are the very best of friends, Bai Shui exclaimed, taking a large bite of the skewer. Her eyes squinting in delight as a blissful smile adorned her face. Sujio, would you care for some? Zhou Yuan inquired earnestly, offering a portion of the skewers to her. Sujio glanced at the skewers, then at Zhou Yuan, defiantly turning her head away. After observing Sujio's occasional glances toward the skewers and the way her throat swallowed with anticipation, Zhou Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. So she is still a proud, aloof tsundere, isn't she? Come now, you should eat. You contributed significantly to slaying this dragon. It is only right that you partake. Zhou Yuan stepped closer to Sujio, presenting the skewers with a sincere and warm smile, exuding an air of approachability. Very well, I shall begrudgingly sample your culinary skills. Sujio accepted the skewer Zhou Yuan offered, taking delicate bites. Now this is more like it. Zhou Yuan returned to his spot, continuing to cook while savoring the flavors. Today, he had prepared an array of seasonings, including but not limited to black pepper, honey mustard, sweet and sour amber, and spicy flavors. Knowing that dragon meat was a rare delicacy not to be wasted, as the stars twinkled overhead, Zhou Yuan retrieved a few bottles of peach juice, offering them to Sujio and Bai Shui, mindful that they were consuming their food quickly, lest they choke. Wow! This peach juice is so refreshing and delicious, Bai Shui exclaimed, cracking open the bottle and taking a hearty gulp, immediately enchanted by the delightful flavor as she continued to drink it down. Delicious! Sujio also took a sip, unable to suppress her own praise, clearly enjoying the peach juice as well. Unbeknownst to them, the night wore on, and the three of them were well fed. Bai Shui instinctively made her way toward the wooden cabin, seemingly ready to retire for the night. Smack! Ouch! Bai Shui covered her head, looking quizzically at Zhou Yuan, bemused as to why he had struck her. You should go wash up first, or you shall not be allowed to enter the cabin. Oh! Bai Shui turned, rubbing her head as she sauntered toward the creek, the starlight glistening upon her pristine fur, rendering her ethereal and radiant. Sujio, you should also go wash up and join Shui in the cabin. I shall sleep outside. Why? Sujio inquired, puzzled, as she gazed at Zhou Yuan. Because there is only one bed inside. Do you wish for me to share it with you? No. Then I shall wash up with Shui. Sujio's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, attempting to bypass Zhou Yuan toward the creek. Wait. Zhou Yuan suddenly recalled something important, turning to face Sujio. What is it? Is there a problem? Sujio halted, her expression curious as the blush on her cheeks faded somewhat, yet still retained a hint of color, rendering her irresistibly charming. Would you care to team up with us? I must wait for someone and may remain here for an extended period. Should you join us, I will construct a dwelling for you akin to my own wooden cabin. What do you think? Zhou Yuan's tone was earnest, his demeanor genuine. Perhaps not. I doubt I could remain in one place for long. I relish challenging and honing myself, so I shall not trouble you. With that, Sujio turned and walked toward the creek, her cheeks growing even rosier. A cabin built just for me? Sujio pondered, finding the thought of staying here rather appealing. At the very least, there was delicious food and a rather intriguing companion. Sleep tight, sleep tight. May I not be haunted by nightmares tonight. Zhou Yuan had already climbed a tree. covering himself with a blanket before peacefully closing his eyes and drifting into his dreamscape. In the early morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, Zhou Yuan lay peacefully asleep on a sturdy tree branch. His sleeping posture, however, left much to be desired. Half of his body had unknowingly slipped over the edge, poised precariously to fall at any moment. Beneath the tree, Su Jiu approached, carrying an unusual rabbit-like demon beast. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yuan and the wild rabbit tumbled to the ground, the jolt of pain awakening him with a startled cry. Oh, did this beast meet its demise by colliding with the tree? Goodness, is it waiting for a rabbit to come by? Zhou Yuan felt invigorated, rising to inspect the creature's condition. Hiss, something seems amiss. How could it have sustained sword wounds from a tree? Could this be the legendary sword tree, capable of emitting fierce sword chi? Zhou Yuan, I'm leaving now. Could you prepare roasted meat for me one last time? Su Ji's voice called out beside him. Zhou Yuan looked up to see her smiling gently. Very well, just give me a moment to prepare the meat. He admitted that, for a fleeting instant, he felt a stir of emotions that he ought not to entertain as the campfire crackled to life. Tender rabbit meat was skewered and placed over the glowing charcoal, slowly roasting. A waft of savory aroma permeated the air, eventually reaching Bai Shui's sensitive nose. Stirring in her sleep, Bai Shui groggily rose to her feet. Eyes still closed, yet guided by the enticing scent, she stumbled outside, pouncing toward Zhou Yuan, who was tending to the meat. Zhou Yuan, what delicious food are you preparing? When I wake up, can I eat? She murmured, clutching his head, her eyes barely open. You can eat once it's ready. For now, go back to sleep, Zhou Yuan replied, fervently grilling the skewers while wiping the sweat from his brow onto her fur. Then gently placing her on a nearby stone bench. All right, thank you, Zhou Yuan. Bai Shui shifted into a more comfortable position and promptly fell into a deep slumber, her form appearing as if devoid of bones. Resembling a puddle of flowing white cream, evoking an irresistible urge to touch her and confirm her softness, Su Jiu observed the perspiring Zhou Yuan and the peacefully sleeping Bai Shui, then gently poked Zhou Yuan's shoulder. What is it? He asked, turning in confusion. May I touch Shui? Su Jiu's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing her embarrassment at the request. You can, as long as you harbor no ill intentions. She won't react, Zhou Yuan said. Instinctively touching his own face, clearly recalling a past instance of having touched the sleeping Bai Shui with less than pure intent. Thank you for the reminder. Su Jiu turned away and, bending down, cradled Bai Shui in her arms like a child, her hands tenderly stroking the creature's soft, white fur. Just like when Qing Shu was little, so quiet and truly adorable, a maternal glow illuminated Su Jiu's face as she gazed at Bai Shui. Who would have thought that despite your youth, you already have a daughter? Zhou Yuan remarked, brushing sauce onto the skewers while casting a surprised glance at Su Jiu. What? I don't have a partner yet. Where would a daughter come from? Su Jiu shook her head, her expression perplexed, as if questioning why he would ask such a thing. Oh, well, the skewers are ready. Shall we eat? Zhou Yuan paused, considering, before placing the grilled skewers onto a plate and setting it on the stone table in front of Su Jiu. You are always so strange, it's quite troubling, Su Jiu muttered, clearly still mulling over Zhou Yuan's earlier comment about her daughter. Zhou Yuan. Just as Zhou Yuan took a bite of the skewers, he paused to glance at the serious Su Jiu. Lowering his head in silence, I have never had a partner, let alone children, do you understand? Zhou Yuan exhaled in relief, thinking she might have been about to confront him. I understand. You're still a maiden. That's quite nice. Being a maiden is lovely. Zhou Yuan nodded, extending several skewers toward Su Jiu. Hurry and eat before they cool down, Su Jiu hesitated, wanting to say more but ultimately fell silent. Reaching out to take the skewers Zhou Yuan offered, as her delicate fingers brushed against his, she instinctively withdrew her hand, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Never mind, I'll get you a plate instead. Zhou Yuan pondered what had gotten into Su Jiu today, suspecting she might be suffering from a case of misogyny. No, it's fine. Su Jiu accepted the skewers and began to nibble on them delicately. Shui, don't just sleep at your age. How can you sleep so soundly? Zhou Yuan set a plate down with more skewers. Have you eaten? Bai Shui opened her eyes a crack, spotting the generous serving of skewers in Zhou Yuan's hands. In the next moment, she leaped onto Zhou Yuan's head, tapping him playfully. Zhou Yuan, Remember to call me earlier next time. The skewers are no good if they're not hot. Haha, this little fox is rather clever. Zhou Yuan chuckled, pulling her down from his head and placing her on a noticeably higher seat at the stone table. Hurry and eat. The flavor is just right now, not too hot, perfect for tasting. Without needing further encouragement, Bai Shui seized a skewer as soon as she settled into her seat, devouring it voraciously. Time flowed gently, and soon the final meal before their parting was finished. Zhou Yuan. Shui, I must take my leave now. May we meet again by fate. Su rose, bidding farewell to Zhou Yuan and Bai Shui. Wait, I've prepared something for you, Zhou Yuan said, retrieving an assortment of grilling spices and a box of peach blossom pastries. Take these with you. I noticed you enjoy the roasted meat and peach blossom pastries. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Suzhou gazed earnestly at Zhou Yuan, unable to restrain a smile as she accepted his gifts with her small hand. Sister Jiuer, I have nothing to give you. Bai Shui pouted at Zhou Yuan, then turned to Su Jiu with a pitiful expression, extending her tiny paw into the air, indicating her utter lack of possessions. Indeed, Bai Shui currently has nothing. Her storage ring didn't accompany her through her spatial technique, leaving her with only her pristine, jade-like fur to offer. It's alright, Shui. I've already sent your gift away. Those peach blossom pastries were originally your snacks for the coming week, but I've given them to Su Jiu as a gift, which means you won't have any pastries for the week. Zhou Yuan patted Bai Shui's head, his tone serious. Zhou Yuan, you scoundrel. Bai Shui leaped into Zhou Yuan's embrace, scratching his face with her tiny claws. Su Jiu could no longer contain her laughter. And for some inexplicable reason, watching the pair before her filled her heart with a warm sense of familial comfort. In an instant, dust swirled around the arena, yet Yi Liangshan remained unperturbed, even going so far as to rub his nose. As if reproaching the Earth Bear for unleashing smoke that rendered him slightly uncomfortable. Fireball technique. With a resounding boom, Yi Liangshan unleashed his spell, the smoke dissipating as the Earth Bear was sent hurtling back several meters. A waft of charred flesh aroma pervading the air, prompting some cultivators to swallow discreetly. Cough, cough. How utterly dull is this, truly the extent of the beasts within the cloud dream realm. Observing his remaining health, Yi Liangshan spread his arms wide, instinctively preparing to show off. Haha, truly heaven's favor is upon me. This beast's demon core shall be mine. The blue-silver grass burgeoned wildly, causing the surrounding cultivators to instinctively retreat a few steps. Tang San, stepping upon the blue-silver grass, laughed as he lunged toward the nearly vanquished Earth Bear. Blue-silver bind, WOC. Does this fellow intend to claim my kill? Uncertain, Yi Liangshan furrowed his brow, deliberating whether to cast another fireball to eliminate this head-stealing scoundrel. Has this fool lost his mind? Tang San is indeed a disgrace to our Iron Sword sect. Brother Yi, put an end to this shameless creature. A wave of indignation surged through the crowd, as they hurled curses at Tang San, who relentlessly ensnared the Earth Bear with his blue-silver bind. Brother Tang, you've truly changed. You are becoming increasingly unfamiliar to me. Xiao Wu clasped her chest, gazing incredulously at the frenzied Tang San, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Ha ha, once I slay you, I shall be hailed as the hero who defeated the Earth Bear, earning the admiration of all and Xiao Wu's forgiveness. Tang San's expression was manic, his formerly black attire inexplicably transformed to blue, as he unleashed wave after wave of blue-silver bind, wrapping the Earth Bear tightly, voraciously draining its spiritual energy and life force. Intent on reducing it to a lifeless husk, with a sigh, Tang San ceased his assault, stepping down from the blue-silver grass as though a king descending from his throne. I have slain the Earth Bear. Rejoice in my triumph! He turned towards the cultivators, raising one hand high, the ethereal blue-silver grass flickering softly, emitting a faint blue glow. What a fool this idiot has truly lost his mind. This is a sight that could make one drool. Brother Yi, swiftly eliminate him. I cannot bear to watch any longer. No, you cannot be so brazen in claiming a kill. Then I doubt why Yi Liangshan was momentarily stunned, regarding Tang San with a look of bewilderment. Wait, the Earth Bear is not yet dead. Yi Liangshan's vigilance sharpened as he observed the Earth Bear, ensnared in the blue-silver grass behind Tang San. Silently preparing his skills, Brother Yi, why do you gaze upon me? Do you wish to claim my demon core? This Earth Bear is mine to slay. Do not entertain such thoughts. Tang San sensed the ominous shift in Yi Liangchen's gaze and instinctively shielded the blue-hued earth bear behind him with outstretched arms. Well, is there even a possibility that, given your feeble strength, the earth bear remains alive? Yi Liangchen could not help but chuckle, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at this fool, as if scolding him was merely a form of consolation. Nonsense! Do you think I am unaware of the blue-silver bind I wield? This earth bear is utterly dead. If you wish to share in the spoils, simply say so, and if I am in a good mood, I may grant you a meager share. With that, Tang San turned around, giving the earth bear a kick. See, it cannot possibly be alive. Even my kicks do not stir it. Tang San smirked, persistently kicking the earth bear as if to flaunt his prowess. Suddenly, the earth bear broke free from the blue-silver bind, delivering a powerful slap to the leaning Tang San. Puff! Tang San's body erupted in a mist of blood, staggering to the ground, yet his outstretched leg remained unscathed. Ha ha ha, what a delightful turn of events! This fool truly deserved it. Brother Yi had already kindly warned him, yet he remained heedless, even treating Brother Yi as a potential adversary. Such an ungrateful person deserves no mercy. Brother Tang seems to have met his end, yet for some reason, I find myself untroubled. Xiao Wu wiped away her tears, choosing not to glance back at Tang San. Fireball technique boom. The blue earth bear fell once more. Perhaps shocked by the weakness of its second phase. This earth bear is of no use to me. Let my accomplishments be attributed to the cultivators of our Iron Sword sect. Those who contributed in the earlier skirmish may claim a portion of the earth bear's resources. As for the specifics, consult a venerable cultivator to allocate accordingly. I shall take my leave. Yi Liangchen turned to depart, feeling the need to vent about Tang San's antics. Truly, Brother Yi is a caring figure. I cannot help but admire Brother Yi. From this day forth, he shall be my guiding light. The heavens should not have given birth to anyone but Brother Yi. It is a great regret of the world. If the heavens had allowed Brother Yi to be born, those who have not met him are the true unfortunate ones. What a fine poem! What a fine poem! Chapter 33. The greatest sorrow is death beneath the setting sun. The world appeared tinged with a painful crimson hue. Before a freshly turned grave, Xiao Wu knelt silently, accompanied by several of her fellow disciples from the Iron Sword sect. The evening breeze stirred, causing the satin of the girl's dress to flutter, her eyes devoid of tears, yet filled with an inexplicable sorrow. Tang San was indeed a man of infamy. Must you, junior sister, be so kind as to dig a grave for him? Would it not have sufficed to leave his body to decay in the wild? Indeed, indeed. Why grant such a traitor a grave? Let Brother Yi incinerate him with the fireball technique instead. Lower your voices. Do not provoke junior sister's ire. I fail to see why junior sister should be angry. Is it worth it to be upset over a scoundrel like Tang San? Ah, I heard that junior sister Xiao Wu and that scoundrel Tang San joined our sect together. They seem to hail from the same place, and there are whispers of a sibling bond. What? Could it be that junior sister? Enough. Xiao Wu stood, her expression a mix of indignation and anger. Even if Brother Tang was unlikable in life, acting solely for his own gain, disregarding the feelings of others, he is dead now. Can you not allow him to rest in peace? Ah. The male disciples fell silent. Junior sister, this is where you are mistaken. Does a person's misdeeds render them immune to criticism? Can a villainous wretch transform into a good person simply because they have departed? I suspect you are too close to Tang San. A senior sister stepped forward, frowning as she chastised Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to her fellow disciples. One brother opened his mouth to speak but faltered when he saw the surrounding silence. Ultimately sealing his lips once more, Junior sister, I lack conviction, but I know Tang San is a villain. I have never doubted your character. You have been a commendable disciple. However, a slightly older brother regarded Xiao Wu's pitiful demeanor. Unable to restrain himself from offering some words of justice, though his thoughts and words were at odds, creating a feeling of dissonance. Cough, cough. What are you all discussing? Enough of this chatter. Yi Liangchen timely intervened. Sauntering over to the group, I have heard all that you said. While Tang San was indeed less than admirable, he is now deceased. His past actions have not significantly impacted our Iron Sword sect. So let us allow him to rest in peace and refrain from dredging up old grievances. Understood. We shall heed Brother Ye's wisdom. Yi Liangchen nodded in satisfaction, surveying the area before settling down in a spot. Eager to continue speaking, Xiaowu widened her eyes, bewildered as she gazed at Liangchen, who sat atop Tang San's grave, unable to restrain herself from softly uttering, "Brother Yi, I know, and I am just about to discuss matters concerning you." Liangchen waved his hand, signaling Xiaowu to remain silent, not wishing to be disturbed in his self-aggrandizement. As long as you can accept it, I shall share a few more thoughts. The formation of one's goodness or wickedness is influenced by various factors, such as inherent malevolent or benevolent tendencies, environmental influences, and inadequate upbringing. These elements are numerous and complex, and I cannot ascertain what led to Tang San's malevolence, yet you cannot direct your ire towards our own junior sister. Xiaowu has lived among us for several years. Have you ever witnessed her causing trouble like Tang San? Have you seen her act with such arrogance? With a deep breath, Liangchen eased his parched throat, observing the downcast expressions of the disciples around him. Satisfied, he nodded, feeling that he had successfully elevated his own status once more. Why do you lower your heads? Why have you ceased to respond? Is it that you have come to realize your faults and feel the weight of shame for having wronged your junior sister? Are you embarrassed by your own actions? Do not feign ignorance before me. If you truly acknowledge your mistakes, extend an apology to your junior sister without cowering like a frightened duck. As the words left my lips, several disciples of the Iron Sword sect approached Xiaowu, sincerely beginning to express their contrition. "Junior sister Xiaowu, I am at fault. You are undoubtedly the kindest and most helpful junior sister in the Iron Sword sect, yet I failed to defend your honor when it mattered. I am truly despicable." One senior brother struck his face repeatedly in remorse, clearly intent on taking responsibility for his actions. "I am sorry. Junior sister Xiaowu, I have received many favors from you and have enjoyed our conversations. I have always cherished your cheerful demeanor and your brave, kind heart. Yet, when faced with this incident, I became a coward, too afraid to speak in your defense." Another senior brother lamented, "Junior sister Xiaowu, you even spared me during the sect competition to preserve my dignity, yet suddenly, the sound of a sword being unsheathed resonated." The senior sister who had previously slandered Xiaowu approached her, bowing and raising her sword above her head with both hands, embodying an air of contrition, though the sword replaced the thorns, lending her a greater sense of gravity. "I apologize, junior sister Xiaowu. My hatred for Tang San led me to speak recklessly after hearing you defend him. I regret my words deeply. I understand how vital reputation and virtue are for a female cultivator. And what I said today was beyond the pale. Go express my sincere regret. I present this sword to you. Do with it as you will. I shall not resist." Her voice was firm, yet her trembling body betrayed her true feelings. She, too, feared death. Indeed, a cultivator may live for a millennium, and who would gamble with their life without resolve? Yi Shixiang. Xiaowu stepped back in confusion, seeking help from Liangchen, who sat atop Tang San's grave. "Fear not, this is her apology. We shall not intervene. Her fate now lies in your hands. Act according to your truest feelings." Xiaowu, trembling, grasped the sword, glancing at the quaking senior sister. Strangely, she felt little anger. Perhaps she was no longer the Xiaowu who once idolized Tang San. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. Ultimately, Xiaowu relinquished the sword and let go of Tang San. "Thank you. You are the best, Xiaowu. Did I have missed out on you?" The senior sister's trembling form calmed, and she rushed forward to embrace Xiaowu, weeping openly in her arms. Chapter 34. The Demon Lord who devours heaven will return. Cough. Cough. Junior sister Xiaowu, I did not intend to harm Tang San. He merely stood beside the earth bear, and my fireball technique has a wide range. In short, I offer my sincerest apologies. Why, Liangchen? Addressing Xiaowu, bowed his head, his demeanor earnest. "It is not your fault, Yi Shixiang. Blame Tang San instead. Had he not been so greedy and self-righteous, he would not have met such an end. Moreover, you had kindly warned him. Perhaps death is his ultimate fate." Xiaowu hastily helped Liangchen to his feet, unwilling to see this upright and noble senior brother bowing in apology for a petty individual. "Why, Yi Shixiang? The day is waning. Let us continue our journey and find a sheltered spot to set up camp for the night." "Very well, let us depart, guided by the light of the setting sun." Thus, the group from the Iron Sword sect set forth, their spirits significantly lifted in the absence of Tang San. Along the way, They spoke freely, unburdened by the fear of sudden interruptions. Under the sunset, a somewhat dilapidated grave lay quietly bathed in the golden glow, as if it marked Tang San's final scene. Are all stories concluded in the sunset? As the sun dipped below the horizon. Why can it not signify the beginning of a tale? In the sky, the evening glow spread like a tapestry of fiery hues, evoking a sense of fervor and dreaminess. Ha ha ha, Yunmings, you must think I have perished before you. But the more perilous the place, the safer it becomes. Only by wagering one's life can one truly survive. Did you imagine that the demon lord who devours heaven's fate would be extinguished? I still possess a complete hand. Yunmings, just wait. The demon lord who devours heaven shall surely return. I believe that with my strength, I can ascend to new heights within this illusory realm of Yunming, perhaps even surpassing my former glory. A withered, blood-soaked hand danced joyfully through the clouds, as if celebrating the magnificence of life. The demon lord's master once said, "If one day, all that remains in life is a justice to obey, a false and twisted goodness, and a hollow pretense of compliance, devoid of unfettered indulgence, pure and straightforward brilliance, and an indomitable stubbornness, then upon gazing across this vast earth, one would only see sheep and cattle responding to the slightest sound." The severed hand traversed the clouds, one eye appearing dazed, seemingly recalling its master. "Master, I miss you. If only you were here, I would not have to endure such humiliation." The severed hand paused, as if the alluring visage of its master materialized before it. The demon lord who devours heaven was not always known by that title. In his youth, he had no name, merely referred to as Ergo by others. They would often call out Ergo, mocking him, yet he desired little association with them. An orphan, he could scarcely feed himself, let alone entertain other thoughts. It seemed to be a bright afternoon. Indeed, on that day, the demon lord, Ergo, was not particularly hungry. Basking in the sun and daydreaming in his dreams, he transformed into the wealthiest landowner in the village, feasting on endless rice mixed with lard, occasionally indulging in sumptuous fish and meat. However, while he reveled in his dreams, his master, needing blood and flesh for cultivation, drifted into his village and leisurely dined throughout the afternoon. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cave, surrounded by children from the village, all gazing at his master in terror while trembling uncontrollably. "My appetite has dwindled, and I can scarcely consume a whole village. How troublesome!" The demon lord's master was a large, corpulent woman who, while picking her teeth, assessed the few morsels she had collected, pondering whether to consume them tomorrow or the next day. A child, unable to withstand the grotesque gaze of the old woman, collapsed like a limp rag, crying and vomiting, a stench of urine permeating the air. "How revolting! How can I eat like this?" The old woman waved her hand in disgust, and the crying child transformed into a dense mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Ugh! The surrounding children collapsed in fear, their small hands tightly covering their mouths, terrified of pain and death, particularly of such a gruesome demise. The demon lord, or Ergo, displayed fear but stood tall. Unlike the others who cowered to minimize their presence. "Oh, do you not fear me, child? Or perhaps you wish to be a hero and protect your friends?" The old woman grinned, exposing her teeth, a foul stench wafting towards the demon lord. "I have no connection to them. They are not my friends. I stand here solely because I wish to survive. I aspire to become as strong as you," the demon lord proclaimed, kneeling and bowing his head towards her. "Ha ha ha, how interesting. You are truly captivating. It has been ages since I encountered such an intriguing mortal." The old woman chuckled, her flesh quivering, her gaze toward the demon lord tinged with admiration and praise. "Do you not consider me a ruthless murderer? Or do you desire to become like me? Great master, I believe that if one is powerful enough, they need not heed the trivial opinions of others. Much like the landlord in my village, who imposes taxes without regard for the villagers' plight." The demon lord reminisced about his dream of wielding power, a faint smile gracing his lips as he savored the memory of that euphoria. "Ha ha ha, at such a young age, you care not for the lives of others. You are indeed a natural-born demon," the old woman remarked, but her curiosity lingered about whether she had consumed the boy's parents. "Had I tasted their blood, I might have glimpsed your past and present, discerning the reasons for your existence." She spoke. The old woman gestured for him to approach, and the next moment, She seized his throat with a vice-like grip. Observing his reaction with keen interest, the demon lord gazed at her, devoid of fear or anger, only a fervent excitement and an insatiable thirst for power shining in his eyes. The old woman, unnerved by his intense gaze, gradually loosened her grip as the demon lord gasped for breath, blood seeping from his orifices. Since you are the first food, annoying person willing to take me as your disciple after all these years, I shall grant you an opportunity to go and slay those children from your village, and I shall accept you as my apprentice. What do you think? The plump woman tossed a piece of black, rotting flesh before the devourer of heaven, eagerly anticipating his reaction. Very well, thank you, master. The devourer of heaven, his vision blurring, instinctively reached for the piece of meat that, despite its decay, emanated an alluring aroma. The sound of greedy chewing filled the air as his body grew lighter, dark substances coursing through him, providing an abundance of peculiar energy. He slowly rose to his feet, but did not approach the village children immediately. Instead, he bowed deeply to the plump woman before swiftly lunging toward the unsuspecting kids. Ergo, no. Ergo, Ergo, aren't we friends? Ergo. After a while, the blood-soaked devourer of heaven stood before the plump woman. Well done, devoid of unnecessary sentiment, that was quite impressive. Call me devourer of heaven. From now on, you shall be my disciple. The plump woman embraced him, her voice echoing through the cave, sounding both lascivious and arrogant. Chapter 35. Tang San's new form under a sparse moonlit sky, the devourer of heaven traversed the boundless wilderness. A clown's nose having sprouted from his severed hand, occasionally sniffing the air as if attempting to discern something. Strange. Why does that pure life energy appear and vanish? Could it be that someone is dying and then reviving? How utterly absurd. The devourer of heaven moved at a slow pace, hindered by his current condition. Damn it, let me find you. Once I do, I will devour you until nothing remains. He descended, gnawing at the soil. Then arbitrarily chose a direction to explore. Nearby, at a small grave mound, Tang San's corpse stirred slightly, causing the rat gnawing at it to freeze before it attempted to flee in the next moment. A dirt-covered hand accurately grasped the rat, which squeaked in terror, its head lolling to the side as it fell silent. So hungry, so hungry. Tang San, mixing mud with his body, stuffed the entire rat into his mouth and began to crunch down. Swallowing, Tang San gulped the rat down, wiped the dirt from his body, and emerged from the grave mound. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Kneeling on the ground, he gazed at the moon and stars, ecstatically spreading his arms, a rat's tail still dangling from his mouth. Why, Iliangchen, you have truly bestowed upon me a great opportunity. Just wait. When I find you, I will express my gratitude in person with my new powers. Tang San lay back on the ground, slowly reaching out toward the sky. A plant of blue-silver grass, mingling green and blue, radiated a luminous glow, beneath which Tang San's originally black hair now shimmered with green light. The kind that provoked uncontrollable thoughts. Why, blue-silver grass appears to have undergone a significant transformation. How utterly remarkable! Tang San exclaimed, tossing the blue-silver grass onto the ground. The bluish-green grass sprouted tendrils, some of which aggressively burrowed into Tang San's flesh while others spread underground, with one tendril even curling around the rat's tail at Tang San's mouth, siphoning the minuscule energy it contained. Delightful. Tang San's face illuminated with pleasure as waves of pure energy surged into his body, replenishing his spiritual energy and compensating for his losses. Meanwhile, the tendrils sprouted fangs, gnawing away at the charred skin, transforming it into a less pure form of life energy that gradually healed his wounds. Indeed, Tang San's mutated blue-silver grass could no longer be described as merely powerful. It had become monstrous. Within Tang San's body, the green and blue varieties of blue-silver grass were in conflict. The green variant possessed two abilities: one to absorb and feedback energy, capable of drawing in all forms of energy and returning it to itself or its master, akin to an indomitable cockroach with formidable healing and interference capabilities. The second ability allowed it to emit spores that could spread through the air. Once inhaled, these spores could absorb blood and grow within the host, wreaking havoc. At least, that was Tang San's belief. The green-blue-silver grass within him was solid evidence of this theory. having multiplied from a mere handful to several hundred, gradually matching the quantity of the blue variety that dominated his body, with an ominous tendency to surpass it. The blue-silver grass had only one ability, blue-silver entanglement. Initially, its numbers were vast, competing evenly with the green variant, yet as time passed, more and more blue-silver grass transformed into green, leading to a swift decline in its position, forced to retreat and cower in the recesses of Tang San's heart. Suddenly, Tang San felt an inexplicable voice resonating within him, and he descended into deep contemplation. His consciousness returning to a field of flowers. Xiao San, help me! Remove or eliminate those tainted blue-silver grasses, or you too shall gradually succumb to their corruption. A gentle feminine voice echoed in Tang San's mind, causing him to pause in surprise. Mother? Is that you, Mother? Tang San asked excitedly. Indeed, a fragment of my soul has transformed into the initial spirit of your body, but I have only recently awakened. I exerted all my strength to barely revive you. But in doing so, I used powers I should not have, resulting in the attention of the otherworldly demons upon you. The gentle voice carried a hint of frailty, confirming that at least part of what she said was true. Otherworldly demons? What are otherworldly demons? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Otherworldly demons are entities that should have perished alongside the Ascension platform, yet for some unknown reason, a faction of them successfully created a small realm, sealing themselves within and surviving. However, they cannot directly enter reality. They can only influence the world by randomly projecting their power. If someone succumbs to their temptations and falls step by step into the abyss, they can revive within that person's body. The gentle voice meticulously detailed everything she knew without omission. I understand now. You mean that these green-blue-silver grasses have absorbed the power of the otherworldly demons and have become tainted by them? Yes, have you not noticed how strangely powerful this force is? Constantly consuming, transforming, and proliferating. Such demonic power is not something you can obtain for free. Silence. What do you know? Why should I believe you? I find these green-blue-silver grasses quite agreeable. They even heal my wounds, unlike you, who for years could only perform blue-silver entanglement, barely absorbing any spiritual energy or nutrients. Tang San's tone suddenly shifted to one of disdain. Xiao San, you must believe me. I am your mother and I would never harm you. The gentle voice grew somewhat timid, not expecting her son to have changed so drastically to Mother. What good is that? You are but a useless martial spirit. The most inferior blue-silver grass. Tang San laughed, his tone tinged with a sinister edge. You wish for me to abandon the green-blue-silver grass that could elevate me to greatness? I see you are not my mother. You are the otherworldly demon. Yes, you must be the otherworldly demon. As he spoke, Tang San's spirit stirred, and he separated the blue-silver grass from his heart. Holding it in his hand, where it emitted a faint blue glow, I am sorry. Although you have accompanied me for so long, I must cast you aside, regardless of whether you are an otherworldly demon or not. You are of no use to me. Farewell, worthless waste. After speaking, Tang San forcefully waved his hand, sending the blue-silver grass into the distance toward a small stream, where it floated away with the rushing water. Biffed in the next moment, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, his hair shifting from white to green, and his pupils transforming, revealing a grotesque and distorted creature peering out at the world. Kikik, I feel terrifyingly powerful now. Is this the complete form of my newly acquired strength? I feel like Tenyi Liankins wouldn't stand a chance against me. Wait, is that the scent of food? Tang San slowly turned, encountering the Devourer of Heaven, who was frantically rushing toward him. A large, bold word of danger flashed in the Devourer of Heaven's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, running as fast as he could. Want to escape? Food wishes to flee? In the next instant, the green tendrils yanked the Devourer of Heaven before Tang San. Kikik. Tang San laughed maniacally as he lunged toward the severed hand, resembling a ferocious wild dog, and began to devour it voraciously, crunch crunch. After a while, Tang San ambled along the road, suddenly feeling a wetness at the corner of his mouth. Instinctively, he touched it, opening his eyes wide to find his hands smeared with blood. Did I just eat something? Why do I feel like I have no recollection of it? Tang San shook his head, inhaling the faint scent left by the iron sword sect in the air, and smiled as he followed suit. Chapter 36. Bai Shui's serious diary. Zhou Yuan noticed that Bai Shui had been acting rather peculiar lately. Every night before bed, she insisted on spending a while at her desk, muttering incantations under her breath and tirelessly wielding her brush to write and draw. "What are you writing at your desk every day, Shui? Could you share it with me?" Zhou Yuan inquired, lying on his bed. Watching the diligent Bai Shui with keen interest, his lips curling into a subtle smile. I am writing a diary. You must understand that a diary is not something one should casually let others see. Bai Shui paused her writing, turning to glance at Zhou Yuan with a hint of guilt. Is it truly only a diary? Indeed, it is merely a diary. Have you never considered writing something else? I have not thought of writing anything else. Then that is rather dull. Who writes a diary anyway? Anything worthy of being written down is hardly a secret. Zhou Yuan, feeling ennui, turned away, no longer observing Bai Shui at her desk. The moonlight shimmered, and the delicate figure of Shui deftly wielded her brush, diligently engaged in her writing. Contents of Bai Shui's diary, Day 1. The weather is clear, and my spirits are high. Today, Zhou Yuan awoke early, rousing me from my slumber, even though I was still half asleep. He claimed he could no longer squander his time, and then he fashioned a desk, preparing the paper, ink, and brush, stating that he would write a book that would leave all scholars in the world feeling ashamed of themselves. And then he would surely make a name for himself. I watched as he pinned 2 characters before halting, declaring that his life experiences were insufficient and that he should wait a few years before writing. After that, he took out his peachwood sword, proclaiming that he would become the most handsome and formidable sword cultivator in the realm, and then he left to practice his swordplay. Gazing at the 2 characters Zhou Yuan had written, Red Mansion, I glanced at the brush beside me. I cheerfully inscribed on the paper that Zhou Yuan had rudely awakened me without my consent, and that I was quite upset, thus declaring him a big bad egg. Upon completing my entry, I felt my mood lift significantly. It was as if I had discovered a remarkable outlet for my feelings. I was astounded, looking at the brush in my hand and then at the characters on the paper. In that moment, I resolved to keep a diary. At noon, Zhou Yuan paused his sword practice to prepare a delicious meal for me. During lunch, I put my cleverness to good use and asked Zhou Yuan if I could borrow his desk. He agreed, which delighted me, prompting me to indulge a little more in my meal. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuan succumbed to a post-lunch slumber. Once he fell asleep, I would only see him again in the evening. Armed with the small fishing rod Zhou Yuan had given me, I ventured out to fish, recalling his words. One must handle their own affairs. If I wished to enjoy grilled fish, I needed to catch some. But where do fish come from? They come from the water. Zhou Yuan could grill fish, but I could not. However, if I caught them and had Zhou Yuan grill them for me, it would be as if I could grill fish myself. Right? Oh dear, I felt quite vexed. I had fished all afternoon, yet I had only caught 2 fish. I had even used my favorite peach blossom pastry as bait. In the evening, Zhou Yuan grilled the 2 fish. One large and one small. He asked which one I preferred, and I pointed to the larger one. However, he handed me the smaller one and recounted the tale of Kong Rong sharing pairs. After finishing, he asked me what lesson I had learned, to which I replied that one should not think only of oneself when good things arise, but rather consider others first. Zhou Yuan gently tapped my forehead, correcting me. No, it is that when good things come, one should not hesitate to share. Those worthy of sharing are the ones with whom you have a good relationship. Good relationship? Zhou Yuan and I share a good relationship. Don Tiwi? Hence, I wasn't upset when he ate the larger fish. I was quite content with my smaller fish. Day 2. The weather remains splendid, and my mood is delightful. I am unsure how many days it has been since I arrived in the Yuming fantasy realm, but this marks the 2nd day of my diary writing. Zhou Yuan's aspirations of sword cultivation were dashed once more. Today he did not rise early, yet I awoke early. After pinning my diary yesterday, I forgot to hide it, fearing that Zhou Yuan would see it and mock me, so I got up early. After finishing my diary, I took my fishing rod to catch some fish. Arriving at the creek, I realized I seemed to be running low on peach blossom pastries, which left me feeling quite disheartened. If I barely had enough for myself, how could I use them for fishing? I must convince Zhou Yuan to give me more peach blossom pastries. Otherwise, I may never taste grilled fish again. Before I returned to the wooden cabin, I encountered Zhou Yuan, who was hiding beneath a bush by a tree, gazing intently at the tree before him. I found it curious and wondered if he had lost his mind. I dropped my fishing rod and squeezed in beside him, Nestling in his embrace and his arms, Zhou Yuan recounted the tale of the farmer waiting for a rabbit, sharing that the skewers Sujio had eaten on the day she departed were made from a rabbit that had collided with the tree. I was even more perplexed. Wasn't he that rabbit demon beast caught by Sujio? She had even mentioned having Zhou Yuan make me a small quilt from its fur. Yet, until now, it seemed Zhou Yuan had not fulfilled that promise. I remained silent, content to stay with Zhou Yuan in the bush until hunger compelled me to speak. Alas, no rabbit had collided with the tree. I told Zhou Yuan I was hungry, and he patted his head, calling himself a fool, then led me to prepare and enjoy our meal together. Zhou Yuan truly cares for me. During our meal, I made my request for more peach blossom pastries, but Zhou Yuan replied that too many pastries would harm my teeth, and I shouldn't indulge excessively. I felt quite wronged. I was not the only one eating them. There were also fish. Zhou Yuan noticed my distress and inquired about its cause. When I shared my feelings, he unexpectedly burst into laughter, genuinely amused. In the end, I learned the reason for his laughter. It turned out that fish do not favor peach blossom pastries. But why do fish not like something so delicious? That evening, we feasted on grilled fish, plenty of grilled fish. Day 3. The weather is overcast and everything seems a bit damp. Yet my spirits remain high. I had not anticipated the shift to gloomy weather. Zhou Yuan and I both believed it was still early, so we decided to sleep until noon. We awoke in the afternoon and had a simple meal before venturing outside for a stroll. To our surprise, it had begun to snow, the temperature dropping considerably. I leaped into Zhou Yuan's embrace, revealing only my little head. The snow fell thicker, blanketing the ground in a thick layer, crunching softly beneath our feet. We approached the creek, which continued to flow gently. Seemingly unchanged, however, my keen eyes spotted something unusual, a blue flower drifting downstream. As the snow intensified, we returned home, with Zhou Yuan cradling the blue flower. That night, the blue flower found a pot of its own as we ignited the hearth in the wooden cabin, the smoke curling up the chimney, leaving only the warm glow of the fire. Zhou Yuan regaled me and the little flower with the tale of Lin Chong at the Snow Mountain Temple, leaving me quite exhilarated. Lin Chong is truly a remarkable character. After he finished, before he could inquire, I eagerly responded, I'm quite clever, aren't I? My summary is spot on. Zhou Yuan smiled and ruffled my hair, his gaze drifting to the window. Shui, with such heavy snow, those cultivators without shelter must be having a difficult time. He murmured, his voice soft, as if questioning both me and himself. I wonder how Wanwan is faring now. Who is Wanwan? She is my junior sister, my beloved junior sister. Chapter 37. Zhou Yuan is a disciple of my Qingyun sect. The relentless snowfall that lasted a day and a night significantly impacted the leisurely pastoral life of Zhou Yuan and Bai Shui. The drop in temperature necessitated the use of firewood, but the quest for firewood was not the primary concern. The most pressing issue was food. Yes, food was running low. The demon beasts, seeking refuge from the unprecedented snowfall, had seemingly vanished, leaving Zhou Yuan without a trace of them around the wooden cabin. By the creek, Bai Shui stood holding her fishing rod, staring blankly at the stream. The once crystal-clear water had transformed into a solid, winding sheet of ice, utterly shattering Bai Shui's dreams of fishing. Why? Why has it frozen over? She exclaimed in frustration, hurling the small fishing rod Zhou Yuan had crafted for her. Incensed, she leapt onto the ice, angrily kicking the smooth surface several times to vent her ire. However, Bai Shui soon found herself slipping on the slick ice, her body wobbling violently as if she might fall at any moment. Her expression turned to one of terror as she flailed her forepaws, attempting to regain her balance. Oh dear! Ultimately, Bai Shui tumbled over, landing sprawled on the ice, utterly defeated. Shui, why are you lying on the ice in such cold weather? Are you hoping to catch fish, Sister Sujio? A familiar voice rang in Bai Shui's ears, causing her to instinctively spring to her feet. Before her stood Sujio, carrying a massive demon beast, her petite face flushed from the biting wind. Upon noticing Bai Shui's gaze, she couldn't help but smile, her lips rosy and teeth white, her eyes crescent-shaped. For a moment, Bai Shui was entranced, feeling that the beauty before her rivaled that of her sister. What's the matter? Are you stunned? Sujio bent down and lifted Bai Shui effortlessly, slowly making her way towards Zhou Yuan's wooden cabin. Alas, Sister Sujio, you have finally returned, bringing us food. Oh, Bai Shui has finally come to her senses, nuzzling her little head against Sujio's embrace, incessantly recounting the recent dire circumstances. Sister Sujio? Do you know? I did not eat breakfast or dinner yesterday. Zhou Yuan and I only had a single lunch, just a cup of peach juice each, which was hardly enough to satiate our hunger. Have you eaten today? No, I haven't. Zhou Yuan said that if we can't find food soon, he would take me far away to search for it, and we might not return to this little cabin. Bai Shui's tone was laced with bitterness, her reluctance to leave the cabin filled with sweet memories shared with Zhou Yuan evident. Did you have a meal today? No, if I had eaten, I probably wouldn't have slipped on the ice just now. Oh, I still have some peach blossom pastries here. Open your mouth and I shall feed you. Sister Sujio, you are truly wonderful. Bai Shui opened her mouth. The two chatted while eating, unknowingly arriving at Zhou Yuan's little cabin. Sujio set down the ferocious beast she had been carrying and entered the cabin with Bai Shui. Inside, the air was thick with warmth, smoke swirling around, occasionally accompanied by splashes of water and peculiar singing. Hee hee, hello everyone, it's me, Mickey Mouse. Would you like to enter my magical house? My goodness, how delightful. Oh, I almost forgot. For the magical house to appear, we must say some enchanting little phrases. Miska, Moska, Miska, Moska, Miska Moska, Misai Misai Misai. Miska Moska.it seemed Zhou Yuan was indulging in a bath, but what was with that catchy tune? Both Sujio and Bai Shui could not help but frown, feeling entrapped by a mesmerizing melody that compelled their bodies to move involuntarily. That scoundrel Zhou Yuan, while urging me to find food, he is here enjoying a bath and singing such bizarre songs. Bai Shui was infuriated, leaping off Sujio, baring her teeth, and lunging at Zhou Yuan, who was frolicking in the misty bathtub, playing with rubber ducks while dancing. Hissa! Bai Shui sank her teeth into Zhou Yuan's neck, her forepaws incessantly patting him, clearly enraged. I was wrong. I was wrong. Shui, please let go. Zhou Yuan instinctively shielded his vital parts, fearing Bai Shui would inadvertently injure him. Oh! At that moment, Suju noticed the clothes on the floor, and upon seeing the familiar sect jade pendant beside them, she couldn't help but exclaim softly, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Is this the jade pendant of the Qingyun sect? Could it be that Zhou Yuan is a disciple of my Qingyun sect? Sujio bent down to pick up the pendant, examining it closely, her expression shifting from shock and panic to ease and triumph, ultimately revealing a hint of blush on her cheeks, evidently recalling something that thrilled her immensely. The scuffle in the bathtub continued, and Zhou Yuan, with no choice, could only use one hand to protect himself while the other gently stroked Bai Shui's fur, hoping that his tender touch would coax her to relent. If I weren't out of strength, I would surely bite you to death. Bai Shui finally released her grip, but not without spitting a few times at Zhou Yuan to express her dissatisfaction. Sniff, sniff. Zhou Yuan's expression suddenly changed as he began to carefully sniff the air, even extending his tongue to taste the tiny droplet of saliva Bai Shui had spat on his face. In the next moment, he seized Bai Shui by the neck, bringing his face close to hers. Shui, why does your saliva smell of peach blossom pastries? Tell me the truth. Have you been hiding treats? I haven tea that was given to me by Sister Sujio. I would never hide anything. Bai Shui felt Zhou Yuan's heated breath and instinctively recoiled. I don't know. It seems Zhou Yuan is not wearing any clothes. Oh dear, I feel unclean. Realizing she had pounced on Zhou Yuan while he was completely undraped, Bai Shui hurriedly covered her eyes with her paws to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. Sujio, stop pretending. Didn't Tishi leave? Would she really return just to bring you peach blossom pastries? Zhou Yuan scoffed, reaching out to punish Bai Shui, for he believed no one should view a man bathing without consequence. It is true. I swear it's true. Sister Sujio has returned. She brought meat with her. Really, she was worried about us and came back. Zhou Yuan nodded, a smile breaking across his face, realizing that perhaps dinner would indeed feature meat tonight. Wait, did you say Sister Sujio has returned? Where is she now? Chapter 38, Clumsy Imitation Inside the House, of course. Sister Sujio and I entered together, Bai Shui replied, her eyes wide and innocent as she looked at Zhou Yuan. TCH. Zhou Yuan cursed under his breath, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Sujio. Sugio. If you are indeed in the house, could you please step outside for a moment? I need to change my clothes. Saying this, Zhou Yuan unceremoniously tossed Bai Shui outside as well, gesturing for her to leave. Very well, Suju set down the jade pendant and stood up, turning to walk out. At the door, she seemed to recall something and turned back to look at Zhou Yuan, who was shyly covering his upper body. And what about Shui? Isn't she coming out with me? Bai Shui reluctantly emerged from the corner, looking somewhat disgruntled. Some individuals are like this. They shy away from actions they themselves would feel embarrassed about. Yet when others attempt to deter them, their feelings shift. Bai Shui was in such a state, thinking, I could leave on my own. Why must you push me away? Sister Sujio, this scoundrel Zhou Yuan has also thrown me out. Bai Shui attempted to leap into Sujio's arms, but Suju nimbly sidestepped her. Observing Bai Shui, who was no longer as plump and fluffy as before, Suju suddenly lost the inclination to embrace her. You re-drenched. Perhaps you should find something to dry off with. All right. Bai Shui glanced around and ran to Zhou Yuan's clothes, skillfully using them to dry her body. Is this really okay? Aren't those Zhou Yuan's spare clothes? Suju remarked, watching Bai Shui rub herself against Zhou Yuan's clothes. It's fine. I often use his clothes to dry off. Besides, that fellow frequently wipes his mouth with my fur, making me bathe several times a day as a result. This is his retribution. No need to worry about it. Bai Shui tossed Zhou Yuan's clothes back to their original spot, shook her dry, pristine fur, and bounced outside, completely forgetting her earlier anger towards Zhou Yuan. Love and rivalry? Suju shook her head and followed her out. Night fell, and for some unknown reason, rain began to pour from the sky. Initially a light drizzle, it gradually intensified into a torrential downpour. The heavy rain pounded against the cabin's roof, cold air and moisture desperately seeping inside. The flames in the stove flickered, valiantly generating warmth. Zhou Yuan and the others consumed steaming bowls of meat soup while watching the downpour outside. Their expressions grim. The days ahead would surely be challenging. Zhou Yuan approached the window with his bowl of soup and attempted to open a small crack. In the next instant, the cold air and rainwater rushed in, causing him to shiver as he hastily shut the window. Something's not right. This is too odd. Why is the heavy rain accompanied by such frigid air? Zhou Yuan remarked, shivering again as he channeled his spiritual energy to expel the chill from his body. The sudden snowfall and torrential rain were unprecedented. Such weather had never occurred in the cloud dream illusion before. Sujio also appeared perplexed, yet she stepped to the window to feel the cold air seeping in through the gap, then pulled Zhou Yuan back to the dining table. This cold air must be countered with spiritual energy. Resisting it directly would inflict severe harm on your body. Listening to the howling storm outside, Sujio's expression turned anxious. No one knew how long the downpour would last. If they could not find a place to shield themselves from the rain and chill, a cultivator whose powers were suppressed to the chi refining stage would find it exceedingly difficult to survive a single day relying solely on spiritual energy. Wow, this meat soup is delicious. Bai Shui was still eagerly showcasing her steaming bowl of soup, ignoring Zhou Yuan and Sujio's conversation. We can only hope this downpour does not persist indefinitely. Otherwise, I might not be able to stay here much longer, Zhou Yuan thought, pouring some of his soup into Bai Shui's bowl, his eyes reflecting a mix of concern and helplessness for the future. Thank you, Zhou Yuan. Then I shan't be polite. Bai Shui beamed, delighted that she didn't have to serve herself soup. It was quite convenient indeed. What do you mean polite? What's mine is yours, and what I can't finish is yours too. Zhou Yuan decided to push aside his worries, choosing instead to trust Wan's strength. Even though her powers were currently suppressed to the chi refining realm, they likely weren't too shabby. Besides, Wan's father was the lord of Yunlin City, which would undoubtedly afford her many treasures and magical artifacts. In terms of sheer combat power, Zhou Yuan might rank among the strongest in the cloud dream illusion, but in terms of wealth, it seemed no one could rival Wan. In summary, while Zhou Yuan might find himself in peril, Wan would surely remain safe. Indeed, Zhou Yuan, I wish to indulge in grilled skewers tomorrow. Could you possibly prepare some for me? Bai Shui harbors no concerns about the future. Let the rain fall as it may, it cannot possibly drown her. Her only worry lies in whether she shall savor grilled skewers tomorrow, for it greatly affects her mood, which is utterly essential. Let me see, Zhou Yuan remarked as he glanced at the meat and seasonings within his storage ring, then turned to Bai Shui with a stoic expression. I regret to inform you that we shall not be having barbecued meat tomorrow. Why ever not? Is it due to a shortage of meat? Yet, I recall that Sister Sujio brought a rather large beast, which should yield plenty of meat, Bai Shui inquired, chewing on the morsel in her mouth. There is still an abundance of meat, but the seasonings are lacking. The remaining seasonings are barely sufficient for a single dipping dish for your meat. Zhou Yuan replied, "Ah, then perhaps we should forego it altogether and simply enjoy the meat soup instead." Bai Shuai pouted in discontent but ultimately accepted this harsh reality, bowing her head to sip her soup. With a soft thud, Su Ju placed a bag of seasonings on the table, which Zhou Yuan had provided. "Having used very little of it herself, I still have plenty. Let us prepare grilled skewers tomorrow." Su Ju's tone was nonchalant, as it was merely a trifling matter. Yet in Bai Shui's eyes, Su Jiu had transformed into her hero, radiating hope and brilliance. Zhou Yuan examined the seasonings Su Jiu had set down, noting only a small amount of salt was missing, while the other seasonings remained largely untouched. He looked at Su Jiu in confusion. "Have you not used any? I feel as though I gave you just this amount." Su Jiu pouted, clearly dissatisfied. "I used the same ingredients and seasonings as you, but the flavor turned out completely different. Thus, I opted not to use much, thinking it best to leave the seasonings for you to prepare more meals." "Ha ha ha, that shouldn't be the case. Could it be a matter of technique?" Zhou Yuan chuckled, pride evident in his voice. "You dare to laugh. Is it possible you withheld some key seasoning from me, resulting in my grilled meat tasting inferior to yours?" Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan's smug grin, Su Jiu could not help but recall the tantalizing aroma of his skewers, lightly punching him in the arm. "You will make grilled skewers tomorrow, yes? Absolutely, rest assured. I shall ensure you enjoy steaming hot skewers first thing in the morning," Zhou Yuan declared, thumping his chest with a slight smile. Chapter 39. Sunny days are for meetings, rainy days for longing. Sunny days are for meetings, while rainy days are for longing. Beneath the curtain of rain, Tang San's expression was grim and fierce. The downpour was so heavy that he could no longer detect the scent of Yi Liangchen and the others. "Cursed weather, why must it rain so heavily? They are so close, right before my eyes," Tang San bellowed, the deep green-blue silver grass wildly spreading around him, siphoning every ounce of energy it could absorb. "Why, Yi Liangchen, where are you? I truly miss you. Come out and meet me," Tang San shouted at the top of his lungs. The blue-silver grass behind him surged, pushing him toward a nearby shelter from the rain. Though Tang San was not particularly calm, he was not foolish in such torrential rain. If it were only Yi Liangchen, he could continue on his way, for the greatest advantage of a congenital spirit body was its unending spiritual energy. Allowing him to traverse the rain with ease, however, Yi Liangchen would certainly not abandon his fellow disciples to press on alone. He was the most beloved senior brother of the Iron Sword sect. As he walked and shouted, he unknowingly arrived at the first suitable place to take shelter, an inclined rock face beneath which lay a cluster of high stones, providing both cover from the rain and protection from the wind. A true sanctuary amidst the deluged. "Why, Yi Liangchen, are you there? If you are, just say something." "It is I, Tang San." Tang San cheerfully squeezed into the high stones, his eyes following the deep green-blue-silver grass as it explored within. "Big brother, someone has entered outside. It seems they are looking for someone," a cultivator clad in a robe adorned with black flames called out. "Ask him how many spirit stones he has. If he has plenty, let him in. If not, tell him to scram. What is he searching for in such rain if not a mere excuse? He must want shelter from the storm." A tall cultivator with a flamboyant hairstyle waved his hand, a smug smile curling his lips. "Your brilliance is unmatched, big brother. Under your leadership, our Ghost Fire Lieli sect shall undoubtedly achieve eternal renown." A younger disciple promptly flattered him, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. "Get lost, go help Xiao Lu. His timid nature may not intimidate the outsider. Check on him and assist Xiao Lu in dealing with that person. B brother, is killing him a bit excessive? Why not just rob him of his spirit stones and let him leave?" The obsequious disciple's expression faltered, seemingly puzzled by his brother's casual mention of murder. "Heh, do you think a cultivator brave enough to intrude upon another's territory is weak? If you do not approach him with the intent to kill, do you truly believe you can defeat him without sustaining significant injury? Let me tell you, in this weather, your spiritual energy barely protects you from the chill. If you suffer severe injuries, survival is improbable." "No, you definitely will not survive." The flamboyant cultivator smoothed his crimson hair, poking the brow of the sycophantic disciple. "Shao Si, our Ghost Fire Lieli sect is a sect among mortals, populated by many with intricate relationships. Losing a few lives is hardly significant." Gulp. Xiao Xi's face quivered, his throat constricting as he suppressed a swallow. I understand. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Xi bowed deeply before turning to head outside. Between the high stones, rainwater seeped through, forming numerous small puddles upon the damp ground. Crackle, crackle. The sound of chewing reached Xiao Lu's ears, who wore a perplexed expression and hurried a few steps to see what the newcomer was consuming. Indeed, following the heavy snowfall, food had become the most scarce commodity in the cloud dream illusion. I never expected this cultivator to possess food. What a delightful surprise. Xiao Lu stumbled upon the unexpected sight of Tang San gnawing on a rat. Slurp. Tang San sucked the rat's tail into his mouth, lifting his gaze at the figure before him. Not enough. Tang San, upon seeing Xiao Lu, realized that Yi Liangchen and the others were not present. His expression darkening, he turned to leave. Wait, you are eating a rat? Xiao Lu hesitantly inquired, detecting the stench in the air. Indeed, it is a rat. Would you like some? I have a few left, Tang San replied, turning as if encountering a kindred spirit, waving his hand as deep green blue-silver grass emerged from his body, the vines encircling several deceased, rotting rats. Ugh! Xiao Lu instinctively covered his mouth, his complexion paling. Care to give it a try? While the rotting rat lacks the crispness of fresh meat, its innards are exceedingly tender, imbued with a faintly fermented flavor. Tang San seemed convinced that Xiao Lu shared his taste for rats. Extending a decayed rat toward him, don't be shy, go ahead. Ugh, pooh. Faced with the nauseatingly foul rat, Xiao Lu could no longer contain himself, expelling a torrent of yellowish-white substance in every direction, with Tang San taking the brunt of it to his face. You truly deserve to die. Tang San wiped the vomit from his face, instinctively licking his lips. Xiao Lu, leaning against the wall, instinctively looked up at Tang San after hearing the latter's furious words. He was met with the sight of Tang San licking his vomit. Ugh, pooh. Xiao Lu was utterly repulsed, collapsing to his knees and retching uncontrollably. No matter. You are on the brink of death, so letting you see this is of little consequence. Tang San continued to lick the vomit from his hands, moving to smear some on his face before licking it again. This vomit has a rather pleasant flavor, though it lacks a certain depth, perhaps due to your recent poor diet? As he spoke, countless vines surged from behind him, racing toward the retching Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu attempted to rise and defend himself, but upon seeing Tang San's devilish visage, his body weakened, collapsing once more. Ding 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 ding. A radiant flying sword arrived just in time, swiftly slicing through the advancing vines. Xiao Lu, what is wrong? Why are you like this? Xiao Xi hurriedly arrived, helping the fallen Xiao Lu to his feet. Hiss, my dark secret must not be revealed. Tang San's expression grew increasingly sinister as he unconsciously urged the spores that had secretly taken root within Xiao Lu's body into action. That person is? Xiao Lu weakly opened his eyes, about to say something when, in the next instant, a thick, bloodied vine erupted from his mouth, violently piercing through Xiao Xi's chest, who wore a concerned expression. Clang! The flying sword fell to the ground. And without the sword's defense, the vines engulfed the two, greedily consuming all their energy. It must be a swift resolution. Otherwise, if I cannot defeat Yi Liangchen later, I will be quite distressed. Tang San paid no mind to the two ensnared in a ball. For in his eyes, they were surely doomed. Crack, crack. Tang San stuffed a decayed mouse into his mouth and strode forward with a lively gait. Time passed, and Tang San emerged with a smile. The dark green blue-silver grass behind him had become even more terrifying, sprouting rows upon rows of oral appendages that opened and closed with the writhing of the vines, exuding an aura of extreme eeriness. Why, Yi Liangchen, my dear senior brother, do wait for me. I shall undoubtedly find you. Chapter 40. The Raging Fire on a Rainy Night. Senior brother Yi, why have we chosen this rather exposed spot to seek shelter from the rain? Would it not be wiser to find a better refuge? In a cave, a junior disciple of the Iron Sword sect gazed at Yi Liangchen, who stood at the entrance, silently shielding them from the wind and rain, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, senior brother Yi, let us leave. We cannot bear to see you suffer. Woohoo, yes, senior brother Yi, I am filled with resentment, loathing my own frailty, incapable of aiding you. Why? Yi Liangchen coughed a couple of times, turning with mild discontent to look at his adorable junior brothers and sisters. There is no need for concern. The rain is indeed heavy, Yet your foundational skills in chi cultivation vary greatly. It would be far too perilous to seek another hiding place, and should that new refuge already harbor other cultivators, we would inevitably have to engage in dialogue and conflict. What if, in the process, I fail to protect you and end up injured? Yi Liangshan regarded them with a slight smile, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Oh, we certainly cannot leave. Such a splendid opportunity to showcase my prowess must not be squandered. Do not fret about me. I am a congenital spirit body, with spiritual energy flowing ceaselessly, and I specialize in fire techniques, which will enable me to withstand this torrential downpour. He waved his hand nonchalantly, flames igniting around him, instantly drying his clothes. I recall now. Senior Brother Yi is indeed a congenital spirit body, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, favored by nature itself. This deluge should pose little threat to him. However, for reasons unknown, witnessing Senior Brother Ye's selfless sacrifice filled me with an overwhelming sadness, and I longed to weep. Senior Brother Yi Liangshan, where art thou? Might you emerge to meet me? I miss you dearly, our Iron Sword Sect's most kind and forgiving senior brother. Within the cave, the junior disciples of the Iron Sword Sect were resting lightly when they heard a familiar voice, their eyes fluttering open in confusion. That voice sounds so familiar, as if it belongs to an old acquaintance. Could it be that I recognize the voice of that scoundrel, Tang San? Just hearing it makes me feel nauseous. I too believe it to be Tang San's voice, but he is supposed to be dead beyond resurrection. I can confirm that the voice outside is indeed Tang San. I lived alongside him for several years. Xiao Wu timidly raised her hand, her face reflecting sheer terror. Yes, she had buried Tang San's corpse. How could she not know whether he was alive or dead? Yet it was precisely her awareness that caused her to panic upon hearing his voice. The dead cannot return to life. This is common knowledge. But if what lies outside is not human, perhaps that could explain everything. Tang San? No way, it truly is Tang San. Could he have transformed into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution against us? Tang San, that wretched fellow, was indeed tenacious. Having died, he still sought to entangle us. How utterly revolting! A senior sister's face contorted in disdain, as if Tang San were the most repugnant of creatures. Why, Liangshan? Where the hell are you hiding? You better show yourself. Otherwise, when I find you, you will all perish. Tang San spun around, failing to spot Yi Liangshan, his expression darkening. This was the last location he could search. If he could not find Yi Liangshan and the others here, it only meant one thing. They had braved the rain and moved on. If they truly dared to venture out in such weather, it seemed he would never catch up to them, having squandered so much time here. Why, Yi Liangshan? I curse you. Why, Yi Liangshan? You are nothing but a great fool. Utterly vulgar language spewed from Tang San's lips in a fit of rage, as the mutated blue-silver grass behind him surged forth, spreading uncontrollably, devouring everything in its path. Yi Liangshan lay serenely in the rain, drifting into sleep, when he began to hear not only the sound of rain and praises, but also insults directed at him. Frowning in displeasure, he slowly opened his eyes. Senior Brother Yi, you are awake? Did you hear that? That rascal Tang San is cursing you. One of the junior sisters glanced at the awakened Yi Liangshan and offered a warning. I heard. It seems Tang San's corpse has encountered some issue, perhaps being infested by something. Flames erupted around Yi Liangshan, drying his damp clothing and hair. I shall investigate. You all stay here. The rain is quite heavy. Do not venture out, lest you fall victim to the chill and hinder your movements. As he spoke, Yi Liangshan transformed into a fire dragon, swiftly darting outside. Crack, crack. Tang San had successfully amassed a horde of mice and was now relishing in his feast. His mouth smeared with black fur and congealed blood, giving him the appearance of a different being altogether. Oh, it seemed Tang San was indulging too quickly. Beginning to choke, he patted his chest and expelled a black fur ball, seemingly composed of the mice's fur and human hair. That sound appeared to be emanating from this direction. Yi Liangshan regarded the surrounding darkness, darker than anywhere else, with curiosity, furrowing his brow. The next moment, flames erupted from his body, spreading instantaneously. The flames transformed the raindrops into steam, which rose slowly, temporarily shielding him from the relentless downpour. Beneath the steam, fierce flames burned, illuminating the surrounding darkness with a crimson glow, allowing Yi Liangshan to clearly perceive the unfolding scene. And why goodness have you encountered the great K? How refined you have become, looking quite impressive. Yi Liangchen exchanged glances with Tang San, now covered in black tendrils and gray fur, instinctively reaching out to commend him. Senior brother Yi, I never imagined you would still be so fond of jesting, even when faced with death. Tang San swallowed the fur ball in his hand, as the vines, now transformed into tendrils, erupted wildly from his body, propelling him towards Yi Liangchen in an eerie manner. Fire escape. Great fire extinguishing technique. Yi Liangchen remained motionless as flames surged from all directions, rushing toward the tendril-wielding Tang San. The next moment, Yi Liangchen swiftly retreated, executing several evasive maneuvers, landing atop the nearest high stone. Ha ha ha, senior brother Yi, bang bang bang. Tang San burst through the flames, his tendrils enveloping him, unaffected by the fire, charging directly towards Yi Liangchen's previous position. The tendrils lashed out violently, spewing corrosive liquid from their gaping mouths, dissolving the ground into a large pit. Hiss, if that substance were to land on me, I fear I would be left with nothing but bones. Yi Liangchen cast a wary glance at the frenzied Tang San, contemplating which technique would effectively eradicate him. Chapter 41. The Seed of Demonic Heart. Tang San. Look this way. Tang San was too engrossed in his chaotic rampage to hear the call. He continued to unleash his manic laughter, each tendril raised high before crashing down with tremendous force, shattering raindrops and splattering mud, venting his fury without restraint. The writhing tendrils, chaotic and fearsome, struck repeatedly. Forget it. Such a creature is hardly worth my drool. Yi Liangchen shook his head, swiftly channeling the energy of the flames. Fire escape. Great fireball technique. A magnificent, blazing fireball shot straight toward Tang San, who, lost in his revelry, instinctively lifted his head as he sensed the rain sound diminishing. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, the fireball collided forcefully with his face, exploding in a burst of scorching flames that enveloped him entirely. He barely mustered the will to struggle, but in the final moment, he peered incredulously at the spot where he had been attacking. As if unable to believe his eyes, upon seeing nothing in the pit, Tang San's lips curled in a semblance of a smile or a howl of anger, though he ultimately did not act upon it. He shielded his head with his hands, shrinking his neck helplessly, resigning himself to fate. The flames continued to rage, a noxious odor wafting through the air. Yi Liangchen exhaled deeply, refraining from recklessly approaching, as he had no confidence that his great fireball technique would be sufficient to vanquish Tang San. After all, he had learned from past experiences. Previously, even a fireball had failed to eliminate the severely injured Tang San, and now, witnessing him embodying the essence of Cthulhu, he was even less inclined to fear him. At present, Yi Liangchen's blue bar is just over half full, and the situation is far from favorable. Although Yi Liangchen possesses the ability to utilize his spiritual energy endlessly, his mental power is not boundless. Therefore, if this fireball technique proves ineffective, Yi Liangchen will be left with no choice but to fight desperately. He once inquired of his master why he could wield unlimited spiritual energy but was constrained by his mental power. At that time, his master had not yet departed from the sect. He merely smiled faintly and presented his sword to Yi Liangchen. Little Yi, he said, the reason I took you into the Iron Sword sect was to train you in swordsmanship. Mastering the sword does not require mental power. As long as your spiritual energy is sufficient, you can wield any sword technique. The elderly master waved his hand casually, and a beam of sword light sliced through the air, severing a nearby mountain peak in half. Iron Swordly, you scoundrel, do you think you can still act as the sect leader with such antics? Do you know how much that mountain is worth? You can't just hack away at it. In the next moment, a relatively young woman approached Iron Swordly, gripping his ear fiercely. Hiss, I didn't mean it. I was merely demonstrating sword techniques for little Yi. I had no intention of causing any property damage. Iron Swordly grimaced in pain, yet stubbornly defended himself. Mistress, it is my fault. I should not have let the master showcase his sword technique so recklessly. Yi Liangchen quickly interjected. Stop speaking nonsense. I am not this foolish old man's partner. This old fellow might die without ever having one. Though she spoke thus, the lady released Iron Swordly's ear with a smile before turning and gliding away. Cough, cough, little Yi. Do you think that sword of mine was impressive? Iron Swordly straightened himself, stroking his white beard with pride. Wei Liangshan could not help but facepalm, replying, "Master, if you continue to behave so frivolously, I shall seek out mistress to— No, no, no. I am serious with you." Iron Swordly quickly grasped Liangshan's shoulder to prevent him from leaving. "No. Where was I? You mentioned that I initially wanted you to practice swordsmanship." "Yes, yes, indeed. Logically, you should have been training in swordplay. However, unexpectedly, you lack the talent for it. As time passed, when you reached the foundation establishment stage, your aptitude for Dao techniques became evident, and you confidently chose the path of Dao cultivation, becoming a prodigy in the sect. But do you understand? The heavens opened a door for you, but they can just as easily close a window. If you had diligently practiced swordsmanship, even if you did not achieve great mastery, your boundless spiritual energy could have allowed you to form sword formations that could overwhelm your opponents. However, by choosing the Dao path, you are constrained by your mental power and cannot fully leverage your strengths. Your innate spiritual body has lost its previous advantages, and if you lack sufficient mental energy during battle, your abundant spiritual energy will be of little use. In short, you are on the verge of becoming ineffective. Perhaps you should return to sword practice. Never mind. I shall seek out mistress instead. You have been frequently leaving the sect to indulge yourself, and mistress is unaware." Wei Liangshan looked at his master with discontent, threateningly remarking, "Cough, cough, little Yi. We can discuss matters amicably. Do you not wish to experience the sensation of boundless mental power? I can indeed provide a means for you to do so." Iron Swordly pointed to the sword he had just handed Liangshan. "This sword is called the Demon Seed. It does not possess great destructive power but has remarkable transformative and storage capabilities. Since you have an abundance of spiritual energy, why not nourish the Demon Seed with it daily? The Demon Seed will convert your spiritual energy into specific energy. As long as you can afford the cost, the energy inside can be yours to command. In this way, you can attain a form of acquired boundless mental power." As Iron Swordly spoke, he glanced at the Demon Seed cradled in Liangshan's embrace, his eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia and deep apprehension. "What is the cost?" Liangshan inquired, stroking the Demon Seed and attempting to infuse it with spiritual energy. However, the moment his energy entered the Demon Seed, it vanished without a trace, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. "Pollution, immensely powerful pollution. I have utilized the Demon Seed several times in my youth, when my sword heart was fervent and I was indifferent to the pollution. A few strikes would disperse it. Yet now I have discovered that this pollution is tied to one's soul, and I may never be rid of it in my lifetime. I once contemplated delving deeper into this pollution, but the experience nearly drove me mad. I cannot describe the feeling. It is an extreme indifference, as if the entire world is inconsequential to you. All emotions vanish, leaving only an inexplicable sense of justice that burdens me with immense pressure. I do not recall how I awoke that night, but afterward, I felt as if I had aged centuries. My hair turned completely white. Oh, I understand now. I shall refrain from using it indiscriminately." Wei Liangshan nodded, continuing to pour spiritual energy into the Demon Seed. "Little Yi, are you certain you are absorbing this? You must not use that sword lightly, at least not until you are in a life or death situation." Iron Swordly asked, somewhat uncertain. "Master, I understand. I will reserve this Demon Seed as my trump card." Chapter 42. The infatuated Liangshan. As time passed, Liangshan's reminiscence came to an end, while Tang San's flames had nearly extinguished. Amidst the chaos, the charred tendrils tightly enveloped Tang San, the outer tendrils reduced to ashes, resembling a black egg from a distance. Why hasn't Tang San emerged yet? Could he be concocting some scheme? Liangshan had initially planned to unleash a skill to gain an advantage, but unexpectedly, Tang San had begun to act first. Could it be that he wants me to approach him so he can launch a counterattack? But it seems his combat strength is formidable as well. There is no need for such tactics. Liangshan found himself perplexed, yet he could not be bothered to ponder further, for beings like Tang San were indeed difficult to relate to. Cough, cough, I shall inquire. "Tang San, are you dead? If so, please inform me, and I will approach to collect your remains." Wei Liangshan sat atop a high rock, not far from Tang San, restoring his mental energy while inquiring. "Does this Liangshan take me for a fool? Why does he speak so brazenly?" Tang San lay amidst the tendrils with several cultivators, his body covered in a black viscous substance, the composition of which was uncertain. However, one ingredient was undoubtedly that of a dead rat. as Tang San casually extracted one from the goo and began to gnaw on it. This doesn't make sense. My scheme is flawless, so he should not dare approach me. Could he really be unconcerned about eliminating me to prevent future troubles? How peculiar. As Tang San chewed on the juicy rat, he speculated on Yi Liangshan's intentions, momentarily taking no action. Cough. It seems you are truly dead. Therefore, I shall share some heartfelt words, for the deceased make the best listeners. Yi Liangshan declared, producing several pills and leisurely popping them into his mouth. In truth, I have harbored feelings for Xiao Wu for quite some time. However, she is always with you, which vexes me greatly. I pondered why Xiao Wu would be attracted to such a scoundrel as yourself. I wished to counsel her, to help her see your true nature and character, to gradually instill disappointment in her, ultimately leading her to leave you. Yet I refrained, for I am but an outsider, and I do not know Xiao Wu well enough to interfere in your affairs. Frankly, I am envious of you. Despite being such a despicable person, you have won the affections of such a wonderful girl. Why? Yi Liangshan spun his tale with heartfelt embellishments, entirely oblivious to the white rabbit hiding behind a low pile of rubble, its eyes wide with astonishment as it observed him. Ha ha ha, dead people make the best listeners? You probably never imagined I was alive and well. It's truly unexpected that you, Yi Liangshan, are a lovesick fool. I must say, I am truly baffled. I, with my handsome demeanor, could not win over Xiao Wu, yet you, with your goody-two-shoes facade, somehow have her approval. Tang San chuckled merrily as he rummaged through the goo for another dead rat. But after a fruitless search, he hesitated, glancing at the cultivators he had captured, greedily swallowing his saliva. However, I cannot fathom why your thought process seems so peculiar. I merely intended to flaunt my prowess by confronting the earthly barbarian bear. Yet you, in your foolishness, decided to get too close and audaciously attempted to claim my achievements. As I recollect that moment, I cannot help but laugh. Truth be told, I hold no interest in that earthly barbarian bear. I find nothing appealing in you or your surroundings. The only person I truly admire is Xiao Wu. I fear that your demise would cause her sorrow, so I kindly warned you to be cautious of the impending danger behind you. But you paid me no heed, and thus you perished, crushed like an ant by the earthly barbarian bear. Yi Liangshan rose to his feet, stretching his limbs as his spiritual energy flowed and rapidly gathered the fiery energy from the air. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the final words, Tang San's face flushed crimson, and he coughed violently, muffling the sound by stuffing his hand into his mouth. With a crunch and a crack, Tang San instinctively began to chew, much like he was consuming a dead rat. Heh, if it weren't for your foolish reminder, I might have evaded the Earth Bear's ambush, wouldn't I? And your so-called kind warning. Perhaps you secretly awakened that very Earth Bear. Huh? Still speaking falsehoods at this point truly aligns with your character, Yi Liangshan. Reluctantly, Tang San withdrew his hand from his mouth, revealing a bare, bloodied paw, its fingers having vanished without a trace, oozing black blood from the severed stump. I am so hungry, so very hungry. Tang San continued to gnaw on something, which seemed rather lengthy and difficult to maneuver within his mouth. Suddenly, with a pop, this object pierced through his oral cavity, revealing its true form, a severed middle finger. Tang San extended his uninjured hand to extract the finger, inspecting the bloodied digit. After taking a couple of bites, he found no flesh to savor. Yi Liangshan, this is all your fault. I might just resort to cannibalism. His calm narration suggested that consuming human flesh was an utterly mundane affair. He spat out the meager, fleshless middle finger and staggered towards a nearby cultivator. Tang San, are you listening? If you are, just say a word so I can continue sharing my story about Xiao Wu, Yi Liangshan remarked, completely oblivious to the discontented white rabbit, transformed from Xiao Wu. Glaring at him, its tiny paws flailing in protest against Yi Liangshan's flowery words. How has Yi Liangshan become such a fool after not seeing him for a while? Does he truly believe that the deceased me would rise to converse with him? Tang San remained unfazed, quietly feasting on the innards of the cultivator before him. It seems he is not easily deceived, Yi Liangshan muttered softly, maintaining his usual demeanor. Yi Shixiang is definitely deceiving Tang San. I knew it. How could someone as ordinary as me ever catch his eye? The little rabbit retreated into a corner, lowering its head in dejection. Cough, cough. Tang San, you choose not to respond. leaving me in a state of profound loneliness. Is my tale with Xiao Wu not worthy of a single acknowledgement? Sighing, he continued, at the moment you fell to the earth bear's claws, I realized my opportunity had arrived. Finally, I could stand openly beside Xiao Wu. Seeking ways to draw near and cherish her, as Yi Liangshan reached this point, he cast a glance towards Tang San, yet the ominous black egg remained eerily still. Chapter 43. Do you also long for dance? The dragon flame soars. It seems I must unveil something shocking. Otherwise, Tang San would never charge forth for love. Xiao Wu, forgive me, but I must tarnish your purity. Yi Liangshan raised his gaze slightly, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. With that resolute expression, it was hard to fathom what words would escape his lips next. Yi Shixiang is bound to speak nonsense. I do not wish to hear him ramble. Xiao Wu turned away, tugging down her rabbit ears, hoping to diminish the influence of Yi Liangshan's words. Rain began to pour from the heavens. I love so deeply. The gentle melody floated softly as Yi Liangshan closed his eyes. Filled with emotion, opportunity was swiftly approaching. Xiao Wu was so kind-hearted. Even when her fellow disciples branded him a scoundrel, a disgrace to the sect, advising her to ignore him, Xiao Wu remained a gentle and compassionate girl. Even if an inconsequential person perished, she would likely step forward to mourn them. Xiao Wu personally dug a grave for you and had your body cast within. Yet, her compassion led her to believe the deceased deserved peace, halting her fellow disciples from insulting you. But did you know? Because of your vile deeds, those individuals began to lash out at Xiao Wu, deeming her as shameless and despicable as you. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to protect her, halting their actions and forcing them to apologize to her. My heroic rescue brought joy to Xiao Wu, who embraced me, expressing her truest feelings. She confessed that she had never harbored feelings for you but had always regarded you as an older brother. She mentioned that you were once a good person in the village, yet ever since you joined Iron Sword Sect, your character had undergone a drastic transformation. You became eager to incite conflict, self-serving, a bully to the weak, and even prone to theft. She lamented that you had become unrecognizable, your image in her heart utterly shattered. Xiao Wu Yi Liangshan. Tang San clasped his ears, his face contorting into a grimace. A series of bestial growls emanating from his throat. His body hunched over as if burdened by immense agony, and from his spine, black, glimmering spikes began to emerge, a sinister aura enveloping the surroundings. I too felt momentarily dazed, held tightly by Xiao Wu, feeling her softness, gazing at her enchanting visage. Unable to restrain myself, I leaned in for a deep kiss. Right there, at your grave? Roar. The bellow of Yi Liangshan erupted as Tang San clambered up the vine-formed wall, his hands transforming into sharp black spikes as he violently tore a gaping hole in the wall, darting out like a flash of lightning. Yi Liangshan's excitement grew, reveling in the sense of accomplishment akin to narrating a salacious tale. Yet in the next instant, sensing something amiss, he swiftly leapt, rolling twice before regaining his footing. The very spot where Yi Liangshan had stood exploded, a myriad of black spikes piercing through the solid rock. And Tang San, adorned with these spikes, manifested before Yi Liangshan in a grotesque, spider-like form. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. After exchanging a glance, both recognized the impending danger, and Yi Liangshan unleashed a fire dragon, concealing himself within its flames. Roar! Tang San bellowed, countless black spikes hurtling towards Yi Liangshan's fire dragon soaring through the air. The spikes split and transformed mid-flight, rapidly aiming for the fire dragon. Each spike, composed of an unknown material, absorbed a portion of the flame's essence, causing explosions within the dragon. The fire dragon began to falter, its fiery might waning visibly to Yi Liangshan dodged left and right atop the fire dragon. But still, a black spike grazed his shoulder, sending a jolt of agonizing pain coursing through him. Cursed technique. Fire flame Yi Liangshan, gritting his teeth against the agony, flung a sphere of purple flames onto his shoulder. The flames blazed intensely, black mist swirling upwards, whispering indistinct curses and maledictions. Ha ha ha, Yi Liangshan, do you think you can compete with me for women? Prepare to meet your demise. Tang San nimbly traversed the rocky terrain, swiftly advancing towards the sky. Damn it, I remember this guy didn't seem to possess any ranged attacks earlier. Yi Liangshan grimaced, clutching his arm as he observed Tang San barreling towards him. Why not take a gamble? If all else fails, unleash everything. Dragon rise, soar. Yi Liangchen dashed atop the flickering fire dragon, which strained upward through the rain-soaked night, creating a faint, fiery pathway leading to the heavens. Kekekek, you stubborn ant, do you think to shake the giant tree? Tang San had wholly transformed, claw-like appendages sprouting from his body, propelling him swiftly toward the airborne Yi Liangchen. Why, Yi Liangchen? Do you intend to keep fleeing? Come down here, Tang San shouted, lunging towards the airborne Yi Liangchen. Dark tendrils erupting from his form, writhing and reaching for the fire dragon. In the next moment, the fire dragon's flames were rapidly consumed by the tendrils, causing Yi Liangchen to sway precariously atop the vanishing dragon. Whoosh! Yi Liangchen closed his eyes, plummeting from the sky, arms outstretched, below him a monstrous, blooming black demon flower, its petals formed by countless eerie tendrils, the center grinning wickedly, adorned with spikes. Tang San. Who would have thought? The once invincible Yi Liangchen would also surrender? Do you wish to become my feast? Tang San's voice echoed from the gaping maw that formed on his abdomen, eerie and surreal. Come into my mouth. First, I'll devour you, then feast upon that wretched Xiao Wu, allowing you two lovebirds a sweet reunion. His words reverberated from the gaping mouth, and upon closer inspection, Tang San's head emerged from within, grinning through the gaps in the teeth as he gazed at the approaching Yi Liangchen. 3, 2, 1. Counting the seconds in his mind, Yi Liangchen opened his eyes, staring at the imminent Tang San, his lips twitching as flames surged forth. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. A fireball, several times larger than the great fireball technique, hurtled towards the gaping maw on Tang San's belly. Chapter 44. Do you also long for dance? The dragon flame soars. With a thunderous roar, flames soared into the sky. Yi Liangchen, caught off guard, could only hastily envelop himself in a protective flame shield before being propelled into the air. Soaring high into the clouds, utilizing the fire release technique, Heavenly Bird's fiery flight, Yi Liangchen exerted every last ounce of his diminishing spirit to summon a small avian creature that would carry him towards the anguished cries of Tang San amidst the inferno. The blaze raged on, and Tang San found himself in a dire predicament. Nearly all of his flesh had been reduced to ash, with only his head miraculously spared, tucked safely within his torso. Yi Liangchen, truly remarkable. If I weren't so formidable myself, I might have faced death, thought Tang San, as he lay motionless, his tendrils extending in search of any consumable matter to mend his wounds. I am so famished. Not being able to feast on brother Yi has left me ravenous. Tang San's head rolled within the viscous substance, yearning for any remnants of Yi Liangchen to savor. Yet, after a futile search, he gazed up at the sky, his eyes reflecting an unbearable sense of loss, as if Yi Liangchen's corpse held monumental significance to him. Tang San was resolute in his belief that Yi Liangchen had perished. After all, the fireball was colossal, and with Yi Liangchen so close, how could he possibly survive? Damn it, who would have thought? Is Tang San truly akin to a slug? How can he still be alive? Through the flames, Yi Liangchen observed Tang San's current state and the tendrils voraciously consuming all surrounding life. He understood that he must engage in one final contest with Tang San to determine whose regenerative ability was superior. Given Tang San's current condition, if I diligently recover, I can unleash a powerful fireball technique to obliterate him completely. However, if he recovers too swiftly, my mental fortitude might prove insufficient. Brother, help in the next moment. A familiar voice echoed from afar. Xiao Wu? Yi Liangchen instinctively turned in that direction, only to see a pure white rabbit ensnared by a vine, its energy being rapidly siphoned away. Brother Yi, save me. The little rabbit struggled a couple of times, unwillingly glancing back at Yi Liangchen. I understand. I should have unleashed my full power from the very beginning. Now, even if I do, it's not a good look. Yi Liangchen pouted in dissatisfaction as he summoned the black long sword from his storage. Demonic heart seed, spirit overflowing. He plunged the sword into his chest, a surge of enigmatic black energy coursing through his veins. Is this the sensation of boundless mental strength? Withdrawing the magic sword, Yi Liangchen sensed a subtle connection forming, allowing him to wield its power without physical contact. The fire release technique unleashed a fireball of moderate size. incinerating the vine that ensnared the little white rabbit. Ouch! The rabbit fell headfirst to the ground, landing with a thud. Slowly, it rose, casting a somewhat aggrieved look at Yi Liangchen. Come here, in an instant. Yi Liangchen used his mental energy to draw the rabbit into his arms. Examining it closely. Are you Xiaowu? How did you transform into a rabbit? Yi Liangchen curiously inquired, stroking Xiaowu's head. I was always a rabbit. I am a rabbit spirit, Xiaowu responded, lowering her gaze. Unable to meet Yi Liangchen's eyes. Ha, what's wrong? Why do you speak of yourself in such a disparaging manner? Being a rabbit is delightful, adorable, and a shape-shifting rabbit is even more wonderful. A rabbit in its natural form is charming, and in human form, it is equally endearing. Yi Liangchen affectionately ruffled the rabbit's fur, causing a glimmer of moisture to appear in its eyes, the rabbit snuggling contentedly against him. Really? You don't mind that my original form is a rabbit? Xiaowu, feeling somewhat weak from the affection, mustered the courage to ask softly. Not at all. I adore rabbits, Yi Liangchen replied, a warm smile gracing his face as he reached out to caress the rabbit's face. In the blink of an eye, Xiaowu transformed back, her soft body cradled in Yi Liangchen's arms, his hand gliding across her cheek. I seem to have overstepped, he remarked as he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Why have you stopped? Xiaowu, enveloped in Yi Liangchen's embrace, gazed up at him with wide eyes, smiling brightly at him. At this moment, we are not yet partners. Engaging in such actions would be inappropriate. Furthermore, it is broad daylight. And such behavior could be deemed indecent, Yi Liangchen said, unable to suppress a bashful expression. Oh? Then what did you mean by those words to Tang San earlier? When did we kiss? Xiaowu teased. Poking Yi Liangchen's cheek playfully, ahem. When did you start listening? It seems you caught every word, he stammered, flustered. Really? So, you mean to say that I heard everything you said? Yes. Yi Liangchen's expression grew earnest. Things are not as you imagine. I initially did not like you. No, that's not entirely true. I liked you just a little. In a moment of vulnerability, Yi Liangchen found himself at a loss for words, feeling the weight of his previous statements about Xiaowu. Xiaowu, witnessing the innocent demeanor of this boy, could not help but stifle a laugh. Honestly, the thought of being liked by Brother Yi makes me incredibly happy, but I would be even happier if you could say it out loud. With that, she gently pressed a kiss to Yi Liangchen's cheek. Xiaowu, Yi Liangchen gazed at her in disbelief, his mouth agape as he searched for words. All right, I'll give you time to think. Now, please let me down so you can attend to what you must, she said, shifting slightly in his arms, feeling the awkwardness of the princess carry. Understood. I will provide you with a response, Yi Liangchen nodded. Using his mental energy to gently place Xiaowu in a safe spot before turning his attention back to Tang San below, Tang San, having regained some mobility, attempted to stealthily escape. He caught Yi Liangchen's gaze. Wasn't he trying to run away? Would you believe me? He chuckled awkwardly, then swiftly slithered away with his tendrils. Tang San, why do you shy away from a duel? Do you not wish to dance? Yi Liangchen smiled faintly, then in the next moment, he had Tang San before him. I have always despised those tendrils of yours. They exhibit a fierce resistance to fire. And as a master of flames, I have always believed my fire could incinerate all, yet, with you, I am thwarted, Yi Liangchen declared, snapping his fingers as a wisp of flame darted towards Tang San's tendrils. The moment the flame made contact, the tendrils opened their suction cup-like mouths, voraciously consuming the fire. Almost immediately, Tang San's complexion visibly improved, evidently having received some form of sustenance. In truth, I don't desire my tendrils to be this way. I have no choice, Tang San stammered, struggling for breath under the pressure of an unseen force. Since your tendrils are so formidable, I shall offer you a chance, if you can withstand my attack. Our grievances shall be set aside. What do you say? I think not. Tang San quickly shook his head, panicking. In my current state, I cannot endure even the slightest touch. It's truly a matter of life and death. You still believe you have many choices? Fire release, dragon flame song. Yi Liangchen waved his hand, conjuring a multitude of dragon-shaped flames that materialized in the sky, their fiery eyes fixated on Tang San. Farewell, Tang San, Yi Liangchen called from a distance, waving excitedly like a child eager to return home for dinner. Boom. Zhou Yuan was jolted from his sleep, startling by Shui and Su Jiu beside him. Above in the sky, a spirit stone-powered airship drifted slowly, filled with numerous chambers, all meticulously arranged by Yun Mengze ahead of time for Yuan Wan's attendants. Following the explosion, they all rushed to the deck. Vigilant for any impending danger, in a lavish room, Yuan Wan sat quietly, weaving a scarf, undisturbed by the commotion outside, a gentle smile adorning her face, her thoughts consumed by Zhou Yuan. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the entire dream cloud realm. The flames dispersed the dark clouds, the torrential rain began to subside, gradually coming to a halt. Chapter 45. I'll throw you a big mouth flower. As the rain ceased, the sun rose slowly, the temperature warming slightly. Zhou Yuan, overjoyed, chose to barbecue outdoors, as the smoke indoors was overwhelming and difficult to manage. Flames danced as he tossed a few logs into the fire before turning to survey his surroundings. First, he walked to the 2 small plots of cultivated land that he had painstakingly tilled in the fields. There was nothing to be seen. The vegetables planted by Zhou Yuan had failed to sprout. Succumbing to the heavy snowfall, he then made his way to the stream, where the water flowed anew, and fish leaped excitedly at the surface, creating ripples, bayou 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 with a flick of his wrist. He conjured a sword of spiritual energy, precisely striking 3 fish of similar size. Zhou Yuan collected the fish and leisurely headed towards the final flower bed. Strange, why are there so many flowers in the flower bed? Zhou Yuan stood before the flower bed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before him, a row of large purple-mouthed flowers leaned awkwardly, swaying in the breeze, appearing quite pleased with themselves. What on earth is this? I thought I had traversed into a realm of cultivation. Not a world where plants versus zombies intrude. And why must it be these big-mouthed flowers? They are utterly useless. Those tempting lips surely cannot expect me to kiss them, lest their teeth pierce my tongue. Zhou Yuan, I want to eat skewers. A voice rang out from behind him. Wait, what is that? Can it be eaten? Zhou Yuan mused, just as Bai Shui leaped onto his shoulder, rubbing her fluffy cheek against his face while glancing at the big-mouthed flowers. This isn't merely a question of whether it can be eaten. According to the predator-prey relationship, it might not be me eating it, but rather it eating me. Stop rubbing against me. What if I accidentally fall in and become its meal? Feeling the soft closeness of Bai Shui, Zhou Yuan found his face pleasantly fragrant yet itchy, unable to suppress a sneeze, though he instinctively quipped. Are you trying to fool me? That tiny thing could eat you? Bai Shui glanced at the small, swaying big-mouthed flowers, her expression darkening as she suspected Zhou Yuan was teasing her. She promptly jumped into his arms, gnawing at him playfully. Stop it, it tickles. Zhou Yuan chuckled as he gently pushed her head away but rewarded her with a stroke of her pristine, ethereal fur, for Bai Shui's tongue was soft and sweet, a delightful sensation against his face. You scoundrel, now you dare to disdain me? You weren't like this before. Speak. Have you found a new love? Bai Shui cast a wary glance around before fixing her gaze on the big-mouthed flowers behind them. Woohoo, you scoundrel, Zhou Yuan. I thought your new love would at least be half as adorable as me, but it turns out to be this. I can't deal with that. Have you kissed her? Is that why you smell so bad today? I'll never speak to you again. Stinky Zhou Yuan. With that, Bai Shui disdainfully pawed at her mouth and turned her head away. Ha, why are you still jealous of the big-mouthed flower? It can't compare to our Shui. It lacks your cuteness, your fluffiness, and certainly your delightful fragrance. How are you so familiar with it? How do you know it isn't as fragrant as me? Have you already smelled it, you perverted Zhou Yuan? Bai Shui turned her head back, her expression softening significantly, yet she still frowned as she interrogated Zhou Yuan, as if only by asking could she truly quell her anger. No, this type of flower is common in my homeland. Every child grows up familiar with these big-mouthed flowers, Zhou Yuan asserted earnestly, clearly not wanting to press the matter further. Humph, I don't believe you. Bai Shui nuzzled against Zhou Yuan's cheek, extending her tongue to lick him, leaving her mark on his face. Cough, cough, then I must take action. Today, you shall witness just how terrifying these man-eating flowers can be. Zhou Yuan declared, producing a fish he had stunned by the stream and carefully tossing it into the flower bed. Awoo, as soon as the fish hit the flower bed, a man-eating flower bloomed to an enormous size. Reaching Zhou Yuan's chest, its wide mouth filled with fangs and slime, in the next moment, the fish tragically disappeared into the flower's maw. Not even a sound of chewing could be heard, as if it had been instantly digested. Gulp, the sound of swallowing echoed, causing Bai Shui to shrink closer to Zhou Yuan, her eyes nervously fixed on the man-eating flowers, her body trembling involuntarily. How terrifying! Why are there so many of these big-mouthed flowers in our flower bed? Bai Shui's voice trembled as she buried her head into Zhou Yuan's embrace, too frightened to look at the flowers. Don't be afraid. As long as you keep your distance, these big-mouthed flowers won't attack you. Zhou Yuan gently comforted Bai Shui, his hand stealthily stroking her fluffy little head, caressing her fur from top to bottom. As he soothed her, he too found himself puzzled. Why did these big-mouthed flowers suddenly appear here? Why not by the stream or in my fields, but specifically in my flower bed? Could it be that the plants from Plants vs. Zombies must grow in flower beds? Setting that aside, let us discuss this fiery-lipped, big-mouthed flower. Why must it be a big-mouthed flower? Why not a pea shooter? At least I could enjoy pea soup. And why not a sunflower? I could at least have sunflower seeds. Then why not potato mines or cherry bombs? That way, I could eat. Hiss, wait, those things might explode. Perhaps I should reconsider. But honestly, I am craving sunflower seeds. The original flavor would be best. Bai Shui raised her little head, her gloomy expression lifting. Yet, upon catching sight of the big-mouthed flowers again, she instinctively shrank back. Zhou Yuan, let us hurry, or they might grow large enough to eat us. Her voice was muffled against his chest, her small paws lightly patting his chest. Shui, rest assured, we are completely safe. Having played this game enough, these big-mouthed flowers only have a 1-unit attack range. They cannot reach us from here, Zhou Yuan explained, producing his peachwood sword and attempting to poke towards the flowers. Awo, let go. No, release me, you vile creature. Awo ha, daring to threaten me? Behold my might. Great celestial spell, Prajna Buddha. Mommy boom awa oa. Bai Shui peeked out, watching as Zhou Yuan slapped the big-mouthed flower back. Suddenly, she found it didn't seem so fearsome after all. Chapter 46. Unknowingly crying the next day, Zhou Yuan awoke early from the tree, preparing to gather materials to build a house. His restless sleeping habits often drew him closer to Sujiu, and given the small size of their bed, their proximity felt almost like they were embracing each other in sleep. Sujiu, suspecting Zhou Yuan had ulterior motives, had given him a thorough scolding. With one hand covering his face as he walked along the path, the other absently groped the air, reminiscing about the sensations and sizes from the previous night. Who would have thought, that Sujiu, who seemed so unassuming, would possess such ample generosity? Zhou Yuan wore a lewd expression, appearing quite unseemly. Cough, cough. How could I tarnish the reputation of Miss Sujiu? I truly am a bit shameless. I should hurry to find materials to build her a house. He lightly slapped his face, dispelling his frivolous thoughts. The turbulent sea of love and hate in this world, one cannot escape destiny. In the small wooden cottage, Suju sat on the bed, burying her head in her arms. Woo woo woo, you scoundrel Zhou Yuan. I will definitely kill you. Her voice was filled with grievance, tinged with a hint of tears, as if she had been wronged severely. Nearby, Bai Shui was fast asleep, showing no signs of waking despite the commotion from the previous night. She was as still as a dead pig. Scoundrel Zhou Yuan, just you wait. When I return to Qingyun's sect, I will settle the score with you. Suju lifted her head, her face flushed, her beautiful, spirited eyes shimmering with tears, indicating she had been crying for some time. Last night, Zhou Yuan had initially wished her sweet dreams, but in his slumber, he found himself surrounded by a harem, enjoying their services like an ancient emperor. Brother Zhou, would you like some grapes? Gulp, ah. It's Wan. Zhou Yuan gazed at the delicate hand extending towards him, unable to resist swallowing hard. Wan, I didn't expect you to bring me grapes. What a wonderful junior sister. Zhou Yuan smiled, reaching out to embrace her. Wan, where are those grapes? I seem to have misplaced them. The warm fragrance enveloped him as Zhou Yuan began to search meticulously for the grapes she had mentioned, but after a thorough search, he found no trace of them. Giggle fish Wan covered her mouth, laughing, while gently poking Zhou Yuan's forehead with one finger, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Silly brother, you should know exactly where the grapes are. Think carefully. If you can't remember, then I won't let you have any. Hiss, could it be? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but lick his lips, suddenly feeling a parched thirst. and his hands began to wander restlessly. In the external world, Su Jia's face flushed crimson, instinctively shying away from Zhou Yuan's proximity. Yet, having retreated to the very edge of the bed, she found herself with no further recourse, ultimately enveloped in Zhou Yuan's embrace. If he remained still, perhaps this ain't so bad after all. Leaning against Zhou Yuan's broad and sturdy chest, inhaling the fragrance that belonged solely to him, Su Jiao began to reconsider her resistance. Surrendering to his hold, however, as time progressed and Zhou Yuan's dreams unfolded, he grew increasingly restless, his hands wandering over her body, nearly encroaching upon her most intimate areas. Zhou Yuan, you scoundrel, Su Jia's words trailed off as her body softened. Nearly collapsing into his arms, with a resounding slap, Su Jiao, regaining her senses, did not spare him, delivering a sharp blow. Ouch! Wan, why did you hit me? Wasn't it you who asked me to eat? Zhou Yuan, still half asleep, blinked groggily, only to be met by the furious gaze of Su Jiao. Hissed, "Do you believe I didn't mean to?" Zhou Yuan, feeling the softness in his grasp, inadvertently became excited. A gleaming sword unsheathed itself. Hovering perilously close to his face, less than a centimeter away. I was wrong. I should not have sullied your purity. Now, my life rests in your hands. I shall not resist. However, if I survive, I promise to take responsibility for you. After uttering these words, Zhou Yuan glanced at the sword's trembling tip, his complexion paling in despair as he shut his eyes tightly. With a crash, the flying sword fell to the ground, and Su Jiao, seizing the moment, began pummeling him with her fists. "You scoundrel Zhou Yuan, who asked you to take responsibility for me? Go take responsibility for Wan. Ouch, that hurts, that hurts. You think you can take responsibility? Who do you think you are? Am I unworthy? I believe I am quite capable. Be quiet. Just take your punishment." Oh, very well. After a relentless quarter hour of beating, Su Jiao finally felt relieved. She flung open the window, gauging the outside temperature, and unceremoniously tossed Zhou Yuan out, along with a thin blanket to spare him from the cold. "Su Jiao, you are truly kind. I shall undoubtedly take responsibility for you." Zhou Yuan climbed the nearby tree, waving at her from its branches. Su Jiao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the bruised Zhou Yuan, a wave of bittersweet emotions washing over her. Why didn't I meet you sooner? As these thoughts lingered, her laughter faded, her smile gradually solidifying into a solemn expression. She turned away, no longer wishing to gaze at Zhou Yuan. "Okay," she is smiling. "She must have forgiven me. I shall sleep now." Zhou Yuan, seeing her smile, believed her anger had dissipated and wrapped himself in the blanket, drifting into a deep slumber. Yet, as the long night unfolded, not every party involved could find peace and sleep. For instance, Su Jiao felt an overwhelming sadness, her eyes devoid of even a hint of drowsiness. Why? Is it because I arrived too late? Why do I feel anger and sadness over his connection with another woman? Why do I feel joy when I tell him to take responsibility for me? Is it possible that I have developed feelings for this man? When did I start to like him? Su Jiao pondered, turning to look at Zhou Yuan, who had kicked the blanket to the floor in his sleep, examining him closely until, unbeknownst to her, a faint smile crept onto her face, memories flooding back to her mind. "Here, I still haven't eaten this basket of buns. If you want some, I shall give them to you. Stop hitting me. If you continue, I shall become angry, and I fear my own wrath. You've been beating me for so long, and I didn't resist. I've only held back for a moment. And you want to get down? Su Jiao, please don't cry. I'll treat you to peach blossom pastries. They are quite delicious and will help you recover." Su Jiao, I'm not just saying this. With your charming looks, if you could temper that fiery temper of yours, you would undoubtedly become the most beautiful sword fairy in the world. Don't forget our friendship when that time comes. Okay. I'm not boasting, but I have a knack for seeing people, and even more so for appreciating things. Just look at today's moon. It's as bright as snow, and there are 3 moons. Can you believe how radiant it is? Oh no, 3 moons? I must have drunk too much. Don't take my words seriously. Su Jiao, you didn't see me bathing, did you? Even if you did, it's no matter. We practically buddies. Just look if you want. By the way, you didn't record it, did you? I remember there are treasures that can record. Su Jia's bashful demeanor was truly adorable, and he nearly found himself drawn to her. Ultimately, Sujio couldn't bring herself to look at Zhou Yuan any longer, tears rolling down her cheeks as she wept unknowingly. Chapter 47. A garden full of dreams once upon a time. The past has gone and will not return. Crimson leaves buried deep within the dust. The song drifted softly through the air as Zhou Yuan wobbled towards the flower garden. The materials for building the house had been mostly gathered, and he had just caught a few fish by the stream, eager to witness the spectacle of the carnivorous flower feasting, for it was quite a curiosity. The song abruptly ceased, and Zhou Yuan found himself staring at the garden, now brimming with sunflowers, lost in contemplation. Sunflowers? How did they transform into sunflowers? Weren't they carnivorous flowers just yesterday? Curiously, he reached out and slapped a sunflower, inadvertently dislodging some seeds from it. These seeds had a rather unique appearance. He wondered if they tasted good. After examining the crystalline seeds in his hand, he decided to taste one. Delicious. This flavor surpasses even that of my mother's cooking, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he waved his hands. The sunflowers, in response, expressed their discontent, losing their cheerful demeanor. That should suffice. I'll take these to Sujio and buy Shui to taste. Soon, Zhou Yuan had gathered a substantial bag of seeds, glancing at the contents within his storage ring, feeling satisfied as he turned towards the small wooden house. Inside the wooden house, Bai Shui munched on the seeds, shells and all, while Sujio scrutinized the seeds in her hand, her expression gradually shifting to one of excitement. "Where did you find these?" she inquired, setting aside her examination to pop a seed into her mouth. "Oh, they're from our flower garden. There are plenty of them. The entire garden is filled." "Really? Indeed," Zhou Yuan affirmed earnestly. "Let us go take a look. It shouldn't have this many." Sujio, intrigued, stepped out of the wooden house, heading towards the garden. Sujio, is there something wrong with these seeds?" Zhou Yuan, itching to know how the flowers in the garden had come to be, wondered if Sujio could provide some answers. It might be dream fate. Perhaps this time. The dream fate in the cloud dream realm is born from what resides in your heart. As Suju spoke, they found themselves standing before the garden. "Is this dream fate?" Zhou Yuan asked, gazing at the sea of sunflowers. "Logically, it shouldn't be. If it were, then there seems to be an excessive amount of it." Sujio, saying this, proceeded to uproot 2 sunflowers, which struggled momentarily in her grasp before transforming into 2 radiant, multicolored orbs, glistening and dazzling. In the next moment, as if a switch had been activated, the entire cloud dream realm began to tremble violently. The mountains and rivers shifted, the heavens quaked, the sun dimmed, and the moon appeared in the sky, enveloping everything in an unparalleled darkness. Is nightfall approaching? Or is the cloud dream realm collapsing? Zhou Yuan steadied himself, sensing that his cultivation had nearly returned, yet the realm inexplicably repelled him. The dream fate has been obtained. The cloud dream realm is about to conclude, and we can choose to leave. Sujio pointed at the multitude of sunflowers before them. "Quickly, gather these sunflowers." "No, wait. Don't gather them all. If you do, the cloud dream realm will shatter instantly, and you won't be able to wait for anyone. Who would have thought it would be dream fate? This is truly unexpected," Zhou Yuan exclaimed, diving into the task of harvesting sunflowers. Before long, he had collected a bountiful amount of dream fate, leaving only 2 or 3 sunflowers trembling forlornly in the garden. At this moment, the sun suddenly blazed with brilliance. Boom! The night seemed to shatter, a beam of sunlight piercing through the star-studded darkness like a sword, illuminating the land below. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays, increasingly, countless rays of sunlight swiftly conquered the darkened world, akin to a splendid blitzkrieg. Yet, the darkness gradually dissipated, becoming ever fainter, as if light were streaming in from all directions. The shadows of the trees, once visible, had now vanished from sight. It was blindingly bright. And in that moment, Zhou Yuan instinctively closed his eyes, the dazzling white light evoking memories of blissful times back on Earth. His wife was not home, leaving him in solitude. Fierce bandits were rushing by, and just as he reached the door, he encountered an A1 flash head-on, rendering everything before him a blinding white, obscuring all visibility. While Zhou Yuan kept his eyes shut, Sujio gazed at him. Her eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance, as if this were their final meeting. "Zhou Yuan, what is wrong?" Zhou Yuan shielded his eyes with spiritual energy and opened them to look at Sujio. The primary purpose of my journey was to find a thread of dream fate for my disciple. I never anticipated that it would manifest beside you. Thank you. I owe you greatly for this. It's nothing. Your disciple is essentially my disciple too. Why should we stand on ceremony? Zhou Yuan dismissively waved his hand, showing no concern. Well, since matters here are resolved, I must take my leave. As Suzhou spoke. She gently punched Zhou Yuan in the side. You're leaving? Why not stay a bit longer? Zhou Yuan asked, perplexed, trying to persuade her to remain. I recall you were waiting for your junior sister. If I'm not mistaken, your junior sister is the one you referred to as Wan Wan, correct? Sujia's tone turned noticeably colder as she spoke. What does that have to do with my junior sister? Why must you leave just because she arrives? Zhou Yuan attempted to grasp Sujia's hand, but burdened with dream fate, he found himself unable to do so. Zhou Yuan, I remember you said you would take responsibility for me, correct? Suju did not engage in further discussion on that topic, but instead asked directly. Yes, I will take responsibility for you. Always. Zhou Yuan nodded, stowing the dream fate into his storage ring, turning to reach for Sujia's hand. Then I can rest easy. Should you fail to take responsibility, I shall ensure to beat you to a pulp the next time we meet. Suzhou triumphantly shook her little fist and departed on her flying sword. She really leaving just like that? Zhou Yuan gazed longingly at Sujia's receding figure, feeling an inexplicable emptiness settle in his heart. Indeed, she has left, Bai Shui, who had appeared behind Zhou Yuan unbeknownst to him, echoed with a tone of feigned wisdom. Have you finished your seeds? Zhou Yuan turned to Bai Shui, a hint of confusion on his face. Not yet. I was merely curious and wanted to come see, Bai Shui replied, popping a couple of seeds into her mouth and crunching them. Oh, then it's nothing to do with you. You should hurry back. What do you mean it's nothing to do with me? I have matters to discuss with you, Bai Shui protested, leaping into Zhou Yuan's embrace and playfully striking him a couple of times. Chapter 48. You must come find me. The blinding sunlight became less harsh, and Zhou Yuan turned to return to the wooden cabin with Bai Shui. Suzhou had departed, yet life must continue. So, are you implying that you wish for 2 portions of dream fate? Zhou Yuan asked, playfully pinching Bai Shui's chubby cheeks. No. What I meant was 2 portions of dream fate and a great many seeds. Bai Shui lifted her face, her gaze turning sorrowful without him noticing. I too must leave. If my sister catches up to me, I might face dire consequences. Bai Shui pouted discontentedly, but still boldly extended her paw toward Zhou Yuan, signaling for him to give her the seeds. Wait a minute, when did you get a sister? Didn't you say you were an orphan surviving alone? Zhou Yuan scoffed, but, realizing she might leave soon, took out a large quantity of seeds and 2 portions of dream fate, placing them on the table, gesturing for her to help herself. Zhou Yuan, you are truly kind. Is this a farewell gift? A flash of light passed as a table full of sparkling seeds vanished into thin air. Bai Shui joyfully hopped onto the table, pulling out a few seeds to munch on. The Qinkuan ring? Didn't you claim to be utterly broke, having never tasted anything delicious? Zhou Yuan's expression darkened, feeling deeply deceived. That was indeed a lie. Let me explain later, all right? Bai Shui continued to munch on seeds, noticing Zhou Yuan's displeasure, and quickly jumped back into his arms to comfort him. Zhou Yuan, to be fair, I wasn't entirely dishonest. For instance, the food you make is indeed delectable. I have never tasted anything so delicious before. Bai Shui said, rubbing Zhou Yuan's face with her paw, her little mouth parting slightly as if she wished to lick him. Zhou Yuan pushed away Bai Shui, who had been about to kiss him, his face now filled with confusion. There's one thing I cannot comprehend. How is it that despite your foolishness, I still fell for your tricks? Zhou Yuan looked earnestly into Bai Shui's clear yet naive eyes, clearly perplexed by the question. That might be because when you first entered the dream realm, your mind was still unsteady. Bai Shui observed Zhou Yuan's innocent gaze, unable to bring herself to shatter his confidence. Oh, that does seem plausible. Zhou Yuan nodded, appearing to accept Bai Shui's explanation. By the way, Bai Shui, tell me honestly, can you transform now? Back then my cultivation was suppressed, so I couldn't transform. Bai Shui felt a tinge of regret for not being able to kiss Zhou Yuan. Yet she stubbornly replied, Can you transform now? Hurry and show me. I want to see what this little fox who steals kisses from me every day looks like. Zhou Yuan lifted her from his embrace, placing her on the table and rubbed his hands together, eagerly watching her, a mischievous grin curling on his lips. Why you know? Bai Shui stammered, suddenly alarmed, frozen in place, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Ha ha ha, actually, I pretend to be asleep every night. After you finish your diary, you always steal a few kisses from me, which I have truly felt. Zhou Yuan chuckled, ruffling Bai Shui's little head. What's the matter? Why are you so stunned? Don't you want to accept the fact that you're a little flirtatious fox? Well, Bai Shui pounced directly at Zhou Yuan, tearing at him in protest. I am not a flirtatious fox, you are mine, and whatever I do to you is right. In any case, I am not a flirtatious fox. Zhou Yuan held Bai Shui in his arms, preventing her from her frenzied assault. All right, Shui is not a flirtatious fox. Shui is not a flirtatious fox. Is that enough? Zhou Yuan helplessly petted Bai Shui's fur while soothing her emotions. Not enough. You are mine, Bai Shui insisted, shouting. Zhou Yuan firmly held Bai Shui under her armpits. Lifting her to face him, gazing intently into her eyes, say that again. Who belongs to whom? All right, I am yours. Is that sufficient? Bai Shui reluctantly closed her eyes, relaxing her body as she begrudgingly admitted. That's good to know. Now you can transform. No, I don't want to transform right now. I must leave. If you wish to come find me, then I will transform for you. Bai Shui wriggled her body, struggling free from Zhou Yuan's grasp. Heh, if you don't transform, I want to come to find you, and our fates shall end here. Zhou Yuan retorted, unwilling to back down. You scoundrel, you don't like me at all. Bai Shui cried, feeling a pang in her heart at the mention of their fates ending, trembling pitifully as tears streamed down her face. No, why are you crying? I will come find you. Just tell me where you are, and I will seek you out. Zhou Yuan quickly scooped up Bai Shui, wiping her tears while skillfully comforting her. I am Bai Shui from the Wilderness Realm, the second princess of the White Fox Kingdom. You must come find me. I will wait for you. Bai Shui, still sobbing, placed a golden token into Zhou Yuan's hands, as if she would continue weeping if he refused to accept it. Wilderness Realm? That's quite far. Zhou Yuan was taken aback but still accepted the token Bai Shui offered. Zhou Yuan, you must come find me. I like you. I really like you. If you don't come, I might not be able to find you either. The White Fox Kingdom is weak, and I am weak too. But I really like you. If you don't come to find me, I might end up marrying someone else. Zhou Yuan's words seemed to strike a chord with Bai Shui's emotions. She continued to cry, inconsolable. Rest assured, I will find you. When the time comes, you can marry whomever you wish if you marry me. I will take you away, ensuring that the Wilderness Realm will never bind you. Zhou Yuan held Bai Shui tightly, feeling a surge of fear. He had never seen her cry for such an extended period, nor so intensely that he feared that if he let this girl down, he would deeply hurt her heart. Zhou Yuan's mind was in disarray. It seemed he had forgotten an extremely important promise, as if he had let down someone of utmost significance. Rest assured, I will seek you out. I promise, you must wait for me. It won't be long. 2 years, no 1 year. I will definitely find you. Please don't cry, okay? Our fate has long been set in motion. One that will last a lifetime. If you doubt it, let us make a pact, shall we? Bai Shui had heard Zhou Yuan speak of this wonderful ritual and understood its significance. All right. Bai Shui's little paw was gently taken, and Zhou Yuan began to sway rhythmically. Pact, hang for 100 years without change. No, I don't want 100 years. Can we make it a little longer? Bai Shui rubbed her eyes, looking at Zhou Yuan with a pitiful gaze filled with pleading. All right, how much time do you think is good? 1,000 years? I want a lifetime. If possible, I want to be with you for eternity. Very well, then it shall be for a lifetime. Chapter 49. Just a kiss, with its undertone. Bai Shui sensed her sister's presence and, not wanting to put her in a difficult position, reluctantly departed. Tonight, or rather, it was no longer nighttime. Everywhere was brightly illuminated, with everything aglow. Many cultivators excitedly soared through the cloud dreamscape, as if they all had a bright future ahead. In the small wooden cabin, Zhou Yuan boredly munched on grilled skewers, feeling inexplicably that his culinary skills had diminished since the departure of that one person in Fox. He brought a slightly charred skewer to his mouth, chewing expressionlessly, yet feeling that something was amiss. What is lacking? Clearly, nothing is missing. Zhou Yuan pondered, the skewer lingering by his lips, refusing to go down. Could it be that I am simply too lonely? Zhou Yuan reflexively questioned himself, shaking his head in self-denial. That's impossible. How could I feel lonely? I was already accustomed to it back on Earth. Zhou Yuan chuckled bitterly, shaking his head again. Washing his hands, then lying back on the bed, closing his eyes. High above, the flying vessel gently descended, and Yuan gazed at the golden butterflies fluttering before her, her face beaming with joy. Senior brother Zhou, we are finally going to meet. After tidying up her belongings, Yuan politely bid farewell to everyone aboard the flying vessel and lightly stepped onto her flying sword, soaring into the distance. Observing Yuan's retreating figure, a robust guard nudged a woman beside him, who appeared to be dressed like a housekeeper. Sister, I say this the young lady's vessel. Shouldn't she have asked us to disembark? The guard scratched his head, sounding puzzled. Close your mouth. The young lady is exceptionally clever. She must have already seen through our identities, which is why she entrusted the vessel to us without worry. Moreover, consider this. With our vast family business in Yunlin City, do you think the young lady would lack for a single flying vessel? Don't be ridiculous. Just do your job properly. Also, from now on, refer to me as Manager Jiang when we are outside. I don't want others to know I have such a foolish younger brother. Manager Jiang patted the robust guard's head, her tone gradually becoming less amiable. Oh, all right, sister. Manager Jiang shot him a glare before silently raising her hand. Wait. Don't hit me just yet. I have something very important to ask. Jiang Ayun's body trembled, daring for the first time to face his sister, actively grasping her hand before it could strike. Goodness, ergo. You actually dare to resist your sister. Are you planning a rebellion? Manager Jiang exerted slight pressure. Not pulling her hand away, her expression revealing surprise and annoyance, clearly caught off guard by her brother's defiance. Ahem, can you please call me by my name from now on? I am Jiang Ayun. Not ergo. Jiang Ayun pouted, but eventually released Manager Jiang's hand. With a crisp sound, good head. It was evident it was a good head, sister. Please don't hit me yet. I need to discuss something serious. The young lady just left. Did you send anyone to protect her? Father specifically instructed that she must not act alone. Jiang Ayun, clearly in pain, covered his head, his voice hoarse. Oh no, it seems I indeed forgot. I'll go protect the young lady now. You stay behind and guard our vessel. Make sure no other cultivators harm our Yunlin City's property. Manager Jiang abruptly slapped Jiang Ayun's head. Evidently realizing the gravity of the situation, her figure flashing away as she soared towards Yuan. SK, my useless sister truly is useless. She can't even handle the important task of protecting the young lady. I don't know how father trusts her with such responsibilities. It seems he has been deceived by her appearance. Jiang Ayun covered his head with one hand while the other grasped the large knife at his back. Wandering off to patrol. Inside the small wooden cabin, a little green caterpillar seemed to sense something, poking its head out from Zhou Yuan's hair, wriggling as it crawled outward. Suddenly, the little caterpillar tripped over a skewer Zhou Yuan had carelessly tossed on the ground. The sudden pain jolted the caterpillar awake, and it surveyed the daunting distance to the door, the scattered meat skewers on the ground, and then glanced at the blinding light outside. Ultimately, it turned around and crawled back towards Zhou Yuan. With no other options, it realized that its current strength was too weak to venture out. It needed to formulate a plan. Puffing and panting, the caterpillar reached Zhou Yuan's side and bit down on his sensitive earlobe. Ouch! What is going on? That tickles. Zhou Yuan sat up, instinctively reaching for his ear. The caterpillar swiftly swung onto Zhou Yuan's nose, its tiny feet pointing urgently towards the door. You want me to take a look outside? Zhou Yuan asked, puzzled. The caterpillar nodded, halting its movements, and climbed up to Zhou Yuan's head, gazing intently at the door as if it were an adventurer embarking on a journey. Creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and Zhou Yuan casually placed a spiritual energy shield around the caterpillar to prevent its phototropism and light sensitivity from causing harm. Outside the wooden cabin, the once blinding light was now gentle, the soft sunlight caressing Zhou Yuan's face like a lively maiden tenderly stroking his cheek. Beneath the sunlight, butterflies danced and an endless sea of flowers stretched before him, heralding the arrival of spring. Zhou Yuan had once been a youth who cherished poetic elegance. He recalled a time when he chanced upon a book, where the opening page read, "Flowers are the dreams of spring, and butterflies are the souls of spring." So, you wanted to smell the flowers and see the scenery outside, did you? Zhou Yuan gently lifted the dazed caterpillar from his head, poking its head lightly while wearing a radiant smile. Senior brother Zhou, a familiar voice rang out, leaving Zhou Yuan momentarily stunned, allowing the caterpillar to climb back onto his head. Perched atop Zhou Yuan's head was a golden butterfly, and the caterpillar slowly approached it, embracing it. Let me see if senior brother Zhou is happy to see me. Yuan landed gracefully from her flying sword, darting into Zhou Yuan's embrace. Zhou Yuan remained dazed for a moment, his body feeling as if it were made of wood, soft and devoid of strength. What's wrong with me? Zhou Yuan wondered, perplexed by his own reaction. Is it because I feel guilty for wronging Wan? But I don't feel guilty at all. In fact, I feel very happy. Am I perhaps experiencing a slight issue? Am I falling in love? Ah, bad senior brother. Why do you look so expressionless upon seeing me? You seem dazed, and even your smile is so stiff. Why? Yuan pouted in dissatisfaction, yet she was still delighted as she playfully rubbed Zhou Yuan's face, her sweet smile reminiscent of a crescent moon, hinting at a radiance rivaling the spring sun. I'm just so happy. Zhou Yuan regained his senses, tightly embracing Wan, a genuine smile breaking across his face. By the way, Wan, this is our first meeting in the Cloud Dream Realm, so I have a gift for you. As Zhou Yuan felt Wan's delicate hand against his cheek, his heart couldn't help but flutter. Lick ouch, senior brother, what are you doing? That's so creepy. Yuan quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing at the sensation of moisture. Ahem, you had something dirty on your hand, and I was just helping you clean it. Don't mention it. Zhou Yuan wiped his mouth, speaking with a hint of pride. Oh, I almost forgot to show you the gift, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, retrieving all the dream essence from his storage ring, scattering them across the ground. Feeling the ethereal aura and the strong energy fluctuations emanating from the dream essence, Yuan trembled slightly. This is dream essence? Yes, indeed. All of it is dream essence. Zhou Yuan proudly lifted his head, his demeanor radiating confidence as if he were about to boast to Yuan about his prowess. Zhou Yuan, you're amazing. Yuan leaped joyfully, embracing Zhou Yuan tightly. She planted a firm kiss on Zhou Yuan's cheek before quickly hopping back to gather the scattered dream essence. Wan, why do you kiss me so casually? I want to kiss you back. Get lost, stinky senior brother. I initially wanted to kiss you twice, but since you scattered the dream essence everywhere, I could only give you one kiss. As she hurriedly picked up the dream essence, her words implied much more than what was spoken. Oh, if I help you gather them, will you kiss me again? Let us see how you perform. Chapter 50. How to put it. It's quite awkward aboard the flying vessel. Jiang Aiyun was lazily patrolling, occasionally greeting other soldiers assigned to protect the young lady. Why is dog brother covering his head? Has he angered Jiang Weiyun again? Alas, don't even mention it. How could I dare to provoke her? Do I not value my life? By the way, how dare you call me by my sister's full name? Are you not afraid she will find out? Of course, I am afraid. So please, do not tell your sister. Then call me father, and I shall grant you this request. Go away. Do you look down on me so much as to make me call you father? I would rather leap from here and let your sister strike me down than utter such a word. Drawing closer, he whispered cautiously, Father, I beg you, grant me this favor. My younger brothers are watching. Hello, dog brother. You look exceptionally handsome today. You are equally striking. Well, I still cannot match your handsomeness. If I cannot find a wife, my father will scold me. You rascal, don't run. Stand still. Jiang Aiyun ultimately failed to catch up with that young man. Standing on the deck, panting heavily, Go, what happened? How did you tire yourself out from a mere patrol? A familiar voice sounded, and Jiang Weiyun had unknowingly arrived beside Jiang Aiyun, gently tapping his head. Weren't you supposed to protect the young lady? Why have you returned? Jiang Aiyun turned around, surprise etched on his face. Nothing much. The young lady will return shortly, and I have dealt with the surrounding threatening cultivators. No one can harm her now. Jiang Weiyun wiped the blood from his clothes, his expression calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us go. Gather the flying boat. I wonder how the battle outside is faring and whether we can seize an opportunity to stretch our legs. With a clang, sharp blades cut through the air as Jiang Weiyun wielded dual swords, slicing through the void. Oh, why do you always run away after showing off? Tell me how to retract this flying boat. Jiang Aiyun exclaimed helplessly, feeling unfortunate to have such a show-off sister. Since I cannot do it, I won't retract it either. Whenever the young lady remembers, she can summon it back. Jiang Aiyun touched the long knife on his back, formulating a suitable excuse, and he couldn't help but break into a cheerful laugh. I wonder if I can participate in the battle. I am becoming rather impatient. With a thunderous roar, the blade's aura exploded, shattering the space as Jiang Aiyun darted forth like lightning, the blue blade's aura shimmering as he charged into the outside world. Time flowed like the wind, and outside Yunlin City, crowds thronged. Ultimately, Yunmeng Marsh disrupted the interests of Qingping's world, as countless demonic cultivators mobilized, marching toward Yunlin City in a grand display. Beneath Yunlin City, black smoke swirled, blood rising to the heavens, as numerous swollen ghosts and blood corpses roared lowly, rushing towards their perceived prey with eerie ferocity. Enormous, grotesque creatures charged the city, while behind them, demonic cultivators wielding soul-retrieving flags, spine swords, and skin puppets eagerly prepared to seize Yunlin City. Eye in the sky. Several demonic lords exuded overwhelming malice, striking poses, seemingly indifferent to the battle below. After all, demons care little for others. They are the kind that revels in destruction. However, now that they have arrived here, who among them harbors pure intentions? The battle erupted as Yunlin City's gates swung wide. Rows of white-robed cultivators stepped out in unison, uttering not a word, wielding their magical artifacts to engage in combat. Yunlin City had nurtured them for a decade. Over these years, their strength and resolve had surged. Yet they had long suffered from a lack of suitable opponents. But now, the situation was different. Against demonic cultivators, there could be no mercy. The conflict began. On the battlefield, blood and flesh flew in every direction as Yunlin City's cultivators unleashed a barrage of magical artifacts, each mightier than the last, their abundant spiritual power creating a stark contrast in equipment. There was no denying that Yunlin City possessed an abundance of spirit stones. The demonic cultivators, while retreating, were unwilling to concede in spirit, for they were numerous, and many swollen ghosts and blood corpses surged forth, their formidable bodies making it difficult for even the most powerful attacks to deal a fatal blow. Moreover, the demons showed no camaraderie. They fought ruthlessly, delighting in the havoc wrought upon both foes and allies alike. Xiaoyun, your Yunlin City's cultivators are being surrounded. Do you want me to send a clone to rescue them? A tattered old man whispered to Yunmeng's, patting him on the shoulder. No need. I trust them. They can hold their own against the odds. Surely, they can break through this uncoordinated encirclement. Yunmeng's gestured dismissively. Your sword heart is shattered. You are no better than a waste. Is it not normal for them to hold their own against you? The old man muttered, but felt a chill at his neck, instinctively glancing toward the source of the killing intent, which was the glazed figure perched upon Yunmeng's shoulder. All right, the old man retreated his neck, suddenly silenced. Since you have intruded upon my Yunlin City uninvited, have you decided what you wish to leave behind? Yunmeng's face bore a smile, yet his words were resolute and icy. The cultivators beside Yunmeng's curiously waved at the demonic lords, for apart from the old man, the others were quite young. I advise you not to act rashly and why disciples of the demonic sect are expendable. I do not mourn their loss, but should we clash, the weaker cultivators on your side and the innocent citizens of the city will suffer. You ought to think carefully. A corpulent monk, adorned with images of beautiful women, spoke, his flesh undulating as the images came to life, dancing in the air as if they were real. Oh, is that so? You truly do not care? Is that genuine? Luo Wanshi, standing beside Yunmeng's, interjected, casually swinging her sword toward the ground where the demonic cultivators stood. The blade flickered, and in an instant, a multitude of demonic cultivators fell, their cries silenced before they could escape. Though the blade's light vanished, its intent lingered on the battlefield, leaving both the demonic and Yunlin cultivators astonished. Fighting cautiously while eyeing the female sword immortal in the clouds, fearful that the next blade might strike them down before they realized it. Wow, you truly wield that sword. Do you not know that I, the obsessive Buddha, have no disciples? The obsessive Buddha laughed heartily, his smile utterly lewd. Suddenly, his expression changed. Blood gushed from his chest as he looked down to see a ghostly hand slowly giving him the middle finger before swiftly retracting. The Buddha's face contorted with rage. He seized a woman walking across him, slowly bringing her to his mouth, blood trickling from the corners of his lips as the gaping wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. tendrils of flesh extending and intertwining. You treacherous being, it seems we are both quite angered. Point one of us must perish today. Once his injuries healed, the now slimmer obsessive Buddha wore a smile, and the woman he had consumed vanished as if she had never existed. A radiant aura of Buddhist light emanating from him, forcing the surrounding demonic lords to shield their eyes. Indeed, we Taoists are irreconcilable with your Buddhists. Today, we must determine who lives and who dies. The treacherous figure showed no fear of the Buddhist light, stepping forward, his spine sword subtly quivering as if yearning for battle. Luo Wancher lowered her sword hand, feeling a bit awkward as she sensed no one paying her attention. Mengzi, let us strike. They are already at odds with each other. We can catch them off guard. A handsome scholar waved his sleeve, excitement gleaming in his eyes. All right, you all go ahead. I must stay with Liuli to guard Yunlin City. The battle is in your hands. Yunming's patted the scholar's shoulder and, alongside Liuli, ascended to the sky. Are you truly willing to forsake your century of cultivation for the sake of this city's populace? Liuli lazily reclined on a cloud, gazing at Yunming's with a puzzled expression. I have limited skills. Having governed Yunlin City for so many years, I have yet to fulfill its potential to make it renowned throughout Qingping. Sometimes I wonder if I have employed the wrong methods. Perhaps words alone cannot achieve fame, and strength is required. I ask that the reason you secretly trained so many cultivators? No, these cultivators are for Wanwan. I have already set my path, but Wanwan and Yunlin City deserve a brighter future. Without those cultivators, how will you make Yunlin City famous? Did I not mention my century of cultivation? Just think, Yunlin City reborn from the flames during the battle between righteousness and evil. Will it not be celebrated by the world? Will it? It will. Very well then. Liuli rose, her lazy demeanor vanishing as golden light enveloped her, gradually surrounding the entire Yunlin City. Cough, cough, Liuli, do you know why I risked my life to bring you out of that place of burial? Yun Mengzi coughed twice as he spoke, feeling a chill in the high-altitude air. Why is that? Liuli ceased to draw upon Yun Mengzi's cultivation and turned to face him with an expressionless demeanor. Let us discuss this later. Yun Mengzi gestured toward the scattered cultivators above Yunlin City, exclaiming, the show is about to begin. In the skies above Yunlin City, Luo Wancher held her sword with one hand. Stepping forward toward the several demonic lords, her sword emitting a soft chime, its intent soaring to the heavens. Asked the sword immortal of Qingyun's sect. I, Luo Wancher, wish to borrow the heaven's sword to eradicate you. The scourge, ah, how astonishing! Who would have imagined that the little girl who once sought knowledge with a sword on her back had grown to this extent? Yet, I recall her talent did not seem so extraordinary. How is it that her achievements in the sword path now surpass mine? Yun Mengzi could not suppress his astonishment, his mouth agape. She is more suited for swordsmanship than you. I merely guided her on a whim when I was in a good mood. Liuli remarked, observing the girl in the sword domain battling the entranced Buddha. Disappointment crept into her expression. She hasn't practiced the Emperor's sword? Then, to whom has she passed it on? How peculiar! I never expected the first to step forward would be a woman. The scholar waved his sleeve, causing the heavens to tremble, as blue lotuses sprouted, gradually forming an elegant path in this vast world. The disheveled scholar Song Dongyang stands here, willing to join forces with the city lord of Yun to vanquish demons. That hidden friend, why do you continue to cower? Dare you to face me in battle? Song Dongyang flamboyantly waved his fist, feeling exceedingly dashing. The elusive Taoist, who was preparing to flee, smirked disdainfully, but suddenly sensed something was amiss in the surroundings. Floating scrolls filled the sky, diligent students studied earnestly. And the eloquent sage, Song Dongyang, commanded the scene. Hey, you there, if you wish to listen, then sit down. If not, kindly exit and do not disturb others' lessons. Song Dongyang casually flicked a charcoal pencil, which lightly struck the forehead of the Taoist. Thud! A deep gash appeared on his forehead, blood seeping forth. The Taoist gingerly touched the wound, casting a wary glance at Song Dongyang before transforming into a multitude of black crows, hastily fleeing. Truly, in my realm. You think you can escape? Song Dongyang leisurely selected his instrument of punishment, ultimately settling on his most familiar ruler. Whoosh! The ruler sliced through the air, and in the next moment, the crows that the Taoist had morphed into burst apart in the sky. Splash! The real demonic lord slowly descended onto a sandy beach, blood staining the golden grains. The warm sunlight held lethal potency for every demon cultivator. The longer one remained a demon, the more one detested the sun. Splash! The Taoist struggled to rise, but, halfway up, felt a heavy weight as if struck by a colossal sword, collapsing grotesquely onto the ground. His back a gruesome sight. Is this all you can muster? Truly pathetic. Song Dongyang's figure approached the beach, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, appearing scholarly, provided one overlooked his beach shorts and flip-flops, and did not gaze at his bare arms. How do I look? Dashing, isn't it? This attire was designed by a friend named Zhou Depeo from Qingping World. Light and comfortable, truly exceptional. Song Dongyang patted the Taoist, who sought to escape reality, forcing him to behold his newly transformed attire. Enough! You, Song, do not overstep. I am a demonic lord. If I truly resolve to self-destruct, your little world cannot endure. The Taoist, having received several slaps from Song Dongyang, felt a bit humiliated, defiantly proclaiming, "What are you trying to prove? Were it not for my gentlemanly nature, I would have directly insulted you. Demonic lord? You dare call yourselves that? How tragic it is for you to remain unaware of your status as mere cannon fodder." As Song Dongyang spoke, he sat down, casually slapping the Taoist's already swollen face. "Stop feigning death. Show me your abilities. Otherwise, this excursion to Yunlin City shall be rather dull." Hearing this, the Taoist gradually stood up, this time free from the inexplicable oppressive force, managing to sit upright. The warm sunlight cascaded down, prompting the Taoist to instinctively close his eyes, his lips twitching in dissatisfaction, yet ultimately refraining from uttering any coarse words. Whether I am a demonic lord is not for me to decide, nor for you. It requires the recognition and support of like-minded individuals. Initially, I had no intention of becoming a demonic lord. But once I truly ascended to that status, I found it quite delightful, living freely and elegantly, without the need to kill for resources, as they effortlessly come to me. Honestly, I have no desire to end such a splendid life prematurely. The Taoist settled beside Song Dongyang, unguarded, quietly sharing his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the outside world, powerful cultivators introduced themselves, choosing opponents from the sky to engage fiercely, the disparity between the sides evident as the demonic lords struggled to maintain formation. Exchanging glances, the remaining demonic lords briefly displayed a fierce glint, charging toward Yunlin City. "Ha ha ha, then I shall say it," exclaimed a middle-aged warrior who had been observing from the periphery of Yunlin City, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he swiftly shed his outer garments, carefully placing them aside. "After all, this was made by my wife. If it gets damaged, I will be scolded." Chapter 52. 1 against 10, witness my swift resolution. Lu Kong, heir to the broken god fist of the Eastern Sea martial sect, declared his willingness to fight to the death at Yunlin City, urging all present to lend their strength to assist him in reaching the 13th realm. His figure flickered as he leaped into action, swiftly bringing two bear-like demonic lords to the ground, red energy enveloping the trio. "Let you two experience my broken god fist. If you survive, remember to offer suggestions. This will greatly aid my martial path." My wife said this is called humble inquiry, the most likely route to help me ascend to the 13th realm. Without further ado, he assumed his stance, a tumultuous aura radiating from him, while the two demonic lords gritted their teeth and lunged fiercely. After all, it was 2 against 1. The outcome was still uncertain. The remaining 2 demonic lords exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how such robust allies could be so easily dispatched. With no time for further contemplation, they accelerated, frantically channeling their demonic energy and vitality, rushing toward Yunlin City. "Oh, can I join in?" Lu Li mused, observing the approaching demonic cultivators with growing interest, a smile creeping onto her lips. In the next moment, a rift in space opened, and Jiang Aiyun, bloodied, swiftly emerged, brandishing his blade against the 2 rushing demonic lords. "Kid, get out of the way quickly. We have no time to waste on you." Jiang Aiyun grinned, assessing that the strength of the demonic lords before him was likely significantly superior. Yet, what did that matter? Those who dared to target Yunlin City were destined for death. Sword energy surged, and with a swift movement, Jiang Aiyun vanished, appearing behind the 2 demonic lords, delivering 3 stunning sword strikes in an instant, blood gushing forth. The 2 demonic lords halted, surprise flickering in their eyes as they turned to regard Jiang Aiyun with interest. Their hands still busy as several grotesque spirits surged forth from their sleeves, lunging at the momentarily winded Jiang Aiyun. "That kid is in a bit of trouble. Should you not go assist him?" Lu Li remarked, glancing at Yun Mengzi, who was intently watching Jiang Aiyun's battle in no need. "Do you know how I initially evaluated him? Swift and decisive, attacking the enemy unprepared. With 3 strikes, he could kill beyond borders." "Is he limited to 3 strikes?" Lu Li, taken aback by such high praise, scrutinized Jiang Aiyun, who stood still with his blade, her eyes gleaming with unusual light as she reassessed his strength. No. He possesses 3 blades. Currently, he has only used one, so he is in no danger. While he may not prevail, he will undoubtedly survive, Yun Mengzi calmly stated, his gaze filled with admiration for Jiang Aiyun. Clang! The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed as another long knife was drawn. "I shall hold off 10 with one. Witness my swift resolution." Jiang Aiyun gripped his blades, leaning forward, his body enveloped in blue energy, appearing like a sharp long knife, exuding an unstoppable momentum. As the 2 demonic lords contemplated retreat, they heard the anguished cries of spirits behind them, followed by the sound of bodies shattering, prompting them to turn back in alarm to ascertain the cause. Behind them lay the scattered remains of the spirits. And Jiang Aiyun's figure had vanished without a trace. "You are already dead," a familiar voice echoed from beside a hooded demonic lord. As the demonic lord opened his mouth to respond, he felt a piercing pain in his throat, followed by a dizzying sensation, as if the world was turning upside down. He seemed to see his own body being sliced apart. Falling, endlessly falling, the hooded demonic lord's body disintegrated into a pulp, leaving only a head that rolled through the air twice before vanishing before Jiang Aiyun. "Is this the level of a demonic lord? I can kill them too?" Jiang Aiyun smiled, yet still concealed his form, circling around the remaining demonic lord, seeking an opportunity for a swift, lethal strike. "Your incessant pestering is truly exasperating, wasting my precious time." The remaining body of the demon lord continuously flickered, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that soared towards Yunlin City, disregarding Jiang Aiyun, who circled around him. Swiftly, Jiang Aiyun executed several slashes, the blade's gleam flashing past, yet the black smoke remained unscathed, continuing its relentless advance. "Damn it!" Jiang Aiyun spat, hastily preparing to pursue. "Curse reversal, curse feedback," a hollow voice resonated. And a blurred figure gradually coalesced, its body marred except for a perfectly intact head. The other parts were freshly formed flesh, appearing soft and ghastly. Thud. Jiang Aiyun knelt, propped up by his sword. The blade's aura having dissipated, his complexion pale, as though drained of blood, he struggled to envelop himself with spiritual energy. Inexplicably, his body was suddenly riddled with a multitude of deep, bone-exposing cuts. Had he not timely shielded himself with spiritual power, he certainly would not have been able to remain intact in this position. "It's truly your fault. You deserve to perish for so thoughtlessly destroying my body." The soft, flabby form cursed as it moved beside him, delivering a kick towards Jiang Aiyun. Jiang Aiyun's figure trembled, but fortunately, the force was minimal. He still managed to stabilize his form with spiritual energy, preventing his body from falling apart. What a charade! Why the silence now? When you were so brazen while dismembering me moments ago. The resurrected black-robed demon lord relentlessly assaulted Jiang Aiyun, seeking to bring about his demise. "Doesn't that brat possess a sword? Why isn't he using it?" Liu Li stood atop Yunmeng's shoulder, surveying the vicinity of Yunlin City, vigilant for hidden dangers. "He has indeed used it. Can't you see he is still suspended in the air? That sword lies beneath his feet. Formless yet ever watchful, a guardian of life and soul, a guardian of soul. Have you bestowed that swordsman's blade upon him?" Indeed, the old swordmaster did mention. "One cannot escape death, leaving the sword is futile. So I entrusted it to one deemed worthy." Liu Li chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." As the black smoke dissipated, a white-haired youth resembling the demon lord firmly alighted at the edge of Yunlin City. Gazing apprehensively at the faintly visible golden barrier, hesitating to move another step, it was hard to believe that so many years had passed since Yunmeng's heart was shattered, Yet Liu Li still chose to accompany him. Furthermore, it seemed his strength had not diminished significantly. It was truly perplexing. The youthful demon lord murmured, his expression stiffening. Whoosh, the young demon lord summoned his weapon, a long sword seemingly crafted from blood jade, retreating cautiously, as if the Yunlin city before him was more terrifying than all the righteous cultivators behind him. Chapter 53. The sword darts like a dragon, twin swords ascend to the heavens, time flows, and the demon cultivators are vanquished. Clop, 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 the sound of hooves echoed as Jiang Weiyun, bloodied and wielding twin swords, rode his tall yellow steed towards Yunlin city. Thanks to Manager Jiang, we surely would not have achieved such an effortless victory. But shouldn't we credit the celestial swordswoman above? She single-handedly slew nearly half of the demon cultivators. No, I still owe my gratitude to Manager Jiang, for I believe he will surpass that swordswoman in the future. But that has nothing to do with who is stronger or weaker. Aren't we supposed to tally the number of enemies slain and assists? You don't understand. I shan't waste my breath on you. I am off to follow Manager Jiang's lead. With that, the cultivators scampered a few steps, closely trailing behind the yellow steed like a devoted acolyte. After retreating a short distance, the white-haired demon lord finally turned and soared into the air. Yet he still held tightly to his sword, clearly remaining alert to the surrounding dangers. Blood Jiaoku, how come you've returned? Why didn't you take the opportunity to infiltrate Yunlin city and threaten those cultivators with its mortals? A hollow voice echoed as Blood Jiaoku, in flight, nearly lost his grip on his sword, casting a disgruntled glance towards the side, where the spellcasters waved at him. Didn't you die at that brat's hands? Blood Jiaoku approached Zhua, puzzled. Yes, I nearly perished. Thankfully, that brat didn't sever my head, or my fate would have been uncertain, Zhua chuckled, turning to kick Jiang Ayun behind him. By the way, you've arrived just in time. I've just reformed my body and am unable to channel my spiritual energy, rendering me incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. You must assist me in eliminating this fellow, or my resentment shall remain unquenched. Cease this nonsense. Are you truly devoid of combat capability? Blood Jiaoku was skeptical, suspecting Zhua was jesting. I appear to be joking. Besides, what time is it? I am in no mood for levity. Zhua exclaimed, relentlessly kicking Jiang Ayun, his face twisted with genuine murderous intent. Seems you're genuinely of no use. Blood Jiaoku shook his head, regarding Zhua with disdain, his wrist tightening around the sword's hilt, the crimson blade slicing through the air. What do you mean by that? Zhua sensed something amiss, instinctively retracting his foot. Thud, the long sword pierced through his chest, twisting upward, blood gushing forth. Zhua barely had time to utter a word before he was reduced to half of himself. For some reason, Zhua's newly formed body was saturated with an excessive amount of blood, and Blood Jiaoku was caught unawares, splattered with crimson. What a downer! Blood Jiaoku stepped forward, bending over Jiang Ayun, lifting his chin while inadvertently wiping the blood off his face. Little ghost, if I slay a demon lord, can I redeem myself and earn the mercy of the city lord of Yun? Blood Jiaoku awkwardly forced a smile, his tone sincere, akin to a repentant prisoner. Jiang Ayun's lips moved, but no sound emerged. He was nearly at his wit's end, merely fortunate to discern Blood Jiaoku's words. Oh, do you have something to say to me? Blood Jiaoku exclaimed with delight, infusing Jiang Ayun with a measure of spiritual energy. Whoosh whoosh, as the energy coursed into his body, Jiang Ayun's spirit revived, and the fissures in his body began to mend slowly. Speak. Blood Jiaoku leaned in closer, ears poised at Jiang Ayun's lips, laying aside his pride to grant him due respect. Who instilled you with the audacity to utter such words? Was it your identity as a demon lord? Pa! A mouthful of spittle landed squarely on Blood Jiaoku's cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned, staring in shock at Jiang Ayun. Do you seek death? Blood Jiaoku swiftly pointed his sword at Jiang Ayun's throat, while disdainfully wiping his face, his voice harshly inquiring. See, you're already anxious. No need to rush. Why the haste to kill me, when you clearly wish to toy with me? Jiang Ayun raised his head, a smile gracing his face, appearing harmless. I didn't expect you to be such a tough nut. Blood Jiaoku grinned, delivering a powerful kick to Jiang Ayun, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Jiang Ayun's chest caved in. Sister, it hurts so much. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Jiang Ayun couldn't help but recall his sister, who had raised him with utmost care, only a few years his senior, strong-willed and always placing him first. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves resonated again as the blood-soaked Jiang Weiyun, sensing something amiss, lifted his head, his gaze shifting dramatically as he fiercely glared at the figure in the sky mercilessly trampling his brother. His body trembling slightly as dreadful thoughts flooded his mind. Clang, the twin swords were drawn, black and gold radiance bursting forth from the blades. In an instant, the yellow steed neighed, Jiang Weiyun, sword in hand, shot skyward, transforming into a gilded black dragon, a wave of destructive energy surging forth towards Blood Jiaoku. Blood Jiaoku sensed an overwhelming aura of danger and instinctively retreated, his longsword emanating a crimson glow, forming a blood-colored shield of spiritual energy around him. Didn't I tell you? Just guard the flying vessel. Why didn't you heed your sister's words? Jiang Weiyun paid no heed to Blood Jiaoku. Rushing to Jiang Ayun's side, swiftly retrieving a jade vial from her storage ring, pouring its contents into Jiang Ayun's mouth. After emptying one vial, she opened another, even shattering several bottles to drench Jiang Ayun's body with the liquid. Inhaling deeply, Blood Jiaoku sensed the exceptionally pure aura of spiritual energy in the air. He knew it was a treasure he had never encountered before, yet he dared not gamble. After enduring so many life-and-death trials today, he could no longer afford to recklessly place himself in peril. Gulp. Blood Jiaoku greedily swallowed, lingering on the scattered jade vials, pondering if any remnants remained, before quietly turning, transforming into black smoke. Preparing to leave. Don't go. After injuring my brother so grievously, do you expect to depart unscathed? Jiang Weiyun's voice, filled with fury, echoed from behind. Crack, crack. The shield of blood gathered by the sword shattered under a powerful claw. A colossal shadow of a black dragon seizing him and delivering him before Jiang Weiyun. Chapter 54. What am I? Do you believe that most of the injuries on him were not inflicted by me? Xue Jianku felt a bitter anguish that was beyond words. What was the meaning of this? This fellow was clearly just mediocre, so how could such a formidable woman be his protector? Blood forbidden, burning blood armor. Xue Jianku silently activated his most powerful defensive skill, expending over 70% of his own blood essence and spiritual power to forge a sturdy armor capable of self-replenishment. Casting a glance at the imposing golden black dragon hovering above Jiang Weiyun, he shook his head in despair. It seemed futile. He felt that no matter how hard he fought, he wouldn't be able to withstand even 2 moves from this dragon. Thus, he opted for desperate defense, for while the chances of survival were slim, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Jiang Weiyun continued administering medicine to Jiang Ayun, whose body had nearly returned to its former state. However, the damage done to his soul by the burning soul could not be healed instantly. It would require time to mend. Jiang Weiyun crushed several high-quality soul-soothing pills adorned with Dan patterns and placed them into Jiang Ayun's mouth, gently patting his back to aid the swallowing process. Once Jiang Ayun had swallowed the pills, Jiang Weiyun finally turned his gaze upon Xue Jianku, his face a mask of unabashed murderous intent. Truly, what a verbose demon lord! With a wave of her hand, the shadow of the black dragon transformed into 2 long swords that flew back into her grasp, twirling in the air in a dazzling display. Utterly shattering the armor Xue Jianku had painstakingly formed, rendering it incapable of self-repair. Damn it! Xue Jianku cursed under his breath as his body transformed into black smoke, attempting to escape. Jiang Weiyun remained silent, swiftly following suit with her sword drawn, her body moving with remarkable agility. She unleashed 2 swift sword lights that propelled the black smoke of Xue Jianku higher into the sky, where a relentless flurry of sword strikes ensued, surrounding the black smoke in a veritable ocean of blades. As time passed, Jiang Weiyun felt it was time to cease. She sheathed her dual swords and turned her back to Jiang Ayun, showing no concern for Xue Jianku's fate. High above, the sword lights continued their frenzied assault, shattering the surrounding void, the violent aura swirling within the beams of light, resembling a parasitic entity. A poison within the soul. Xue Jianku was already dead. His remains had been obliterated by the chaotic void, leaving nothing behind, not even the blood sword forged from the essence of countless cultivators. It was over. The battle had essentially reached its conclusion, with the demon lords suffering tragic fates and the demon cultivators facing defeat. Luo Wanshi and her companions gathered in the air, preparing to return to the city walls of Yunlin Cheng. Where is Song Dongyang? Why haven't we seen him? I don't know. Perhaps he is still lost in his own heart lake. Oh, the mysterious figure he chose possesses such formidable strength? Surely not. Perhaps Song Dongyang is merely engaged in some game with that enigmatic figure. They all knew that he had once been expelled from Haoran Academy for taking things too far. And had it not been for the Grass Hall's refuge, he might have distanced himself from the realms of Haoran entirely. Is that scholar named Song Dongyang truly formidable? A rough voice echoed from behind them, accompanied by deep, powerful breaths that emanated a potent aura of vitality, causing Luo Wanshi and the other cultivators to instinctively want to distance themselves. Cough cough. The two cultivators speaking were oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere behind them, and with a grand gesture, they continued to boast. Strong, indeed, but still inferior to us. For instance, my leaf-plucking and flower-blowing technique would leave Song Dongyang at a loss. Exactly. My ghost fire dragon flame technique would be equally unresistible for him. The nearby cultivator chimed in, lifting his head high, attempting to present an image of an unfathomable expert. Very well, then, please enlighten us. What? Before the two could turn, they were abruptly yanked down toward the earth by Lu Kong. Bang! Dust flew, obscuring the scene below. Are they all right? After just battling the demon lord, could Lu Kong have killed them? An elder cultivator, glancing at the swirling dust below, voiced his concern. Ha ha, these two didn't engage the demon lord. They secretly descended below, disguising themselves as outsiders to torment the demon cultivators. Furthermore, Lu Kong single-handedly slew two demon lords. He should be out of breath by now, Luo Wanshi explained with a smile, her expression teasing. She had already dispatched the infatuated Buddha long ago and spent the remaining time assessing the battlefield and evaluating everyone's strengths. Ah, I see. Now I can rest easy. I feared those two wouldn't be enough for Lu Kong, and that they might be compelled to spar with him. Ah, Lu Kong, please stop. We're going to die just then. A sorrowful cry emerged from below, tinged with a hint of tears. Should we leave? Let us go. Let us go. We mustn't let Lu Kong find us. At this point, aside from Luo Wanshi, who continued her flight towards Yunlin Cheng, the other cultivators dispersed to various clouds, as the conflict in Yunlin Cheng had concluded, allowing everyone to return to their respective homes. Luo Wanshi shrugged her shoulders as she reached the city walls of Yunlin Cheng, quietly observing the battle between Lu Kong and the two cultivators. To be honest, Luo Wanshi was quite eager to spar with Lu Kong, curious to see the caliber of this top martial artist of Qingping Tianxia. However, Lu Kong had clearly stated that his wife forbade him from engaging in combat with women unless it was a life-or-death struggle. Thus, all of her challenges had been met with refusal, and she had instead become good friends with his wife. Within the Heart Lake, the enigmatic figure continued conversing with Song Dongyang, discussing life aspirations and ambitions, transitioning to the realities they faced, and then delving into tales from various realms. Eventually, their conversation devolved into light-hearted banter, yet both were content, smiles gracing their faces. However, they had been conversing for quite some time, long enough for the enigmatic figure's injuries to heal unbeknownst to them. Cough cough. Brother Dongyang, I must apologize. While I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation, and though you may not care about my identity, I still wish to become the Demon Lord. Even if my attacks may not pose significant harm to you, I must take action. The enigmatic figure stood, his smile morphing into a bitter one, exuding an air of resignation. Do you not regret becoming a Demon Lord? I do not regret. Very well, then, bring it on. Song Dongyang observed the enigmatic figure with keen interest, eager to witness his display. In this world, within the hearts of cultivators resides a heart demon, typically dormant and not significantly affecting the cultivators. Yet, my ability lies in awakening the heart demons within others, igniting their inner flames, ultimately leading to either their annihilation by the heart fire or their bodies being overtaken by the heart demon. Why are you explaining this in such detail? Afraid I might fall into your trap. Song Dongyang chuckled, rising to his feet and patting the enigmatic figure on the shoulder. Brother Dongyang, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Prepare yourself. I shall begin. Come forth, let me see what my heart demon truly resembles. Song Dongyang opened his arms, willingly unsealing his heart, relaxing his consciousness, awaiting the activation of the enigmatic figure's ability. The enigmatic figure made no further pretense and transformed into an ethereal raven, heading towards Song Dongyang's heart lake. In the depths of Song Dongyang's true heart lake lay a vibrant meadow brimming with flowers. The raven landed on the grass, flapping its wings before morphing back into human form. How peculiar! Why does the environment where his heart demon resides appear so splendid? Could it be that his heart demon is unlike any other? The enigmatic figure mused, slowly turning in place, seeking the presence of Song Dongyang's heart demon. "Excuse me, you've stepped on me," a quiet voice emanated from beneath the enigmatic figure's feet. Glancing down, the enigmatic figure leaped back in shock, quickly transforming into a raven midair. "What are you?" he exclaimed, not in fear of the heart demon resembling Song Dongyang, but rather astonished by how this heart demon seemed even stronger than the real Song Dongyang. To put it another way, if the enigmatic figure had encountered the real Song Dongyang previously, it would have been akin to a lamb meeting a lion. Overcoming his fears could have offered a chance of escape. But now, standing before this heart demon, he felt an overwhelming insignificance, akin to a mayfly facing the vastness of the heavens. A sensation of utter despair. "What am I?" The heart demon, Song Dongyang, rose, brushing off the grass and petals from his attire. A smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a tempest arose in the heart lake, wildflowers swirling around him as he plucked a flower, biting down on the stem and holding it in his mouth. Just a laid-back student. No sooner had he spoken, time froze. The flowers hung suspended in midair, and upon the verdant grass, only the heart demon, Song Dongyang, moved gracefully, like a sprite within a painting, free and serene. Step, 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 the heart demon, Song Dongyang, approached the still raven that was the enigmatic figure, still wearing a smile. "You are only the second person to arrive beside me over the years. I gifted the first person a present. And logically, I should bestow one upon you as well. However, I seem to have nothing left to offer, so I shall give you a flower." With that, the heart demon Song Dongyang removed the white flower from his mouth and gently placed it atop the raven's head. The pristine flower gradually darkened, an ominous, sinister force transmitting from the raven to the white flower. "Return now. I have cleansed the demonic poison left within you by the extrinsic celestial demons. From now on, you will no longer be subject to their control." The heart demon, Song Dongyang, gently patted the still fearful and dazed head of the crow before sending it away. "Once again, I am disturbed. Perhaps I should post a no entry sign here next time?" he mused before reclining back onto the grass, exhausted and closing his eyes. Chapter 55. Black Cannon, White Cannon? Today, Yunlin City was particularly lively, firstly due to the victory in battle, and secondly because the eldest lady emerged unscathed from the dreamland, bringing back numerous dream connections. The streets buzzed with excitement as many warriors of Yunlin City raised their cups, recounting their heroic deeds on the battlefield. Curious townsfolk set up small stools nearby, munching on vegetables while listening, their faces adorned with expressions of excitement. "Dog brother, I see you were sent back by Manager Jiang. Did you truly slay a demon lord?" inquired a white-clad cultivator, respectfully pouring wine for Jiang Aiyun. "Is there any doubt? At that time, those two demon cultivators were nearly upon us in Yunlin City. As a part of Yunlin City, could I allow them to wreak havoc? I thought to myself. They were merely intimidating. They weren't even as robust as I. With a wave, I drew my sword and charged in. Impressive. You dared to confront two demon lords? Well, at that moment, I wasn't entirely certain. I figured I might as well make a move and see what happened." Jiang Aiyun said, downing his cup of fine wine with a hint of pride, while crunching on a handful of peanuts. "Nonsense. Brother Aiyun is deceiving us. Clearly, Brother Aiyun cannot even best me. How could he possibly defeat a demon lord?" piped up a small girl, who had been lingering behind Jiang Aiyun, also grabbing a handful of peanuts and voicing her discontent. "Xiaoning, why do you speak of your brother in such a manner? Is he not powerful?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Aiyun smiled and scooped the little girl into his embrace, playfully pinching her nose as he asked, "Brother Aiyun cannot defeat me. He is not strong at all." The little girl swatted Jiang Aiyun's hand away, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at her favorite dishes. "Brother Aiyun, serve me some food. I cannot reach. Hee hee, you just said I am not strong, yet you want me to serve you food? Of course, if you can name someone you know who is stronger than I." I shall gladly serve you. That would be me. Each time we spar, you cannot best me. You do not count. Name someone else. Brother Ayun is a liar. The little girl pouted, extending her tiny fist to lightly strike Jiang Ayun. All right, I shall serve you some food, but you must name another. Jiang Ayun ruffled the girl's hair, fetching a pair of unused chopsticks and adding some of her favorite dishes to her bowl. Then I will reluctantly name another. It seems the city lord is stronger than you. That is indeed hard to refute. Jiang Ayun wiped the sweat from his brow and dutifully served the little girl a few more bites. Xiaoning, can you name another who is stronger than I? Just one more will suffice. Brother Ayun, you are quite bothersome. You talk too much, and I cannot eat. The little girl wriggled out of Jiang Ayun's embrace, clutching her chopsticks as she sought a quieter spot to eat. Ah, Sister Wei Yun, what brings you here? Upon seeing Jiang Wei Yun, the little girl quickly set her bowl and chopsticks down, scampering a few steps before leaping into Jiang Wei Yun's arms. Xiaoning, what is the matter? Have you missed me? Jiang Wei Yun smiled as she embraced the little girl, planting a kiss on her smooth, fair cheek. Sister Wei Yun, Brother Ayun is bullying me. He keeps asking me questions. Interrupting my meal. I came to find him. He should not be out drinking while still injured. It is quite reckless. Jiang Ayun, come here. Startled from his melancholic reverie, Jiang Ayun instinctively looked up and then rose to approach Jiang Wei Yun. Sister, shall we return home? Not drinking anymore. Not drinking. I am beginning to doubt my own abilities. Did I truly possess the strength to slay a demon lord? What are you thinking? You are my brother. Do you believe they would dare say otherwise? Jiang Wei Yun grasped Jiang Ayun's hand, leading him back towards the crowd. Just a moment. You cannot drink, you are still injured, and drinking will hinder the recovery of your spiritual wounds. Understood, sister. Today, we shall make an exception. You may call me sister, but after today, you are to address me as Manager Jiang. Jiang Wei Yun shook Jiang Ayun's hand, her mood seemingly lifted. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Zhou Yuan was merrily drinking with others, oblivious to the sudden departure of Yun Mengzi and Yuan Wan. Raise your glasses. After this drink, I shall regale you with tales of my perilous encounters in the dreamland. Yi Liangchen lifted his cup, prompting cheers from the crowd below. Brother Liangchen is indeed a hero among men. I shall join you in a toast. Zhou Yuan raised his cup, a smile gracing his face. Seeing the atmosphere, the crowd eagerly lifted their cups, casting expectant glances towards Yi Liangchen. Beside Zhou Yuan, Shang Qingshu sat quietly, not joining the toast but observing Zhou Yuan with curiosity. This person had raised his cup yet did not drink. What could he be up to? Yet, as he watched, Shang Qingshu began to sense something amiss. There was a faint fragrance of peach blossoms emanating from him, reminiscent of the scent associated with Zhou Depeo's letters. Esteemed friend, do you know Zhou Depeo? Shang Qingshu hesitated briefly before politely inquiring. Zhou Depeo? Are you also a fan of his? Zhou Yuan turned in surprise, wondering how his fan base had spread so widely. He had only anticipated some influence at Qingyan sect. Fan? What does that mean? It means someone who identifies with Zhou Depeo's viewpoints and admires him. Then I suppose I am his fan. Shang Qingshu nodded slightly, clearly understanding Zhou Yuan's words. Being a fan is good. Now tell me, are you a black cannon or a white cannon? Ah, black cannon, white cannon? Cough, cough. Seeing your innocence, you must surely be a white cannon. Would you like Zhou Depeo's autograph? Just 5 spirit stones, payment in advance. Is it truly written by Zhou Depeo? Do not deceive me. Shang Qingshu hesitated but eventually produced 5 spirit stones, cautiously handing them to Zhou Yuan. To be honest, Shang Qingshu was not one to spend frivolously. She preferred to save her spirit stones. Why did she like to save? She herself could not say. Perhaps it was due to childhood poverty, or maybe it was a promise made long ago. Why would I deceive you? Zhou Yuan chuckled, casually retrieving a postcard bearing his signature from his storage ring, beaming as he handed it to Shang Qingshu. Thank you, esteemed friend. Shang Qingshu gazed at the familiar handwriting on the postcard, feeling warmth in her heart, yet simultaneously feeling a twinge of discontent. So, Zhou Depeo wrote to others as well. As night falls, may your worries dissipate along with it. Good night. May you have sweet dreams. When you awaken tomorrow, may all be as you wish. Zhou Depeo. Shang Qingshu read the postcard repeatedly, ensuring it contained only that single line of blessing, before letting out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this was not a letter, merely a postcard of well wishes. She felt her status in Zhou Depeo's heart remained unique, for in her eyes, he was unlike anyone else. He was truly remarkable. Chapter 56. She went to the underworld at this moment. Yun Mengzi and Yu Wanwan were together at the pavilion in the city lord's mansion, gazing at the stars. Yun Mengzi gently stroked Yu Wanwan's head, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Wanwan, do you know? When your mother departed, I was also deeply saddened and filled with rage, yet at that time, I could do nothing. I loathed my own weakness. I did not even dare to ask her why. Why, father, could you not speak to mother, urging her to stay? She loved you so dearly, and she was so gentle and caring. If you had asked her to remain, surely she would have. Yu Wanwan sat beside Yun Mengzi, observing her father's reddened eyes, finally realizing she may have unjustly blamed him. He did not seem as heartless as she had imagined. I could not stay, nor did I dare. Had it been only me back then, perhaps I would have gambled everything, becoming a notorious demon lord, taking Yunlin City and the world of Qingping to wage a grand gamble. Alone, I would surely be unable to withstand the pressure from the underworld. Yunlin City could not endure either. However, I could use the lives of all the common folk of Yunlin City to compel the world of Qingping to join forces against the enemy. Of course, if the world of Qingping did not exert all its strength, it too could not withstand the onslaught of the underworld. The underworld, is that one of the 4 forbidden lands? So, my mother did not leave of her own accord. She was taken by those from the underworld? Yu Wanwan was astonished, as her mother had never disclosed her identity to her. She had always believed their family of 3 were all inhabitants of the world of Qingping. She left of her own volition. After giving birth to you, the underworld bloodline dormant within her awakened. Those of the underworld cannot remain in this world for long. Otherwise, they become anchors for the underworld's descent. At that point, many matters must be settled, and the realms would not overlook it. Even if your mother did not leave, the realms would eventually compel her to do so. As the conversation unfolded, Yun Mengzi's expression grew solemn, his eyes veined with blood, and his hands clenched tightly, as if grasping long-buried memories. For him, those recollections were akin to peeling away the layers of a shell he had forged himself, revealing a broken, soft, and painful interior. Wanwan, you must not become like me, filled with self-loathing. You must find joy and love yourself always. Why? Yu Wanwan turned her head, her cheeks stained with tears. Father, this is not your fault. Please learn to love yourself. Tears flowed silently as Yun Mengzi forced a bitter smile and tenderly patted Yu Wanwan's head with one hand while rubbing his eyes with the other. He sighed deeply. Ah, Wanwan, learning to love oneself requires time and guidance. In the past, I was but a poor boy, running about with a wooden sword. I too often despised myself, believing I would never shine, destined to fade away unnoticed. Yet, your mother, my beloved, was truly a wonderful person. She helped me discover my worth, taught me to love myself a little more, and gradually revealed my true self to me, leading me to accept and embrace who I am. I managed to do it, thanks to her. Without her, I might have faltered. Then, Father, do you still have the strength to love yourself now? Yu Wanwan wiped the tears from Yun Mengzi's cheeks and looked up at him with sorrowful eyes. I have no strength left. My love for myself dissipated the moment your mother departed. But she said we must live well. She will surely return. I have always believed that. However, now that you have grown, I can set out to find your mother, and only when she is well will I be well. Father, may I accompany you? No. Why not? You said I have grown. Your cultivation is too low, and you are too naive. My strength has also significantly declined. If we venture out, I must protect you with all my might, and in doing so, I may not be able to penetrate the underworld. Very well, but please take care of yourself and ensure you return alive. All right. Yun Mengzi did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, he gently stroked Yu Wanwan's head and waved his fingers in front of her. Wanwan, when you feel weary and sorrowful, look at your fingers and move them one by one. You will experience a mysterious sensation. You may think you are powerless, yet you can control your fingers. Why? Yu Wanwan glanced at her fingers, then at Yun Mengzi's, and through them, she beheld a sky full of stars, sparkling and shimmering. Very well, but Father, you must gaze at the stars at night. If I miss you, those stars will be your eyes. If you miss me, those stars will be my eyes. But what if one night I long for our precious daughter and the sky is devoid of stars? The stars shine brightly at night. Clouds cannot obscure their brilliance. If you miss me, look to the clouds and see the stars. I will always be there, just like the stars. After saying this, Yuan patted Yun Mengzi on the shoulder. Standing tall in a mock display of strength, a striking contrast that made Yun Mengzi chuckle softly. Wan has truly grown sensible. She can comfort others now. Rising to his feet, Yun Mengzi approached Yuan, pointing at the enchanting, satin-like night sky, indicating the twinkling stars upon it. Tonight's sky is splendid. It seems to be a fortuitous day as he gazed at the vibrant night scene of Yunlin City. His heart swelled with excitement. Perhaps after this day, Yunlin City would gain renown across the realms. Indeed, it is a splendid day, Yuan agreed with a nod. That night, the starry sky stretched endlessly as Luo Shuiyao and Luo Wancher soared on their swords towards the direction of Qingyun sect. Yao, why not linger a bit longer in Yunlin City? Tonight, it is quite lively, said Luo Wancher, holding a candied hawthorn, munching on it while flying. Boring. I wish to return to the sect. Please keep up with me. Luo Shuiyao replied tersely, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead, the path to Qingyun sect. Yao, have you encountered a problem? Ever since we exited the dream realm, you've been insisting on returning to the sect, making me miss out on trying the local delicacies of Yunlin City. As Luo Wancher spoke, she popped another candied hawthorn into her mouth, her small lips chewing adorably, exuding a charm both cute and alluring. Luo Shuiyao remained silent, concentrating on her sword flight, diligently infusing spiritual energy to elevate the speed of her sword to its utmost. Who would have thought the dream realm would last so long? It feels as if I have been there for almost a month. I miss Zhou Yuan so much. When I return, I must have him prepare a feast for me. I am determined to indulge myself. Deep in thought, Luo Shuiyao wiped her mouth, her resolve to control the sword intensifying as they approached Qingyun sect. Chapter 57. Emotions and Value in the Morning. Not too early, perhaps nearing noon. Zhou Yuan returned to his modest abode beside Peach Blossom Mountain, having ridden his sword back. Why Yuan did not accompany him? It seemed that Yun Mengzi had matters to discuss with her, and she mentioned she would return in a couple of days. With a creak, Zhou Yuan pushed open the wooden door, stretching his weary limbs before collapsing onto his bed, yearning for a moment's respite. A warm fragrance enveloped him, causing him to ponder. Luo Shuiyao, groggy, opened her eyes and glanced at Zhou Yuan, who instinctively held her close, her expression shifting from confusion to joy, then to panic and shyness. You rascal Zhou Yuan, how dare you sneak into my bed without my permission? You shameless scoundrel! Luo Shuiyao exclaimed, lightly slapping Zhou Yuan's shoulder while hastily scooting to the edge of the bed, trying to distance herself from him. Hey, little red, have you been sleeping too long? Is it possible this is my bed, and you crept in while I was away? Zhou Yuan remarked, bemused at the unexpected presence of a beautiful girl warming his bed. Oh, right. This does seem to be your room, Luo Shuiyao admitted, glancing around the room with a sheepish expression. Clearing her throat, she added, although I snuck onto your bed, do you know why? It's because I was utterly exhausted. I came to find you last night, only to find you absent. That I waited and waited, but you never returned out, so I thought I'd take a quick nap, just in case you came back soon. But I ended up oversleeping and awoke to find you beside me. Luo Shuiyao's cheeks flushed, her voice dwindling as she shyly lowered her gaze, appearing adorably bashful. Cough, little red, I didn't do anything to you. I just got back and instinctively reached for the pillow and accidentally held you. It was truly an oversight on my part. I can't believe I didn't notice such a large person on the bed. Zhou Yuan rose, retrieving a candied hawthorn from his storage ring and offering it to Luo Shuiyao. This is a specialty I brought from Yunlin City. Do give it a try. Zhou Yuan gently patted Luo Shuiyao's head, his tone warm and gentle. Yunlin City? Zhou Yuan, you went to the dream realm? Luo Shuiyao suddenly became alert, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, I visited the dream realm, and it was quite enjoyable. Yunlin City is a fascinating place. I met many interesting people there, Zhou Yuan replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he recalled his experiences. Oh, you attended the banquet in Yunlin City yesterday? Luo Shuiyao took a step back, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Yuan. Yes, many cultivators who emerged from the dream realm were present. You seem quite familiar with it. Did you also visit the dream realm? But I didn't see you at the banquet yesterday. Wah! Luo Shuiyao could not help but pout, throwing herself into Zhou Yuan's embrace, her small hands thumping against his chest. I missed you so much in the dream realm. The moment I exited, I rushed back. Ah, I see. That would explain why I didn't spot you at the banquet. But I returned today. It's not too late to see me, and you opened your eyes to find me right beside you? Zhou Yuan said, stroking Luo Shuiyao's head and wiping away her tear stains. Here, have a candied hawthorn. This is the most cost-effective and delicious one I found in Yunlin City. Oh, let me have a taste. Luo Shuiyao accepted the candied hawthorn and followed Zhou Yuan to a nearby stool, where she sat quietly, her small feet swinging adorably. Zhou Yuan also took a candied hawthorn, savoring a piece. Refreshing and sweet-sour. It truly lives up to its reputation as the best candied hawthorn in Yunlin City. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. In truth, he had purchased the candied hawthorn from the old man Shun. But this time, the old man dared not add any extra ingredients, even refusing to accept his spirit stones, merely accepting some ordinary silver in exchange for a batch of candied hawthorns, which Zhou Yuan estimated took the old man an entire night to prepare. Little Red, what do you think of this candied hawthorn? Is it delicious? Zhou Yuan inquired, observing Luo Shuiyao as she ate the candied hawthorn while swinging her feet and gazing out at the blooming peach blossoms. Delicious, ah, is that all? I have offered you such delectable tonghulu, yet you cannot provide me with a modicum of emotional value. What is emotional value, you ask? It is simply the acknowledgement of how exquisitely delightful this tonghulu is, granting me a sense of accomplishment. Oh, Luo Shuiyao swallowed the tonghulu in her mouth and gazed earnestly and adoringly at Zhou Yuan. Beneath her stunning exterior, her large, clear eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her slightly chubby cheeks, a mark of natural beauty, rendered her all the more charming. What? Luo Shuiyao's tone rose in disbelief. You mean to say this is tonghulu? Are you implying that what I just devoured was sweet hawthorn on a stick? Luo Shuiyao stared at the tonghulu in her hand, her expression one of utter bewilderment. This is skewer adorned with 7 or 8 hawthorns, each cloaked in a sugary glaze? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed. I have heard of it. Its outer layer is delightfully crunchy, while the inside is a tantalizing blend of sweet and sour, leaving one yearning for a second helping after the first. How splendid. I have finally savored tonghulu today. As Luo Shuiyao spoke, she leaned closer to Zhou Yuan, her small hand gently caressing his face before patting his shoulder. Why goodness, you are simply marvelous. I knew you were different from others. You are truly the most respected, admired, and beloved person in my eyes, with such exquisite taste that I fear I may not be worthy of you. At this point, Luo Shuiyao took a deep breath, as if the effort of expressing herself had exhausted her. You get to eat such delectable tonghulu, elongated, exceedingly loud. Ha ha ha! Zhou Yuan laughed heartily, nearly losing grip of the tonghulu in his hand. How are you so skilled at this? You seem so practiced. Zhou Yuan inquired with a smile, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Well, you see, my mother is like this. She often enjoys when I compliment her, as it seems she relishes the emotional value I provide. As you mentioned, as Luo Shuiyao spoke, she shook the few remaining tonghulu in her hand, her eyes intently fixed on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan? Do you know? In the realm of Yiming, I missed you dearly. I know, you just mentioned it. It is nearly noon now. I want you to prepare lunch for me. I crave scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stuffed peppers, and little meat buns. Luo Shuiyao leaned earnestly close to Zhou Yuan, almost close enough to kiss him. All right, I shall fulfill your wishes, you little glutton. Zhou Yuan chuckled as he ruffled Luo Shuiyao's hair and turned to head towards the kitchen. Emotional value, emotional value. It seems one must provide emotion while the other offers value, does it not? Chapter 58. The Three Little Ones and Zhou Yuan's general store yesterday. I had a blast playing with Xiao Hong and didn't he manage to reply to senior sister Shang Qingshu and junior sister Luo Shuiyao. What a shame. I must write back to them today. Moreover, I discovered yesterday that there appears to be a magical artifact akin to a mobile phone in the system, available for merely 500 emotional points, of which I am currently lacking quite a bit. Perhaps I should seek out another online romantic interest? Early in the morning, Zhou Yuan sat at his desk, picked up a brush, but found himself devoid of inspiration. To put it plainly, He had no desire to write a letter. After careful contemplation, he set down the brush and stepped outside. Zhou Yuan, where are you going? Could you fetch me a couple of peach pits? I haven't practiced with them lately, and my once sturdy beak has become soft and feeble. Xintianyu flew to Zhou Yuan's shoulder, lamenting while beckoning him. Oh, what brings you to me today? Have you exhausted the peach pits? Zhou Yuan couldn't comprehend Xintianyu's words, but knowing its nature and habits, he casually tossed it 2 peach pits, then leisurely took to the skies on his sword, intending to familiarize himself with the recent happenings at Qingyun sect. However, after soaring through the air for a while, Zhou Yuan lost interest in his exploration. I wonder how the 3 little ones are faring. It wouldn't be proper for the owner to remain absent for too long. After some thought, he directed his sword towards the direction of the 3 little ones' general store. You fly so slowly. You are not even a third as fast as I am. Xintianyu shook its head and swiftly darted away. Clutching the peach pits. At the junction of the inner and outer gates of Qingyun sect stood a moderately sized general store, managed by 3 adorable young maidens, who were quite popular among the sect's disciples. Of course, it wasn't merely the presence of these 3 charming girls that made the store popular. It was the appealing merchandise they offered. For instance, there were popular manga favored by male disciples and romance novels adored by female disciples, such as the domineering sect leader falls in love with me series and the scheming evil king's affection runs deep series, among others. All of these were penned by a fellow named Zhou Depeo. And thus, the store also sold some of Zhou Depeo's life insights and sign blessings, making them quite the bestseller. In addition to these, the store had another significant source of revenue. It also provided fortune-telling services, helping people alleviate worries and resolve doubts. However, this task was solely undertaken by Zhou Yuan, as the 3 young maidens were not particularly adept at deception. Within the store, the 3 little ones sat idly at the counter. Customers flowed in and out. Some settled at tables to read, while others gathered to discuss plot lines, and some remained silent, their eyes calmly fixed on an empty chair behind a table, which served as Zhou Yuan's fortune-telling spot. This table was adorned with a pair of couplets. The left one read, "To divine fated partners, be a pure-hearted warrior." The right one read, "To predict opportunities and blessings, capture the old king's bull-headed man." A small flag bearing the title King of Divination hung from the middle chair, exuding an air of authority and professionalism. The serene atmosphere, however, did not last long, as a familiar figure pushed the door open and slowly approached the fortune-telling table. "Zhou Yuan?" Yunyu's expression turned peculiar as she gently shook the sleeping Yunming, her gaze fixed intently on the figure in the crowd resembling Zhou Yuan. Sister, why are you calling me? Is something wrong? Yunming drowsily opened her eyes and instinctively leaned closer to Yunyu. "Yunming, could you please check if that person is Zhou Yuan?" Yunyu requested, adjusting Yunming's head so she could see the figure resembling Zhou Yuan. "Zhou Yuan? It must be him." Yunming stood up and quickly dashed towards Zhou Yuan. "Ahem, everyone, please make way. I am about to begin my shift." Zhou Yuan pushed through the crowd and confidently took a seat. Today, he was clad in white robes, his handsome features standing out, and as he sat there with a slight smile, he truly exuded an ethereal aura. Snap! Zhou Yuan snapped his fingers and subtly cast a gentle breeze spell. The breeze tousled his hair, lending him an air of sanctity. Master, you have finally arrived." The crowd erupted in excitement, and even Yun Ling, who had been busy recommending books to the female disciples, was stirred by the commotion and hurried over. Curious. Zhou Yuan Gua's sweet, melodious voice rang out, and in the next moment, the crowd parted to make way as Yun Ming leaped into Zhou Yuan's embrace. "Did you miss me?" Zhou Yuan gently stroked Yun Ming's head, casually retrieving a container of divination sticks from his storage ring. "Please queue up to draw sticks. Those who draw the best luck can come to me for divination later." After saying this, Zhou Yuan stood up with Yun Ming in his arms, preparing to leave. Master, please don't go. We still have questions for you." Yes, what if we don't draw the best luck?" Zhou Yuan turned around, a puzzled look crossing his face. "You all seem not to be VIP customers at my store. If you were, you wouldn't be asking such questions. It appears you are new customers. I suggest you draw sticks first. Those who draw the best luck may come to me for divination, and if not, I recommend you purchase a copy of Zhou Depeo's Anti-Fraud Safety Manual and 5 Principles of Self-Love from the book area. Alright, that is all for now. You will understand later." With that, Zhou Yuan chose not to elaborate further and walked towards the resting room with Yun Ming in his arms. Store manager. Zhou Yuan turned around, and Yun Ling rushed towards him. Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then smiled, glancing around for the last girl-esque figure. Zhou Yuan, do you know? Right now, you resemble a wealthy landowner surrounded by beautiful maidens. You are bound to grow plump and prosperous in the future. Yun Yu's voice floated in from the door of the resting room, revealing she had been waiting there for quite some time. Yeah, come here. Let me embrace you, the grand landowner Zhou. Zhou Yuan opened his arms for a hug as he, Yun Ling, and Yun Ming approached the resting room. How have things been in the store while I was away? Zhou Yuan entered without immediately embracing Yun Yu, instead holding Yun Ling and Yun Ming on either side, inquiring about the recent happenings at the store. Chapter 59. Memories of the past. Nothing unusual. We have all been quite well behaved, and the customers have been well behaved too. Yun Ming nestled in Zhou Yuan's embrace, softly replied. The inner and outer gatekeepers frequently come to maintain order for us, while the guests are generally self-disciplined, engrossed in their reading and prompt in their payments. Those who lack such awareness are often chastised by their fellow patrons. Yun Ling, seated upon Zhou Yuan's lap and nestled in his embrace, timely interjected at I. Yun Yu began, her mouth opening in hesitation, as if she truly had nothing to say. What are you stammering about? Come here, Zhou Yuan replied, curling his lips as he beckoned Yun Yu over. Oh, Yun Yu nodded, slowly approaching Zhou Yuan. She gasped in surprise, a blush gracing her cheeks as Zhou Yuan enveloped her in his arms. Yeah, why have you become more bashful as you've grown older? You once even let me hold you, yet you used to chase after me for hugs every day when you were little, Zhou Yuan remarked, observing Yun Yu's shy expression and playfully pinching her small nose. Brother Zhou Yuan. Back then you were always out and about, leaving us frightened in our little room. We wished you could spend more time with us, which is why we asked sister to seek you out every day, hoping you would stay and keep us company. Yun Ming pouted, shaking her small hand at Zhou Yuan, feeling slightly displeased after he had gently pushed her and Yun Ling away from his embrace, hesitating whether to give him a playful shove. I had no choice back then. I was merely an outer disciple, struggling to support myself. If I didn't work hard, how could I provide for the three of you? Zhou Yuan explained, affectionately stroking Yun Yu's little head. Moreover, I had to find you a place to stay, inquire about the living conditions around the nearby peaks, and ensure that you were well taken care of. I spent my salary for 3 consecutive years on that. Zhou Yuan's voice trailed off, a hint of guilt creeping in as he recalled the hardships he faced, contemplating sending them out to fend for themselves. Reflecting now, he felt it was utterly wrong to let such young ones venture out alone, as they would surely be bullied. After all, these 3 little ones had scarcely grown in stature over the years. At just 1.60 meters, who wouldn't he find them adorable yet vulnerable? Zhou Yuan. I'm sorry for insisting on hugs back then, Yun Yu said, her expression dimming as she curled up in his embrace, seemingly regretting her past behavior. Yeah, what's wrong? I adored you back then. You were the closest to me among the 3 sisters, the one I loved to hug the most. But now, it seems different. Though your height hasn't changed, your demeanor has matured, and you no longer seem as endearing as before. It feels like you've grown distant. No, I have always liked you, very much, Yun Yu replied, lifting her head, her face glowing with surprise. Originally, she believed she was the least favored among the 3 sisters, lacking the capabilities of Yun Ling and the charm of Yun Ming. She was merely herself, timid yet resilient, self-loving yet self-deprecating. Zhou Yuan, may I hug you? I wish to embrace you. Yun Yu struggled out of Zhou Yuan's hold, sitting on his lap, slowly extending her hand towards him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and nervousness. Of course, this is the adorable yeah I cherish, Zhou Yuan responded, leaning into her warmth, inhaling her sweet fragrance, unable to resist gently closing his eyes. Yun Yu planted a soft kiss on his forehead, then tightened her embrace around him, as if cradling her entire world. A radiant smile blossomed at the corners of her lips, dispelling the shadows of self-doubt that had lingered for so many years. Zhou Yuan, I still cherish you just as I did in childhood. No, even more so now. I love you the most. The most? Yun Yu whispered in his ear, her voice gentle and filled with affection. Zhou Yuan, having already opened his eyes when she kissed him, found himself momentarily speechless, feeling the intensity of her gaze. Zhou Yuan faltered, sensing the heat in her eyes. Yun Yu kissed him again. Yun Yu, what are you doing? How can you kiss the shopkeeper? Yunling and Yunming, having witnessed the scene, rushed forward to separate them. Brother Zhou Yuan, how could you allow sister to kiss you? I haven't even had a turn yet. Zhou Yuan, slightly flustered, scratched his head, still holding onto Yun Yu's small hand, unwilling to fully part. Ahem, Yunming, have you forgotten? When you were younger, you all kissed me. Whenever I returned home, you would line up one by one to demand a kiss. That was then. This is now. Why can sister kiss you and not me? I refuse to accept that. Yunling, not finished with her protest, stepped forward, trying to reach Zhou Yuan for a kiss, but clearly underestimated her height, as no matter how she stretched, she couldn't reach his chin, let alone plant a kiss. No. When did I say you could kiss her? Zhou Yuan's voice trailed off as he instinctively glanced at Yunyu, who was casting him a rather displeased look. Ahem, fine that I did allow your sister a kiss. It's merely a sibling interaction. After all, if it's fair, then I'll let you have a turn too. Yunming's eyes lit up with excitement as she nodded vigorously, jumping lightly like an octopus wrapping around Zhou Yuan. Yunling, too, looked intrigued, quietly moving beside Zhou Yuan, gazing at him with anticipation. All right, but don't go overboard. Zhou Yuan lowered his head slightly, facing Yunming, who clung to him like an octopus. Yunming suddenly pressed her lips against Zhou Yuan's, a soft, moist sensation enveloping him. The experience was not all that different from when Yunyu kissed him. If he had to compare, Yunming's lips felt a tad softer, while Yunyu's had a firmness from years of resilience. Wait. Zhou Yuan's expression changed as he realized Yunming had extended her tongue to lick his lips. What on earth was she doing? Her soft tongue glided across his lips like a small, curious snake, seeking an entrance. All right, time's up. Zhou Yuan hastily pulled away from Yunming, knowing that things were spiraling out of control and it was best to separate before anything further happened. Chapter 60. The Aspiring Sister, Yunling. Wow. Is it over so soon? I wasn't done yet. Yunming pouted, having been set down by Zhou Yuan, her small tongue flicking out to taste her lips, seemingly still yearning for more. Yunming, tell me the truth. Have you been secretly reading the novels and storybooks sold in the shop? Not really, just a little bit, she proudly declared, puffing out her not-so-busted chest, indicating a mere pinch of what she had read. You little ones should refrain from those books. You're already not the brightest, and reading them will only make you more foolish, Zhou Yuan chided. Glancing at Yunyu and Yunling, by the way, you two haven't been reading, right? No, I don't enjoy those kinds of books. I prefer the stories you tell us. They seem much more interesting. Yunyu shook her head, her expression calm, indicating she hadn't delved into the shopist literature. I haven't read much either. Yunling chimed in, inching closer to Zhou Yuan, gently taking hold of his other hand. Shopkeeper, since both Yunyu and Yunming have kissed you, shouldn't it be my turn now? Yunling pulled Zhou Yuan closer, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Indeed, go ahead and kiss, Zhou Yuan said, not pursuing the matter further, as he had always perceived Yunling as a well-behaved girl, one he felt no need to worry about. Shopkeeper, you see, I've always been good. Could I perhaps make a request that I isn't so obedient? Yunling tiptoed, leaning in to whisper a little shyly into Zhou Yuan's ear. Sure, after all, you've always been exceptionally well-behaved, exuding a composure beyond your years, Zhou Yuan replied, ruffling her hair and pulling her into a gentle embrace. Gazing at her with tenderness, Yunling lightly pushed against Zhou Yuan's arm, seemingly wishing to escape his embrace. What's wrong? Don't you like my hugs? It's not that. I do enjoy your hugs. Shopkeeper, but first, I need to make my request and then get a kiss. Yunling gracefully descended to the ground, taking Zhou Yuan's hand like a gentle, demure sister. Oh, then what is your request? You need to lower your head. I'll whisper it to you. Yunling's cheeks flushed as she gestured for Zhou Yuan to lean down with her delicate, porcelain-like hand. Oh? Zhou Yuan complied, bending down to bring his ear closer to Yunling. Shopkeeper, before I kiss you, could you softly call me sister? Just once will do, as she spoke. One hand encircled Zhou Yuan's ear while the other nervously fiddled with the hem of her gothic Lolita dress. Awaiting his response with bated breath, Sister? Zhou Yuan regarded Yunling with a peculiar expression, his face contorting slightly. Unexpectedly, Yunling, you must have secretly indulged in those novels and storybooks, particularly those taboo tales of sibling romance. It is rather peculiar indeed. Such a petite individual yearning to assume the role of an elder sister, creating quite a contrast. May I? If it's not permissible, then let it be. Yunling quietly lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, as if enveloped by a veil of gloom. But of course, said Zhou Yuan, drawing Yunling closer into his embrace, his lips grazing her ear. Sister, his voice was soft and clear, infused with a hint of everyday warmth. Indeed, he had previously addressed Luo Wancher in such a manner, and now it felt entirely familiar. Yunling nodded, her form melting into Zhou Yuan's arms, yet she bravely extended her hand to caress his face, while her lips gradually approached him, not as a sister would, but rather like a younger sibling. The kiss lingered for 5 or 6 seconds before Yunling, with a flicker of shyness, withdrew, lowering her gaze as an unmistakable smile broke through her facade. Sister, please stop smiling. Come out of Zhou Yuan's embrace. After your kiss, it's my turn. Yuming suggested softly, her face alight with anticipation. Xiao Ming, have you been floating around without a care lately? Shouldn't it be my turn next? Yunyu gently swatted Yuming's backside, a sweet smile gracing her features. Manager, may I make another request? I beg of you. Yunling buried her head in Zhou Yuan's chest, her voice muffled as she inquired. Oh, the little girl has quite a few demands, Zhou Yuan teased, lifting Yunling's chin with a gentle finger, his gaze laced with mock disdain. Ouch! He retracted his finger as Yunling covered her forehead. Casting an unhappy look at Zhou Yuan, tears welling in her eyes, the smile on her lips vanishing completely. Manager, what are you doing? If you can't agree, just say so. Why must you hit me? Yunling whimpered, curling up in Zhou Yuan's embrace, gazing at him with the eyes of a forlorn puppy. Not at all. I merely wish to convey that every request comes with a price. Just like that little bump on your head I granted you earlier. It's the cost of your request. No, that was not a gift. It was a punishment, undoubtedly a punishment. Yunling scrunched her delicate nose, regarding Zhou Yuan with confusion, as if perplexed by his words. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed Zhou Yuan, the rather irreverent Zhou Yuan. So perhaps it was no surprise after all. Aren't you supposed to inquire whether I accept your request? Zhou Yuan pondered, yet still placed 2 fingers before Yunling's lips, obstructing her slightly parted cherry blossom mouth, which had opened in confusion. Then, have you agreed to my request? Yunling asked, regaining her composure, her voice laced with hesitation and hope. Not yet. I intend to consider it first, Zhou Yuan replied, smirking as he caught Yunling's small fist. Zhou Yuan, you are bullying me. Yunling attempted to pull her hand away but found herself unable to do so, a rare spark of anger igniting within her as she pouted, presenting Zhou Yuan with an exquisite profile. Don't rush. Zhou Yuan reassured her, ruffling Yunling's hair and applying a gentle pressure to redirect her gaze toward him. I must deliberate. Please state your request. As long as it is not excessive, I shall comply. Really? Yunling questioned, uncertainty coloring her tone. Indeed, just speak. I am all ears. Oh, then lean closer so I can whisper my request. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the side where Yunming and Yunyu watched with envious expressions, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Chapter 61. Inaccurate calculations. All right, you may speak now. Zhou Yuan leaned in, his ear near Yunling's lips, while he playfully poked her smooth cheek, signaling her to commence. Manager. If I behave well in the future, could you, when no one else is around, just the 2 of us, call me that? Yunling whispered, her breath brushing against Zhou Yuan's ear, causing a ticklish sensation. That? What is that? Zhou Yuan raised his head, observing Yunling's flushed countenance, and in an instant, he grasped her meaning. He gestured an okay sign and leaned close to her ear, his familiar voice resonating once more. Sister Yunling. I agreed. A rush of warmth flooded Yunling's cheeks, her face glowing with a mixture of surprise and shyness as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuan. A blissful smile illuminating her features. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though time had frozen and tranquility embraced them, 2 hearts intertwined in silence. All right, you've embraced long enough. It's time to switch partners. I wish to be embraced as well. Yunming interjected, sensing the atmosphere was amiss, instinctively stepping forward to shatter the precious stillness. I also desire hugs and kisses. Zhou Yuan, you must treat us all equally. Yunyu raised her small hand, her figure radiating an eager excitement. Ahem, well, we ought to return to work. We can't keep the customers waiting too long, Zhou Yuan remarked as he gently released Yunling from his embrace, stepping away from her. Yunling, momentarily taken aback, remained lost in the euphoria of the moment. Zhou Yuanji, I want a hug. Yuming sprinted a few steps, leaping through the air, her face aglow with a radiant smile as she lunged toward Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan extended his arms, catching Yunming and smoothly turning, tousling her hair as he placed her on a nearby chair. You all should take a break today. Enjoy some time outside. I'll check on my customers first. Zhou Yuan gently pressed his palm against Yunyu's forehead, attempting to coax her to return to her seat. No, we want to play with you. Yunyu shook her head, extending her arms in an attempt to embrace Zhou Yuan, her hands flailing in the air, yet falling short due to Zhou Yuan's firm hold. Eventually, she reluctantly lowered her arms, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. All right, I'll hug you, and we can play together tonight. Zhou Yuan, in exasperation, released his grip on Yunyu's forehead, permitting her to leap into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Really? Zhou Yuan, you are so kind, Yuming crept up behind Zhou Yuan, wrapping her arms around him while peering curiously at his face, uncertain of his sincerity. Really, truly, but you must allow me to handle my work outside first. Otherwise, how can I join you for fun? Zhou Yuan stated, ruffling the hair of both Yunyu and Yunming, his tone tinged with exasperation. Fine, but Zhou Yuan, you mustn't forget about us. We long to play with you. Yunyu pondered for a moment before willingly releasing her hold on Zhou Yuan, clearing a path for him. Zhou Yuanji, after finishing your work, don't forget us. We will be waiting for you. Yuming added, sticking out her tongue as she hurriedly opened the door for Zhou Yuan. Look, Yuming has opened the door for you. Zhou Yuanji, go work now. Her sweet voice chimed as Zhou Yuan smiled, ruffling her hair before striding confidently out of the break room. With a soft thud, the door closed behind him, and as Zhou Yuan took a few steps into the work area, he sensed a disarray in his stride. Turning back, he noticed Yuming trailing closely behind him, her pace unhurried. I'm going to work. I thought Zhou Yuanji might struggle alone, so I wanted to help you. Yuming replied earnestly, return to your spot. I can manage today. You should take a break and save your energy for our outing tonight, though. You really don't need help? Yuming insisted, her demeanor obedient yet capable. She proudly pointed to herself, offering her assistance, and no need. Go rest. If I see you in the work area, I want to let you join us for fun. All right then, I want to go out and play with Zhou Yuanji. Yuming nodded, turning back to the break room, glancing over her shoulder multiple times. Phew, this little girl truly gives me a headache. Zhou Yuan shook his head, a smile adorning his face as he proceeded toward the work area. Inside the work area, the practitioners gathered around the divination table, each engrossed in a copy of the anti-fraud safety manual, their expressions filled with fascination as they occasionally exclaimed and clapped, clearly having gleaned important insights from the text. Ahem, so you are all the lucky ones, are you? Zhou Yuan had somehow settled into a chair at the divination stall, leisurely observing them. Truly a master. I never sensed anyone approaching even as you sat down. Remarkable, one practitioner exclaimed, reluctantly closing his book, showering Zhou Yuan with praise, his gaze toward him brimming with admiration. Indeed, I too failed to notice. You are indeed extraordinary. Absolutely, echoed the others in agreement. A boy in the corner opened his mouth but, upon witnessing the fervent admiration in their eyes, thought better of it and fell silent. Well, is it possible that just now, you were so engrossed in your reading that you failed to hear my footsteps? Zhou Yuan gazed curiously at the group before him, a sense of bewilderment lingering in his heart. How should one put it? It was rather peculiar. Ha, is that so? I truly did not expect it. It's all this book's fault for being so captivating. I have gained an abundance of fresh knowledge from it. Indeed, the examples within are utterly enthralling. I feel compelled to venture out and try my hand at deceiving someone. Indeed. The youth in the corner, at a loss for words, simply reopened his book and resumed reading. Ahem, now then, please line up. If you have any questions, feel free to ask one by one, and I shall provide you with answers. However, let us agree beforehand that my predictions may not always be accurate. Not always accurate, but doesn't it say King of Divination on that banner above you? One cultivator pointed to the small flag hanging above Zhou Yuan, his brow furrowing in confusion. Oh, well, actually, this flag hasn't been flipped. You haven't seen the other side? Zhou Yuan replied, turning the flag over to reveal the bold characters that read, blindly guessing. Chapter 62. Are you and your best friend's companion out to play? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as everyone exchanged glances, and for a moment, none dared to step forward to seek a reading. So, are you still considering it? If not, I shall pack up and leave. Zhou Yuan nonchalantly picked at his nose, a hint of disdain curling his lips as he stood, prepared to depart. Wait, master, I'd like to have my fortune told. How many spirit stones do you charge for a reading? A lavishly dressed middle-aged cultivator approached, a pleasing smile on his face and a hefty pouch of spirit stones in hand. If your prediction is accurate, you can name your price. If not, I shall take nothing. Moreover, we pay after the reading, meaning you can settle the payment once the prophecy proves true. We prioritize sincerity here. Zhou Yuan donned a sincere smile, turning back to his chair and leisurely pulling out a folding fan to fan himself. All right, master. How does this fortune-telling work? The middle-aged cultivator chuckled, placing his substantial bag of spirit stones on the table. Just tell me your question, and I shall read it for you. Of course, belief is up to you. As Zhou Yuan opened the fan, a delicate pink pig danced gracefully upon it, exuding a certain charm. Very well, master, I am the next heir of Fortune Peak. The disciples on the peak respect me and address me as Lord L. My family is as prosperous as Fortune Peak itself, with a bit of wealth, and I have quite a few concubines, bearing more than 20 children. I am currently uncertain which of my many heirs should inherit this vast estate and the ancestral Fortune Peak. Can you help me determine this? The middle-aged cultivator spoke, his hand scratching his head, clearly troubled by his dilemma. Don't you have any specific requests? Zhou Yuan inquired, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized the man. What the hell? This person clearly has a solitary fate. How did he end up with so many children? Yes, I wish to find a son who can ensure the prosperity of my family. The middle-aged cultivator nodded eagerly, voicing his desire. With a snap, Zhou Yuan closed the fan and regarded Lord L with seriousness. May I ask if any of your 20-some children resemble you? Lord L paused, contemplating deeply before suddenly slamming his hand on the table. Master, your calculations are indeed astute. None of my children resemble me. As he spoke, Lord L's face paled, his body trembling as he turned to leave. Brother, do not rush off. You dropped your pouch. Please come back to retrieve it. Zhou Yuan's voice rang out behind Lord L, calm yet firm, effortlessly soothing his agitated heart. Master, what do you think I should do? Well, do you remember any robust young men who call you Lord L? Go forth. Better to mistakenly eliminate than to let slip die in the future. If questioned, simply state you have loved, Zhou Yuan said, patting Lord L on the shoulder with a knowing look. Lord L? Green Lord. Lord L mumbled to himself, evidently realizing something. His fists clenched as he bowed to Zhou Yuan and exited the shop. Next, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am pressed for time. Zhou Yuan collected the pouch of coins from the table, wearing a professional smile as he looked towards a man and a woman who had seemingly appeared before him. Master, may I inquire about my romantic fate? Could you tell me who my destined partner is? The female cultivator spoke softly, gradually crossing the table to inch closer to Zhou Yuan, her small hand subtly reaching toward him. Ahem, esteemed lady, please maintain your decorum. I am an artist, not for sale. Zhou Yuan gently swatted her hand away, casting a pitying glance at the male cultivator beside her, sensing that he might be in a rather unfortunate situation. Your partner is watching right beside you. Are you really so brazen? Zhou Yuan remarked, once again brushing off the hand that sought to touch his abdomen, his expression darkening at the increasingly outrageous behavior of the female cultivator. Ah, how could you be like this? The female cultivator pouted, withdrawing her hand, her gaze filled with discontent. He is not my boyfriend. He did not accompany me here. Then who is he? Zhou Yuan questioned, his brow furrowing as he regarded this enchanting female cultivator. He is my best friend's partner. With that, the female cultivator wrapped her arm around the male cultivator's, displaying an intimate demeanor. Then how did he come along with you? At that moment, a burly male cultivator approached. Looking perplexed, I was feeling down, so I asked him to accompany me. The female cultivator replied, planting a kiss on the side of the male cultivator's face, her lips curling into a sweet smile. So, your best friend's partner is out here to entertain you. Does your partner know you are out with her friend? Zhou Yuan chuckled, directing his gaze at the male cultivator, who was now clutching the female cultivator tightly. Do you know my partner? The male cultivator asked, his face tightening as he instinctively shielded his face with his hand. No, I do not. Just inquiring. Oh, you startled me. I thought Master was going to inform on me. The male cultivator's expression shifted from tense to relaxed, and he leaned in to kiss the female cultivator again. Hold off on that. I still wish to hear Master read my romantic fate. I want to see if my partner is as charming as I am. The female cultivator struggled out of the male cultivator's embrace, her attire disheveled, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, drawing the attention of those present. Oh, for heaven's sake, enough with the commotion. Do you not care how others feel? And can you please dress appropriately? If you continue this way, you might get banned. Zhou Yuan tossed his Peppa Pig fan at the female cultivator, his expression stern as he issued a warning. Fine, you need not speak, but you must tell me what my romantic fate entails. I wish to know who my destined partner is. The female cultivator tucked the Peppa Pig fan into her bosom, flaunting her assets while eagerly gazing at Zhou Yuan, anticipation lighting up her eyes. Ahem, since you are so oblivious. No, since you are so eager to know, I shall tell you. Zhou Yuan chuckled, his tone turning serious. To put it simply, your romantic fate is overall quite favorable. Opportunities come and go, and while it may not be a smooth journey, you will ultimately find your destined partner. Chapter 63. My humble surname is Wang, smile master. Could you elaborate on what my destined partner is like? I am quite curious. The female cultivator's eyes sparkled, her enchanting smile spreading across her face as she fluttered her eyelashes at Zhou Yuan, clearly intrigued by him. Hee, so you wish to know what they are like? Allow me to share. Your destined partner is a cultivator from another realm. How should I describe them? Rough and uncouth. Entirely dark in appearance, with pearly white teeth, utterly impoverished, yet swift as the wind. No beast from beyond can catch up to him. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he raised his thumb in jest, casting a playful glance at the bewildered female cultivator before him. Master, what do you mean by that? What are your intentions? Do you think I am easy to bully, that you can casually fabricate my future? Is my fate truly so dismal? The female cultivator finally grasped the implications, struggling to lunge at Zhou Yuan, but the male cultivator beside her quickly tightened his grip to prevent her from harming him. It was a careless guess, just a whimsical reading, I assure you. Rest assured, I won't charge you for it. Moreover, the past is unchangeable, but the future can be altered. If you sincerely wish to change, there may be deviations in your fate. Zhou Yuan smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude towards the male cultivator for his timely intervention. Otherwise, he might have had to dirty his hands. Brother, do you have anything else you wish to inquire about? If not, I kindly ask you to take your partner and leave. I must express my gratitude in advance. Well, she is not my Dao companion. She is merely the close friend of my Dao partner. Please do not misunderstand. The male cultivator, speaking these words, respectfully removed the folding fan from the chest of the female cultivator and placed it on Zhou Yuan's table before turning around and hastily leading the still chattering female cultivator away. What are you doing? Don't pull me. Let go of me. He is teasing me. Can't you tell? I must show him that we female cultivators are not to be trifled with. Stop shouting. I believe what the master said is not wrong. Your flirtatious nature truly does no one any good. I even feel guilty towards my Dao partner. Don't pretend with me. Tell me honestly. Are you tired of playing with me? I knew it. You male cultivators are all the same. Once you've had your fill, you want to run away, right? Not a chance. As the voices gradually faded, Zhou Yuan could not help but smile, his lips twitching. Ha ha ha, quite the scene. Is there a female boxing league in this realm of cultivation? Master, do you still want this folding fan? If not, I can buy it for 5 spirit stones. Of course, if you think 5 spirit stones are insufficient, I could add 2 more. A somewhat lecherous voice came forth. Zhou Yuan looked up to see an unremarkable young male cultivator, whose keen gaze was fixed on the Peppa Pig folding fan on Zhou Yuan's table. With elongated fingers reaching out, he appeared eager yet hesitant to take it, his greedy eyes betraying his desire. You can take it. No need to pay. Consider it a gift from me. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, gesturing for him to hasten and take the fan. All right, thank you, master. Thank you. The young male cultivator placed his spirit stones on the table and hurriedly cradled the folding fan as if it were a treasure. Scenting the fragrance from the fan greedily, he then turned to Zhou Yuan, his lecherous grin widening. Cough. Please conduct yourself properly. If you wish to indulge in such activities, kindly step outside. Understood, understood. I am not so rude. The young male cultivator chuckled, stowing the fan away in his storage ring, and his demeanor shifted entirely. His eyes deepened, and his expression turned melancholic, resembling a silent, brooding mushroom. Master, why is it that despite my gentleness towards both male and female cultivators, I have yet to attract any girl? I have truly exhausted my efforts. Master, can you predict whether I will encounter my own romantic fortune in this lifetime? Zhou Yuan hesitated, glancing at the young male cultivator. His finger poised for divination, momentarily stalling. Well, my friend, I suggest you remain patient and allow time to flow naturally. In a few years, amidst a breathtaking chrysanthemum field, you will meet your destined one. A friendly reminder, ensure your fencing skills are honed. Otherwise, you may find yourself imperiled. Oh, thank you, master. However, I practice basic sword techniques with my senior brother every day, so how could I possibly get hurt? The young male cultivator inquired, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Zhou Yuan. There is no need for you to know the details. Simply trust that your future is promising. However, I still advise you to practice swordsmanship with caution, as it carries its own risks. Zhou Yuan smiled, gesturing towards the door to indicate he could leave, while also beckoning the next cultivator, who was occasionally glancing about, to approach. Master, I am an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect. I have a childhood sweetheart with whom I have shared a deep bond since our youth, and we have privately pledged ourselves to each other. However, her aptitude surpasses mine, and she has already advanced to the inner sect. To maintain our connection, we generally communicate through spirit tools. Initially, we would chat late into the night, but recently, she often says she needs to take a bath shortly after our conversations begin. Master, do I still have a chance with her? Tonight, your childhood sweetheart will go to a small grove behind the inner sect's mountain after her bath. You may wish to observe, but do remember to keep your emotions in check. Love can be tumultuous. So be strong. Master, do you think I am adorable? With a playful tone, adorable indeed. But I kindly ask that you either pose your questions or step aside for those who have inquiries. If you have no questions, please make way. No, I have a recent chest discomfort. Could you help me massage it? Young lady, I suggest you drink more warm water. Master, do you think I am handsome? Handsome indeed. Then, master, could you tell me why, despite my good looks, no lovely young lady seems to take a liking to me? May I ask your surname? I am of humble origin. My surname is Wang Da. Do you have a beautiful neighbor? Indeed, she often invites me to her home for meals, which makes me quite embarrassed. Young Wang, could it be that this neighbor has an interest in you? Really? Indeed. Zhou Yuan's expression turned serious as he casually spoke. Master, I must take my leave. I am dining with the neighbor tonight. I must prepare. Off you go. All right. Chapter 64. You say your name is Xiao Huahua? In no time, cultivators came and went, some inquiring about love, others seeking guidance on cultivation, some asking about fortune, and even questions regarding postnatal care for sows and how to gain weight. Zhou Yuan endeavored to empathize, offering thoughtful advice to address their concerns. As for the more peculiar inquiries, he found himself at a loss, but that was of no consequence. He had already informed them that his predictions were not guaranteed to be accurate. Time flowed steadily, and before he realized it, the sun had set, marking the arrival of his last guest. Do you have any questions, my friend? Master, I wish to inquire about my fate. Xiao Huahua, with a resolute expression, asked earnestly. Fate? Zhou Yuan was taken aback, instinctively uncrossing his legs. What brings you to such a conclusion, master? I feel I have matured too much, achieving nothing, as if my heart has withered, merely awaiting death. Have you engaged in life and death duels? Zhou Yuan relaxed, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xiao Huahua, a reckless youth who has unwittingly entered the fray, thinking to consult him later for a psychological assessment to encourage him to concede defeat. No, if I must say, I have a 3-year agreement with my fiancée, and there is a chance I may find myself at her mercy. Fiancée? 3-year agreement? May I inquire your full name? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, surprised as he scrutinized the youth before him. Xiao Huahua. How intriguing. Zhou Yuan soon realized that this Xiao Huahua indeed possessed the striking features of a protagonist. His countenance was both resolute and handsome, exuding an aura that set him apart. His eyes were deep and bright, as if capable of perceiving all. His brows were thick and long, slightly elevated, imparting a sense of confidence and determination. His straight nose and gently upturned lips bore an elusive smile, making him appear amiable and approachable. His hair was dark and thick, cascading casually over his shoulders. His lanky yet strong physique starkly contrasted with his seemingly feeble power. Wait, why does this protagonist seem so weak? Where is his grandfather? Shouldn't he be guiding him from alchemy to greatness? Zhou Yuan observed the young man, who barely appeared to be at the foundational stage, and for a moment felt uncertain. What weapon do you wield? My master is a sword cultivator, and I wield a sword as well. Xiao Huohuo replied respectfully, summoning a red long sword from his storage ring. So tell me, do you enjoy using a sword? Or to rephrase, does learning swordsmanship bring you joy? Not at all. It brings me great distress. Ever since I began practicing swordsmanship, I have been unable to defeat anyone. Those who once respected me now look down upon me, and my fiancé has come to withdraw our engagement. Everything I once had has been lost since I began my sword training. There is truly nothing to speak of regarding enjoyment. Xiao Huohuo's face revealed a bitter smile, his posture slightly hunched. You do not possess the sword in your heart. Training with a sword merely consumes your youth. Do you not wish to explore a different path of cultivation? My master said that someone like me cannot even master the sword, so I am unlikely to achieve anything in other areas. He advised me to simply be an ordinary, unremarkable sword cultivator, much like him, ingraining mediocrity into my very being. As Xiao Huohuo spoke, he returned the red long sword to his storage ring, unwilling to gaze upon it any longer. For he viewed it as a shameful reminder of his life. Some die at 8, while others are buried at 80. Speak truthfully, are you content to resign yourself to fate? Zhou Yuan stood, patting Xiao Huohuo's shoulder, earnestly advising him, I do not know. Xiao Huohuo hesitated, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan before lowering his head in resignation. How can this protagonist be so lacking in insight? Zhou Yuan withdrew his hand from Xiao Huohuo's shoulder. Thwack! The crisp sound of a slap resonated, and Zhou Yuan felt a slight sting in his palm, instinctively retracting his hand. Wow! That felt exhilarating, as he savored the sensation of the slap against his face. He glanced at Xiao Huohuo, who was shielding her face in disbelief. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction lingered in his heart, and a fleeting thought of delivering another slap to Xiao Huohuo crossed his mind. Master, why did you strike me? I merely wished to awaken you. You are far too inept and feeble. You lack even the slightest inclination to resist. Today, it is I who strikes you. What if tomorrow it is your enemies or your fiancé? What will you do then? You seem powerless to accede, so ponder this. Do you wish to live your life as a coward, or do you aspire to become a paragon of excellence? Renowned throughout the world? Hold your tongue. Allow me to speak. Zhou Yuan's words trailed off. He was merely fatigued from speaking and returned to his seat, preparing to continue. Are you shouting out of despair for your fiancé's departure? Are you wandering aimlessly due to your own weaknesses? Have you been losing continuously, unable to confront your inner turmoil? If you do not wish to live a life of mediocrity, come to me. I will select weapons for you, guide you in cultivating your skills, and become your master in due time. Let those who once looked down upon you witness what true excellence is. Master Xiao Huohuo's eyes brimmed with tears, sparkling with excitement as if she had encountered a long-lost relative, and she immediately knelt in reverence. Rise. From now on, you shall be my disciple, and I shall devote myself to your instruction. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he retrieved a massive heavy sword from his storage ring and presented it across the table to Xiao Huohuo. Feel it. Does it evoke any distinct sensations? Oh, all right. Xiao Huohuo cautiously accepted the heavy sword, feeling its ancient aura, and was involuntarily stirred. Master, what is this sword? Indeed, this sword is forged from flame-fall Xian iron, exceptionally sturdy and weighty, possessing the ability to suppress spiritual energy. I have named it the Xian Heavy Scale. A heavy sword lacks a sharp edge, yet it embodies great craftsmanship. This sword is quite remarkable. Furthermore, I possess a foundational sword technique. Take it in practice in 10 days. Return to me for an assessment of your progress. Zhou Yuan observed Xiao Huohuo, who clung to the battered sword he had salvaged from the weapon refining hall, and whimsically exaggerated its significance, nearly elevating it to divine status. Thank you, master. But how did you know I was suited for a heavy sword? Xiao Huohuo, cradling the Xian Heavy Scale, beamed with delight. Yet her heart remained heavy with apprehension, prompting her to ask, "How did I know? Would you believe me if I said I learned it from a potato?" "Ahem, you must believe. It is not you who chose the sword, but rather the sword that chose you. By the way, do you know the intrinsic meaning of a heavy sword?" Zhou Yuan patted Xiao Huahua's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "What? Strength and weight?" Xiao Huahua mused, struggling to hoist the heavy sword onto her shoulder. "Not quite. The true meaning of a heavy sword is protection. And why is that? The sword's blade is broad and heavy, yet its edge is dull, lacking sharpness. Only those truly willing to toil for it can master it completely. Historically, heavy swords were often wielded to safeguard nations and sects, with warriors charging into battle, fighting for their beliefs. Moreover, when unforeseen circumstances arise that threaten what you wish to protect, the heavy sword becomes your most formidable weapon, allowing you to defend that which you cherish. Master, can I also use this heavy sword to protect what I hold dear? Xiao Huahua lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with fervor, as if at that moment, she had resolved upon a definitive purpose. A heavy sword demands ample patience. It relies on both talent and effort. Without a certain level of determination and endurance, achieving any success is impossible. But you are different. You are inherently suited for this path in this world. I believe no one is more fitting for a heavy sword than you. Really? Indeed. You must have faith in yourself. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yuan observed Xiao Huahua intently studying the sword manual before her. The sun is setting. You should leave. When you feel you have reached a sufficient level with the heavy sword, return to me, and I shall guide you into the next phase of your training. Thank you, Master. Thank you. As the door creaked open, Xiao Huahua, bearing the heavy sword, brushed past a female cultivator. The crimson hues of the setting sun bathed her, and with her head held high, she squinted slightly. From this day forth, I shall no longer practice with a saber. In the general store, Zhou Yuan summoned the three little ones to tidy up the premises, intending to venture out for some leisure once the chores were complete. Zhou Yuan, where shall we go to play later? To your Peach Blossom Mountain? Yin Yu inquired while gathering scattered books. Could we go to Xingluo Lake? I heard there's a popular event going on there these days. Yunling chimed in as she approached, having finished organizing her books. I'll follow whatever Zhou Yuan Gij decides, Yunming declared, standing atop a table and extending her arms toward Zhou Yuan, hoping he would lift her down. Yunming, come down this instant. If you keep this up, I'll have to wipe the table again. Zhou Yuan frowned upon seeing Yunming perched on the table, almost instinctively ready to toss the cloth at her head. As he turned to investigate the source of a sound, he spotted the gentle and smiling figure of Lu Shuilian standing there. Sister Shuilian, the three little ones exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with joy as they scampered toward her. Why aren't you going? Zhou Yuan Gij, can you lift me down? I miss Sister Shuilian. Yunming pleaded, gazing at Zhou Yuan with doe-like eyes, extending her hands toward him. All right. Zhou Yuan stepped forward, lifted Yunming from the table, and gently patted her smooth forehead. There you go, you silly little sprout. You re the silly one? Yunming retorted, making a face before scampering off toward Lu Shuilian. Zhou Yuan shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at the trio surrounding Lu Shuilian, and took a few quick steps to join them. Sister Shuilian, it's been a while, he greeted, moving closer and extending his arms to embrace her. Zhou Yuan, have you lost your mind? Lu Shuilian retorted, firmly pinching his cheek and regarding him with a disapproving gaze. My apologies. I want to do it again. Zhou Yuan mumbled through his pinched face, his words somewhat garbled. No. Sister Shuilian, you must still call it as it is. How dare you presume to take advantage of me? Did you not say that even if all the women in the world perished, you would never seek me out? Lu Shuilian released her grip, eyeing Zhou Yuan with a mix of disdain and amusement. That was just a jest. We're comrades. It's been so long since we met. A hug is harmless, Zhou Yuan explained, rubbing his reddened cheek, unable to suppress a smile that tugged at his lips. By the way, what brings you back? Weren't you serving as an envoy for the Daqian dynasty? Oh, I returned recently due to some matters. Once they are resolved, I shall return, Lu Shuilian replied nonchalantly, giving Zhou Yuan a light punch. What trouble have you been causing? Have you caught the attention of the sect's higher-ups? I saw your name listed in this year's sect competition. My name? Is that true? Are you certain you didn't misread? Indeed. And the three little ones too. It seems this year's sect competition has attracted many participants. Even those who had previously remained hidden were compelled to join. Well, if that's the case, there will be many competitors. I suppose it won't be an issue. I can just forfeit and exit the competition. Zhou Yuan shrugged, indifferent to the situation. Heh, what makes you think I would stand there and read through that 3-meter-long participant list? Do you truly believe I have nothing better to do than search for your name? Lu Shuilian sighed, seated amidst the three little ones, regarding Zhou Yuan as one might a wayward student. Ah, is that not the case? I thought your eyesight was akin to a ruler. Zhou Yuan attempted to find a seat, but noticed there were only 2 chairs, both occupied by the 3 little ones. Glancing at the lone chair across from them, he felt it would resemble an interrogation scene, so he opted to remain standing. Your eyesight is akin to a ruler. Every time you see me, you gaze at my chest and legs. Don't think I haven't noticed? Lu Shuilian shot him a glare, her expression brimming with mockery and disdain. Ahem, well then, why don't you enlighten me on how you discerned my name among that lengthy participant list? Can you truly not guess? I genuinely cannot. Zhou Yuan leaned closer, his eyes wide with curiosity, brimming with eagerness to learn. Have you become increasingly foolish? Naturally, your name was placed at the very top. I spotted it at first glance. Lu Shuilian explained with a hint of exasperation, casting Zhou Yuan a look that implied he was rather dim-witted. Chapter 66. Let us also take a look. Zhou Yuan ultimately accepted the reality that he seemed to have attracted the attention of others. However, he was perplexed as to who it might be. Naturally, he first ruled out Luo Wancher. After all, she would never allow him to participate in the sect's grand competition for fear he might sustain injuries. Moreover, there were numerous female cultivators at the competition, and Luo Wancher was quite reluctant to let him venture into such an environment. So, who could it be? Who possessed such great authority? Who could stand toe-to-toe with the sect master? Zhou Yuan was unaware and could not fathom the answer. He could only lament whether his protagonist aura was too potent, drawing the attention of some old-timer from the Qingyun sect, who was perhaps eager to observe his performance in the competition and consider what resources to bestow upon him. Hoping to forge a favorable bond. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? We need to get ready to head to Xinglua Lake. Lu Shuilian waved her hand in front of Zhou Yuan's face. Seeing his lack of response, she could not help but lightly punch him. Zhou Yuan snapped out of his reverie, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Shuilian, who resembled a hen leading her 3 chicks. Yunling has already told me that you promised to take the 3 little ones out to play today. Have you forgotten? Lu Shuilian said, effortlessly scooping up Yuming, who was peeking at Zhou Yuan. Yuming, wake him up. This guy must be lost in fantasies. Okay, Yuming stretched her delicate little hand to rub Zhou Yuan's face, then playfully tugged at his ear. Brother Zhou Yuan, don't just stand there. Come out and play with us. You promised? Yuming's sweet and soft voice thoroughly roused Zhou Yuan from his daze. Right, let us go to Xinglua Lake and have some roasted meat. The sun had already set, and the night was just beginning to cloak the world. This evening, the sky appeared darker than usual, suitable for countless individuals to engage in various activities. On the peak of Fugwifing, Lord L stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling mirror, polishing an ancient longsword in his hand. Why, Lord, what has sparked your interest in polishing that old sword today? Did you not say that swords are the most useless of items? A delicate woman lounged on the bed beside him, gazing at him with sultry eyes. Indeed, my ancestors were bandits by birth, naturally drawn to bloodshed and battle. Why uncle and brothers refused to take over this mess of Fugwifing, preferring to unleash their ferocity on the battlefield. I, however, am different. I have always been easygoing. Why father once said that I was destined to remain in the Qingyun sect, and I would never escape. I once believed the Qingyun sect was a good place, and I never thought to leave. But now it seems somewhat dulled. As he spoke, Lord L danced the sword, its gleam swirling, the tip unknowingly directed at the beauty on the bed. Aru, how long have you been by my side? Over a decade, I believe. I can hardly remember. Facing the bloodthirsty sword so near, Aru instinctively curled up, hastily retreating to the corner of the bed. Over a decade. Indeed. You have given me 5 children, none of whom resemble you at all. What a joke, my lord. They do resemble you to some extent. Aru hastily defended, noticing the trembling tip of the sword. Resemble? In what way? Not even their skin tone matches mine. 5 children, 5 different shades. How can you claim they resemble me? Are they all just as lacking? Lord L's anger mounted, and with a flash of the sword, a lock of Aru's hair was severed. And why, Lord, please show mercy. I beseech you, spare me. I too have my grievances. Aru's face turned pale, her body quaking, tears streaming down her cheeks as if she bore a great injustice. Grievances? What grievances do you possess? What gives you the right to have grievances? Is it because you bore 5 children for other men? Lord L laughed, turning to leave with his sword in hand. My lord, do you not understand? The reason I cannot bear your children lies with you. Aru summoned her courage and shouted at Lord L's retreating figure, but he paused for a moment, resolutely continuing his path. Aru's voice dwindled, ultimately caught in her throat, unable to utter another word. Woo woo woo. Aru collapsed onto the bed, clutching a pillow and weeping bitterly. Did Aru do something wrong? Aru did not know. She had once loved Lord L dearly. He was a good man. Without him, Aru would still be a mere servant. Aru recalled the day she first met Lord L. It was a snowy day, and she had been ostracized as usual. While other servants washed clothes indoors, she was sent outside to do so. Battling the cold winds and snow, washing clothes with icy water, she nearly fell in due to hunger after not having eaten all day. At the critical moment, Lord L appeared beside her, pulling her back. From that day forth, he had saved her life, granting her a new existence, a new life. Unable to endure another moment, Lord L wielded his sword and stained the fugwifing with blood. To be honest, the casualties were not numerous. He was not a senseless killer. Yet, one individual often reveals more names. Not slaying them left him unsatisfied. In the vast night, on an ordinary small peak, a young cultivator surnamed Wang clutched a rose, a popular flower among the female cultivators of the Qingyun sect, nervously knocking on the door of his neighbor. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Sister. It's me, little Wang. With a creak, the door opened a crack. Through the gap, illuminated by the light within, the noblewoman recognized little Wang's face and smiled, fully opening the door to welcome him inside. She was little Wang's neighbor, a pitiful widow waiting for her husband's return. Indeed, her partner had ventured far beyond the domain, rumored to have established an organization called the Dragon King's Hall, bestowing upon himself the title of Dragon King, and had never returned since the night deepened. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting gentle light upon the ground, resembling scattered silver coins. On Ling Beast Peak, in a small, dilapidated courtyard, a young servant cultivator was feeding pigweed to a sow. One handful at a time. Eat up, you'll need to eat well to produce milk, he murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with visions of a bright future. Zuehua, I consulted the master, and he said this pigweed is the best for raising pigs. If you eat plenty of it, you'll surely become even fatter. Then, I'll take you and our family of 6 out to see the world. As he spoke, he took out the storage bag Zhou Yuan had lent him, containing a few spirit stones. After all, this bag was of the most inferior quality, hardly capable of holding much. Most would not even bother to steal it. The world is so vast. I long to see it. Chapter 67. Is this not unreasonable? Under the bright moonlight, by Xinglua Lake, the surface shimmered with rippling waves, the soft yellow glow gathering on the water, revealing fireflies. They seemed to sense that the recent meteor showers were stunning. Peering into the sky, yearning for the falling stars, Zhou Yuan and Lu Shuelian, along with others, arrived at the edge of Xinglua Lake, finding a well-situated spot on the shore. They spread out a picnic blanket, laid out snacks and fruits, and sat down to admire the moonlight. Lu Shuelian, do you not think the moonlight tonight is exquisite? Zhou Yuan reclined on the blanket, gazing at the moon in the sky, stating with a hint of profundity, exquisite? It is indeed larger than the mundane moon. But did you not say there would be shooting stars tonight? Why have we not seen any? Lu Shuelian glanced at the moon, seemingly lost in thought, and sighed softly. Yes, Sister Yunling, I want to see shooting stars, Yuming declared, lying on Yunling's lap, smiling earnestly and expectantly at her. I'm not entirely certain. I heard others mention it, Yunling replied, gently rubbing Yuming's little face, her gaze drifting toward the joyful Yunyu, who was chasing after the fireflies, a smile gracing her lips. Though there were no shooting stars, the ambience felt unexpectedly delightful. Fireflies, they are so beautiful. Are shooting stars like this? If I had a bottle full of them, would I not have my very own shooting star? Yuming held a small glass bottle, which appeared much larger than it seemed. containing several glowing fireflies. Oh no! Yunyu, leaping and bounding, nearly collided with a pair of affectionate couples. Tio avoided them. She stumbled to the side, landing awkwardly on the ground, causing her glass bottle to roll away, the lid popping off, releasing the fireflies to float away. Ouch! What on earth? A rather stout female cultivator hastily brushed off her skirt, approaching Yunyu with an unfriendly expression. What are you doing? Can't you see us two grown adults? Why must you crash into us? The stout female cultivator's face darkened, unleashing a barrage of complaints interspersed with expletives from her hometown. I'm so sorry. It was my fault. I apologize. Yunyu quickly rose, retrieving her nearly empty glass bottle and bowing slightly, trying her best to convey her goodwill. Is a mere apology sufficient? Do you believe me to be so easily trifled with? The overweight female cultivator turned to face the indifferent male cultivator beside her, who was grinning in anticipation of the unfolding drama. My dear, someone is bullying your precious one. Won't you do something about it? The exaggeratedly affected tone sent chills down the spine, reminiscent of a sow in heat, wailing at the top of her lungs. The male cultivator, momentarily stunned, glanced at his fierce partner and then at the still bowing and apologizing Yunyu, swallowing hard as a perplexed expression crossed his face. Well, darling, I believe we need not escalate this situation. It was but a gentle bump, no harm done. Besides, the young lady has already apologized. Let us simply depart and not make things difficult for her. As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to take the hand of his somewhat portly and fiery partner. Slap! Are you still my partner? Why are you speaking on her behalf? Have you taken a liking to this little vixen? Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. How shameless! The male cultivator's hand was forcefully swatted away as the overweight female cultivator pointed an accusing finger at him. No, I absolutely have not taken a liking to this girl. My dear, please let me explain. The male cultivator hurriedly grasped the hand of the overweight female cultivator, looking at her with a mix of helplessness and concern. Get lost. I swear, if you do not stand up for me today, you can leave my mountain this very day. The overweight female cultivator's chest heaved with agitation, clearly incensed. All right, my dear, I will immediately stand up for you. I promise I will, the male cultivator declared as he approached Yunyu, adopting an intimidating demeanor. Young lady, quickly hand over anything of value, or you may find yourself in a bit of trouble. He raised his arm, showcasing his rather useless muscles. Valuable items? Would this spirit stone suffice? Yunyu replied, producing handfuls of mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones from her storage ring, all gifts from Zhou Yuan for her cultivation. She had more than enough to spare. Yes, certainly, the male cultivator exclaimed, using his spiritual power to levitate a handful of spirit stones, triumphantly presenting them to the overweight female cultivator. My dear, look, she has willingly surrendered her spirit stones. Shall we not let this matter rest? Not a chance. Do you think I am so desperate for a few spirit stones? Continue to teach her a lesson. She must learn to remember this. The overweight female cultivator declared, picking up a spirit stone and disdainfully tossing it into the nearby Xinglua lake. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair, accentuating her fierce expression, making her appear even more terrifying. Surpassing even the image of a wild boar. Young lady, that was merely a warm-up. Now hand over your most treasured possession, or I assure you, I will not hold back, the male cultivator said, pointing at the small glass vial tightly clutched in Yunyu's hands. Signaling her to hand it over, Yunyu glanced at the fireflies within the glass vial, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly extending her hand. However, she still clutched the vial tightly, a mix of reluctance and sorrow evident on her face. Hiss, why is this little girl so strong? Why do I feel like I'm trying to extract a tooth from a tiger? The male cultivator thought, suddenly exerting force, unleashing his spiritual power, yet still unable to pry it free. Young lady, do you not understand that you are in the wrong? It would be wise to comply, or I cannot guarantee what I might do, though. Yunyu looked into the predatory gaze of the male cultivator and finally released her grip on the vial. Ahem, my dear, look at what I've brought you. I have successfully seized the young lady's most precious treasure. As he spoke, the male cultivator waved the glass vial in front of the overweight female cultivator, having no intention of returning it to her. Let me see, the overweight female cultivator said, having previously busied herself gathering spirit stones and now eagerly eyeing the small mountain of them, her smile betraying her excitement. "All right, I will bring it over for you to see," the male cultivator said, lifting the glass vial before the overweight female cultivator, gripping it as tightly as Yunyu had moments before. "What do you think? Quite delightful, are they not? These fireflies are rather charming," he said, both he and the overweight female cultivator gazing at the fluttering fireflies within the vial, their expressions contrasting sharply. The male cultivator wore a nostalgic look, reminiscent of his childhood innocence, when a mere stick was a sword and a single firefly was a star that could illuminate his entire night. Conversely, the overweight female cultivator displayed a look of disgust, swiftly snatching the glass vial from his hands and smashing it onto the ground. "What is this? Just bugs. Absolutely revolting," the overweight woman scoffed, kicking the male cultivator, who had bent down to retrieve the glass vial, as she strutted arrogantly over to Yunyu. "Humph, truly pitiful, to be born of a mother yet raised without one, and to have an affinity for such disgusting creatures." The overweight female cultivator brandished her bracelet, seemingly wishing to assert her presence. "You scoundrel!" Yunyu suddenly looked up, tears welling in her eyes as her small fists clenched tightly, swinging them at the overweight female cultivator. "Yao, you little brat, dare to defy me? Watch as I do away with you." Just as the overweight female cultivator finished her taunt, she lost consciousness mid-air, her head hanging limply. Bang! The ground trembled, sending dust and debris flying. The overweight female cultivator's size was indeed considerable, and the dust cloud rose 3 feet into the air, attracting the attention of all cultivators in Xinglua Lake, including Zhou Yuan. "Who did this? Do they not know the law of no harm without smoke?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed, summoning his flying sword, ascending into the air to see what lay within the dust cloud. Liu Shuilian stood up, her figure vanishing from sight. Although she had since left her position as a sect inner disciple, her professional demeanor remained intact. "Sister, let us go and see the commotion," Yunming said, rising to pull along Yunling, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the still dissipating dust cloud. "Indeed, it has been rather dull since our arrival. It is remarkable that someone as lively as Xiao Ming could remain patient. Now that something so captivating has occurred, it is only natural for her to want to witness it. Very well. Let her enjoy it," Yunling thought, allowing herself to be dragged amidst the crowd, rushing towards the scene. "Sigh, those 2 little girls are truly worrisome. They would be better off catching fireflies with Yunyu instead." Zhou Yuan shook his head, using his flying sword to collect Yun Ming with one hand and Yunling with the other, gently lifting them onto a cloud of spiritual energy and floating towards the commotion. Meanwhile, Yunyu was vigorously throwing punches within the dust cloud, silently venting her fury. As for the fate of the overweight female cultivator, she was largely indifferent. Apart from her initial punch that sent her flying, she did not exert her full strength in subsequent strikes, only using about 70 to 80% of her power. Outside the dust cloud, the male cultivator peered in, confirming Yunyu's safety before retreating with the glass vial. Having misplaced Yunyu's fireflies, he intended to catch more for her. As for his partner, her demise would only liberate him from her constraints, allowing him to revel in the long-lost sensation of freedom. Whoosh! Liu Shuilian arrived at the edge of the dust cloud, waving her hand lightly, causing lotus flowers to bloom and disperse the surrounding dust. Inside, Yunyu, still atop the unconscious overweight female cultivator, paused in surprise, looking up at Liu Shuilian. "Continue. Strike until you are satisfied." Liu Shuilian waved her hand, conjuring a flurry of lotus petals that enveloped the area, providing Yunyu with a private space. "What is it? What has happened?" Zhou Yuan dismounted from his flying sword, casting a curious glance at Liu Shuilian, uncertain of her motives. "It seems that little Yunyu has suffered some grievances and is currently venting her frustrations." Liu Shuilian whispered into Zhou Yuan's ear, as the lotus flowers bloomed around them, isolating the gathering crowd eager to witness the spectacle. After a while, Zhou Yuan deemed it sufficient. He did not want her exhausting herself to the point of being unable to eat later. "Yunyu, have you had enough? Are you still feeling wronged?" Hearing the familiar voice, Yunyu, whose eyes brimmed with tears, looked up in confusion, meeting Zhou Yuan's familiar smile. Zhou Yuan, upon seeing him, Yunyu ceased her punches, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. "Wah!" she cried, rushing into Zhou Yuan's embrace, who stepped forward to hold her close. "She insulted me, calling me a child born of a mother yet raised without one. As she spoke, her tears soaked Zhou Yuan's robe, her sobs giving way to a cathartic release of her pin-up emotions. Oh, then she truly deserves to die. Zhou Yuan's previously smiling face darkened. With a clang, his sword was unsheathed, and he wielded a peachwood sword, aiming it at the fallen, overweight female cultivator. No, please do not kill her. Sensing Zhou Yuan's murderous intent, Yunyu hurriedly clutched his arm. Pushing with all her strength, the sword's light veered, narrowly missing the overweight female's face, leaving a deep, unseeable gash in the ground. What? Do you not think it better to eliminate such a person? Even if I do not kill her, she will eventually provoke someone else who will die. It is better for me to take care of this. At least our hearts can be at peace. As Zhou Yuan stroked Yunyu's head, he spoke gently. There is nothing to worry about. This incident has its reasons. I accidentally bumped into that lady, and she was quite furious. I offered my apologies, but perhaps she simply did not wish to accept them. Nonetheless, it is as it is. It seems we are both at fault. As Yunyu spoke, she reached out and snatched Zhou Yuan's sword, having just sensed a dense killing intent that was even more potent than before. She could ascertain that Zhou Yuan genuinely intended to eliminate the corpulent female cultivator, with an intensity surpassing his previous desire. Yunyu, you must understand, a person who cannot accept another's apology is undoubtedly lacking in kindness, or rather, is perpetually self-centered. Such individuals are truly repugnant, Zhou Yuan remarked as he produced a high-grade healing pill and placed it in the unconscious woman's mouth, simultaneously pouring 2 mouthfuls of spirit liquid down her throat to facilitate her swift recovery. Ugh, ow, my face hurts terribly. The overweight female cultivator slowly opened her eyes, only to find Zhou Yuan coldly observing her from nearby. Who are you? Where is that damned little witch? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed as the woman's face immediately swelled. She looked dazedly at Zhou Yuan. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to hit me? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yuan struck her again, knocking her out cold. Yunyu, have you finished your beating? Do you want to join in and give a few slaps? No, I'm tired of hitting her. Yunyu shook her head, glancing at the now disfigured female cultivator, before grasping Zhou Yuan's hand, eager to leave. The lotus petals dissipated, and Yunyu and Zhou Yuan stepped out. Is the matter resolved? Yes, it's done. Let's go. Zhou Yuan nodded, preparing to escort them back. You go ahead. I'll stay behind for another round. Lu Shuilian smiled gently, raising her little fist. All right, don't forget to come for dinner later. I'll grill meat for you. Zhou Yuan exchanged a high five with Lu Shuilian, then embraced her with one arm. Leaning in to whisper in her ear, don't let her remain at Qingyun's sect. It's quite bothersome for you. Absolutely, I won't hold back, little girl. I caught you a whole bottle of fireflies. Are you happy? At the last moment before the flying sword took off, a male cultivator rushed out, presenting a small glass bottle filled to the brim with fireflies. Thank you. Yunyu joyfully accepted the bottle, her face beaming with delight. Here, take this. It seems to control the parasites on you. I extracted it from the consciousness of that overweight cultivator. Thank you. Thank you so much. The male cultivator's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement as he waved goodbye to the group in the air. Chapter 69. You are the foolish one. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed down, illuminating the world's first dust, Zhou Yuan remained in slumber, not in his humble wooden cabin, but on a lavish, resplendent bed, his body contorted in a peculiar position, snoring softly. Wah, has Sister Qing Lian gotten up yet? Could you please help me with my hair? Yunming cheerfully pushed open the door to Sister Qing Lian's chamber, hoping to rouse Lu Shuilian. Huh? Yunming curiously observed Zhou Yuan, who was deeply asleep on the bed, then stepped back to confirm her location. What is going on? Why is brother Zhou Yuan sleeping here? Shouldn't he be in the guest room? Yunming murmured as she approached the slumbering Zhou Yuan, lightly tapping him. Naughty Zhou Yuan, sneaking onto Sister Qing Lian's bed. Do you like her that much? As Yunming spoke, she kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, straddling Zhou Yuan, wrapping her arms around him. Brother Zhou Yuan, wake up quickly. Don't laze about. The sun is already up. She gently pecked him on the cheek, and seeing no response, a triumphant smile spread across her face as she pouted, preparing to kiss him again. How heavy? Am I being pressed down by a ghost? Zhou Yuan thought, perplexed, as he cracked open his eyes slightly to survey the situation. Ugh, in the next moment, Zhou Yuan lifted the petite Yunming, his gaze wandering in confusion between her and the surroundings. Did you all sleep with me last night? Where are Yunyu and Yunling? Not at all. I came to wake you up, Yunming replied, gazing adoringly at him with her wide, innocent eyes. Oh, I suppose I should indeed get up, Zhou Yuan declared, tossing Yunming onto the bed as he prepared to roll off. Hiss, something's off. As Zhou Yuan extended his legs, he suddenly felt a weakness overcome him, causing him to kneel against the bed. Zhou Yuan rubbed his face, struggling to rise while leaning against the wall, only to feel a dull ache in his lower back and an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. What on earth is happening? Zhou Yuan pondered, resigned to sit back on the bed and began to circulate his spiritual energy to replenish his reserves. However, as he did so, he sensed something amiss. Aside from his aching back, his body felt filled with spiritual energy, the liquid essence within him swelling and gradually transforming into a viscous power. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had unknowingly reached the pinnacle of foundation building, just a step away from forming a core. What the heck? How did this happen? Did my body autonomously convert my essence into spiritual energy? Otherwise, how can I explain this sensation of being utterly drained? Zhou Yuan mused, instinctively reaching to feel his lower back. Hiss, I really have been drained dry. He shook his head, continuing to diligently restore his essence. Brother Zhou Yuan, what's wrong? You appear quite fatigued, Yunming inquired. Inching closer to him, her eyes filled with curiosity as she observed his pale, drained complexion. Ids nothing. Perhaps I overindulged in some wildflower essence, leaving me a bit weak and weary. After replenishing some essence, Zhou Yuan's complexion improved significantly, allowing him to finally engage in conversation with Yunming. Flower essence? Does Sister Shui Lian's mountain also have flower essence? Yunming tilted her head in confusion, trying to recall the appearance of the flower essence from her memories. Indeed, there are various spirits and creatures in this world, and flower spirits are among them. They emerge from flowering shrubs and can take the form of tiny female cultivators. But their bodies are ethereal, merely the size of a thumb, hence they are not particularly favored by male cultivators. They feed on the essence of heaven and earth and may stealthily arrive at your home, leaving a mark of affection upon you while draining your essence, granting you a wondrous dream. Brother Zhou Yuan, I remember. There were flower spirits on Peach Blossom Mountain, and they were so beautiful. Yunming recalled the flower spirits that played with her during her childhood on Peach Blossom Mountain, a silly smile spreading across her face. No, our flower spirit on Peach Blossom Mountain is different. After all, it is the only one of its kind, in its own words. It is the world's first peach blossom demon, and it does not drain human essence. Zhou Yuan reminisced about the flower spirit that loved to sleep in and was quite mischievous, and he couldn't help but smile. By the way, Yunming, why do you still have your hair down? Didn't you ask your sister to do your hair? Zhou Yuan asked, ruffling her hair, which was already disheveled and tangled. Ugh, brother Zhou Yuan, you're so annoying, Yunming protested, struggling to escape his grasp, her expression one of indignation. I intended to find Sister Shui Lian to do my hair, but I couldn't find her, so now I must go seek her out. As she spoke, Yunming instinctively dashed towards the door, forgetting to wear her shoes, her little feet pattering quickly. Wait, why don't you look for me? Wasn't I the one who did your hair when you were little? Zhou Yuan waved his hand, using spiritual energy to pull Yunming back to him, while smoothing her hair, his expression somewhat displeased, resembling a father who clings to his daughter despite her lack of affection. No. When you used to do our hair, it was either too loose or too tight, and I always had to find my sister to redo it, which was quite bothersome. Yunming's expression shifted, as memories of Zhou Yuan's hair braiding mishaps flooded back, causing her to instinctively retract her head, reluctantly voicing her complaints. Wait, does that mean Yunling could braid hair back then? Why did she still come to me every day for it? Zhou Yuan pondered, cradling Yunming in his arms while continuing to tend to her hair, his curiosity piqued up. Oh, that's because Sister Yun didn't know how to braid hair. Yunling wasn't very skilled at doing her own hair. And since Yunyu and I could only make things worse, we had no choice but to come to you, Yunming explained, sticking out her tongue and laughing shyly. Now that Yunyu had also learned to braid her own hair, it was quite embarrassing that she still could not. Oh, I see. Then Yunming, let me braid your hair once. Let us see how my technique compares to yours and Yunling's. Different? How different? You pull my hair and make my scalp hurt, Zhou Yuan lightly smacked Yun Ming's bottom. Yun Ming shrank her neck, falling silent, merely pointing at her hair, indicating that Zhou Yuan could proceed with the braiding. Then, how does it feel? What do you think? It is quite comfortable, isn't it? I did not expect that brother Zhou Yuan's skills would be so exceptional. What hairstyle do you desire? Hairstyle? It seems that Sister Yunling has never asked me this question. What should I choose? Then I shall style your hair into a cherry Maruko bun, for you are as adorably charming and delightfully silly as Maruko herself. Nonsense. You are the silly one. Chapter 70. I will go buy you some oranges. After enjoying the breakfast bought by Lu Shualian, the three little ones cheerfully went off to work, leaving only Lu Shualian, who rested her chin on one hand, silently watching Zhou Yuan. Smack, smack. Zhou Yuan took a sip of the perfectly warm porridge, expertly smacking his lips, and looked up at Lu Shualian with a hint of curiosity. Why aren't you drinking your porridge? Do you find it unpalatable? No, I am quite full. I brought it specifically for you all. Lu Shualian smiled, pushing her porridge closer to Zhou Yuan. Here, I see you enjoy it, so have some. No, you've already had some. I don't wish to drink it now. While slurping his porridge, Zhou Yuan pushed Lu Shualian's bowl back towards her, gesturing for her to eat her own. What is this? Are you rejecting me? Lu Shualian's brows furrowed slightly as she set her chin down and looked at Zhou Yuan with mild displeasure. Not at all. How could I ever reject you? I merely observed that you don't appear to be eating, and I wanted you to have a bite, for this porridge is quite good. Zhou Yuan replied, displaying his empty bowl to Lu Shualian as he dabbed his mouth with 2 napkins. I'm not too inclined to eat unless you feed me, Lu Shualian said, handing Zhou Yuan a spoon and patting the chair beside her. Gazing at him expectantly, Really? You need someone to feed you porridge? You've been spoiled. Zhou Yuan remarked, though he obediently accepted the spoon and moved to sit beside Lu Shualian, lifting the still warm porridge from the table. Come, open wide, eat, Zhou Yuan said, bringing a spoonful of porridge to Lu Shualian's lips, speaking a bit impatiently, and Lu Shualian rolled her eyes at Zhou Yuan but obediently swallowed the porridge he offered. Could you be a bit more gentle? At this rate, I might as well drink it myself. Lu Shualian clenched her tiny fist, her expression amiable as she asked, Oh, I can't change that. You drink it yourself? Zhou Yuan chuckled, placing the spoon back into the bowl of porridge, preparing to hand it to Lu Shualian. You better reconsider. Are you certain you cannot change? Lu Shualian's expression remained unchanged, yet her Yuan-ing stage cultivation slowly emanated from her, causing Zhou Yuan's expression to shift slightly. Ahem, pardon my rudeness, I possess no virtues, except that I can swiftly amend my mistakes, Zhou Yuan said, placing the porridge bowl back in front of himself, scooping up a spoonful, gently blowing on it before slowly presenting it to Lu Shualian. Come, my dear, open wide for your porridge. Lu Shualian opened her mouth, her face aglow with happiness as she consumed the spoonful of porridge. How does it taste? Is it good? Come, open your mouth for another bite. It's delicious, but could you refrain from using reduplicative words? It's a bit unsettling, Lu Shualian replied, rolling her eyes at Zhou Yuan. Yet her face bore a smile of satisfaction. As time passed languidly, Lu Shualian leaned against Zhou Yuan, finishing the porridge bite by bite. All right, the porridge is finished, and you seem to be nearly full. Shall we take a stroll, perhaps to aid digestion? After feeding her, Zhou Yuan gently nudged the now drowsy Lu Shualian away from his embrace, setting down the empty bowl and stretching his limbs to stroll. Perfect timing. Today seems to be the monthly Tao discussion conference, doesn't it? We can go and have a look. Lu Shualian also stood, skillfully linking her arm with Zhou Yuan's as they made their way towards the door. Hurry, hurry. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. I think there are already no seats available. Let us take our time. I concur. Perhaps we should just observe from the outskirts, after all. We are not particularly obsessed with the Tao. Whether we see clearly or vaguely, it matters little. How absurd. Today is the Tao discussion by Master Shang's Qing Shu. Should it resonate with the Tao? The heavens might descend with Tao rhythms. Experiencing even a hint of it would greatly benefit our future cultivation. However, the discussion platform is limited. By the time we arrive, we want to secure a good spot. True, but I still wish to hurry over. Even if we cannot capture the Tao rhythm, witnessing Master Shang's exquisite beauty is worthwhile. Indeed, then let us hasten our steps. Darn it, I shouldn't have listened to you. We should have left sooner. Perfect timing. It appears the Tao discussion conference has yet to commence. Zhou Yuan remarked as he descended his flying sword with Lu Shuilian, arriving at the periphery of the discussion platform. Ready to find a spot to sit? What's wrong with you? Why do you walk so awkwardly? After a few steps, Zhou Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at Lu Shuilian, quickly scanning her from head to toe, searching for any issues. It's nothing. My monthly cycle has arrived, and I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lu Shuilian replied shyly, gently nudging Zhou Yuan. Really? But I recall your cycle wasn't due for a few days. Why has it arrived early? Zhou Yuan inquired, attempting to take Lu Shuilian's hand, wanting to check her pulse to assess her condition. Stop it. I'm fine. Let us find a seat quickly and see if there have been any innovations at the Dao discussion conference during my absence. Lu Shuilian chastised Zhou Yuan with a glance, swiftly withdrawing her hand and grabbing his hand, leading him forward to the front rows. The further they moved ahead, the more cultivators appeared, no longer confined by mere seating arrangements. Many cultivators displayed their talents, with some bringing their own stools, others sitting directly on the ground, some perched upon their partners' laps, while others upon those of strangers. Wait, others' partners? Never mind, let us just stay here. They seem rather odd. Lu Shuilian observed the chaotic scene before her, shaking her head silently, pulling Zhou Yuan back. All right, we've secured our seats. You can sit here for a moment while I go buy you some oranges. After finding their seats, Zhou Yuan stood up, gently touching Lu Shuilian's forehead with a tender smile. Oranges? Why buy oranges? Lu Shuilian looked curiously at Zhou Yuan's back, puzzled as to why he insisted on purchasing oranges. Could it be that oranges are simply that delicious? Perhaps I should buy some to keep in my storage ring, so when Zhou Yuan desires them, I can proudly present them, and he will surely praise me as gentle and considerate. As she pondered this, a sweet smile graced Lu Shuilian's face, causing a nearby chubby female cultivator to momentarily lose her focus, her cheeks blushing for a long while. Chapter 71. Engaging in a little business unbeknownst to him. Zhou Yuan had already reached the outskirts of the Dao discussion conference. Finding an empty spot, Zhou Yuan quickly set up his modest stall, skillfully retrieving a variety of goods from his storage ring, including breakfast items, milk tea, and fruit juice, filling the stall to the brim. Today is a splendid day, and with so many cultivators attending the Dao discussion conference, it seems I will be able to earn a little profit once more. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, smiling as he began to proficiently sell his wares. Have you eaten breakfast? Would you like a bun? The porridge is also quite good. Esteemed cultivator, would you care for some oil cakes? Fried dough sticks are also available. These breakfast items had been procured in bulk from a breakfast shop in Yunlin City when Zhou Yuan returned, intending to heat them with spiritual energy for later consumption, thus sparing himself the effort of cooking. However, circumstances had changed. Zhou Yuan, with his keen sense, had discovered boundless business opportunities through this Dao discussion conference. Breakfast meant merely breakfast for himself, but for others, it transformed into genuine spirit stones. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively, the aroma of breakfast mingling with Zhou Yuan's calls drawing in waves of cultivators. The cultivators reveled in this ambience, gathering to select their preferred breakfast choices. Although these items were somewhat pricey, no, they were outrageously expensive. What could be more delightful than enjoying breakfast while attending the Dao discussion conference? Wasn't it a kind of experience? Wasn't it a form of enjoyment? In less than half an hour, Zhou Yuan had sold out of all his breakfast items, though the milk tea and fruit juice remained largely untouched. Should I wait until I sell these milk tea and juice before seeking Lu Shuilian? Or should I go find her now? Such a difficult decision. Despite these thoughts, Zhou Yuan remained comfortably seated on his small stool, showing no intention of moving. Dong, 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 the resounding chimes of the bell echoed thrice, signaling that the Qingyun sect's Dao discussion conference was about to commence. They're coming, someone shouted, and everyone looked up at the sky. In the heavens above, the holy son of Qingyun sect, Ma Baozong, and Shang Qing walked side by side, descending gracefully from the sky. Today, Master Shang looks exceptionally beautiful indeed. She has always been stunning. Zhou Yuan also looked up at Shang Qing, utterly captivated. This female cultivator was simply breathtaking. Today, Shang Qing donned a simple yet elegant long dress, her flowing hair elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, while the majority cascaded down her back, reaching her waist. The long locks danced gently in the breeze, resembling a fairy or a spirit from a painting. Beyond this, she bore no adornments, no pouches, no fragrant sachets, no bracelets or necklaces. The simplicity, purity, and unembellished nature of her appearance radiated a captivating beauty, evoking the image of a woman who seeks the profound truths of the universe, indifferent to the trivialities of the world. Yet, in Zhou Yuan's eyes, this was the first time he truly beheld this female cultivator. Admittedly, he had encountered her once before in Yunlin City, but the impression she left then paled in comparison to the allure he felt now. She exuded an air of aloofness, yet there was an undeniable warmth to her presence. Not far from her stood Ma Baozong, positioned several paces away. Today, he was impeccably dressed, adorned with various trinkets and sashes, presenting himself like a proud rooster preening its feathers. "Look at Ma Shengzi, he is so handsome," exclaimed one voice. "Indeed, I wish to bear his children." Many female cultivators blushed and began to squeal, as though rallying to cheer for their beloved brother. Meanwhile, Lu Shualian could no longer remain seated. She rose and made her way toward Zhou Yuan, perplexed by the length of time he took merely to purchase an orange. Was he attempting to sneak away and leave her hanging? How unamusing! Behind the stall, Zhou Yuan disdainfully curled his lip while arranging cups of milk tea, his gaze intermittently drifting toward Ma Baozong overhead, calculating the worth of his extravagant attire. Zhou Yuan pondered the value of Ma Baozong's garments and ornaments. A familiar, melodious female voice interrupted his thoughts. "Boss, a cup of milk tea, please." "Certainly. However, dear lady, let us refrain from casually critiquing others' attire, for fashion is a matter of personal freedom. Yet, your words do resonate with me. Consider this milk tea my treat," Zhou Yuan replied, reaching for a cup to hand to the girl before him. Shualian, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yuan stammered, his hand holding the milk tea frozen in place. "I came to see if someone managed to buy an orange." "It appears you did not," Lu Shualian pouted, playfully pinching Zhou Yuan's cheek. "Well, it's a bit of a long story involving the orange purchase that I can't easily explain," he mumbled, feeling the weight of her scrutinizing gaze. You're still evading the truth. I suspect you wanted to leave me behind without explanation," Lu Shualian said, releasing her hold on his face and crossing her arms, her expression one of discontent. "Absolutely not, Shualian. You know me better than that. I would never do such a thing. I merely intended to sell some food amidst the throngs gathered here and return to find you afterward." "I had no intention of leaving you in the lurch," Zhou Yuan insisted, gently tugging at the hem of her garment in hopes of earning her forgiveness. "Humph. I'm not keen on hearing excuses." "How can I trust you?" Lu Shualian replied, turning her head away in dissatisfaction. "I would never deceive you. After all, we've been friends for years. There's no need for such antics," Zhou Yuan reassured her, retrieving the milk tea he had placed on the table and warming it with his spiritual energy before smiling as he offered it to Lu Shualian. "Here, drink the milk tea. You've served as an envoy in the mortal realm for so long. I imagine it's been ages since you've savored a cup." "Humph, credit where it's due. At least you know to treat me to milk tea. Be sure to prepare some for me when I leave." "Milk tea? Fruit juice and snacks. And make sure there's plenty. Last time you provided too little, and I finished it all within a month," Lu Shualian suggested while sipping her drink, oblivious to Zhou Yuan's exasperated expression. "By the way, Zhou Yuan, did you say you'd return only after selling all the milk tea and juice?" she inquired, glancing at Ma Baozong and Shang Qingshu, who were taking their places on the debate stage. "Not at all. Once the debate begins, I'll return to find you, even if I haven't sold everything. After all, I want to watch the debate with you," Zhou Yuan declared, scanning the crowd of cultivators, hoping they might approach to purchase his wares. "How many cups of milk tea have you sold?" Lu Shualian casually asked. "Ugh, that's a sore point. My milk tea isn't even that expensive. So why do they only buy breakfast and ignore my drinks? Should I consider selling soy milk instead?" Zhou Yuan lamented, taking a sip from his own cup. "Indeed, soy milk pairs well with breakfast. But it's widely available and not particularly pricey. I may have no choice but to lower my prices," he continued, sipping his milk tea while pondering the situation. "Wait, you mean to say you haven't sold a single cup of milk tea?" "Yes, what of it?" Zhou Yuan responded, puzzled. "So, apart from the one I bought, no other girls have purchased any milk tea here?" she pressed. "Correct, and you haven't bought any either. That cup in your hand is my gift to you. If you want more, you'll have to pay," he joked, beginning to tidy up his stall in preparation to join Lu Shualian for the debate. "Wait, I'll buy all of them," Lu Shualian exclaimed, tossing a high-grade spirit stone to Zhou Yuan. "Is this enough?" "What? Why are you buying so much? Can you even drink it all? He questioned incredulously. Why do you care? I'm taking them all, Lu Shualian declared. Her hands on her hips, a triumphant smile on her face as she gathered all the milk tea and fruit juice into her storage ring. All right, fine. Since you're taking them all, we needn't linger here any longer. Let us go watch the debate, Zhou Yuan said, tossing a sign that read take a number, pay after receiving service onto the stall before turning to lead Lu Shualian toward their seats. On the debate stage, Shang Qingshu and Ma Baozong had already begun their exchange, engaging in a battle of wits. Unbeknownst to many, a rushing river had appeared, encircling them. The water flowed fiercely, at times turbulent, at others tranquil, enveloping both cultivators. All things possess a spirit. I wish to learn the virtues of water, Shang Qingshu smiled, pointing to the river before her, where the water transformed into a fish, frolicking joyfully around her fingertip. Why learn the virtues of water? Humans are the pinnacle of all beings. Should we not aspire to emulate the virtues of our ancestors? Ma Baozong countered. Humans arise from all things and coexist harmoniously. Not as sovereigns over them, Shang Qingshu replied, her voice momentarily quieting. The fish in her hand morphed into a delicate butterfly, fluttering gracefully towards the figure behind Ma Baozong, who extended a hand to allow the butterfly to alight softly upon it. With a resounding crash, the water surged forward, and the figure behind Ma Baozong vanished, merging back into the river. Wow, that's impressive, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, leaning closer to Lu Shualian, excitement bubbling within him as he pointed at the stage. Momentarily at a loss for words, goodness, that tickles. Lu Shualian rolled her eyes, wrapping her arms around Zhou Yuan's neck and affectionately ruffling his hair, her gaze reminiscent of an elder sister observing her wayward younger brother. Have you never attended a debate before? She asked, bemused. Not really. I've caught glimpses here and there, but I was mostly busy selling things and never paid much attention, Zhou Yuan admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed as he struggled to escape her playful grip. After a moment, he surrendered, shifting positions to comfortably rest his head on Lu Shualian's lap. Now this is how it should be. If you could remain this obedient, it would be splendid, she said, stroking his face while explaining the nuances of the debate stage. Our Qingyun sect's debate stage reveals each individual's understanding of the Tao. Of course, the clarity of that revelation depends on one's depth of comprehension. If one's understanding is superficial, even a flower or blade of grass may prove difficult to manifest. I see. But why did Shang Qingshu's butterfly manage to outshine the formidable figure that Ma Baozong manifested? The butterfly hardly seemed powerful, Zhou Yuan remarked, his eyes narrowing in interest as he observed Ma Baozong's disarray upon the disappearance of his spectral figure, unable to suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. They are not the same. Strength is not solely determined by appearance. While Ma Baozong's manifestation appears powerful, his understanding of the Tao is lacking, preventing him from fully realizing the potential of his spectral figure, which ultimately becomes a mere shell. In contrast, Shang Qingshu's butterfly is a true reflection of her understanding of the Tao, allowing her to fully unleash her capabilities. Shang Qingshu, glancing up at the scene, expressed a hint of anticipation for the forthcoming developments. Ahem, very well, let us delve into the origins. Why do you seek to learn the virtues of water? Is there truly something worthy of emulation within it? Ma Baozong adjusted his posture, endeavoring to calm his restless heart. All right, I shall elucidate the virtues of water from three perspectives. Firstly, while water appears delicate, it possesses remarkable resilience. It can ascend to the heavens and penetrate the earth, even carving through solid stone. This is what we call strength. As soon as he finished speaking, torrents of water surged upwards, forming a waterfall suspended in the azure sky. The powerful currents shattering rocks, forcefully cascading into the sea of clouds, a magnificent spectacle of overwhelming force. That's one aspect. What else? Ma Baozong's voice trembled slightly, panic evident in his eyes. He acknowledged that he had underestimated the woman before him. Secondly, water seemingly lacks a fixed direction, yet it flows according to the terrain, circumventing obstacles and rushing forth when given an opening. This is known as adaptability. As the words left his lips, the waterfall's currents burst forth, transforming into numerous streams that meandered softly, unbeknownst to them enveloping the two completely. Water, everywhere water, with sprays cascading through the air, flowing gently along the crevices, riding the waves of ethereal energy, synchronizing with the rhythm of their breaths. Emma Baozong felt on the brink of madness. It was as if he were in a humid realm saturated with moisture. Despite the absence of water before him, he could feel it gradually encroaching from all directions. From within his very being, in that moment, he sensed not the fluidity of water, but an overwhelming sense of helplessness swirling within his heart. Chapter 73. I wish to compete with you once more. Fine. I understand now. Please proceed to the next point. Made Baozong's voice strained to suppress his anger, as he struggled to maintain his composure. Oh, very well. Shang Qingshu nodded. Though somewhat perplexed, she continued to share her insights on water. Lastly, water is the source of life. Without it, all beings would perish. Yet, it does not vie for recognition, nor does it flaunt its achievements. Remaining humble in its essence, as she spoke, she raised her finger. A crystalline droplet of water dancing upon it. Baozong cast a curious glance around. Relieved to find no commotion, his form gradually relaxing as he observed the droplet gliding slowly along Shang Qingshu's finger. There was no extraordinary spectacle. Rather, it seemed as if nothing was amiss. If one were to speak of significance, perhaps it was merely the droplet resting upon Shang Qingshu's fingertip. Not quite, I disagree. Why is water deemed the source of life? I believe a cultivator's existence stems from the power of the spirit, which is infinite and transcendent. It is the spirit that constitutes the essence of life. As his words faded, water coalesced beside Ma Baozong, forming an ethereal doppelganger, mirroring his demeanor, attire, and even presence, as if it were another version of himself. The spirit, indeed, may transcend the physical form. Yet why do you assume it remains unaffected by this world? By the source of life. As she spoke, Shang Qingshu casually flicked the droplet from her finger. The droplet traversed the air, sunlight glinting off it, casting a subtle halo. Plop! The droplet fell to the ground. Not traveling far, yet it resonated with a weighty sound, echoing not from the earth, but from the hearts of every cultivator present, reverberating profoundly and creating ripples within their souls. The principle of benevolence is akin to water, nourishing all without contention. Unanimously, this thought emerged in the minds of the crowd. At this moment, some astute cultivators had already seated themselves in meditation, savoring the profound implications, while others, less discerning, continued to revel in the spectacle. Puzzled as to why Shang Qingshu's grand demonstration was merely a droplet of water. This is dire, Ma Baozong, sensing the reverberations within his heart, cast a foreboding glance at his ethereal counterpart. Indeed, his doppelganger was swiftly dissipating. Akin to the droplet that had just fallen from the sky, Ma Baozong had lost. Frustrated, he struck his knee with a fist, rising in discontent. It is precisely due to these qualities that water perpetually cycles in nature, becoming the eternal source of the earth. It is for this reason that I aspire to learn the virtues of water. Shang Qingshu smiled, bowing respectfully to Ma Baozong before turning to depart from the discussion platform. Damn it, she must be mocking me. Ma Baozong glared at Shang Qingshu's retreating figure, feeling a flush of heat on his face. No, I am the Holy Sun. How can my understanding of the Tao be inferior to that of an ordinary cultivator? What will others think of me? How can I face the world as the Holy Sun? Damn it, this is intolerable. Wait. Under the influence of his swirling thoughts, Ma Baozong instinctively called out. Shang Qingshu turned back, looking at him with curiosity. As there's something you wish to discuss, Holy Sun? I find it difficult to accept my defeat. I must compete with you again. Ma Baozong returned to his previous position, politely gesturing for Shang Qingshu to sit as well. Holy Sun, perhaps you are mistaken. Our exchange is merely a discussion of the Tao, devoid of winners or losers. There is no need to take it so seriously. Shang Qingshu said, slowly approaching her seat, observing the unfriendly expression on Ma Baozong's face, hesitating before finally sitting down. Well then, I shall refrain from delving into profound matters. Let us discuss simpler concepts. Shang Qingshu smiled, tentatively posing her question. No need. Discussing the grand Tao is sufficient. I can comprehend. Ma Baozong shook his head, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. I see now. Shang Qingshu, not receiving a satisfactory answer, felt the desire for further dialogue waning. An extended silence ensued. Ma Baozong, noticing her lack of response, regarded her with curiosity. Why do you refrain from asking questions? Do you believe that as the Holy Sun, I am unworthy of engaging in discourse with you? Shang Qingshu struggled to maintain her composure, casting a resigned glance at Ma Baozong before speaking again. Then, may I ask, Holy Son, do you perceive success and failure as opposites? Indeed. Ma Baozong's tone was resolute, his voice booming as he sought to reclaim his lost dignity. Then, is survival opposed to extinction? Ma Baozong looked around in confusion, realizing that the flowing river had somehow transformed into a vast starry sky. With stars twinkling incessantly, yes, his answer remained unwavering, yet now, he found himself with no retreat. Is it not true that the rising and setting of the sun are opposites? Ma Baozong gazed at the suddenly rising sun and moon, puzzled as to why Shang Qingshu would choose to illustrate with such celestial bodies, knowing that no one could fully manifest them without consequence. Did she not fear draining her spiritual energy? Correct. Though perplexed, Ma Baozong believed that the sun and moon were mere distractions employed by Shang Qingshu, steadfast in his choice. Shang Qingshu's lips curled into a subtle smile, observing Ma Baozong with the perspective of one who understands the multitude of beings. Then, when does the Holy Sun believe the sun begins to set after rising? Surely that is self-evident. The sun sets at dusk. Shang Qingshu shook her head. Alas, Holy Sun, you are mistaken. Mistaken? How can that be? Ma Baozong exclaimed, his tone tinged with agitation. It was a widely recognized truth that the sun slants westward at dusk, followed by the arrival of night. Shang Qingshu continued to shake her head. Time flows unceasingly. We are all in motion. The sun, as ever, approaches the west from the moment it rises in the east. Baozong seemed to grasp something profound, his expression shifting constantly. Chapter 74. The absence of desire for communication. Thus, the sun begins its descent the instant it rises, does it not? Might the changes between life and death be similarly intertwined? Shang Qingshu's calm words struck Ma Baozong with immense force, leaving him momentarily speechless. Rooted in place, unsure of how to respond. Life and death, transformation, principles. Ma Baozong murmured to himself, his eyes filled with bewilderment, his mind swirling in confusion, incapable of articulating his thoughts. Ma Baozong, focus your mind and contemplate the grand Tao. This is your opportunity. A gruff voice boomed from the stands, a burly middle-aged man shouting loudly. He was Ma Baozong's master, the second elder of Qingyun's sect. The voice crashed like thunder in Ma Baozong's mind, momentarily restoring clarity. No. I refuse this opportunity. I cannot accept the chance bestowed by an adversary. I must discuss the Tao. My path is correct. My path is the best. I should bring opportunities to others, not be taught or influenced by another's path. Baozong shook his head, determination hardening in his gaze. Life remains a mystery yet to be unraveled, and the significance of existence is still beyond comprehension. Thus, why delve into the enigma of death? How can one fathom the unknown of life, if they cannot grasp the certainty of death? Shang Qingshu cast a somewhat surprised glance at Ma Baozong, feeling a flicker of admiration for him, though it was still far from sufficient. Holy Son, may I inquire, do you believe that cultivators can attain immortality? No. Ma Baozong's reply lacked the earlier conviction, for the ultimate aspiration of most cultivators is indeed to seek longevity. Indeed, all beings in the world cannot escape the inevitability of death. Often, each moment we live brings us closer to that end. Do you concur? I do. Ma Baozong affirmed, casting another glance at Shang Qingshu. Seemingly puzzled by her inclination to equate humans with other life forms, in his worldview, humans are the apex of creation, the favored children of the heavens, the sovereigns of all existence. Other weaker and more ignorant beings are unworthy of companionship with humanity. Therefore, from the very moment of human birth, the journey toward death begins. Do you find this notion correct? And what of it? The lifespan of a cultivator is exceedingly long. The natural cycle of aging and death is of little consequence. Holy Son, I must clarify that I speak of humanity, not cultivators. The mundane who have yet to ascend are granted but a fleeting existence, often encountering death before they have even begun to comprehend the world they inhabit. With a sigh, Shang Qingshu reflected on her experiences among many such individuals, who, despite their yearning to explore the world, are unable to fully traverse it due to their limited lifespans. Ma Baozong found himself at a loss for words. You also agreed that after the sunrise, the sun inevitably sets, just as humanity embarks on the path to death from the moment of birth. Thus, this discourse, initiated with your desire to prevail, is destined to conclude in failure. Do you not agree? With that, Shang Qingshu rose gracefully, leaving Ma Baozong, who was blushing and flustered a short distance away, to ponder her words as she descended from the platform with ease. Ma Baozong covered his head, reluctantly standing, nodding slightly towards Shang Qingshu's departing figure, and then a voice, tinged with reluctance, emerged slowly. I concur. With that, the debate came to a close. The cultivators in the audience, most sitting cross-legged, swiftly digested the insights gained from the discourse. Reflecting on the profound wisdom of Shang Qingshu's teachings, some remained silent, observing Ma Baozong's departure with expressions of confusion and disbelief. So, what do you think? Did you learn anything from this debate? Lu Shuilian, having watched the proceedings, turned to the resting Zhou Yuan, who lay upon her knee, and inquired with a smile. Huh? It's over. Zhou Yuan yawned, blinking his bleary eyes and instinctively glancing towards the debate platform. Yes, it's concluded. You didn't miss anything, did you? Lu Shuilian said, somewhat exasperated, as Zhou Yuan's clumsiness had inadvertently caused him to bump into her chin, which had left her feeling a bit sore. My apologies, let me blow on it for you. Zhou Yuan grinned as he leaned closer, gently blowing on her chin. Of course, it did little to alleviate the discomfort, yet for reasons unknown, it felt significantly better than before. First, answer my earlier question. Did you really not hear anything at all? Lu Shuilian poked Zhou Yuan's cheek, her voice tinged with exasperation. I caught a bit here and there, but I became quite drowsy. Plus, your knee is so soft. I couldn't help but feel sleepy. Zhou Yuan scratched his head sheepishly, resembling a child caught in mischief. Well, whatever, I had hoped to ignite your passion for cultivation by bringing you here. But it seems this debate has had little impact on you. I suppose I should seek other methods, perhaps find some pills or treasures that can enhance your cultivation without side effects. And I'll figure out a way to acquire some for you. Lu Shuilian sighed softly, her concern for Zhou Yuan's future evident. There are indeed pills or treasures that can enhance cultivation, but they are not easily found. It may require a certain price to pay. Never mind, I'll place all the costs on Zhou Yuan's shoulders, ensuring he can never repay me, forever bound to me. With that thought, Lu Shuilian steeled herself and looked up at the somewhat bewildered Zhou Yuan. Actually, I don't really need to enhance my cultivation. If I truly wanted to, I could do it quickly. Don't kid around. Your cultivation speed is slower than an ant. If it weren't for me last night, Lu Shuilian suddenly realized she had said something amiss and quickly covered her mouth. Last night? Zhou Yuan asked, intrigued but not pressing further. Instead, he proudly pointed to himself, fully displaying his cultivation level. Foundation establishment complete? I remember you were still at Qi refinement when I left. How did you progress to foundation establishment so quickly? Lu Shuilian regarded Zhou Yuan with astonishment, making him feel somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Could it be that I am some kind of furnace body? How else to explain this fellow's accelerated cultivation? As she pondered, Lu Shuilian couldn't help but nod, her small hands instinctively clenching. Yes, that must be it. Zhou Yuan, oh Zhou Yuan, revel in your fortune. Having met me is like finding a treasure. Without me, you would likely remain in Qi refinement for your entire life. Mua Lu Shuilian's excitement grew, and she abruptly pulled Zhou Yuan in for a kiss. What the, Lu Shuilian? What are you doing? Don't get your spit on my face. Zhou Yuan quickly wiped the spot where she had kissed him, retreating several steps to distance himself from her. Hiss, that silly fool. Just wait until tonight. I'll show you. Lu Shuilian ground her small tiger teeth, mildly annoyed, and playfully punched Zhou Yuan before dragging him outside. With the debate concluded, it was time to leave. Chapter 75. The Journey to the Spirit Testing Hall at Qingyun Sect. On the Spirit Testing Hall's path of forbidden spirits, two figures were slowly ascending, one in front of the other. Zhou Yuan? Hurry up! If you walk so slowly, when will we ever reach the Spirit Testing Hall to register? Lu Shuilian said, glancing back at Zhou Yuan, who was dawdling behind, his eyes darting around, and raised her small fist in jest. Almost there, almost there. It's just that I haven't been here in so many years, and seeing these familiar sights has triggered a flood of memories. Zhou Yuan replied, glancing at a nearby pine tree where he had carved a few words. Huaihai Road. Little Peiqi visited here. I can't climb anymore. I want to go down. There were more inscriptions, though some were becoming hard to decipher. The carving was quite crude, uneven and deep, suggesting he had been earnest at the time. Lost in thought, Zhou Yuan couldn't contain his smile, as he envisioned the innocent youth he once was, holding a stone found by the roadside, carefully etching his thoughts under the watchful eye of a younger Lu Shuilian. What are you grinning at? You're already silly enough, and you look even sillier when you smile. Lu Shuilian teased, effortlessly leaping over several dozen steps to land gracefully in front of Zhou Yuan. Let us move. Otherwise, the spirit testing hall will close soon, and we'll have to climb again tomorrow. She grasped Zhou Yuan's hand, pulling him along as they quickly ascended. Shuilian, why are we going to the spirit testing hall? Has your aptitude improved? No, it's because for this sect competition, every participating cultivator must come to the spirit testing hall to test their cultivation level a week in advance. Rankings will be determined based on cultivation and strength during the competition, with higher ranks receiving better rewards. Those with lower ranks can challenge those above them, and in the end, the top 10, 50, and 100 will receive rewards in their respective categories. Hiss, that doesn't seem to concern me much. I have no desire to compete for a top 10 spot. Zhou Yuan scratched his head, showing little interest in the rewards Lu Shuilian mentioned, as he felt he wouldn't be able to attain them anyway. Indeed, I never expected you to stand out. I brought you here today because I see you've reached foundation establishment completion. I wanted you to authenticate your cultivation first. Once that's done, you can break through to Golden Core, ensuring your safety during the competition and preventing you from getting beaten to a pulp. Lu Shuilian said, tightening her grip on Zhou Yuan's hand. Her expression earnest as she looked at him. During the sect competition, you must prioritize your own safety. Rankings are secondary, understood? Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded seriously, his expression somber. Something feels off. Why has the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? I have a system, after all. Surely I can dominate this sect competition, right? I should be able to, shouldn't I? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhou Yuan and Lu Shuilian arrived at the entrance of the spirit testing hall. The hall exuded solemnity, its walls constructed from large blocks of lapis lazuli, adorned with ancient and mysterious symbols. There was no door at the entrance, only a towering, majestic white jade steel. Go on. I'll wait for you outside. Lu Shuilian gestured with her chin, stepping aside to allow Zhou Yuan passage. The spirit testing hall can only test one cultivator's root and cultivation at a time, which is rather inefficient. All right, you wait here for a bit. I'll be out shortly. Zhou Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly as he stepped into the white steel, his figure transforming into a wisp of white light and vanishing. In a daze, as if separated by an entire era, Zhou Yuan suddenly jolted awake, descending from the platform to confront a crow, bespectacled and scrutinizing him intently. Name? The crow inquired, retrieving a small notebook and deftly flipping through its pages, which emitted a dazzling white light. Zhou Yuan gazed at the crow before him. He pondered the enchanting yet familiar voice of the alluring elder sister he had just recalled. He hesitated to associate this crow with the beloved confidant of his childhood. Zhou Yuan, are you a new disciple? The notebook's glow dimmed as the crow regarded Zhou Yuan with curiosity, a pin having mysteriously appeared on one of its wings. No, I've registered here before. Zhou Yuan, perplexed, wondered if he had used a different name during his previous visit. Can you recall the name you registered with last time? The bespectacled crow's ruby-like eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light. Huagua Shanzhou de Pao. That name does not exist. Please provide another. Then perhaps it was Wei Hu Shanzhou de Bang Chue. That one is also absent. You have one more chance. If you fail this time, I shall have to create a new file for you. Of course, establishing a new file for a new disciple requires 50 high-grade spirit stones, so it is advisable that you prepare accordingly. The bespectacled crow lady, twirling the pin with her wing, delivered this news to Zhou Yuan with a leisurely demeanor. What? 50 spirit stones? Why don't you just go rob someone? Zhou Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening as if he were confronting a thief. You have 3 minutes to contemplate your decision. After that, you may either depart or present the spirit stones for the new file. The crow lady elegantly adjusted her glasses, casually tossing the pin toward Zhou Yuan. What is she trying to accomplish? Does she intend to kill me with a pin? How absurd. Zhou Yuan mused, smirking dismissively at the pin that was about to strike his face. What a joke. Who among ordinary cultivators would fear a mere pin? Yet, the next moment, an alarm blared in Zhou Yuan's mind, prompting him to swiftly lean back while grounding his center of gravity. The pin transformed before his eyes into a long sword. Had he not anticipated the danger in time, he might have lost his head to it. With a clang, The long sword quivered momentarily at his throat before reverting to a pin and flying back to the crow lady's wing. Because of your earlier disrespect, you now have 1 minute and 20 seconds. Please make your choice swiftly, the crow lady remarked, her laughter echoing with a playful tone, as if Zhou Yuan were merely a spice in her otherwise mundane existence. What name could I possibly have chosen back then? Little Pony? No, that name is far too feminine. General Big Monster? Surely, I would not have favored such a greasy name. What could it have been? Wait, is this crow truly the gentle elder sister from my memories? Suddenly, Zhou Yuan recalled a conversation he had with that elder sister during his childhood, raising his head with a smile directed at the crow lady. Chapter 76. I wish to endure a beating. I believe I remember now, elder sister. Do you recall the little Peichi from Huaihai Road? Zhou Yuan chuckled, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Huaihai Road, little Peichi? That rings a bell. It feels familiar. Yet I cannot quite recall it at the moment. Let me see. The crow nudged her glasses and began flipping through the glowing notebook with renewed vigor. Huaihai Road, little Peichi. Aha! Found it. So it was you. How could I not recognize you after such a brief time apart? The bespectacled crow flapped her wings, suddenly appearing on Zhou Yuan's shoulder, playfully patting his head, her tone now lively and animated. Of course I've grown. I was just a child back then. Zhou Yuan looked at the crow perched on his shoulder, now certain that she was indeed the gentle elder sister of his childhood. By the way, I remember you as a gentle elder sister. Why do you now appear as a crow? Despite his certainty, Zhou Yuan remained puzzled, for that gentle elder sister had been the ethereal moonlight of his youth, a figure whose memory haunted him during sleepless nights. Sigh, don't mention it. The individuals who come to the spirit testing hall nowadays are dreadfully dull. There's no joy in taking on a human form. Besides, aside from the one time you visited, I have remained in this original state all these years. Crows are splendid, light, free, and utterly comfortable, the crow lady expressed, puffing out her chest with pride as she playfully tapped Zhou Yuan's head with her wing. Then why did you transform into a gentle elder sister to tempt me back then? Was it not with ulterior motives? Zhou Yuan jested, though a thought began to form in his mind. Could he persuade her to become that elder sister once more? Even if just for a fleeting moment? After all, he still occasionally longed for her gentle, graceful presence. It certainly was not. You were so boisterous before entering the spirit testing hall that I felt compelled to take on a human guise. Lest I appear inconsiderate, that's so. I reluctantly obliged, the crow lady replied, spreading her wings in apparent exasperation. By the way, do you remember what you said at the hall in trance back then? I certainly do not. How could I possibly remember something from my childhood? Humph. Yet, I seem to recall it all, while you refuse to remember a thing. Quite puzzling, indeed. The crow lady shook her head, visibly displeased with Zhou Yuan's failure to recall his own words. In her view, every relationship carried a reciprocal expectation, and should she find someone worthy of equal exchange, she would undoubtedly cherish every moment shared. Allow me to remind you, but I must say, your words from back then were rather amusing. The crow lady said, chuckling lightly, her voice melodious and pleasant to the ear. Amusing? How would I know? And could you please share it first? How could I find it amusing if you don't tell me? You asked, are there any lovely ladies here? If not, then my visit would be in vain, and I shall have to return to inquire once more. Did I truly say that? Why does it sound so crass? Zhou Yuan's face twitched, a hint of regret surfacing for his youthful words. I surely did not say anything else amusing, did I? That must have been the sole remark. Not at all. Every word you uttered back then was delightful. Yet, the one that left the deepest impression was the one where you said, if only I had a sister as gentle and kind as you, I would certainly want to endure a beating. The crow lady exclaimed. Soaring into the air and transforming into the elder sister, Zhou Yuan was so familiar with No. She seems even larger than before. Coughing, Zhou Yuan interjected. I believe we should focus on assessing my cultivation now. There's no need to dwell on the past. I have matters to attend to. He licked his lips, uttering words that felt disingenuous. Why are you in such a hurry? After all these years apart. I wish to have a proper conversation with you. The crow lady pouted but nonetheless touched Zhou Yuan's forehead. Relax your mind, do not resist. Otherwise, my consciousness may inadvertently harm you. Time flew by, and as the crow lady withdrew her finger, she gazed at Zhou Yuan with a perplexed expression. How curious. Your cultivation level is evidently low, yet your foundation is remarkably solid. You possess a perfected foundation, yet the concentration of your spiritual energy surpasses that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Truly perplexing. Is it possible that my low cultivation stems from the fact that I have been diligently refining my foundation? Zhou Yuan smiled, offering himself a plausible explanation. That could be acceptable. However, please do not deceive me. Do not speak of it in front of others, for your aptitude is merely of the second tier, and should it be discovered, it would not bode well. The crow lady advised kindly while jotting notes in her small notebook. Understood. I shall remember. Until we meet again, Zhou Yuan said, casting a lingering glance at the crow lady before slowly turning away toward the stone tablet he had initially approached. Wait. Zhou Yuan turned, puzzled, to the crow lady. Is there something else? You mentioned returning to write letters. You could write a few for me as well, for you are quite intriguing, and I wish to converse with you more, the crow lady suggested. Summoning a small crow. Caw caw, the crow called, perching steadily on Zhou Yuan's shoulder. Take it with you. You can entrust the letters you write to it, and it will deliver them to me. The crow lady smiled, a hint of reluctance flickering across her face. It had been many years since she had engaged with the outside world, and she was uncertain if Zhou Yuan would accept her goodwill. Her gaze filled with both anticipation and trepidation. I will certainly write to you, elder sister. Zhou Yuan waved, standing before the stone tablet as he bid his final farewell to the crow lady. Dear elder sister, the words I spoke in my childhood were heartfelt. If you were truly my sister, I would not mind enduring a thorough beating from you, and no sooner had I uttered these words than Zhou Yuan vanished without a trace, leaving only the echo of his voice to linger in the grand hall. Heh, that little rascal. Why did he not dare to speak up earlier, only to say it as he was departing? Lady Crow's smile was radiant, her bright countenance akin to the stars in the sky, imbued with an enchanting glow. Chapter 77. What are you doing in broad daylight? Have you emerged? How did the assessment go? A familiar sense of disorientation washed over Zhou Yuan as he encountered the caring gaze of Lu Shuilian. How did it go? It was fine, just as expected. Foundation establishment was complete. Zhou Yuan chuckled softly, earnestly recalling the scene from earlier, filled entirely with the breathtaking beauty of Sister Crow and her grand aspirations, leaving him unable to clearly remember what she had said to him. She did not mention anything about your foundation? Forget it, let us not dwell on that. I am heading in now. You can either wait here obediently for me, or return home and wait for me there. Either way, you must wait for me. I will come find you. As Lu Shuilian spoke, she glanced at the indifferent Zhou Yuan. Though she had anticipated this demeanor, witnessing it still ignited an inexplicable ire within her. I can't shake the feeling that this fellow will sneak away when I'm not looking. I really want to make it clear to him to take better care of himself. Humph, Lu Shuilian thought, delivering a sharp punch to Zhou Yuan's chest, her anger propelling her into the stone monument. Well, since she has said so, I must return to write a letter. Inspiration has suddenly surged within me. Zhou Yuan mused as he hastened down the mountain, his speed surpassing that of his earlier ascent. At the foot of the assessment spirit temple, Zhou Yuan's figure flickered and vanished. Moments later, he reappeared on the path leading to the temple, curiously observing Xiao Huahua, who was diligently practicing his swordplay in the small grove beside the path. Swish, swish, the heavy sword swung with tremendous force, each strike cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. Xiao Huahua's garments were soaked with sweat, strands of hair clinging to his forehead, yet his expression remained resolute. Undeterred by the exertion, TSK, he is indeed a natural when it comes to wielding a heavy sword. In such a short time, he has already become quite proficient. Zhou Yuan smacked his lips, concealing his presence, and slowly materialized behind Xiao Huahua. Ahem. Zhou Yuan deliberately cleared his throat loudly twice, yet Xiao Huahua remained engrossed in his practice, showing no sign of reaction. Hey, Xiao Huahua, your heavy sword practice is quite commendable. Noticing Xiao Huahua's lack of response, Zhou Yuan awkwardly spoke up, attempting to pat Xiao Huahua on the shoulder. Who is it? Xiao Huahua abruptly swung his sword and pivoted to face the unexpected intruder, his expression fierce as he glared at the one who had startled him. Master? What brings you here? Upon recognizing Zhou Yuan, Xiao Huahua froze momentarily, sword in hand. After a brief pause, he finally regained his composure. Hastily sheathing his sword while expressing his puzzlement, I just came down from the assessment spirit temple, but more importantly, I find it curious that you are here practicing swordplay without any apparent reason. Zhou Yuan surveyed the lush grove around them, teasingly remarking, "It's quite tranquil here." "What? Is this not a suitable place to practice swordplay?" Xiao Huahua followed Zhou Yuan's gaze, but found nothing amiss, prompting him to inquire curiously, "What do you mean? How could this not be a good place for sword practice? This area is, in fact, quite suitable for it. However, you must be cautious. Before practicing here, ensure you check the surroundings of the grove so that no one emerges afterward to accuse you of peeping." Zhou Yuan raised his hand, gesturing for Xiao Huahua to come closer. "Master, is it possible that someone else is also practicing swordplay here?" Xiao Huahua obediently moved closer to Zhou Yuan, concentrating his spiritual energy to gaze deeper into the grove. "Hiss, in broad daylight, how could they engage in such indecent acts? Why are they out here in the wild instead of their own cultivation quarters? With their behavior, how could I possibly feel comfortable practicing swordplay here?" Xiao Huahua muttered in discontent, his expression serious as he watched the movements of the figures within, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Rustle. The grass stirred, and Zhou Yuan's head peeked over. Catching sight of Xiao Huahua's astonished face, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his lips. "So, do you still think this is an ideal place for sword practice?" "No, I no longer believe that. I will definitely not return here again." Xiao Huahua instinctively shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixated on the distant couple entwined in affection, as if he wished to etch their movements and techniques into his memory. "Oh, how could they be so bold in broad daylight?" Zhou Yuan scrutinized the couple from afar, disdain evident on his face as he withdrew his head from the grass. "Stop looking. Let us go. I will take you to find a more suitable training spot." Zhou Yuan patted Xiao Huahua on the shoulder, pulling him away from the scene he was reluctant to leave behind. As the two of them walked further away, the couple in the distance ceased their entanglement. "You fool, why are you softening again? You truly are useless." The male cultivator stood up helplessly, retrieving clothes from his storage ring as he spoke while dressing. "Ha! Why don't you go find your lecherous friends and have them watch?" The female cultivator disdainfully kicked the male cultivator, remaining carelessly sprawled on the ground, gazing idly at the azure sky. "Don't speak nonsense. Such matters are not to be discussed lightly. Or perhaps, are you interested in one of my lecherous friends and wish to put a green hat on me? Damn it, do not forget our identities." The male cultivator, while embracing the female cultivator, pressed a hand gently against her neck, his expression turning menacing as he stared fixedly into her eyes, as if he would break her neck if she answered incorrectly. "Oh, do you think I would take a liking to those crooked fruit of the righteous path? Though the righteous cultivators you associate with are not particularly upright, with a demonic sect disciple like you around, how could I possibly fancy someone else? After all, no one else is as disgusting as you." The female cultivator maintained her composure, even a hint of a smile gracing her face. While laughing, she leaned close to the male cultivator's ear, whispering her response to his inquiry. "Humph! You also look down on that trash? Hurry and put on your clothes. We'll head to the demon sect shortly to send a response, and we shall surely stir up a storm at Qingyun sect." The male cultivator laughed heartily as he transmitted his thoughts, casually tossing the female cultivator back onto the ground. His expression twisted into a sinister grin, spreading like a virus to the face of the female cultivator lying on the ground. "Indeed, we must thoroughly enjoy ourselves then." The female cultivator watched the male cultivator's raucous laughter, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Chapter 78. I yearn for progress, under the clear sky. Zhou Yuan rode the spiritual energy like a Kawasaki H2, soaring through the air alongside Xiao Huahua. By the way, Xiao Huahua, you're participating in the sect competition, right? How do you feel about your chances? Zhou Yuan executed a suave drift, sending a plume of clouds scattering. Sect competition? I feel that whether I participate or not is inconsequential. After all, even if I am adept with my heavy sword, it holds little value, as I have scarcely practiced with it for a few days, and my cultivation level is 2 LOW. As he spoke, Xiao Huahua sighed, guiding his flying sword to descend alongside Zhou Yuan. As they descended, observing the changing hues of the clouds surrounding them, Xiao Huahua wiped the perspiration from his brow, sensing an increasing unease about the situation. What is this place? He leaned forward to peer below, only to be met with an overwhelming wave of heat. Flames. The mountains were ablaze, flames roiling and igniting the clouds above, enveloping the entire mountain in a chaotic and violent atmosphere, causing Xiao Huohua to instinctively slow his descent. Hey, what are you dawdling about up there? Get down here quickly, Zhou Yuan called out, wiping the sweat pouring down his face, his tone exasperated as he shouted at the hesitant Xiao Huohua, who floated like a kite in the air. Master, I think it would be best if we left. This place does not seem suitable for sword practice. It's far too hot. Practicing swordplay here would surely result in dehydration. I'll find another spot. Xiao Huohua finally descended, wiping his sweat while unable to suppress his complaints. What do you know? I have already calculated that this place is the most likely to facilitate your rapid improvement in strength. Zhou Yuan patted Xiao Huohua's shoulder, swaying as he moved forward. Is that true? Yet I still feel this place might not suit me after all. It's unnecessary. Really? Xiao Huohua expressed his doubts but obediently followed Zhou Yuan, dodging the flames that occasionally lunged toward him while admiring Zhou Yuan's figure, feeling an inexplicable allure and desire to follow the somewhat slender silhouette. Xiao Huohua, tell me honestly, do you desire to make a name for yourself in this sect competition? To be reborn from the flames, and to master the power of fire completely? Zhou Yuan arrived at his destination and turned to ask Xiao Huohua, who was watching him from afar. Xiao Huohua gazed at the swirling fireballs encircling Zhou Yuan, swallowing hard. Surely, if I go in there, I will be burnt. I'll definitely be ruthlessly tormented by those fireballs. Xiao Huohua thought to herself, yet still clenched her fists and swiftly dashed towards Zhou Yuan with her eyes shut. Wow, so impressive. Zhou Yuan looked bewildered at Xiao Huohua, who was rushing towards him like a moth to a flame, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. No wonder he is the future Flame Emperor. At such a young age, he shows no fear of flames. Truly wise beyond his years, a promising future awaits him. Zhou Yuan mused while caressing the fire avoidance pearl in his hand. Indeed, he possessed a treasure that protected against flames. Otherwise, how could he stand boldly amidst the fire? He was no fool. Master, save me. Xiao Huohua struggled and writhed in the flames, her clothing and hair turning to ash in an instant. Countless flames and fireballs seemed to home in on her like guided missiles, attacking her relentlessly. Oh, this is a bit challenging. Zhou Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Xiao Huohua to his side, as the flames parted to create a small space for them. Master, I didn't finish what I was saying. Actually, I really want to improve. I long for progress. Xiao Huohua murmured, her body covered in soot within Zhou Yuan's embrace, her head drooping as she fell silent. Oh no, she can't be dead, right? Zhou Yuan quickly checked Xiao Huohua's condition with his divine sense and, upon discovering it was merely a temporary fainting due to burns and dehydration, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his tense body finally relaxing. Thank goodness, I almost thought the future Flame Emperor had perished in my hands. Zhou Yuan mused, pouring some healing elixir and medicine into Xiao Huohua's mouth and on her body, while raising one hand high. Smack! The crisp and melodious sound of a slap resonated as Xiao Huohua groggily covered her face, awakening with disbelief written all over her features. Master, I'm not dead. As she spoke, Zhou Yuan inspected his own injuries and found that they had all healed. His skin was smooth and fair, and even the calluses from his previous training had vanished. The most significant injury was from the slap he had just given her, which had left his cheek slightly swollen and still tingling. Of course you're not dead. The healing elixir I have here is top-notch, sourced directly from Yunlin City. Zhou Yuan patted Xiao Huohua's shoulder proudly, then retrieved a fire avoidance pearl from his storage ring and handed it to her. Now that you seem to have recovered sufficiently, take this fire avoidance pearl and enter. Follow your heart once inside. There are opportunities meant for you. Xiao Huohua nodded, accepting the fire avoidance pearl, and walked towards the vast sea of flames before her. By the way, Master. Xiao Huohua turned halfway, a gleam of something inexplicable in her eyes. What is it? Zhou Yuan asked, awkwardly dismounting his Kawasaki H2. He was preparing to leave, as it was quite hot here, and no one wished to linger unnecessarily. Could you spare me a piece of clothing? My clothes were burned away by the flames, and I don't have a habit of bringing extras with me. Xiao Huohua said shyly, covering herself and blushing deeply. Goodness, you're blushing like a teapot. Here, take this quickly. Zhou Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, hastily retrieved several garments from his storage ring, enveloping them in spiritual energy and delivering them to Xiao Hua's hands. All right, I won't watch you change. Focus on your training here. I'll come back for you in a few days, Zhou Yuan said, turning to mount his Kawasaki H2, and with a twist of the throttle, he disappeared from Xiao Hua's sight. The master has left. Then I shall commence my training as well. I long for progress. After changing clothes, Xiao Huahua hoisted her Xian Zhong Qi onto her shoulder, clutching the fire avoidance pearl in her hand, and bravely charged into the endless sea of flames ahead. Chapter 79. The further I am from you, the more my love remains unchanged. Not only that, but upon seeing you at today's Dao conference, I felt flustered and uneasy. I have never felt such a deep and desperate love for you as I do now. I hope we can be good friends, or perhaps good pen pals in the future. If you are well, then all is well. Waguashan Zhou de Peo. Zhou Yuan gently set down his pen and took a sip of the tea beside him. The letters were complete. Both were finished. He took out envelopes, carefully placing his letters inside and remembering to tuck in a few small gifts as well. After all, words are ephemeral, but gifts are tangible. Xinian, you come here. It's time for work. Zhou Yuan called out, opening the window. The night breeze wafted in, and the moonlight shimmered softly as he quietly waited by the window for Xintianyu's arrival. In the peach blossom forest, Xintianyu stood tense, as if facing a formidable foe, staring at the raven before him, feeling the air grow thin and suffocating. Damn, what is this pressure from my bloodline? Why do I feel like it could take on 100 sand sculptures? Xintianyu thought, stepping back a few paces, trembling as he brought out a few peach pits he treasured and shakily offered them to the raven. Caw, 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 I only have these left. All for you. Caw. The raven looked curiously at Xintianyu, picked up a peach pit, examined it for a moment, then disdainfully tossed it back onto Xintianyu's wing. Caw, caw. So you're called Xintianyu? You here to deliver a message to that Zhou Yuan, right? Caw, caw, caw. Yes, it seems you know Zhou Yuan, I can tell you. I've known Zhou Yuan since childhood. I watched him grow up. Hearing this, Xintianyu proudly patted his chest, glancing sideways at the raven's expression. Seeing that it had no intention of attacking or interfering, he sighed in relief. Caw, caw, that's good. I'm also here to deliver a message to Zhou Yuan. You can call me Lei Ran. From now on, I'll be your boss. Lei Ran said, tapping Xintianyu on the head with its wing, straightening his tilted head, feeling slightly offended by being scrutinized by a crooked-headed dove. Caw, 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 you flatter me, boss. Regardless of whether you're delivering a message to that Zhou Yuan, I've regarded you as my boss since we first met, Xintianyu said, presenting the peach pits he had just hidden. An expression of ingratiation on his face. Caw, 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 here, boss, please have some peach pits. I secretly collected these while carrying Zhou Yuan's messages. The peach kernels are exceptionally sweet. Caw, caw, Let us skip it. By the way, I think I heard Zhou Yuan calling you. Let us go see what is up. Lei Ran nudged the peach kernel Xintianyu offered back towards him, giving him a knowing glance before flapping its wings and flying towards the edge of the peach forest. Caw, caw, caw. Xintianyu stuffed a peach pit into his mouth, having pre-drilled holes in them, using his tongue to extract the sweet kernel while chasing after Lei Ran's retreating figure. Why doesn't T-Boss like peach kernels? Is it because he dislikes that I opened them? Wait. I remember now. Boss is a raven. Ravens should eat meat, of course. That's why he doesn't like peach pits. My mistake. I need to find some meat to offer him. As Xintianyu pondered, his little head was suddenly smacked by Lei Ran. Caw, caw. Why are you flying so slowly? Keep up. Caw, caw, caw. My bad. I'll speed up. Xintianyu hurriedly flapped his wings, creating small whirlwinds. Caw, stay close to me. Don't fly off course. Lei Ran nodded and took off again. Oh no. Boss must be scolding me. He is definitely annoyed with me. Indeed, if I were boss, I wouldn't want a weak little subordinate like me. I must get some meat for him to show my worth, Xintianyu thought, flapping his wings as he followed Lei Ran at a leisurely pace. But where do I get meat? From Zhou Yuan? No way, that could be dangerous. If I don't escape in time, I might be the one losing my meat. Wait, the kitchen. I can sneak some meat from Zhou Yuan's kitchen. I want to take it for free. I can trade it with my peach pits. With this thought, Xintianyu followed Lei Ran into Zhou Yuan's small wooden house. Sensing the dim light glowing from within, Xintianyu stealthily glanced around and was startled to find Zhou Yuan fast asleep on the bed. Caw caw, how strange. How could he be sleeping? I thought he would call us to deliver messages. Lei Ran remarked, looking towards the desk, where two exquisite boxes lay, each adorned with a small note, one labeled for Shangqing Shu, and the other for Luo Shui Yao. Caw, are these boxes for the letters? Lei Ran curiously approached, examining the desk thoroughly, but after several searches, it frowned slightly, as it did not find the letter intended for its master. Ku, boss, look what I've brought you. It's delicious ham. The voice of Xintianyu echoed from behind Leiran, who simultaneously noticed the two small boxes on the table. As his gaze slid past the box gifted to Luo Shuyo, Xintianyu exhibited no reaction, even casually handing over the ham from his wings to Leiran. However, when he spotted the box given to Shangqing Shu, his expression shifted dramatically, his face falling in dismay. Quack, this ham is quite good. Really delicious. Where did you get it? Leiran naturally accepted the ham that Xintianyu offered, munching away while inquiring, oh, this? I took it from Zhou Yuan's kitchen. While speaking, Xintianyu discreetly concealed the two small boxes on his person. Sigh, I have to deliver a message to that guy, Zhou Yuan again, and I'll probably run into that silly bird on the way. What a hassle, Xintianyu thought as he glanced at Leiran, who was savoring the ham in small bites, suddenly feeling a spark of inspiration in his eyes. Boss, are you going to accompany me to deliver the message? Quack, I don't want to go. There's no message I wish to send. It's rather pointless. Leiran continued to enjoy his ham, showing no inclination to move. Boss, you may not know, but this delivery route is fraught with peril. There's a golden eagle, swift as lightning, who looks down upon all birds. Every time I deliver a message, he mocks me that I could endure it before, but now I refuse to tolerate it any longer. After all, when he slaps my face, it only hurts my face, but the real loss is your dignity. As Xintianyu spoke, he handed Leiran another piece of ham, watching him eagerly, hoping for a response. Quack, in that case, I shall reluctantly accompany you this time. Leiran accepted the sausage that Xintianyu offered, wiped his mouth with his wings, and bounced towards the door. Quack, what are you dawdling for? Keep up. I'll accompany you to deliver the message. Under the night sky, the moonlight shone brightly, and two figures, one black and one white, soared into the air, flapping their wings as they flew off into the distance. Chapter 80. The peaches blooming in abundance the next day, sunlight streamed through the window, and feeling the cool breeze blowing by his bedside. Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled as he glanced at the unclosed window. Right, wasn't I waiting for Xintianyu to deliver a message yesterday? How did I end up in bed while waiting? Zhou Yuan mumbled to himself as he rubbed his hair and got up to close the window. Hiss, I lost this inexplicable sense of familiarity. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a strange weakness emanating from his lower back. Could it be that I was compromised by the flower spirit from Taohua Mountain? That shouldn't be the case. She went out to find her ancestral land, right? She shouldn't be back anytime soon. Zhou Yuan thought as he reached out towards the window, but as soon as his hand touched it, a strong wind blew from outside. His hair was lifted, and the chill rushed in, causing Zhou Yuan to stumble and nearly fall. No, I must take care of my health. Otherwise, it's not good to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Zhou Yuan sat in meditation, gradually manifesting spiritual power, a series of light blue halos appearing around him, mingled with hints of pink light, softening the pallor of his complexion. Clang. Zhou Yuan stood up to close the window and turned to head outside. His steps hurried, as he needed to ascertain some matters. Outside, the peach blossoms were not particularly vibrant, as their blooming period was short. The remaining blossoms on the peach trees were those that cherished beauty, striving to bloom, to showcase, to flaunt. They were among the most beautiful things in the world, and the peach blossoms were well aware of this. Tao Yao, have you returned? Zhou Yuan, standing on his flying sword, ascended around Taohua Mountain, cupping his hands around his mouth, calling out loudly with his spiritual power. Zhou Yuan flew slowly, calling out while gazing eagerly at the clusters of peach blossoms before him, his eyes sparkling, as if fearing to miss a response from someone. Unconsciously, Zhou Yuan dismounted from his flying sword and approached the largest peach tree at the mountain's peak. While other peach trees were fragrant and blooming, this tallest and thickest peach tree was covered in green leaves. Resembling ink in water, a rainbow in the sky, appearing quite out of place. Has she not returned? Zhou Yuan stared blankly at the leafy peach tree, hesitating for a moment before sitting cross-legged beneath it. When will she come back? Must I truly wait until the flowers bloom and fall after 10 years? But when will that be? I know about the 10 years of blooming, but what does 10 years of falling mean? Zhou Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat bored as he plucked a leaf, his mind drifting back to the image of that tender, pale girl, back when Taohua Mountain was not yet Taohua Mountain. There were only sparse peach trees on the mountain. It was Zhou Yuan's first visit to the mountain, and he was young and fond of food. Upon seeing the large, red peaches on one of the peach trees, he couldn't resist climbing up to pluck a few to eat. From that day forth, young Zhou Yuan fell in love with this place, particularly the big peach tree that bore the best peaches. One day, after finishing a peach and lying on the tree for a nap, a small, delicate hand poked Zhou Yuan's cheek. When she saw that Zhou Yuan did not respond, she boldly attempted to snatch the nearly finished peach from his hand. The ensuing scene was quite delightful. Feeling his peach being taken, young Zhou Yuan opened his eyes in confusion and locked gazes with the girl, Yao Yao, who was trying to grab his hand. Who are you? Do you want to steal my peach? Zhou Yuan disdainfully turned his head, quickly taking 2 bites of the peach before proudly handing the pit to Yao Yao, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The young Zhou Yuan was rarely naughty, for within his small body resided the soul of a university student. How could he not indulge in mischief? The phrase he loved to say the most was, "Making children cry is one of my life's joys." Of course, if given the chance to make adults cry, that would be even more amusing. And now, young Zhou Yuan licked his lips, eagerly anticipating Yao Yao's reaction. Hello, my name is Yao Yao, Yao Yao from the Peach Blossoms. Yao Yao's face lit up with surprise as she happily accepted the peach pit that Zhou Yuan offered, wiping it with a leaf before placing it in her small backpack. You want this peach pit? Yes, I want the peach pit because if I plant it, a new peach tree will grow, and then I'll have a new home. While speaking, Yao Yao handed a peach to Zhou Yuan. Do you want to eat a peach? After eating the peach, can you give me the pit? Yao Yao said earnestly with a pure expression. You want the peach pit? Then why don't you eat it yourself? Young Zhou Yuan took the peach that Yao Yao handed him and began to munch on it, pointing at her with his chin, expectantly looking at her. Me? I'm a flower spirit. I can't eat peaches. So you just enjoy it. Yao Yao waved her hand, indicating she couldn't eat. Well then, I'll eat it for you. That way, I won't need to pick peaches anymore. You can just help me pick them. Young Zhou Yuan leaned back against the branch behind him, casually enjoying his peach. Give me the peach pit, and I'll take a peach in return. Sure, give me the peach pit, and I'll take a peach in return. Sure, are you still eating peaches? I'll give you peaches. Forget it, then I'll have one more, the last one. Okay. Burp, here is your peach pit. Wonderful, thank you. The first encounter between Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao sighed. I wonder how that girl Yao Yao is doing. She's just a little peach blossom spirit, yet she insists on denying it, wanting to find her ancestral land. What ancestral land does a flower spirit have? Zhou Yuan sat for a while, scolding Yao Yao in his mind, and seeing that she did not come out to interrupt, he stood up, dusting off his pants, preparing to leave. After all, without Yao Yao around, he still felt rather weak, which was quite strange. Perhaps he should visit old Wang. He is quite knowledgeable, and maybe he can discern something. Zhou Yuan thought as he soared into the clouds, his spiritual energy transforming into a Kawasaki H2. And with a twist of the throttle, he vanished into the horizon. At this moment, Lu Shuilian was leisurely making her way towards her mountain peak, breakfast for the 3 little ones in hand. A faint blush gracing her cheeks, radiating a sense of satisfaction. That scoundrel Zhou Yuan really dared to stand me up yesterday. He must be tired of living. Let us see if he can even get out of bed today. Just you wait, I'll show you. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Shuilian took a few triumphant steps, but it seemed she had taken a bit too large a stride, aggravating her injury. She covered her abdomen with her hand and rode a lotus flower, soaring towards her mountain peak. Chapter 81. I told you not to accept money. The crowd gazed eagerly at the elderly man before them, their eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope for the future. Master, I heard from Lao Yang that the first divination here is complimentary. Is that true? A robust farmer spoke up, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency. Ahem. Indeed, it is true. For the first divination performed by this humble Taoist, there is no charge. Even if the reading is inaccurate, no payment is required. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, with individuals jostling forward, all eager to have the master read their fortunes, especially since the first reading was free. Master, please tell me, when will I strike it rich? I've been losing money at the casino daily. Am I cursed by some bad luck? Before the farmer could finish, a gaunt, fierce-looking man shoved him aside and boldly seated himself before the old man, immediately inquiring about his most pressing concern. You think you'll get rich? The old man, slightly taken aback, questioned, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Why can't I aspire to wealth? Surely I can achieve prosperity. Are you incapable of divining? How could you not foresee this? The lean man bristled, leaping onto the chair like a frenzied monkey. Fixating on the old man, I can foresee indeed. Allow me to tell you, at the ripe age of 230, you will come into a windfall, though it will not be substantial, merely 10,000 taels of silver. The old man twirled his beard, patting the man's shoulder, urging him to settle down. What? Am I destined for immortality? I never imagined I could live beyond 100. The gaunt man chuckled, lowering his feet from the chair, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the old man. Not quite with your gambling habits, you shall never amass wealth in this lifetime. However, when you reach 230, the burial ground you occupy will be acquired by the Qingyun sect, and you shall receive compensation. As the old man spoke, he infused a touch of spiritual energy into the man, rendering him insensible and guiding him away, lest he disturb his business further. Next, the old man called out loudly. A delicate hand reached forward, accompanied by an enticing fragrance. The old man lifted his gaze, sensing the individual's cultivation and the faint, demonic aura within. He furrowed his brow. Are you also here for the Qingyun sect's grand competition? He inquired. Oh, you know? The woman replied cheekily. It's no secret. The buzz surrounding the Qingyun sect's competition is all the rage. Even a dog at the foot of the mountain could tell you about it. The old man grinned, subtly reaching out toward the delicate hand before him. Master, let us get down to business. I've fallen for a married man. Do you think we have a chance? The stunningly beautiful female cultivator withdrew her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as she awaited the old man's response. Your birth chart clashes with his elemental constitution. His spirit counters your appearance, your path conflicts with his lifeline, and his wrinkles undermine your laugh lines. You too should consider a ghost marriage. Now, off you go. Don't impede my business. The old man, having failed to grasp the soft hand, displayed a hint of regret, his tone growing more severe as he made his intentions clear, urging the seemingly demonic woman to depart. Ghost marriage. Perhaps that's not entirely out of the question. The woman, unfazed by the old man's abrupt change in demeanor, nodded thoughtfully before transforming into a wisp of blood and vanishing before the crowd. The old man observed the departing cultivator, then glanced at the crowd before him, letting out a subtle sigh. He raised his hand and awakened them from their trance. Next, master, you needn't say a word. I already know why your face. It's evident you suffer from hemorrhoids. Consulting me is futile. You should seek a physician, the old man remarked, pinching his nose, gesturing for the individual to leave his sight. Oh, wait, the odor is unbearable. Put your pants back on to cover that charming head of yours. The wave of fetid air escaped from the individual, who reluctantly exited. Next, a loud crash echoed from the table as the old man looked bewilderedly at his own shoes, then up at the middle-aged man who was staring at him. Well, I can read palms and faces, but I can't interpret feet, the old man, exasperated, reminded him. Old man, yesterday you told me I would face calamity at noon today. Yet here I am, alive and well, the middle-aged man retorted, retracting his foot and standing up to stretch, proudly bouncing a couple of times. You're wrong. Refund me 1,000 taels. No, 2,000, brother. If you can't predict timings accurately, just admit it. If it becomes too troublesome, we could always buy a clock. It's not expensive. The old man smirked, glancing at the watch on his wrist, a gift from Zhou Yuan, who claimed it was a limited edition Rolex crafted by the renowned Zhou Depeo from the Qingyun sect. Look, it's not even noon yet. 57, 58, 59. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face turned pale as he gazed at the sky. In the next instant, a fiery meteor, the size of a basketball, hurtled toward him. Game over, the old man scoffed. Releasing spiritual energy to shield the innocent bystanders from unwarranted harm, with a resounding bang, the middle-aged man was reduced to ashes, the air filled with the scent of scorched flesh. Why must it come to this? I said the first reading is free. The old man shook his head, returning to his little stool scattered with embers as the crowd stared in astonishment. Let us continue. Chapter 82. Can you summon the wooden dragon? Why does it feel like all the peculiar individuals are seeking my counsel today? Sigh, business is growing increasingly challenging in these times. The old man mused, gazing helplessly at the small treeman before him, its skin resembling the texture of wood. He couldn't resist reaching out to touch the few gray-green leaves atop its head. Given your appearance, even if I don't read your fortune, you wouldn't be able to summon the wooden dragon, would you? Besides, if I recall correctly, didn't you flee yesterday, claiming I had interrupted your photosynthesis halfway through the reading? I want to run this time. I assure you, the small plant person declared, lifting its hand. A nimble black-gray vine coiled around its wrist, twisting and turning like a playful serpent. I must warn you, if you wish to have your fortune told today, there will be a fee. I have a principle. Those who seek my divination must either possess fate or wealth. Our previous connection has run its course. If you desire another reading, you must pay. The old man regarded the plant person, recalling Zhou Yuan's words about a place called the Hidden Leaf Village and a ninja known as Hashirama Senju, whose attack was a massive wooden dragon, inflicting absurd damage over a wide range, a truly mindless killing move. Zhou Yuan had even illustrated their tale, leaving the old man thoroughly astonished. Old man, I don't have any money. I didn't finish my reading last time. The small plant person pouted, waving its hand in front of the old man's dazed expression while casually tossing the turtle shell from the table, playing with it as it flipped in the air. Old man, tell me, the Qingyun sect is among the top sects in the realm. Surely, such a large sect will have an exciting competition, right? Well, whether it's exciting or not, I couldn't say, nor do I care to know. However, I kindly remind you that the turtle shell you hold is quite fragile. I haven't maintained it in ages. If you drop it, I assure you, you won't be able to compensate me. The old man warned, his eyes narrowing with a mix of anxiety and irritation as he watched the small plant person toss his turtle shell carelessly. Puffed. What could such a worn-out shell be worth? Old man, are you out of your mind? The plant person scoffed, slamming the shell down onto the table, the brittle sound echoing through the air. You're so attached to it, yet I wouldn't even glance at it. Tell me, how much is it worth? I'll pay you. The plant person's expression shifted, but he stubbornly pushed the now broken shell toward the old man, displaying a feigned bravado. Hee, no rush, no rush. What do you wish to know? I'll read your fortune first, and we can settle the payment later. The old man chuckled, nudging the shattered turtle shell back toward the plant person, indicating he could take it. Fine, I'll be straightforward. I'm just here for some amusement. Tell me, will the Qingyun sect's competition conclude hastily, or will I dominate and wreak havoc at the event? The plant person laughed uproariously, all the while discreetly pocketing the turtle shell as it absorbed its essence. I need not calculate to discern that you cannot stir much commotion. Merely observe the leaves atop your head, which are devoid of vibrancy, presenting an appearance of decay and desolation, surely indicating a fleeting existence. Furthermore, your destined adversary bears a connection to this as well. Proceed to Qingyun sect, for a cultivator by the surname Yi awaits you there. Old Wang chuckled softly, as if he could already foresee the fate of the vegetative being. Old man, it seems you truly wish for death, the vegetative being remarked, rising to his feet, as tendrils of darkness behind him spread uncontrollably, sprouting intricate orifices and appendages that encircled the two. Such audacity at such a tender age. Have your guardians not taught you to feign ignorance when venturing into the world? Old Wang scoffed, picking at his nose, as a resplendent golden aura emanated from him, growing ever brighter, blindingly intense in the Tianguang market. Amidst the billowing mists, how few can testify to the heart's river. The surrounding appendages recoiled violently as if confronted with a nemesis, retreating into the vegetative being's form, regardless of his capacity to endure. The vegetative being, bearing a visage of anguish, watched as Old Wang approached step by step, involuntarily kneeling, trembling as he sought to bow and admit fault. No, there's no need for such extravagant gestures. I am merely a businessman. Uninterested in other matters, I seek only coin. If you could return the spirit stones owed to me, I shall spare you. What say you? As Old Wang spoke, he grasped a tendril that was burrowing into the vegetative being's body. Sensing a familiar essence, the smile on his face gradually fading. How much? I shall pay you. Not too steep, merely 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. So exorbitant. The vegetative being exclaimed, glancing up in astonishment, a hint of confusion creeping onto his grotesque visage. Exorbitant? A mere 1,000 taels of silver for an ordinary individual, and a single high-grade spirit stone for a cultivator. I deem this price quite reasonable. As for the remaining 999 high-grade spirit stones, you might inquire of my shattered tortoise shell. Old Wang raised an eyebrow, rolled up his sleeves, and tugged at the vegetative being's hair, forcing his face to meet his own. Hey, surely you can produce such an amount. Right? Old Wang's gaze bore into the vegetative being's eyes, eliciting a shiver down his spine. I have funds. I possess wealth. If you possess wealth, then pay up. Upon hearing the promise of riches, Old Wang promptly released his grip on the vegetative being, casually straightening the wrinkled collar of his attire, leaving Zhu Wenjing in a state of bewilderment. The vegetative being swallowed hard, steeling himself, hesitantly reaching for his storage ring, gritting his teeth as he presented it to Old Wang. I may lack sufficient funds, but the contents of this storage ring should approximate 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. As he spoke, the vegetative being stood, his tendrils fully retracting within him. Yet, an inexplicable burning sensation lingered within. A remnant of the light emitted by Old Wang moments prior. A sharp crack resounded as Old Wang struck the vegetative being's face, remarking, "Not enough funds. Consider this slap your payment." With that, he turned and settled down onto his small stool. Chapter 83. Underlying Currents. An influx of various forces atop the sovereign peak of Qingyun sect. Within a mist-laden pavilion, Luo Wanshi expressed her dissatisfaction, pointing at the list of participants for the sect's grand competition. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand affair? Even external cultivators and many overlooked individuals have been compelled to participate. Do not direct your ire at me. Seek out those ancient ones in the ancient tower. This grand competition was their suggestion, Sujio replied, shaking her head, equally perplexed by the extravagance of the event, which even extended invitations to prominent sects and forces across the realm. Isn't there concern that someone might disrupt the competition? Or perhaps those old fellows relish chaos? Contemplating this, Sujia's gaze fell upon the name Zhou Yuan on the list, her eyes narrowing as her lips pressed tightly together. Ahem, Jujia, is it possible to amend this list? If I were to discreetly erase a few names, would anyone notice? As she spoke, Luo Wanshi leaned closer to the list, reaching out to make contact. That list has already been reviewed by those old codgers. If you delete any names, they will undoubtedly sense it. Sujia refrained from stopping Luo Wanshi, instead secretly hoping she would successfully erase a few names, allowing her to discreetly remove Zhou Yuan's name and thus ensure his safety. Oh, I see. Luo Wanshi retracted her hand, her expression turning somewhat aggrieved. Why must I, the sect leader, allow those ancient ones to meddle so freely in my governance of Qingyun sect? It is truly vexing. As she spoke, Luo Wanshi drew closer to Sujio, gently wrapping her arms around her neck. Wanshi, we are no longer children. Cease this frivolity. Suju gently struggled, attempting to evade Luo Wanshi's playful grasp. No, Jujia, you are my senior sister. If you do not cherish me, who else will? Just let me hold you for a moment. No, yes. Returning to Old Wang, he had resumed his business, smiles adorning his face as customers came and went. Master, your divination seems quite accurate. Could you assist me once more in discerning how to eliminate that adversary surnamed Yi? The vegetative being remained, standing obediently beside Old Wang, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Why do you linger? Have I not completed your reading? You may either depart Qingyun sect now or perish here. I have made myself abundantly clear, yet you still do not comprehend. Old Wang's demeanor shifted from joviality to irritation as he shot the vegetative being an exasperated glance. Lightly kicking him in the rear, the vegetative being's expression soured, ready to retaliate. But the thought of Old Wang's inscrutable power quelled his rising anger before it could manifest. I understand now. Thank you. Master. Ultimately, the vegetative being departed resolutely, uncertain of whether he ascended or descended the mountain. but he was certainly leaving. Good day, old Wang. A familiar voice echoed, accompanied by an inexplicable commotion, causing old Wang to glance upward in a daze. What are you staring at? Do you long to see me? Zhou Yuan descended gracefully on his Kawasaki H2, dismounting with one hand in his pocket, sauntering toward old Wang. What brings you here today? Have you abandoned your shop's affairs? Old Wang inquired, casting a glance at the cultivator seeking divination before him. You seem rather damp. Old Wang furrowed his brow, studying the individual before him, whose hands resembled lobster claws. This is beyond my divination capabilities, but do take heed. Tread carefully in Qingyun's sect, for they have a penchant for seafood. Zhou Yuan chuckled lightly, observing the octopus-like figure depart, before making his way to old Wang's side. Go on with your methods. Do you truly expect to thrive in business? No wonder you lack returning customers. You've likely driven them all away. Zhou Yuan teased, gesturing for old Wang to step aside, before plopping down onto the stool. Awaiting the next customer. Very well, I shall observe your technique. Can you truly outdo me? Old Wang replied curtly, stepping aside with understanding. Where are the tortoise shells on the table? Did another unsuspecting fool mishandle them? How much did you earn? Zhou Yuan intended to slap the table with a tortoise shell but found none, quickly grasping the situation, and looked at old Wang with keen interest. I made a modest profit. Not much, merely 1,000 spirit stones. Old Wang casually tossed 2 tortoise shells onto the table, a triumphant smile plastered across his face. Impressive, you've truly ensnared a fool. Zhou Yuan praised, giving a thumbs up before shattering one of the tortoise shells. The crisp sound resonated clearly, ensuring all present heard it. I am the diviner of Qingyun's sect. Today, I descend the mountain to check on my wayward disciple and offer my divination services. Zhou Yuan declared, laughing heartily, ignoring old Wang's disdainful gaze as he fanned himself with a fan emblazoned with the words Qingyun Diviner, welcoming his first customer. Brother Yi, look at that person. He appears rather peculiar. At the foot of Qingyun's sect, within a hotel corridor established for ascending cultivators, a vibrant young lady shook her brother's arm, urging him to glance downstairs. Xiao Wu, we are righteous cultivators. How can we so casually discuss another's appearance? Such behavior is quite impolite. Why, Liangshan replied, peering down as well, locking eyes with the vegetative being checking in. Greetings. Are you heading to Qingyun's sect? Liangshan's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Extending a hand in greeting to the vegetative being, yes, I am bound for Qingyun's sect. The comatose individual nodded slightly, casting a glance at Liangshan, who exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Without uttering another word, he took his room card and departed. To my astonishment, I sensed an inexplicable familiarity emanating from him. Liangshan reflected on the profound and sinister aura he had perceived at first sight of the comatose man, as if he had encountered it before. Let us go, Brother Yi, don't just stand there in a daze. We should find our room, Xiao Wu urged, taking hold of the still pensive Liangshan and leading him toward their hotel room. Chapter 84. Have you seen my little Huang? Master, is the first divination truly free of charge? Zhou Yuan calculated swiftly, and every guest departed with smiles. After a while, a familiar elderly woman cautiously settled into a chair. Uncertainly inquiring once more, is it true, Master? The first divination really costs nothing? Zhou Yuan responded with a professional smile. Indeed, it is free. Grandmother, feel free to ask whatever you wish. The elderly woman's expression softened at his unwavering confidence, bringing her a sense of reassurance. Master, could you help me find my little Huang? He has always been restless and enjoys wandering off, but recently, for several consecutive days, he hasn't returned home. As she spoke, she wiped her tears and gestured to describe little Huang. He is a small yellow dog, not very big, with yellow fur that appears somewhat dirty, and his large eyes are quite lively. He loves to eat meat and sausages. And I found him one rainy night. The grandmother continued her soft murmurs, while retrieving eggs one by one from a blue floral bag she carried. Master, as a lonely old woman, I cannot muster much silver. I only have this old hen. I cannot offer anything else, so please accept these few eggs as a token. She pushed the eggs toward Zhou Yuan, her eyes filled with anxious expectation. Very well. Grandmother, let me see what I can discern. Zhou Yuan assessed her, making an approximate calculation of little Huang's whereabouts in her heart. Old Huang, I'll reveal the location to you. Please help me find little Huang. Remember, it is imperative to bring him back alive. Zhou Yuan pulled Old Huang close and discreetly handed him a dream essence. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll be back shortly, Old Huang replied. As golden lightning began to envelop him, with a swish, he transformed into a beam of golden light and departed. Zhou Yuan smacked his lips. How is it that Old Huang is increasingly resembling the yellow ape? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Huang returned, his golden lightning now diminished to a mere flicker, almost vanishing without a trace. Goodness, this time I've suffered a tremendous loss. 1,000 spirit stones gone to waste. Old Huang grimaced, presenting Zhou Yuan with a slightly dazed little Huang, while expressing his dissatisfaction by tossing the dream essence onto the table. What is this nonsense? I bit into it, and it was as hard as a rock. Utterly unabsorbable, he grumbled, reaching into his storage ring to retrieve a pill, munching on it noisily. Could it be that this dream essence was meant for little Huang? Zhou Yuan sighed, exasperated, as he collected the dream essence and produced a vial of healing liquid obtained from Yunmeng's, offering it to Old Huang. Just then, little Huang began to regain consciousness, leaping from Zhou Yuan's arms and excitedly bounding toward the grandmother. Thank you, Master. Thank you for helping me find little Huang, she exclaimed, embracing him, her tears flowing freely in her joy. All right, grandmother. Our transaction concludes here. We shall accept these eggs as your payment for the next time you come for divination. Zhou Yuan smiled, assisting her to her feet and escorting her out of the bustling crowd. After a while, Zhou Yuan returned to find Old Huang beaming with vitality. Young man, where did you procure such remarkable healing liquid? It not only alleviates my physical weakness, but also replenishes my lifespan. Truly impressive, by the way. I noticed you seemed quite drained when you returned. How much lifespan did you bestow upon little Huang? Not much, just 50 years of lifespan. Zhou Yuan replied casually. Are you out of your mind? Are you truly wishing for this little dog to outlive the grandmother? He questioned, perplexed, while continuing to read the fortunes of those before him. Not quite. I was merely moved by such a loyal and affectionate dog. After all, it's rare to find a creature that is aware of its impending fate and hides away to spare its owner sorrow. Old Huang lamented, extending his hand toward Zhou Yuan once more. What do you want? Zhou Yuan inquired. Give me another vial of that healing liquid. You don't even think to share such a fine item with your esteemed master? Old Huang teased, a flattering grin spreading across his face. I'll give you 2 vials, but you must call me master, Zhou Yuan countered in a way. Calling you master requires an additional vial, Old Huang retorted. Fine, 3 vials it is. Thank you, master. As a disciple, it is my duty. Zhou Yuan then turned his attention to what appeared to be the last customer of the day, a simple and earnest farmer. Master, it's like this. A few years ago, my wife bore me a child. But as the child grew, he increasingly resembled neither me nor a normal person. Could you help me ascertain whether he is truly mine? The farmer's words, though seemingly honest, hinted at something dubious, causing Zhou Yuan to gasp. This warrants careful consideration. Rest assured, I shall provide you with clarity. Zhou Yuan scrutinized the farmer's brow, noticing a faint wisp of dark energy swirling above it, and perceived that his fate seemed to be that of a solitary existence. May I inquire how your wife became pregnant? Zhou Yuan asked. The farmer scratched his head, puzzled by the question. Master, you must have misunderstood. My wife remains at home daily, entirely incapable of straying, if I must mention it. She did visit the fields a few days before giving birth. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on the farmer's eyes, drawing closer, inching toward revelation. Could it be that my wife was unfaithful while working in the fields? The farmer, instinctively touching his head, questioned uncertainly, clearly troubled by the notion. No. I merely suspect that your wife may have attracted some unclean presence while in the fields. You're suggesting that I was undermined by a malevolent entity? The farmer asked, bewildered. Not quite. The child was likely always meant to exist, but he may have latched onto your wife, seeking to inhabit her. I recommend you bring the child here. We can assess whether to eliminate or purify him. And then we'll make further arrangements, Zhou Yuan advised, gesturing for the farmer to leave. Thank you, master. I shall return shortly with the child. Very well, but remember, humans and spirits are worlds apart. Do not hesitate. Chapter 85. Young man, what has befallen you? At last, having concluded his work, Zhou Yuan stretched his back and remarked, honestly, it's far more exhausting to divine here than to set up a stall on the mountain. He stood up and began to relax when he noticed old Wang's absence. Has he gone inside for tea again? Zhou Yuan chuckled, shaking his head as he pushed aside the curtain to enter the cottage. Come, tea time. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan found old Wang comfortably seated, engrossed in his tea. You need not remind me. I am well aware of the tea, Zhou Yuan retorted, hastily approaching old Wang. I knew it. That's why I didn't prepare a cup for you. You can fetch one yourself, old Wang grinned, appearing as though he had anticipated this all along. You old rascal, you're quite the open book, Zhou Yuan remarked as he sat down, reaching into his storage ring for a cup and filling it with dark tea from the table. What kind of tea is this today? Bitter tea? Zhou Yuan inquired while reaching for the tea box. With a clatter, the box opened, and Zhou Yuan looked at old Wang in confusion. Is it empty? There is some, but you've taken a box every time you visit. Frankly, what use is it to keep this tea if you don't appreciate it? Old Wang complained, albeit retrieving another box of tea leaves from the drawer and handing it to Zhou Yuan. Just be mindful with it. Don't waste it like an old cow grazing. I understand. I will savor it properly, Zhou Yuan assured him, tugging at the tea box in old Wang's grip without success. By the way, what is this inside? Zhou Yuan pointed to a tray of pills in the drawer. Old Wang glanced down, loosening his grip slightly. Hand it over. Zhou Yuan, with a sense of triumph, swiftly tucked the tea box into his possession while simultaneously seizing the batch of pills in his hand. What is this? Nourishing blood and replenishing the kidneys. Zhou Yuan gazed at the small print. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. Was this not the perfect remedy for his drowsiness? Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Yuan quickly popped 3 pills into his mouth, filling it to the brim. Old Wang, does this stuff actually work? It's not bad, Old Wang replied, snatching the few remaining pills and delicately stowing them away in a drawer. That's good to hear, Old Wang. To be honest, I came here precisely because of this issue. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he lifted the black tea in front of him and gulped it down, hoping to wash away the remnants of the pills. Burp. Zhou Yuan let out a watery belch, his expression shifting to one of mild discomfort as he looked at old Wang with a dazed stare. Wait a minute, why does this tea taste so bitter and have a hint of alcohol? I forgot to mention, this tea is called chaotic world. The more suffering one endures, the more bitter it becomes. The more one yearns for clarity, the more inebriated one feels. Yet, it is curious, you've consumed so much of chaotic world and appear to be none the worse for wear. Truly, no wonder you have caught the eye of the young lady, Old Wang remarked, unable to resist offering a few compliments, as he took a leisurely sip from his own cup, his expression revealing a trace of bewildered sorrow. It's awful, entirely unpalatable. Zhou Yuan shook his head, extending his hand toward Old Wang. If you want more, pour it yourself. You think you can take mine? Old Wang looked at Zhou Yuan, puzzled, before firmly striking Zhou Yuan's hand with a teacup. Ouch, Old Wang, what are you doing? I just said I have a problem, and I wanted you to take a look. Zhou Yuan retracted his hand in pain, his demeanor shifting from dazed to serious as he regarded Old Wang with some displeasure. When did you mention having a problem? Was it when you were taking the pills? I thought you were joking. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly, pulling Zhou Yuan's hand closer, as golden spiritual energy transformed into a swaying lotus flower. The lotus slowly unfurled, and Old Wang observed it closely. After all, the lotus could reflect Zhou Yuan's physical condition, and one must not be careless. Holy cow, Zhou Yuan, you are no longer a virgin, Old Wang exclaimed in shock. The lotus before him becoming increasingly unstable. Old Wang, stay calm. Impulsiveness is the devil, Zhou Yuan said, swallowing nervously as he gazed at the chaotic and violent spiritual lotus emanating from him. If this explodes, I might not survive. Yes, impulsiveness is indeed the devil. What if I misread the situation? Old Wang stood up, stabilizing the spiritual energy while continuing to inspect the lotus intently. Old Wang, you must be mistaken. I've only been a bit weak lately, as my essence has been drained by that wretched flower spirit. But to put it bluntly, I am still a pure and proper virgin. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he too scrutinized the lotus, seeking to discern some significance. No, Zhou Yuan, I must responsibly inform you that you are no longer a virgin. In simpler terms, you have lost your innocence. Old Wang solemnly withdrew the lotus, casting a puzzled gaze at Zhou Yuan, as if seeking an explanation. Lost my innocence? Does that mean it was not the flower spirit draining my essence, but rather a woman? A real woman, one who has taken my virtue? Zhou Yuan was equally perplexed. Had he truly been taken advantage of by a woman recently? But who could it be? He had no idea. This Zhou Yuan, you have truly put me in a bind. The young lady instructed me to keep a close watch on you, ensuring that no other woman could take you away. At that moment, I thought, with your lack of merit, how could any woman possibly be interested in you? It seems now that there truly are some foolish women who have set their sights on you. What a curse! Old Wang contemplated as he invoked divination to uncover the truth of the matter. Suddenly, Old Wang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling significantly. Moments ago, he had glimpsed an ocean in Zhou Yuan's future, an endless, boundless sea. Zhou Yuan, other concerns are now trivial. You must recount every detail of your lost innocence to me. I need to understand how it happened and who was involved. This is crucial. Old Wang exclaimed as he pulled out a pair of glasses, adjusting them like a detective from a story Zhou Yuan had once shared. There was no other choice. Zhou Yuan had become increasingly peculiar. Previously, while his future had been elusive, it had still been somewhat discernible. Now, however, his future resembled a vast ocean. Probing carelessly would only lead to being capsized by a tsunami, leaving an indelible mark on his soul. Perhaps it was best to employ his former skills of deduction to showcase the prowess of the once most astute cultivator in Qingping world. Chapter 86. What kind of partner would despise their family? At the foot of Qingyun's sect, shortly after Zhou Yuan departed, Old Wang hastily secured the door, quickly constructing layers of soundproofing arrays. Princess, there's trouble. That Zhou Yuan has encountered a predicament. As a small copper mirror was produced, revealing twinkling starlight, Old Wang spoke with an edge of urgency. What trouble? Did he fall from his flying sword? That seems unlikely. Lu Shuelian's voice emerged, tinged with skepticism regarding Zhou Yuan's supposed plight. No, it's far more serious than merely falling from a sword. Princess, I must admit, it's partly my fault for not keeping a close watch on him, which has resulted in such a significant mishap. As Old Wang spoke, he sighed deeply and delivered a forceful slap to his own face, leaving it red and swollen, a testament to the severity of his self-reprimand. Wait, let us not assign blame just yet. Please tell me what happened to Zhou Yuan, Lu Shuelian sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness as she continued her inquiry. Princess, I know you will certainly be upset by what I have to say, but I hope you can maintain some level of rationality. After all, this is entirely Zhou Yuan's fault. He hasn't completely erred. Old Wang pondered, contemplating how best to relay the situation delicately. Uncle Wang, you've been with me for many years. I remember you're not one to beat around the bush. Just get to the point. If you don't, I'll hang up. Zhou Yuan is nearing his golden core tribulation, and I need to prepare him. No. Princess, don't hang up. I'll explain. Old Wang hastily replied. The fact is, Zhou Yuan suddenly lost his innocence without any apparent reason. Given the urgency of the matter, Old Wang had no time to mince words. After all, he could not fabricate a lie. His divination had made that evident. Now that we've arrived at this point, I'll just speak the truth. Oh, did Zhou Yuan inform you of this? Lu Shuelian's voice rose slightly, revealing her keen interest in the matter. No. It was Zhou Yuan who felt unusually weak these past few days and suspected that his essence had been drawn away by a flower spirit. So he came to me seeking a remedy. Thank goodness he doesn't know. It would have been troublesome if he did, Lu Shuelian murmured to herself, her voice slowly emanating from the mirror, leaving Old Wang momentarily baffled, a question mark forming on his aged head. Princess, could it be that? Old Wang began to inquire, but was interrupted by the sound of shattering stars as Lu Shuelian abruptly ended the communication. Wait, I'm not finished, Old Wang lamented, having not yet delivered his reasoning and analysis. It seemed the princess was indeed worthy of her title, always appearing to know more than he did. Shaking his head, Old Wang pocketed the star compass, feeling a sense of relief as he settled back into his armchair, resuming his leisurely tea drinking. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan was aboard the exclusive flying vessel of the Qingyun sect's leader, engaged in a lively conversation with Luo Wanshi. Sister, did you see? I am indeed a prodigy in cultivation. Look, I have reached the peak of foundation establishment, merely a step away from entering the golden core stage. Once I do, I will soar through the heavens and traverse the earth. The world shall be my playground. Indeed, how have you advanced so rapidly? Did you consume some sort of treasure to enhance your cultivation? Luo Wancher inquired, affectionately touching Zhou Yuan's face. Certainly not. Moreover, treasures that boost cultivation are not so easily found. Zhou Yuan chuckled, shifting his body closer to Luo Wancher. Sister Wancher, you needn't say a word. I already know your intentions, rest assured. Neither I nor the three little ones harbor any resentment towards you. After all, our sister Wancher is the best in the world, Zhou Yuan said as he gently massaged Luo Wancher's shoulders. His skilled hands and precise pressure gradually relaxing her, making her feel as cozy as a cuddly little bunny nestled in Zhou Yuan's embrace, relishing the massage. The best in the world? Just the best in Qingping world, right? Luo Wancher teased, turning slightly and narrowing her eyes in a playful inquiry. Of course, it's not just Qingping world. It's the best across all realms, wherever and whenever. Sister Wancher has always been the best sister to me. Zhou Yuan replied as he brushed back her scattered hair and playfully squeezed her cheeks, continuing the massage. I'm not the best sister at all. Indeed, it is not, Zhou Yuan. Do not retort. If you continue to argue, I shall become quite upset. Luo Wancher promptly turned and pinned Zhou Yuan onto the sofa, her hands firmly pressing down on his shoulders, with her positioned above him. Luo Wancher looked down at Zhou Yuan with a hint of triumph. You are mistaken. Zhou Yuan relaxed his body, gazing at Luo Wancher with his bright, sparkling eyes. Zhou Yuan, you are on the cusp of forming your elixir. As you mentioned, once you achieve this, it will be a journey through the mundane world, filled with adventures unbound by time, a grand reunion. However, I must confess, I am reluctant for you to leave Qingyun sect. You are so handsome and youthful. Surely you will attract the attention of female cultivators out there. What if you forget about your elder sister? Luo Wancher gently pressed a kiss on Zhou Yuan's cheek, casually resting him against her lap, stroking his hair while softly sharing her thoughts. I want to venture into the mundane world so soon, at least not during the elixir formation stage. When I reach the divine transformation stage, then perhaps I shall embark on that journey. Zhou Yuan replied, leaning closer to Luo Wancher, savoring the softness and the delicate fragrance, and he relaxed, closing his eyes. The divine transformation stage, that seems like it will take a long time. Upon hearing this, Luo Wancher felt a sense of relief. After all, the transition from elixir formation to divine transformation would take at least 2 centuries. 2 centuries? By then, we might even have children together. Is that a long time? Not necessarily. I wish to reach the divine transformation realm sooner, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, recalling the promise he made with that silly and gluttonous fox to seek her sooner. Why the rush to reach the divine transformation realm? Is steady cultivation preferable? Do you have a woman out there? Or do you find your elder sister unattractive, preferring the younger ones outside? And are growing weary of me? Luo Wancher pouted, feigning wiping away non-existent tears with her delicate hand. Not at all, sister. You are truly beautiful, and you treat me so well. How could I ever despise you? I will never harbor such feelings towards you in this lifetime. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he wrapped his arms around Luo Wancher's waist, earnestly explaining his sentiments. Nonsense. If you acquire a partner in the future, you will undoubtedly find me distasteful. Even if you don't, your partner will surely think poorly of me, and eventually, you too will come to despise me. Rest assured, that will not happen. If my partner were to disdain you, then perhaps we are not truly meant to be. After all, how could a partner ever look down upon one's family? Zhou Yuan declared emphatically, his voice resonating loudly. Chapter 87. Xiao Huahua. I have succeeded. After receiving the tribulation package from Luo Wancher, the flying vessel arrived at Zhou Yuan's Peach Blossom Mountain. As Luo Wancher needed to discuss the upcoming sect competition with others, she briefly mentioned the tribulation ceremony set for 3 days later before letting Zhou Yuan disembark. Creak, the door swung open, revealing Lu Shualian, seated quietly at Zhou Yuan's desk, engrossed in her reading. The room was somewhat dim, yet the window by the desk was open, allowing sunlight to stream in. The golden rays caressed the girl's fair, rosy complexion, gently illuminating her smooth hair. Outside, peach blossoms danced in the air, and inside, a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of the blossoms, The sight of the girl peacefully reading was simply beautiful and serene. As the breeze stirred, it lifted some strands of hair from Lu Shuelian's face. She slowly closed her book and looked up to find Zhou Yuan standing before her, having approached unbeknownst to her. "You're back?" "Yes, I have returned. What shall we say this time? Is it still the same old three things?" Zhou Yuan remarked, reaching to ruffle Lu Shuelian's hair, only to have her gently swat his hand away. "Yes, just like before." Lu Shuelian resumed her reading, but then suddenly recalled something and lifted her head again. "By the way, here, take this. It will be useful for the Tribulation Conference in a few days." As she spoke, Lu Shuelian tossed a storage ring to Zhou Yuan. Upon scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Wait, do celestial envoys in the human realm earn this much?" Zhou Yuan asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "What does it matter to you? You wouldn't even consider accompanying me to serve as a celestial envoy for the Great Li dynasty. Why say so much?" "Go prepare your meal," Lu Shuelian replied, gently nudging Zhou Yuan, who was blocking the sunlight, before returning to her book. "That may not be the case. What if one day I find myself in need of money? I will surely come seeking your aid, so do not shut me out," Zhou Yuan said cheerfully, donning the storage ring Lu Shuelian had given him and turning to head to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. The task of preparing the ingredients seemed to stretch on indefinitely, and Zhou Yuan found himself momentarily lost in thought, sensing he had overlooked something. But what exactly had he missed? Meanwhile, on a peak engulfed in flames, a tall figure wielded a heavy greatsword. Step by step, he advanced through the fiery inferno, the surrounding flames posing no harm to him. Instead, they transformed into pure spiritual energy, entering his body to enhance his cultivation and fortify his physique. This young fire spirit was none other than our Xiao Huohua. Throughout these days of training, Xiao Huohua underwent a remarkable transformation. Standing atop the peak, amidst the roaring flames, he stood unclothed, reflecting on his experiences over the past few days. A smile breaking across his face as memories surfaced. On his first day, emboldened by his possession of a fire avoidance pearl, Xiao Huohua eagerly searched the mountain for potential treasures. Unexpectedly, he seemed to have wandered into an endless sea of scorching flames. Where the spiritual energy had turned to liquid magma, he struggled desperately within, only to ultimately succumb to exhaustion and fall. Eventually, he awakened in a strange place, drenched in sweat and with a foggy mind. "It is hot, too hot." The fire avoidance pearl seemed ineffective here, unable to shield him from the nearly unbearable heat. By the end of the first day, Xiao Huohua was on the brink of collapse, nearly succumbing to the oppressive heat. Yet just as he felt himself slipping away, a vision appeared before him. "Zhou Yuan, keep going. Don't you wish to improve?" "I long to improve," Xiao Huohua replied, his voice choked with emotion. Though no tears fell, the moisture within him had dwindled in his days. He compelled his body to rise once more. He could not falter. He must not betray his master's trust or his own fervor for the great sword. At that moment, Xiao Huohua made a startling discovery. He had forgotten to bring his fire avoidance pearl. Yet, remarkably, he remained unscathed, able to walk within the flames. Could it be that a bold idea began to form in Xiao Huohua's mind? Resolutely, he withdrew the spiritual energy that had been shielding him, fully exposing himself to the flames. His Xiao Huohua couldn't help but emit a low groan as the flames surged towards him. Akin to a ravenous serpent lunging at its prey. Crackle, the sound of flames searing flesh echoed as Xiao Huohua stood defiantly, his body nearly turning to char. Yet he persevered. He had made a discovery. Yes, he realized that if he did not resist the flames but instead embraced them, while they would burn his body, they would not inflict fatal harm. The flames here seemed to possess a measure, a threshold that would char his body but not lead to death. Moreover, Xiao Huohua noticed that just as he approached the point of being burnt to a crisp, the flames would part to grant him protection. As if they were both nourishing and nurturing him in essence. As long as one was willing to cast aside their defenses and accept the flames, they would be afforded a path to survival. "Master, did you foresee this?" Xiao Huohua exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he adjusted his stance and bowed 3 times in the direction from which he had come. "In a wonder the senior advised me to venture into this land of spreading flames. It was all part of a grand design. Even my arrival in this fortuitous place must have been anticipated by my master." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Huahua began to explore this land of opportunities, for his master had mentioned that it held a chance meant for him. Indeed, after walking only a short distance, Xiao Huahua came upon a gravestone, inscribed with a cultivation technique. Flame technique? Xiao Huahua whispered to himself, feeling an inexplicable connection to this technique. Could this be the opportunity his master spoke of? Contemplating this, he began to cultivate the technique. The surrounding flames gradually converged toward him, transforming into pure energy that coursed through his body. Rapidly healing his injuries, on the following day, Xiao Huahua continued to explore this wondrous place and encountered the first and only living creature within, a panda engulfed in black flames, wielding a massive tree. Initially, Xiao Huahua had no intention of causing any trouble, but the panda promptly attacked him, using him as a makeshift seat before licking his greatsword like a popsicle and leisurely departing. Feeling challenged? Xiao Huahua mused that perhaps this was what his master referred to as the coexistence of danger and opportunity. Thus, with determination, he grasped his greatsword and charged at the nearby beast once more. Once, twice, thrice, until the sun set. On the third day, after rigorous training, the challenge against the monstrous beasts continued, marking the 35th and 36th encounters, and so forth. This thought, Xiao Huahua couldn't help but cover his face. Evidently feeling a bit embarrassed, today marked the 99th trial. Let us hope this would be the final confrontation between him and his adversary. With a determined smile, Xiao Huahua tightened his grip on the enormous sword in his hand and steadily made his way toward the lair of the beast perched atop the mountain. Chapter 88. I truly wished to kick your behind with my boots in the early morning, when the sun had barely risen and even the early birds had not yet made their appearance. Zhou Yuan found himself ejected from the Ministry of Internal Affairs by an elderly man. Come on, let us chat a bit longer. I see you haven't finished your registration yet. Leaning against the counter, Zhou Yuan observed with keen interest the young girl bustling about inside. Scram, scram! Don't disturb my girl while she is working. The old man shot a disapproving glance at Zhou Yuan, who was sneakily winking at the girl, and with a flick of his spiritual energy, unceremoniously tossed Zhou Yuan out of the ministry. Ugh, how rude. Not an ounce of courtesy. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Old fellow, I just completed my registration with you, and you know I'm about to undergo the tribulation. Don't you have anything to say? Get lost. With a thunderous shout, the old man hurled a book towards Zhou Yuan's face. Its speed swift enough to produce a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Thud. The book did not strike Zhou Yuan's face. Instead, he caught it with ease. 100 Ways to Survive the Tribulation? Zhou Yuan glanced at the title, unable to resist reading the words aloud. Well, having something is better than nothing, he muttered, waving the book as he ambled away. Along the way, Zhou Yuan, finding himself with little to do, opened the book gifted by the old man. After all, wisdom resides within the pages of a book. One cannot pilfer gold without reading. While the initial content was somewhat useful, the later sections left much to be desired. And he found himself in stark disagreement. As he navigated through the text, Zhou Yuan, riding his Kawasaki H2 conjured from his spiritual energy, scanned the pages of 100 Ways to Survive the Tribulation with a perplexed expression. The foundational explanations were no different from what he had previously encountered. For instance, it stated that cultivators who ascend to immortality must face tribulations, as defying the heavenly path necessitates enduring lightning strikes during the transformation from foundation establishment to golden core and from golden core to nascent soul. Generally, one would face 4 to 5 lightning strikes for the golden core tribulation, though those with exceptional talent might encounter 6 or 7. As for the legendary 8 Thunder Sovereign and 9 Thunder Ascension, such tribulations had not been seen in ages. Moreover, the book elaborated that a cultivator's tribulation was intrinsically linked to their fate, and outside interference was strictly forbidden, should one attempt to meddle. The heavens might retaliate, turning the tribulation into a more severe punishment. Aside from that, the book also detailed the upcoming tribulation convention, where the Qingyun sect would provide a formation to mitigate the tribulation's impact. However, regarding magical artifacts, pills, or any other methods, the Qingyun sect would not offer assistance, requiring practitioners to gather resources themselves. The text further emphasized that cultivators, in essence, defy fate. Thus, during tribulation, one must not harbor fear towards the lightning strikes. Instead, they should boldly resist and express their determination to challenge the heavens. Phrases such as, "My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens have perished, and I am a deity," would bolster one's confidence. Showcasing their unwavering quest for enlightenment before the celestial powers. At this juncture, Zhou Yuan found himself in stark disagreement. Why must one berate the heavenly path during tribulation? The heavenly path tirelessly strikes down beings day and night. Yet, you choose to insult it before it even targets you. Surely, such insolence would provoke its wrath. Lost in thought, Zhou Yuan promptly discarded the misleading book and, with a swift kick to the accelerator, sped towards the sect's artifact refining hall. Clang, clang, clang. Oh dear, Hansen, you are out of sync with our rhythm again, causing our melody to fall out of tune. A tall, robust foreign man glanced disapprovingly at his slightly frilier apprentice. 1 foot raised high. Teacher, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Good to know. Should there be a next time, I assure you, I will deliver a resounding kick to your behind, the imposing foreign man warned, slapping the apprentice's shoulder, his tone dripping with mock menace. Old Richie, stop frightening your apprentice. Just look at how he is trembling. At that moment, Zhou Yuan entered and caught sight of the scene, unable to suppress a smile as he approached to greet them. Goodness gracious, Zhou Yuan? What a rare visitor. What brings you here? Richie exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about the apprentice who had disrupted their rhythm. I have a matter at hand. I need your assistance in crafting something. Zhou Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and retrieved a design from his storage ring. Let me see. Richie accepted the design and scrutinized it closely. True to his name, Richie was a foreign cultivator who had inexplicably developed a passion for artifact refining. Traveling great distances to apprentice at the Qingyun sect, starting from the lowest tier of apprentices, he honed his skills over a decade, eventually mastering his teacher's teachings and becoming the acting steward of the artifact refining hall. Can you make it? Zhou Yuan asked, tugging at his clothing to reveal a broad expanse of chest. The artifact refining hall was stiflingly hot, flames flickering everywhere, accompanied by the incessant clanging of hammers, creating an atmosphere akin to a bustling market, a place where most people would find it unbearable to remain. And why heavens, what an imaginative design. It's truly astonishing. But tell me, my friend, what purpose does such a large birdcage serve? Do you truly possess a bird of that size? Zhou Yuan paused momentarily, struggling to conjure a fitting explanation. I swear, if such a colossal bird existed, I would gladly subsist on Mrs. Williams' apple pie for an entire month. Like a clueless groundhog, just to seek her out daily. As Richie spoke, he raised a finger, appearing utterly convinced. I've had enough of your ridiculous translations. How do I explain this? This birdcage isn't an ordinary one. To be precise, it isn't meant to house birds. Its purpose is to ward off lightning strikes, specifically designed for cultivators facing tribulations. Zhou Yuan skillfully interjected, attempting to clarify the function of this Faraday cage. All right, though I may not fully comprehend, I assure you, I will forge this item for you. Really? Are you certain you can accomplish this? Zhou Yuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Ha ha ha, do you doubt my abilities, Zhou Yuan? I vow. There is nothing I, old Richie, cannot create. Excellent. Zhou Yuan handed Richie 50 high-grade spirit stones. I will participate in the Tribulation Convention in 3 days. It will be needed by then. With a grin, Richie accepted the spirit stones. Come back in 2 days to collect it. Very well. See you in 2 days. Chapter 89. Even I was once a joyful youth. As Zhou Yuan departed the artifact refining hall, he rode his Kawasaki H2 to his final destination, Qingyun Sect's scholarly haven for children. The Shuxiang study. The mountain housing the study was not particularly large. After some contemplation, Zhou Yuan chose to land gently at the foot of the mountain, as it was, after all, his alma mater, deserving of a respectful return. Leaving home young, returning old, yet the accent remains unchanged. The rhythmic recitation of youthful voices emanated from the classrooms, their tones tender yet earnest, creating a delightful atmosphere. Outside the classrooms, several children busily arranged stools on the ground, basking in the warm sunlight as they idly completed their homework from the previous day. Oh, this isn't good. I seem to see my younger self reflected in them. Zhou Yuan observed the students outside the classroom. Momentarily lost in thought, he too had been frequently sent outside to complete assignments in his youth. How unexpected. What I once perceived as a pleasant experience now appears rather pitiful with a sigh. Zhou Yuan prepared to continue on his journey. Pitiful? Hardly. A strangely familiar voice emerged from behind him. Zhou Yuan turned thoughtfully, a smile of surprise gracing his face. "Bu'er, what brings you here?" "I'm here to revisit our alma mater and reminisce about my youth," Bu'er replied, patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder while scrutinizing his long-lost friend. "What are you wearing?" "A long robe. I recall you despised them back in the day. You were the one who led us in causing chaos in the school, tossing the teacher's long robe out the window, resulting in your week-long confinement." Zhou Yuan, reminiscing about his student days, recalled the ever-smiling old gentleman from those years, as well as the loyal old dog that accompanied them throughout their academic journey. Lost in thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Zhou Yuan's face, prompting a light chuckle from Bu'er as well. "Indeed. I spent 2 weeks outside the classroom back then. To be honest, I didn't find it torturous at all. The sun felt pleasantly warm on my skin, and the freedom from classes was exhilarating. A refreshing novelty to be outside the classroom." Bu'er glanced at his long robe, a hint of a bittersweet smile gracing his features. "What troubles you? Why such a wistful smile? You were our leader back then. How have you become so melancholic now?" Zhou Yuan patted Bu'er's shoulder, skillfully looping his arm around his neck as they strolled up the mountain. "Ah, have you noticed? Unbeknownst to us, all these years have passed, and we have all changed subtly, while the school remains unchanged. Even the walls seem untouched by time." As they walked, Bu'er observed their surroundings, feeling like an outsider for the first time, and found the once familiar school to be intriguingly novel. "Indeed, back then, I was just a carefree little lad. Now, I hesitate to even call myself that." Zhou Yuan sighed, his pace slowing slightly. "Why the hesitation now, I wonder? Has humility and decorum overtaken you?" Bu'er inquired curiously. "No, it's that I find the term too mundane. It sounds rather silly to my ears, that is true. We were a bit foolish back then, that time." The little lad had only a small mind, free from the complexities of thought. As they conversed, they arrived at their destination, the residence of the old gentleman. "Come in." Bu'er took out a key and opened the door, ushering Zhou Yuan inside. "How did you come by the old gentleman's key?" Zhou Yuan stepped into the abode, which appeared much the same as he remembered, save for the walls that had been freshly painted. "Zhou Yuan, make yourself at home. Find a seat," Bu'er said, deftly lifting his robe as he settled into the old gentleman's chair. "Bu'er, please don't tell me you wear that robe because you have become a teacher." "Surely not. You must be wearing it for fun." Zhou Yuan noticed something amiss. This Bu'er was vastly different from the carefree youth he remembered, now exuding a distinct scholarly air. "No, as you can see, the old gentleman has left for some matters, and I am now the acting head of the Shuxiang study." Bu'er smiled brightly, a radiant and inexplicable joy lighting up his face. "Time flies, doesn't it? Before I knew it, the little lad must now teach a group of even younger little lads." Bu'er picked up a lesson plan from the table and handed it to Zhou Yuan across the desk. "You actually remembered what I said back then?" Zhou Yuan flipped through the lesson plan pinned by Bu'er, a look of astonishment momentarily crossing his face. "Yes, I remember, even though I didn't study earnestly back then. However, I have not forgotten a single one of your seemingly nonsensical words," Bu'er said, patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder. "I don't know why, but your words resonate with the essence of the Tao." "Ha, those were merely my ramblings. Are you sure those teachings are suitable for the children?" "Absolutely. Those who wish to listen will do so, and those who do not may come to understand in time. Approaching the Tao can only benefit them in some way." Bu'er glanced out the window at a few children playing, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Oh, by the way, I came here to ask the old gentleman for a favor. Since he is not here, then you, Bu'er, shall assist me instead." Zhou Yuan recalled the purpose of his visit, leaning closer to Bu'er with his request. Can I be of assistance? If I can help in any way, please do not hesitate to ask," Bu'er said, thumping his chest confidently, momentarily transforming into the once magnificent child king of the classroom. "Write me a piece of calligraphy, would you?" "Very well. What should I write?" Without hesitation, Bu'er retrieved a piece of thousand-year-old banyan wood rice paper from the desk, preparing to write with an air of inspiration. By the way, what should it say?" "Right. The thunder is fierce. The child is frail. I beseech the heavens to show mercy," and perhaps add, "I, Zhou Yuan, shall surely not survive the first thunder tribulation. I implore the heavens to be gentle." And one more, I, Zhou Yuan, shall surely not survive the second thunder tribulation. I implore, wait, stop, just right up to the eighth thunder tribulation. Who are you asking for these words, a nascent soul cultivator? If you keep this up, my essence will be depleted. Bu Er's complexion paled as he swiftly covered Zhou Yuan's mouth. Very well then. Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction, settling down to quietly observe Bu Er's artistic endeavor. Chapter 90. A new era that has not carried my ship 3 days later. The sky was bright and clear as the Qingyun sect's tribulation conference commenced as scheduled atop a spacious, deserted mountaintop. A fortnight prior, the Qingyun sect had begun preparations for this unprecedented tribulation event, with elders working tirelessly to establish various protective arrays, striving to minimize casualties among the tribulation participants. Moreover, the artifact hall had mass-produced tribulation artifacts, while the pill peak had prepared various elixirs such as rejuvenation pills and soul-nourishing pills, all essential for the tribulation. The first life and death trial on the path of the Tao. This collective tribulation was of paramount importance to the Qingyun sect. After all, only those who could achieve the golden core would truly step into the realm of cultivation. Nearly 1,500 individuals had registered for the tribulation. If 1/3 succeeded, Qingyun sect would remain a top-tier sect in the Qingping realm. If half succeeded, it would become the foremost sect in Qingping. Naturally, should all 1,500 participants succeed, the Qingping realm would have to be renamed. How about Qingyun realm? That sounds unexpectedly delightful. As dawn broke, Zhou Yuan, having finished breakfast with the three little ones, was led by Lu Shualian to the already bustling tribulation peak. Observing the crowd of cultivators surrounding the tribulation platform, Zhou Yuan felt no surprise. After all, this was a once-in-a-millennium event for the Qingyun sect, and many cultivators had come to witness the tribulation. Those who had already undergone tribulation gathered to enjoy the spectacle, eager to see if any rising stars emerged among the younger generation, which would aid in forging connections in the future. As for those who had yet to face their tribulation, they came merely to witness the power of the thunder. Preparing for their own trials. Stay put and don't wander off. It would be troublesome if you got lost. I'll be undergoing a tribulation and will return shortly. Zhou Yuan positioned the three little ones and Lu Shualian at an excellent vantage point. Yes, we'll wait for you to return, brother Zhou Yuan. Yunming spoke first, handing Zhou Yuan a small wooden roly-poly toy. What is this? This is a roly-poly I made for you. I hope you can remain upright like it during your tribulation. Yunming said earnestly, pointing to the side of the toy where Zhou Yuan's name was engraved. Look, I've inscribed your name. Brother Zhou Yuan will surely pass through this thunder tribulation as steadfastly as the roly-poly. Yes, I will. Zhou Yuan accepted the clumsily crafted but heartfelt gift and turned to leave. Wait. Yunling grabbed Zhou Yuan's hand, handing him a talisman she had embroidered herself. I also have something for you. Brother Zhou Yuan. Yunyu also offered a small doll she had sewn to resemble herself. Thank you, Yunling. Thank you, Yunyu. I shall cherish these gifts, and I have received your blessings. Zhou Yuan gently ruffled the heads of Yunling and Yunyu, prompting them to close their eyes in contentment. Brother Zhou Yuan is biased. I want a head pat too, pouted Yunming, gazing up at Zhou Yuan with pleading eyes. Zhou Yuan paused his affectionate gestures towards Yunling and Yunyu, turning to pull Yunming closer. There's no bias. I have never forgotten about you, Yunming. As Zhou Yuan affectionately tousled Yunming's hair, he noticed a delicate arm resembling a white lotus beside him. What's the matter? Do you have something to discuss regarding the tribulation? Zhou Yuan asked as he instinctively reached out to smooth the windswept hair of Lu Shualian. Here, take this. If you feel you cannot withstand the next thunder tribulation, consume it. Lu Shualian opened her palm, revealing a shimmering, multicolored lotus seed. All right, I understand. Zhou Yuan accepted the lotus seed, his expression serious as he addressed Lu Shualian and the three little ones. Wait for me. When I return from the tribulation, I will prepare a feast for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan waved cheerfully and soared into the tribulation formation. The crossing of tribulations requires a delicate balance of celestial timing, geographical advantage, and harmonious cooperation among individuals. As the auspicious hour drew near, the elders from various halls and peaks took their seats, eagerly anticipating this year's tribulation conference. The seating arrangements were largely fixed, with each individual's status clearly displayed from high to low. However, this occasion was somewhat peculiar. The esteemed seat was occupied not by the usual enchanting leader of the beauty sect, Luo Wansher, but by an elderly man with a wan complexion. Luo Wancher stood respectfully behind him. Curiously, who was this old man seated before Sister Wancher? How dare he occupy her place? Zhou Yuan also observed the scene at the observation platform and began to speculate about the identity of the elder. Sensing a familiar aura, Luo Wancher instinctively lifted her gaze, coincidentally meeting Zhou Yuan's inquisitive eyes from below. Luo Wancher's expression transformed, becoming more animated as she helplessly gestured towards Zhou Yuan, indicating the elder before her, while also displaying a hint of grievance. Fellow cultivators of Qingyun sect, I am the Grand Elder of Qingyun sect. For this tribulation conference, I shall lead the way for you. The Grand Elder's declaration ignited a fervor among the crowd, the previously vibrant discussions escalating into a cacophony of excitement. Clearly, the enthusiasm was palpable. Before we commence the crossing of tribulations, allow me to share a few words. As the Grand Elder stood, his voice resonated with the enhancement of spiritual energy, filling the hearts of all cultivators with a steady, powerful cadence. Applause erupted, with the cultivators curiously gazing at the Grand Elder, eager to hear what thrilling words he might utter. This tribulation conference is a millennium event for our Qingyun sect, marking the inaugural gathering in this new era in the future. Whether it be a millennium or 10,000 years hence, this world may no longer shelter us old-timers. But you, dear cultivators, are the progenitors of a new age. We, as cultivators, must strive valiantly against the heavens. Recalling the days of yore in the old era, the Grand Elder continued. Now, this era has become antiquated, and we old folks are aging. He spoke with fervor, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, as his brief remarks extended far longer than anticipated. Does it seem to you that this Grand Elder is somewhat loquacious? Indeed, his discourse had become rather lengthy. Moreover, I feel as if I've encountered similar sentiments in Zhou Depao's Great Pirate. Uncertain, yet sensing a whiff of pretentiousness from the Grand Elder, one might ponder. What constitutes pretentiousness? Could the actions of the Grand Elder be deemed so? Certainly, it was likely that the Grand Elder had been in seclusion for too long, speaking once more with a fervor that was hard to contain. An entirely human tendency. Oh? Have you experienced the sensation of prolonged seclusion? No, but I have felt the urge to boast excessively after being silent for a while. Silence. As time flowed gently onward, the Grand Elder's oration approached its conclusion. As cultivators of the new era, it is for you to determine what to believe in. Even if the future does not belong to us old souls, it unequivocally belongs to you. The future is your era. The applause crescendoed. A fervent response that eclipsed the earlier sounds. With a resounding boom, the 1,000-year tribulation conference commenced amidst the bursts of fireworks. In a flurry, countless fully established cultivators soared towards the tribulation formation, swiftly filling the limited spaces. Alas, I was so entranced by the fireworks. Zhou Yuan smacked his forehead, eyeing the already crowded tribulation platform with a slight grimace. I knew all the fireworks in my shop had been purchased, and now I see they all come here. Seeing that he had missed the first opportunity for tribulation, Zhou Yuan relaxed, finding a spot to contemplate his earnings while watching the tribulation platform before him. The platform crackled with thunderous energy, with streaks of lightning dancing in the air. Zhou Yuan and the other cultivators widened their eyes, eager to observe how those before them would navigate their tribulations. Cough, cough, since everything is prepared, let us begin the crossing of tribulations. The Grand Elder stood, reaching skyward, his hand grasping at the air, and a golden light illuminated the entire platform. The formation activated, emanating profound and mysterious energies. On the tribulation platform, 500 cultivators, maintaining their composure and exuding confidence, stood at a considerable distance from one another. Having remained at the peak of foundational cultivation for an extended period, they had hesitated to break through until now. Empowered by the tribulation formation provided by Qingyun's sect, simultaneously, the sky became tumultuous, flashes of lightning illuminating the heavens as fierce thunder dragons spiraled above, releasing an aura of destruction. Cultivators were meant to stand tall. Unperturbed by tribulations, one stoic cultivator rose, coldly observing the rolling thunder, a healing elixir from Dan Feng in his hand. Ha! A mere thunder tribulation dares to serve as an obstacle on my path to enlightenment? Truly, it knows not its own mortality. A sword cultivator drew his sword to the sky, a reckless grin adorning his face. We, as cultivators, shall forge our path, unafraid of thunder tribulations, unafraid of life and death. A resolute young woman summoned a spear, shimmering with a deep purple hue. I declare that the heavens shall no longer obscure my sight. The earth shall no longer bind my steps. I demand that these thunderclouds dissipate. Speak no further. If you possess the strength, strike me down. Onward, brothers, behold my lightning-warding armor. Yet, the moment hung in the balance, for the heavens were poised to unleash their fury. In an instant, the sky illuminated brilliantly, and the thunder roared. Hundreds of ferocious thunder dragons descended, roaring as they sought to obliterate those who dared to defy celestial authority. With a resounding crash, a familiar flash of a high voltage engulfed Zhou Yuan's vision. The thunder river, he could see nothing. Uncertain of the fate of those before him, he wondered if they had already been vanquished by the lightning. Muttering to himself, Zhou Yuan concentrated his spiritual energy to his eyes, forcing himself to discern the situation. On the tribulation platform, the thunder dragons, diminished by the formation, could no longer maintain their dragon forms, crashing down as thick as barrels. Come forth, witness my prowess. If you possess the ability, strike me down. Nearly 500 cultivators successively produced their tribulation tools, employing various offensive and defensive techniques to withstand the onslaught. Ouch, 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 thick-skinned crabs, aminos. Don't eat the acid radishes. Such a thrill as the first thunder tribulation gradually subsided. The nearly 500 cultivators appeared visibly strained. The intensity of the initial tribulation had been overwhelming. Some had collapsed to the ground, their hair frizzed, faces awash with despair, uncertain if they should continue their tribulations. Others fared worse, their bones exposed from the electric shocks, emanating the scent of charred flesh, rendered incapable of proceeding further. Brother Pao Hui, woe is me. Sister Long Tao, until we meet again in the next life. I wish to encounter you once more, not just Pao Hui and Long Tao, but many cultivators who had failed their tribulations cried out, shedding tears as they voiced their final words. The formation of Qingyun's sect could not preserve their lives, but it could ensure the integrity of their souls, allowing for rebirth in the grand scheme of things, compared to the obliteration of the soul under the thunder tribulation. This outcome was relatively favorable. Of course, those unable to endure the tribulations or who perished were but a minority. Most cultivators merely appeared disheveled, their tools and elixirs suffering various degrees of damage. With the next thunder tribulation yet to arrive, there was typically a 15-minute interval between tribulations. Seizing this time, the cultivators hastily consumed healing elixirs, striving to restore their states. Cultivators, seeking the path of enlightenment, accepted the disturbances as they came, yet resolutely refused to allow the thunder tribulations any audacious encroachments upon their journey. The stoic cultivator continued to gaze coldly at the sky, his elixir bottle unopened. Having sustained no injuries, that the first thunder tribulation, it doesn't seem particularly formidable. Considering there are still 4 more to come, I feel an exhilarating anticipation. The sword cultivator, undeterred, remained carefree. As cultivators, we must sincerely traverse tribulations. Using our hearts to validate our paths, the spear-wielding young woman sat cross-legged, her spear at her side, eyes closed in meditation, recuperating from her losses. Brother, do you have any last words? You may tell me, and I shall convey them to your family. This thunder tribulation is merely mediocre. As cultivators, we shall surely board the vessel of the new era, paving the way for an entirely new epoch. On the debate platform, many cultivators continued to voice their defiance against the heavens, their faces devoid of fear of the thunder tribulation. Brother, you look so handsome. I like you so much, comrades. Press on. The new era awaits your arrival. It was a prolonged thunderstorm. What kind of life do you wish to live? The gathered cultivators were all inspired by this unyielding spirit, fervently cheering one another on. The elders of the Qingyun sect, along with the more seasoned cultivators, nodded in satisfaction, expressing their approval. Indeed, indeed. As cultivators, we must possess this indomitable spirit, fearless of death. Only with such resolve can our hearts become expansive, allowing us to traverse the arduous path of cultivation without perceiving any obstacles. Chapter 92. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Really? You call this spirit of valor and fearlessness? Surely not. This is mere bravado. Zhou Yuan muttered softly, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he wiped it, revealing a somewhat incredulous countenance. Frankly speaking, Zhou Yuan suspected that these cultivators had all perused that book, 100 Methods to Survive a Tribulation. After all, the tome advised that during tribulations, one must maintain and exhibit phrases such as "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven, heaven is dead, and I am the divine," among other actions to bolster one's confidence. Yet, honestly, isn't that rather misguided? Originally, the heavenly Tao was in perfect order, merely intending to offer a light admonishment, a few strikes at most. But before it could even strike, they came forth, hurling insults. If I were in its position, I would be quite displeased as well. Sure enough, within a mere quarter of an hour, the second thunder dragon descended with a deafening roar toward the cultivators below. Your sudden arrival caught me off guard. Some cultivators, still recuperating, had yet to react and were instantaneously reduced to ash, leaving only a wisp of their souls drifting in the wind. Goodness. Cough, cough. Some charred cultivators revealed their pearly white teeth, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. What is happening? How did the second tribulation arrive so soon? While some cultivators managed to rise in time to defend themselves, the suddenness of the event left them no opportunity to deploy their magical artifacts or defensive techniques. They could only envelop themselves in spiritual energy and withstand the onslaught. The number of surviving cultivators dwindled further, leaving fewer than 300. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. If you dare, come again. I was careless and did not dodge. The remaining cultivators, still alive, spoke with voices laced with disdain for the treacherous nature of the tribulation. If hearing their curses, the dark clouds thickened ominously. A menacing dragon's head slowly emerging. Suddenly, rumble. The sound of thunder erupted, the ground turning white as many cultivators bitterly transformed into fine ash, while the survivors suffered grievous injuries, struggling to rise from the earth. Cultivators, puff. The stoic cultivator began to speak, only to spew forth a copious amount of blood, with internal fragments visible amongst the crimson pool. Damn it, I shall slay this damned heavenly Tao. The sword cultivator, who had faced the lightning tribulation, trembled as he gripped his sword, his complexion as pale as death. Clang! The long spear clattered to the ground as a young girl knelt, blood gushing forth from her wounds, quickly saturating the surrounding formation. This tribulation is decidedly amiss. The girl trembled as she forced a blood-red pill into her mouth. In the next instant, her blood seemed to regain its own consciousness, slowly flowing back into her body. Indeed, I feel it too. Wait, no. The tribulation is coming again. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, and the surviving cultivators collectively gazed skyward. Above, the thunder dragons had already emerged beyond the formation, transforming into massive pillars of lightning that surged into the array. Yet, despair loomed larger than that, for amidst the dark clouds, another bolt of tribulation had silently begun its descent. Thunder tribulation. 2 bolts of thunder tribulation. The cultivators outside cried out in alarm, some closing their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending catastrophe. After 5 bolts of lightning, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing ethereal traces of the Tao. The expressions of the cultivators below and the elders on the viewing platform were grave, all silently observing the devastation upon the tribulation platform. On the platform, few cultivators remained intact. The majority had been reduced to ash, vanishing from existence. Yet, the most shocking revelation was that from over 500 cultivators originally present, only a mere dozen remained, basking in the radiant glow of the Tao. Puff! The stoic cultivator knelt once more, spilling another mouthful of blood, his hair falling across his face, snow-white in hue. A look of inexplicable despair washed over his features, as if he had aged significantly in that moment. The pill bottle in his hand shattered, the life-prolonging elixir consumed in a desperate final attempt. This elixir, which burned 500 years of one's lifespan to prolong life, came with severe side effects. The sword cultivator was not faring much better, his body charred, revealing the sword bones beneath. He had no unscathed flesh left, merely a skeletal frame emanating a piercing sword aura. As the Tao's essence descended, his wounds gradually healed, and he raised his sword defiantly once more towards the heavens. The spear-wielding girl appeared comparatively unscathed, though her pallor was deathly white, devoid of any color. Beside her, the long spear had transformed into a striking black steed, which extended its tongue to lick her cheek. How could this be? Many elders stood in disbelief. Something is amiss. How could the power of the tribulation have increased so dramatically? Ordinarily, the tribulation would strike every quarter of an hour, and its strength would not be nearly as formidable as this. Sigh. The Grand Elder lamented, I had believed at least a third of our disciples would survive the tribulation. Why are there only a handful now? This shouldn't be the case. Each cultivator should face their own tribulation, unaffected by others, so the difficulty should not have increased. Other cultivators outside were equally perplexed, and some began to express concern. Can one not be worried? Out of over 500 individuals, only a scant few had successfully formed their cores. The odds seemed too dismal. Moreover, had it not been claimed that there was a one-third success rate? Zhou Yuan observed the few surviving cultivators still channeling the heavenly Tao, and it dawned upon him that he had an inkling of the reason. The concept of group tribulation itself was not problematic, as the tribulations were individual in nature and did not interfere with one another. However, the issue lay in the fact that in the past, a single individual would curse the heavenly Tao in solitude. Regardless of how angry the Tao might become, it would not retaliate forcefully, for it was merely the outcry of an insignificant ant, something to be dismissed as amusement. Now, however, a multitude of cultivators were united in cursing the heavenly Tao, which was an entirely different matter. Previously, there had only been one ant, easily ignored. But now, with a swarm of ants clamoring at one's feet, who could refrain from stepping on them? After all, an abundance of ants could certainly disrupt one's mood. If you were the heavenly Tao, typically emerging to strike with ease, only to find a multitude of ants beneath you, clamoring and defecating at your feet, how could one possibly endure that? Wouldn't one's temper inevitably flare? Chapter 93. Why are you so angry? As the surviving cultivators descended from the platform, all the elders turned their gaze toward the Grand Elder, awaiting his signal to activate the formation once more. The Grand Elder hesitated momentarily before nodding, rising to activate the array. This tribulation ceremony does not seem to be proceeding smoothly. Esteemed friends, please decide for yourselves, before the Grand Elder could finish his words. The tribulation platform was once again filled with cultivators. Grand Elder, there's no need for your counsel. We, as steadfast cultivators, have never known fear, and it was so in the past, and even more so now. The cultivators preparing for tribulation bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder before turning to arrange their tribulation materials. Brother Jia, why must we ascend the tribulation platform? This thunder tribulation clearly feels off. It seems unlikely that we will survive. Lu Rani, having finished organizing his tribulation artifacts and pills, looked quizzically at Lu Ranjia, who was holding a thermos and goji berry water. Oh, foolish brother. Can you not grasp the situation? Think about it. We are destined to face tribulation sooner or later. Even if we abstain from this ceremony, how many years can we maintain our foundation at peak perfection? I don't know. Perhaps no more than 10 years? Exactly, Lu Ranjia sighed, glancing up at the increasingly dense clouds. A mere decade is but a fleeting moment. Do you truly believe that with our talents, connections, and fortune, we will gain even a modicum of advantage in our artifacts and pills for the tribulation? Brother Jia, Lu Rani's voice trailed off as he lowered his head, clearly uncertain in this world. We, as mere underlings, were ultimately relegated to the role of side characters. Sometimes, when confronted with the thunderous wrath of the heavenly Tao, we appeared as insignificant as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly powerless. Yet, I still refuse to accept it. I never intended to be a mere supporting character, but I find myself with no choice. As Lu Ranjia took a sip of goji berry water, he casually tossed his storage pouch to Lu Rani. Brother, what is this? Lu Rani exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he caught the pouch. It contained Lu Ranjia's resources for this tribulation. They had long ago divided the resources equally, yet now, his brother was giving away his share. Brother, we must partake in this tribulation ceremony, Lu Ranjia insisted. Originally, we had no confidence in surviving the tribulation. But now that our sect has provided us with a formation to mitigate its power, we dare to give it a try. However, as you have just witnessed, this tribulation is rather extreme. Even with the formation as assistance, given our meager resources, it is uncertain whether we can endure this trial. Lu Ranjia chuckled bitterly, realizing that his comprehension had deepened and his cultivation had reached the pseudo-golden core realm. His own tribulation was imminent. Brother, if I perish, so be it, but you must not die. You must take these tribulation resources and fight to live on. Live well for me, and show the world that we, the so-called failures, also have a tomorrow. That we too can ascend to great heights. Brother. Lu Rini wept, tears streaming down his face as Lu Runjia turned away, his silhouette gradually fading. He clutched tightly to the storage pouch his brother had given him. Ha ha ha, a mere tribulation, how trivial. I have stood atop mountains and plummeted into valleys. Both experiences have enriched me. Frankly speaking, what is this tribulation to determine my fate? To leave without return? Ha ha ha, then let it be so. Now, I ask everyone to rise. Sword Cultivator number 1, Lu Buwei, is ready. I refuse to believe that you can eliminate me with just 5 lightning bolts. As the tribulation descended, it struck with alarming speed and ferocity. With a lightning dragon crashing down every 5 breaths, sweeping the discussion platform clean like a torrential downpour. Elders, the situation does not bode well. Observing the remaining 20 or so cultivators, the elders turned their gazes towards the Grand Elder. Seeking his counsel, Sai, Wan Shi, what is your view? The Grand Elder sighed, his aged features appearing even more worn, his stature slightly hunched. Well, the sect master is not behind you. He mentioned he had matters to attend to and left. Noticing the Grand Elder's bowed head, an elder from the painting hall could not help but remind him, this matter is beyond our control. It ultimately depends on those young cultivators preparing for their tribulation. The Grand Elder glanced at the silent cultivators below, the creases on his face deepening. Below the tribulation platform, Luo Wanshi was tugging at Zhou Yuan's ear. Zhou Yuan, why are you not listening to me? Did I not convey to you that something was amiss with this tribulation ceremony? I told you to leave first, yet you refuse. As she spoke, she gave his ear another sharp tug, causing Zhou Yuan to grimace in pain. It is fine, Sister Wanshi. I am confident I can survive this golden core tribulation. While speaking, Zhou Yuan attempted to pry her fingers away. Still arguing back, Luo Wanshi's expression soured as she tugged Zhou Yuan's ear once more. Ouch, that hurts. Zhou Yuan looked up at her reddened eyes, momentarily unsure of what he had done wrong, feeling as though he had committed a grave error. Why are you angry? In a very soft tone. Why are you angry? Leaning closer to her, gazing up weakly. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not angry at all. How could I possibly be angry with you? Luo Wanshi replied, turning her head away, her body trembling slightly, resembling a little girl who had been wronged. Peeking at the concealed figures around them, Zhou Yuan decided to be bold and leaned in, gently kissing Luo Wanshi's flawless, delicate cheek. You? Luo Wanshi turned to face Zhou Yuan, momentarily at a loss for whether to feel aggrieved or to smile. You are truly insufferable. After saying this, she released her grip on Zhou Yuan's ear but then pulled him into her embrace. Now, tell me, what gives you the confidence that you can survive this golden core tribulation? She asked, looking at the taller boy in her arms, her tone still stern, leaving one to wonder if she really was taller than him. Chapter 94. Sincerely bow 3 times. May the heavenly Tao show benevolence through Zhou Yuan's persistent coaxing and unwavering efforts. Luo Wanshi finally grasped a part of his meaning. Are you saying that as long as one harbors reverence for the heavenly Tao, the damage from the tribulation will be mitigated? Not necessarily reverence, simply refrain from cursing or belittling the heavenly Tao. Zhou Yuan pointed towards Lu Renjia and Lu Rini on the tribulation platform. The 2 brothers were cautious and restrained, not daring to utter a word, faithfully enduring their tribulation. Currently, Lu Renjia had sustained the most injury, having given all his healing pills to his brother. Quite peculiar. Isn't it? Given the damage from this tribulation, logically, neither brother should survive. Could it be that what you said is true? Luo Wanshi observed Lu Renjia, who was fervently consuming goji berry water while basking in the bounty of the Tao, her expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue. Sister Wanshi, just trust me this once. I promise I won't defy you again, Zhou Yuan said, shaking her arm playfully and offering her a piece of peach blossom pastry he had made. This tribulation is not something that one must face. I have many ways to ensure your cultivation remains at the foundation completion stage, entirely unnecessary for tribulation. Or do you truly wish to face this golden core tribulation? I must face it. I have compelling reasons to do so. Zhou Yuan nodded firmly. Meanwhile, the surviving cultivators on the discussion platform began to descend. This signified that the Third Tribulation Conference was about to commence. Sure enough, the Grand Elder turned around, slowly activating the formation, and abruptly bowed to the cultivators below. Everyone, today's Tribulation Conference has not been satisfactory. I did not expect this Golden Core Tribulation to be so perilous. At this point, the Grand Elder bowed once more. Let us do this. I shall impose no requirements on the cultivators facing tribulation below. Those who do not wish to face it may leave. Of course, we still welcome those who wish to undergo tribulation, and there will be rewards. Therefore, every cultivator who succeeds in their tribulation will receive 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. His voice was heavy and resonant, instantly freezing those cultivators contemplating departure. What? 10,000 spirit stones? I must have misheard. 10,000 spirit stones. My worthless life eyes. Even worth that much? Damn it. Let us take a gamble. If I die? I die? Whispers filled the air, and after a moment, around 100 cultivators steeled themselves and soared onto the discussion platform. Life is fleeting. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. Let us do this. I'm not here for the 10,000 spirit stones. I simply want to face a tribulation. I happen to be low on funds, and with these spirit stones, I can gamble again. What is that smell? So fragrant. Indeed. Why is there a scent of roasted chicken? The crowd on the tribulation platform and the audience below all turned their attention to Zhou Yuan, who was preparing the tribulation supplies on the platform. Zhou Yuan had laid out a long table adorned with cooked chicken, duck, and beef. Moreover, a massive ancient incense burner captured everyone's gaze. With a puff of smoke, Zhou Yuan lit the incense in his hand, bowed 3 times towards the sky, and respectfully placed it in the incense burner. Who is this person? Why is he acting so mysteriously? Exactly. Why waste such fine chicken, duck, and beef on an altar instead of enjoying it himself? Truly wasteful. You don't understand. This is a ritual, meant to curse others. I suspect this fellow intends to curse the heavenly Tao to weaken the tribulation's might. What a clever strategy. A crooked-eyed cultivator fanned himself, casting Zhou Yuan a condescending look. Master Wulong. It's Master Wulong. Indeed, we were short-sighted. We are truly ashamed before such a learned individual. The crowd stirred, and many acknowledged Zhou Yuan's actions, for if Master Wulong endorsed it, then Zhou Yuan's behavior was justified. With a crackle, Zhou Yuan retrieved the Faraday birdcage he had commissioned from the artifact refining peak from his storage ring. The cage transformed mid-air, chains extending and gears turning, swiftly occupying the area around Zhou Yuan. Master Wulong, what kind of artifact is this? It looks like a birdcage. The cultivators collectively gazed at the peculiarly shaped cage, eagerly awaiting Master Wulong's explanation. What a divine being! This unique artifact clearly embodies both external restraint and internal containment. Housing a formidable energy, I surmise this artifact can at least capture a lightning bolt, transforming it into a thunderbird, securely imprisoning it within its cage. As Master Wulong spoke, he rubbed his eyes, his already crooked gaze becoming even more skewed. I told you, the things we cannot comprehend, Master Wulong surely can. After all, he is well versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters. Indeed, indeed. After Master Wulong's explanation, I have gained clarity. Me too. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan observed the surrounding cultivators who were fixated on him. Why are you all staring at me? Don't you need to face your tribulation? What is this, esteemed one? Observing the thorough preparations you have made, why not proceed with your tribulation first? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's inquiry, the nearby cultivators, watching the scene, were momentarily taken aback before collectively waving their hands in refusal. Very well, then I shall commence my tribulation. You may simply observe from the sidelines. Zhou Yuan, unceremoniously, turned and bowed to the heavenly path. As for us, the so-called outsiders, we prefer to hang jade tablets during our tribulation. On the incense burner and offering platform, I humbly invite the heavenly path to descend. With sincere reverence, I bow 3 times, hoping for the benevolence of the heavenly Lord. Zhou Yuan's voice was steady, and his tone filled with devotion. Instantly, dark clouds gathered above, and the thunderous dragon in the sky occasionally peeked out, casting a benevolent glance at Zhou Yuan. What is this? At that moment, everyone found themselves at a loss, a sarcastic undertone. Indeed. Mr. Wulong was exceedingly excited, as if he had grasped the essence of Zhou Yuan's words, his admiration evident on his face. Mr. Wulong, please enlighten us, Mr. Wulong. I am but an unworthy disciple. Very well, since you are sincerely inquiring, I shall gladly elucidate. Mr. Wulong waved his hand and sat down. The term outsider implies that we cultivators ultimately cannot align with the heavenly path. Thus we remain perpetual outsiders. As for the Jade Tablet, it is quite straightforward. The Jade Tablet is a magical artifact we use during tribulation, similar to that extraordinary birdcage possessed by this fellow cultivator. The implication here is that we cultivators cannot truly connect with the heavenly path, and now I am forced to use these artifacts to evade the heavenly tribulation. As Mr. Wulong spoke, he confidently surveyed the surrounding cultivators, who nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with conviction. Chapter 95. How am I to articulate this? Ahem. Mr. Wulong cleared his throat, frowning as he retrieved a gourd from his storage ring and took a few sips. The potent aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Let us continue. Observe the next line. The incense burner and offering platform are prepared. I humbly invite the heavenly path to descend. This line is particularly intriguing. Both incense burner and offering platform are used by this cultivator to curse the heavenly path, making the phrase, I humbly invite the heavenly path to descend, all the more straightforward. I have prepared the incense burner and offering platform for the heavenly path, yet the heavenly path remains unresponsive. Thus, this cultivator adopts a humble demeanor, referring to himself as I, to convey sincerity, hoping to entice the heavenly path into action, or perhaps to exploit its benevolence. What does, with sincere reverence, I bow 3 times, hoping for the heavenly Lord's compassion, imply? Do I sense a hint of goodwill towards the heavenly path in this line? Am I mistaken? A cultivator, seemingly pondering, stepped forward, parting the dense crowd to pose his question to Mr. Wulong. You are mistaken, and gravely so. It is evident you do not comprehend the true meaning of bow 3 times. Bow 3 times does not signify literal submission. Rather, it carries a different connotation. In the mortal realm, it is a tradition among the common folk. Some honor their deceased relatives, while others beseech the dead for fortune and peace through their grievances. Ah, I understand now. This line is also a form of sarcasm. Correct, yet not entirely correct. This phrase is not only sarcastic but also inversely structured, requiring one to read it backward. The true meaning is that I, facing this tribulation, am struggling. Dear heavenly path, you would do well to exhibit some discernment and grant me leniency. Should you choose not to bestow your favor upon me, I may be compelled to honor you as if you were deceased, using your power to coerce you into granting me relief. At this point, Mr. Wulong could not help but smirk, casting an appreciative glance at Zhou Yuan, who was preparing his Faraday birdcage. Boom! The ominous aura gradually enveloped the surroundings, as the thunderous dragon roared and lunged towards Zhou Yuan. Dear Heavenly Lord, do not rush. Today, as I undergo tribulation, I kindly request your assistance in striking me down. I am somewhat ashamed, having prepared fine wines and delicacies for you. Hoping you do not take offense. Zhou Yuan spoke rapidly, yet clearly, ensuring all present could hear him distinctly. As the Thunder Dragon approached the perimeter of the formation, Zhou Yuan adjusted the entrance of the Faraday birdcage, contemplating whether to enter. Ultimately, however, he made no further movements. Is he mad? Does he genuinely think to bribe the heavenly path? Ugh, I once believed him to be a great figure, yet it seems he is merely a complete fool. Ah, the heavenly path is merciless. This young man lacks the courage to challenge the great principles. He is likely to perish here today. The elder shook his head, casting a weary gaze elsewhere, seemingly unwilling to witness the impending scene. I believe this cultivator appears to possess remarkable stature, exquisite talent, and surely harbors extraordinary abilities. His actions may be justified by some rationale. Unbeknownst to him, the elder Taishang's Luo Wancher overheard his remarks and immediately expressed her discontent. Pouting slightly and retorted delicately, at this moment, on the debating platform, Zhou Yuan ceased his manipulation of the Faraday birdcage and bowed deeply to the impending thunder before him. Boom! With a crackle, the thunder seemed to gain awareness, rapidly diminishing in size and intensity until it became a mere spark that lightly struck Zhou Yuan's garment, leaving a slight charred mark. What is happening? This cannot be right. How is it possible? Why did it not strike him dead? Could it be that this young man is the illegitimate child of the heavenly path? In an instant, the cultivators below began to murmur. Even the elders observing the tribulation collectively slammed their palms on the table. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at Zhou Yuan, who remained unscathed. However, not everyone shared this astonishment. Figures such as Luo Wanshi, Lu Shuilian, and Mr. Wulong, along with the surrounding cultivators, displayed a different reaction. Mr. Wulong, please enlighten us on how this esteemed figure executed such a maneuver. Our understanding is limited, and we failed to grasp it. Indeed, how did the Thunder Dragon vanish? Was it due to a threat from this esteemed figure? No, I believe it must have been the birdcage-like artifact at work, directly binding and consuming the thunder, though its speed was so swift we could hardly perceive it. Ahem, silence. Mr. Wulong interjected, effectively calming the cacophony of inquiries. The strength of this cultivator is indeed unfathomable. I momentarily failed to perceive the trajectory of the thunder. However, one thing is certain. I misjudged earlier that offering table and incense burner are far from ordinary artifacts. They are likely magical artifacts. No, if the thunder's disappearance was due to them, they might even belong in the realm of spiritual artifacts. As Mr. Wulong spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, anticipating the true tribulation of this cultivator. Not only Mr. Wulong, but all those present with higher cultivation or insight instinctively gazed skyward. Above, the sky had transformed into an impenetrable darkness, the clouds roiling, as divine sounds reminiscent of dragon roars and phoenix cries emanated from within. As if about to burst forth and descend upon Zhou Yuan, who was undergoing tribulation, boom, the sky erupted with a tremendous sound, waves of energy rolling forth, an aura of destruction permeating the air, as if thunder would strike at any moment. Yet, Zhou Yuan remained unperturbed, retrieving several scrolls pinned by Bu Air from the Book Fragrance Pavilion, finding a suitable place to hang them. The thunder is fierce, and I am weak. I beseech the heavens to show mercy. I, Zhou Yuan, surely cannot withstand the first thunder tribulation. I ask the heavens for leniency. I, Zhou Yuan, surely cannot withstand the second thunder tribulation. I ask for. I, Zhou Yuan. As each scroll was hung, a hush fell over the cultivators and elders, their expressions twitching slightly. This individual's demeanor appeared rather peculiar, seemingly uncharacteristic of a disciple of the Qingyun sect. An elder from the Painting Peak spoke up, clearly intrigued by Zhou Yuan's antics. Wanshi, it seems you possess some understanding of this Zhou Yuan. Could you analyze his intentions for us? The elder Taishang turned, curiously inquiring of Luo Wanshi. This, Luo Wanshi, somewhat exasperated, covered her forehead. Zhou Yuan, this rascal, why is he causing such a spectacle? How am I to explain this? Chapter 96. Today, I trouble the Heavenly Lord. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan had finished hanging the scrolls. Turning to enter the Faraday birdcage. Dear Heavenly Lord, I apologize for the wait. I am now prepared, and you may proceed with your strikes. Zhou Yuan said, bowing respectfully and smiling as he awaited the arrival of the thunder tribulation. A silence enveloped both the onlookers and the darkened heavens, though the reasons for the silence seemed disparate. Boom, in an instant, the sky lit up, a thunder dragon bursting through the clouds, roaring as it surged towards Zhou Yuan. My heavens, how dazzling! The thunder dragon appeared colossal, both wide and fearsome. In an instant, the spectators shielded their eyes, then stared in astonishment as the thunder dragon, several times larger than that of other cultivators, descended upon Zhou Yuan. Clang! What? Did I see that correctly? Where is the thunder? Wasn't it supposed to be enormous? Astonishment gave way to surprise as the onlooking cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, their bodies instinctively straightening with a newfound tension. It was hardly trivial. The wondrous Faraday cage had indeed upended their understanding. The nearly 100-meter-wide thunderbolt, upon contacting Zhou Yuan's Faraday cage, was swiftly redirected into the ground by the lightning rod atop it, vanishing deep into the earth. The cultivators on the tribulation platform felt a sudden tingling in their feet and became oblivious to the ensuing events. With a crackle, a few feeble sparks of electricity audaciously surged into the Faraday cage, struggling to strike Zhou Yuan. Enough of this mischief. Zhou Yuan waved his sleeve, dispersing the weak sparks effortlessly. The first bolt? No, rather the second. Zhou Yuan navigated with ease, emerging unscathed. Grateful thanks to the heavenly Tao for your benevolence. I am profoundly appreciative, Zhou Yuan said with a respectful bow, then patiently awaited the next bolt of tribulation. Time seemed to stand still as Zhou Yuan and the cultivators below braced themselves for the impending strike. Yet, such moments of stillness are fleeting. After all, the cosmos is ever in motion. Not far away, several cultivators, brimming with determination, approached Mr. Wulong. Forgive us, Mr. Wulong, but our tempers are running high. We kindly ask for your forbearance. Save me. Mr. Wulong glanced back at the cultivators he had previously intimidated, now brandishing their weapons. Long swords, knives, gauntlets, and spiked clubs. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't save me. I fear I cannot bear the repercussions. Mr. Wulong hastily laid down, drawing upon his spiritual energy to form a sturdy shell around himself. The clinking of blades against his protective barrier accompanied a gentle breeze, as if the heavenly Tao were caressing Zhou Yuan's visage, subtly urging him to prepare, for the next strike was imminent. Zhou Yuan nodded contemplatively, his hair slightly lifted, his chiseled features accentuated by the meticulously designed white attire crafted by Lu Shualian. But if not for the gradually mischievous smile upon his face, he would undoubtedly appear as a strikingly handsome man. With a thunderous roar, the third bolt descended with overwhelming might. This third tribulation was larger than the second, and the thunder dragon it morphed into was even more vivid. The thunder dragon danced in the air with a grace reminiscent of a swimming fish, striving to evade the weakening effects of the Qingyun sect's tribulation formation. This time, the Faraday cage could not divert all the lightning. Only 2/3 were redirected, while the remaining third struck Zhou Yuan fiercely. Moments later, the third bolt concluded, and Zhou Yuan stood once more before the crowd, seemingly unscathed, his attire pristine. How is this possible? How could he withstand such a formidable tribulation? The observers gasped, realizing that this bolt was significantly more potent than the previous two. Something seemed amiss. Could that cage, which resembled a mere birdcage, indeed be an exceptional magical artifact or spirit treasure? Otherwise, how could it yield such remarkable results? Damn it! Could this fellow be a love child of the heavenly Tao? How could the heavenly Tao's tribulation merely be a facade, while in reality, it was something altogether different? Ha! I knew it! I couldn't possibly be mistaken. That cage is undoubtedly a powerful artifact or spirit treasure. How else could it explain his survival amidst such a formidable tribulation without a scratch? While Mr. Wulong endured his own punishment, he looked on at Zhou Yuan's situation, feeling a sense of relief seeing him unscathed. What nonsense, get lost, old man. We don't believe a word you say, indeed, not a word at all. The clattering of weapons echoed as they expressed their disbelief. Thank you, heavenly Tao, for your kindness. I humbly await the fourth bolt of tribulation. And no sooner had he spoken than the clouds parted, revealing a torrential river of thunder cascading downwards. A mighty deluge aimed directly at Zhou Yuan. What is this? A thunder river tribulation? An erudite elder gasped, uncertain. Indeed, it is the rare thunder river tribulation. If this young man can survive, the future of our Qingyun sect may very well rest upon his shoulders. The elder said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Zhou Yuan, who appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? It shouldn't be happening. I've been utterly sincere. Why is the heavenly Tao still targeting me? System, come forth and explain this to me. Ding. Due to the host's inherent qualities being bound to the system defaults to the highest qualifications, and the heavenly Tao will pay special attention to the host. Furthermore, the host's solid foundation has led to the heavenly Tao categorizing him as an ancient method cultivator, currently undergoing testing to awaken his memories from a past life. What does that mean? It means, host, prepare to be struck. If you do not purchase the Tribulation Survival Package, the system will be unable to assist you. With a crash, the Thunder River poured forth, the realm of heaven and earth converging as Zhou Yuan and his Faraday cage struggled amidst the deluge. The platform was now devoid of cultivators, all having fled in fear of the overwhelming Thunder River, leaving Zhou Yuan alone as the sole focus. The Faraday cage continued to function, diverting some of the Thunder River's force. The paintings Zhou Yuan had brought shattered one by one, releasing ink that coalesced into a gentle dark light enveloping Zhou Yuan, absorbing a portion of the tribulation's damage. As time passed, The fourth bolt of tribulation concluded, revealing Zhou Yuan's figure. Chapter 97. 9 Shadows Emerging from the Black Thunder. Though his specially crafted attire bore no noticeable damage, his condition was far from favorable. Numerous ghastly wounds marred his body, and bloodstains blossomed across his garments. Zhou Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. "Oh, Heavenly Tao, please wait. I am struggling to endure. Grant me a moment to recuperate." After bowing, Zhou Yuan disregarded whether the Heavenly Tao responded, settling down cross-legged and consuming an ample supply of elixirs and healing potions. This young man is so audacious as to sit down in such a manner. Does he not realize that the timing of the tribulation is unpredictable? Indeed, does he not fear? Could I have truly misjudged? His composure in the face of tribulation suggests he may become a great figure in the future. What nonsense! What are you talking about? Zhou Yuan is incredible. As discussions among the crowd continued, time moved slowly, the sky darkening further, visibility diminishing as the surrounding light was engulfed by the ominous clouds, plunging the world into darkness. A rumble echoed as the clouds churned, and the sky emitted a low, thunderous growl, yet no bolts of lightning appeared. None at all. That it was as if the Heavenly Tao were kindly alerting Zhou Yuan. "I shall strike now. Prepare yourself." Zhou Yuan, meditating, gradually opened his eyes, gazing thoughtfully at the sky before standing up decisively and bowing. "Thank you for the reminder, Heavenly Tao. I am prepared. Please proceed with your strike." As he finished speaking, an excruciating roar resounded from above. The clouds parted, revealing 5 colorful thunder dragons swirling and descending toward Zhou Yuan. "What is this? 5 colorful thunder dragons at once? Fool! This is the heavenly element 5 elements tribulation, a legendary punishment for ancient cultivators. But these 5 bolts do not seem as fast as the previous ones, nor do they cover as much area as the Thunder River. How is this a punishment? You have a narrow understanding. The heavenly element 5 elements tribulation is far from simple. Each of these bolts represents a unique calamity. The golden, sharp one embodies the golden dragon tribulation, capable of obstructing a cultivator's interaction with the outside world, blinding their senses. Henceforth, cultivators born with dual pupils or special eyes will become exceedingly rare. The verdant one, representing the wood dragon tribulation, accelerates the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, imposing constraints on a cultivator's lifespan, thus ensuring no beings of eternal life remain. The azure one, the water dragon tribulation, reflects the world's fortunes, shackling a cultivator's luck, resulting in a scarcity of those favored by the heavenly Tao. The crimson one, the fire dragon tribulation, sears the spirit, binding the mental faculties of cultivators, making those born with infinite spiritual energy a rarity. Lastly, the earthy one, the earth dragon tribulation, taints the body, constraining the physical form of cultivators, effectively eliminating the possibility of innate holy bodies. Wow, that sounds formidable. Is Zhou Yuan doomed? Who knows? We shall see how fate unfolds. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan felt a touch of apprehension. He quickly retrieved the tribulation artifacts prepared by Luo Wanshi and Lu Shuilian, infusing them with spiritual energy and activating their protective mechanisms with remarkable speed. With a thunderous roar, the 5-colored thunder dragons, weakened by the formation, still retained their draconic forms and surged forward with newfound velocity. In an instant, the resounding crack of shattered artifacts echoed like thunder, leaving only the 2 treasures bestowed by Lu Shuilian and Luo Wanshi still holding firm, one of which had managed to deflect a bolt of tribulation lightning. Boom! Zhou Yuan's Faraday cage was utterly destroyed, yet it had successfully intercepted a wood dragon tribulation on his behalf. There was no other choice but to endure. I believe my strength is not lacking. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, rapidly enveloping himself in spiritual energy to form a substantial white light shield. After a prolonged silence, as the vibrant hues of the sunset gradually faded, the onlookers failed to notice Zhou Yuan standing there. Alas, am I truly unable to withstand this legendary heavenly elemental 5 elements tribulation? What a pity! I only needed to survive this lightning tribulation to ascend to the pinnacle of golden core strength. The heavens are envious of talent. How cruel they are! Xiao Yuan, Zhou Yuan Gij. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd and the exclamations from Luo Wanshi and Lu Shuilian, a bewildered Zhou Yuan struggled to rise to his feet. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, He shook his head and then expelled a mouthful of blood, alarmed. He quickly sat down to recuperate from his injuries. Why does my head feel somewhat heavy and my body so weak? As if it has become unbearably burdensome? Zhou Yuan felt as though his body no longer belonged to him, but he was too lethargic to ponder this and instinctively retrieved a healing potion. Gulping it down eagerly. Ding. Detection indicates the host is affected by debuffs from the Golden Dragon and Fire Dragon tribulations. It is recommended that the host spend 400 online dating points to eliminate them. Are they trying to swindle me? The Lightning Tribulation has already concluded. Removing these debuffs now would be pointless. Ding. It is advised that the host look up. The calamity clouds have yet to disperse. And the host's Lightning Tribulation is not over. We wish the host good luck. No, I was wrong. Hurry and remove it. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly perish in the next Lightning Tribulation. Ding. Removal successful, and the host's injuries have been healed. Remember to give a 5-star rating. We will discuss that later. The Lightning Tribulation is upon us. Indeed, the Lightning Tribulation descended silently from the clouds. 9 streaks of black lightning morphed into several illusory figures. Their fierce gazes fixed upon Zhou Yuan below. What the hell is that? Why do I tremble at the sight and feel compelled to kneel? I feel the same way, but that must be Zhou Yuan's Lightning Tribulation. How can it be like this? I've never even heard of such a thing. Thud thud. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of cultivators had already knelt on the ground. Even those who remained standing bowed their heads low, too afraid to gaze upon the 9 black lightning figures above. Ancient cultivators? The Grand Elders sat up in shock. No, that's impossible. It cannot be ancient cultivators. Why do I sense an aura of outer heaven demons from these 9 figures? The more the Grand Elder thought about it, the more apprehensive he became, and he returned to his seat, his brow deeply furrowed as he began to contemplate. Damn, it feels like I must fight for my life today. Zhou Yuan said as he swallowed the lotus seeds given by Lu Shuilian, then retrieved several paintings gifted to him by Bu Er before parting, which he had rather shamelessly requested. Chapter 98. Fear of not escaping that spring. I fear death, yet I do not fear losing my life. I fear not escaping that spring. Spring is truly a season suitable for death. Soft earth, brilliant sunshine, and flowers blooming across the mountains. My flesh will be consumed by the soil. My bones will perish amidst the fallen petals. Let us die in spring, amidst the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. In that enchanting and poignant spring, may flowers feast upon the departed, and may spring warm those who remain. As the 4 paintings were hung, a gentle sorrow began to envelop the entire tribulation platform. The cultivators below sniffled, casting strange looks at the 4 paintings Zhou Yuan had displayed. Previously, many cultivators had sought paintings from the Book Fragrance Pavilion to assist them in overcoming tribulations, but they typically featured phrases like, unstoppable force. Humanity triumphs over heaven, this time, I shall achieve resounding victory in my tribulation, the heavenly tribulation is but a trifling matter, and other morale-boosting sentiments. In contrast, Zhou Yuan's paintings evoked a sense of melancholy. As if he were on the brink of death, even the 9 illusory figures formed from black lightning in the sky appeared somewhat bewildered. Their initial fierce gazes toward Zhou Yuan now softened. Boom! The illusory figures flickered, and the paintings before Zhou Yuan began to sway in the absence of wind, rising into the air to obstruct the onslaught of the lightning figures. The figures were gradually weakened by the paintings, and by the time they